Generated by Light Novel Crawler. Volume 1. Chapter 0, Prologue. Chapter 0, Prologue. I've finally reached here. I don't care how the journey will end. I'm going to go back. You are a necromancer that has reached the pinnacle. The dimensional administrator's voice assaulted his ear. He was a scarlet energy being who wore armor. Where do you want to go? Those were the words he wanted to hear the most. For the past 20+ years, he had died almost several hundred times as he endured the tribulations. Now he felt like he had received his life's reward. Where do you think? Of course, it's Seoul. After spending 20 years at the planet of Alphen, he was returning home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1, Finally Seoul. Chapter 1, Finally Seoul. TLN, just a little warning. There are a lot of swearing in this chapter. His body was surrounded by light that flowed out from the dimensional administrator. His entire body was broken down at the cellular level, and then he felt the curious experience of his cells dispersing as the darkness found him. He was in a faraway place, where he almost forgot about time. He tried hard but was barely able to hold on to his consciousness. Gang Woojin. Wake up. He didn't know how much time had passed, but light grew from the darkness. The light approached him, and he was swallowed by it. Then, the world became bright and the smell of trash filled him. Oh! He moaned, but he couldn't make any other noises. He was barely able to open his eyes, and all he could see was a battered slate roof. After a long time, he felt sensation return to his fingertips. He felt around his surrounding. He was on top of a recyclable burlap sack. The unidentified trash smell was emanating from there. I've returned. He thought he knew where this was. He remembered when he caught a glimpse of his memories, which had sank to the bottom. The school's incineration plant. He had gone over to that place 20 years ago at this location. Anyways, he had returned to the starting point. It's been 20 years, but everything looks the same. It looked a little bit more worn down, but the incineration plant looked the same. As he slowly waited for his sense to return, he waited for his body to recover. Hey! Fuck! Hurry up! You son of a bitch! He was barely able to turn his head when he heard sudden noises. Students wearing familiar uniforms descended upon the incineration plant. The uniforms are the same. It wouldn't have surprised him if the uniform's design had changed since 20 years had passed. However, it still looked the same, so it was a welcoming sight. When he saw the people, he knew he had really returned to Earth, so he couldn't control his emotions. At a glance, 3 uniformed students were dragging along another student. He looked too normal to be bullied. He was actually a handsome student. You son of a bitch. Let's begin after I hit you. Why should I get hit? What? You son of a bitch. Their fists started to fly, and the two were entangled in a dogfight. The bullies next to them started to join in, and the fight became a one-sided beating. You fucking dick, dare to challenge me? You are really a fucking eyesore. Just attend school quietly. He was having fun looking at the 3 of them step on the one student. Somehow, it made him think of the past. Maybe it was because he went through a wretched experience for 20 years, but the children's antics were cute to him. They beat him until he thought the boy might die. However, the group stopped as they gasped for breath. The student had covered his head with his arms. He was twitching and had various scrapes and wounds. However, his eyes were still giving off a fierce light. The group's leader, Lee Junhyuk, didn't like the light in Do Jaemin's eyes. All of the students were afraid to look at him. They either avoided eye contact or looked at him with envy in their eyes. However, this son of a bitch was looking at him with such eyes. Ha, fuck. Yo, Jaemin. Does it hurt? Does it hella hurt? Didn't I tell you to stop doing irritating things in front of me? Just go to school quietly, alright? Beat it. Fuck. Irritating things? Jaemin had been studying quietly and did nothing wrong. The problem was that he was too handsome. He was being beaten because a girl had a crush on Jaemin, and she was someone Lee Junhyuk liked. Ha! This son of a bitch hasn't come to his senses yet? He needs a good beating. Grab this bastard's body so he can't move. The bullies grabbed Jaemin in place and pushed him down. Junhyuk let out a dangerous kick into the air. By the look of it, it seemed like he was going to unleash a soccer kick to the other party's head. At that moment, all of Woojin's senses returned to him. Ah, that's enough. At the sudden sound, the kids began to look around their surrounding in surprise. They saw a man wearing strange clothes getting up from atop the recyclable burlap sack. Fuck. What's your deal? How long have you been there? Huh, fuck? The only things these brats can say is fuck when they meet a big senior that is like the heavens? Woojin got off the burlap sack as if he had been riding it. Ah, the Earth's surface. It has been 20 years since he had been able to step on it. Even if they were delinquents, they were just kids in front of an adult. They were taken aback, so they started looking around furtively. Usually, the delinquents were more strict in respecting the school's lineage. TLN, Koreans are very respectful towards the alumni of their school. Fuck. Who cares if you are our senior, dot. I guess not. Why don't you stop paying attention to us and go on your way? I don't know why some beggar is fucking butting in. We high schoolers aren't afraid of anything these days, uncle. Just go on your way. So-hyuk was very outspoken. His bluster dispelled his companion's uncertainty. So-hyuk had somewhat thought through everything. The man was here at this time in their school, which meant he wasn't a teacher. Moreover, he was at the incineration plant. He was sure this guy was the neighborhood's idiot. He was also wearing very threadbare clothes. Ha! Why are kids these days so rude, especially in front of a big senior with 20 years on you? Now So-hyuk was sure after he heard Woojin mumble to himself. At the very least, this bastard looked to be a college student and he should still be in his 20s. He was sure this guy had lost his mind. If you don't want to be hit, then get lost. You little bitches, dot. He thought these nitwits would run away if he scared them a little bit. Instead of being afraid, they responded with expressions of disbelief at the threateningly raised hand. Ha! This won't do. Woojin pushed his hand forward, and So-hyuk flinched. Woojin was taken aback as he extended his arm again. Why wasn't the binding magic forming? So-hyuk frowned at the surprised Woojin. Shit! What are you doing? Why is it being like this? Bind! Woojin, who was taken aback, continuously extended his hand as he shouted. However, the magic didn't form. So-hyuk spat out insults at him. Shit! I got scared for nothing by this otaku bastard. So-hyuk was sure. He had been scared for a moment by the village idiot, so his pride was hurt. He reflexively ran forward and swung his fist. Before So-hyuk's fist could land on Woojin's head, he tilted it and stepped to the side. Whoosh! Ha! You fucking avoided it? Whoosh! You son of a bitch. You're looking to die. Fuck this guy up. At So-hyuk's outburst, the lackeys ran in. Ha! I can't feel the fucking magic. Woojin was taken aback when the magical energy, which had basically been his hands and feet for the past 20 years, didn't respond to him. However, even if he did lose his magic, he wasn't weak enough to be hit by the fist of a mere high school boy. Magicians were known to be physically weaker than the warriors, but this was only true in the other world. In this place, his physical ability would blow the special forces out of the water. If he wanted to survive in a place crawling with monsters, his fitness had to be at such levels. Woojin evaded each of the annoying lackey's punches. Then, he lightly punched them in the solar plexus. Puk. Okay. The three precise attacks made all three of them sprawl on the floor. It happened so fast that Jaemun forgot about his hurting body and stared on dumbly. Ah, awesome, dot. After Woojin defeated the annoying people, he pressed his hand on his temple. When his thoughts became complicated, he had a habit of unintentionally doing this motion. Well, I guess it won't matter? Maybe it was a side effect of the dimensional travel. He wasn't sure if he had lost his magic or it had been sealed. However, it might not have mattered. This place was Seoul. Monsters will no longer threaten him, and he wouldn't need to fight to the death to survive. Maybe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2, Finally Seoul. 2. Chapter 2, Finally Seoul. 2. The bullies coughed several times. They stealthily got up, then they hurriedly ran away after surveying the situation. Woojin thought about chasing after them. However, he didn't have any reasons to do so, therefore he left them alone. Thank you very much, dot. As Jaemun approached him, he bowed his head. This strange person was wearing weird clothes, but he had helped Jaemun. Ah, it is nothing. However, let me ask you a question. Jaemin had started to come up with a story when he heard Woojin's words. Since he had rescued a kid from being beaten by bullies, he thought he would ask a question like, "Why were they hitting you?" Of course, this was assuming he was a normal adult. "What's today's date?" "Yes? I'm asking for today's date." "Ah, it is November 10th. "What year is it?" "It is 2015. "What?" Kim Woojin was so surprised that he didn't speak for a long time. He had been summoned to the other world on the year 2010. He was in his third year of high school. Ha! What is happening? He had spent 20 years over there, but only 5 years had passed on Earth. Woojin pressed his hand against his temple as he ordered his thoughts. Maybe this is better for me. He thought that 20 years had passed here and would never suspect it otherwise. This was why he thought it would be impossible for him to find his family again. However, if it had only been 5 years, then they might be living in the same house. Once he thought about it, it wasn't a bad situation. He looked for a mirror in his surrounding but couldn't find one. Woojin's eyes once again looked towards Jaemin. "Hey, how old do I look?" "What? Should the idiom, out of the frying pan into the fire, be used in this situation?" He had escaped the bullies, yet he might have been caught by a crazy person now. Jaemin thought about what to say, but he decided to speak as he saw it. "Around 22. Is that so? Did my body get younger? Did I find my youth after I lost all my magic? Or was my body restructured?" He would gradually puzzle over it, but Woojin had to resolve some urgent business first. He had returned after 20 years, but only 5 years had passed. His most urgent priority was to find his family. He couldn't remember his home phone number, and of course, he didn't remember his family's phone numbers. Fortunately, he was at the high school he had attended, so he remembered how to find his way back home to his family. If they hadn't moved away, he would be able to have a reunion with his family today. The problem was, how would he get home? It was a distance that he couldn't just walk. The distance was equivalent to taking a subway through 7 stations. Woojin's eyes were uncertain. "Let me borrow some money." "What?" "Let me borrow some transportation fee." Jaemin regretted not running away with the bullies. He didn't dare to refuse him. He had taken out the bullies with one blow, so if Jaemin refused, his fists wouldn't forgive Jaemin. Jaemin turned out his pocket, then he pushed forward all his money. He had 7,301. "Thank you. I promise I'll pay you back." No. You don't have to. Aha. Do you see me as someone who would extort from a kid? I'll pay you back. Woojin rooted through his pocket, then he spoke as if he had forgotten something. "Oh yeah. I don't have a hand phone. Write your phone number on a paper for me." Jaemin followed Woojin's words, and he took out a notebook from his backpack. He ripped the corner of the notebook, then he wrote his phone number. He thought over dozens of times whether he should write his phone number or if he should write a fake number. He won't be able to tell. Jaemin purposefully wrote down a fake phone number. He didn't want to be called out and be extorted again. He wanted to get out of here as fast as he can before the man could harass him. "All right. Big brother will contact you, and I'll pay back the money." "Yes. Have a nice day." Even if the man doesn't pay him back, Jaemin wanted to quickly vacate this place, and he never wanted to see the man again. Woojin was alone again. He left the incineration plant, then he walked around the school. Ha! The memories keeps popping up into my head. Only 5 years had passed, but it had been 20 years since he visited his school. I'm 24 years old? Mother and father should be over 50 years old now. When he thought about his family, his heart was deeply moved again. He had endured the hellish time, as he wished for the day he would once again return to his family's embrace. I wonder if Sua grew a lot. His youngest sibling, Sua, was 2 years old when he left, so she should already be 7 years old now. Woojin's steps quickened as he thought about his family. When he walked on the sidewalks after exiting the school, every person he met whispered behind his back. It was understandable since Woojin's clothes was in rough shape. Maybe it was the effect of the dimensional travel, but his equipment had evaporated. Woojin looked like a mess. Even the shoes he wore were leather shoes, so he would look strange in the eyes of the people. Geez. He was unnecessarily embarrassed, but it couldn't curb Woojin's spirit. Woojin's mental state had transcended the point where he wouldn't lower his head, because of his clothes. It'll only be embarrassing until he had reached his house. Woojin tried hard to ignore the whispers emanating from the people, and he found the subway station. Ha! Why is the military troops here? Was there an accident? Soldiers were clustered around the entrance to the subway station. It didn't seem like a training exercise. They even put up a steel fence, and they had guards posted. Geez. What is this? Woojin tried to talk to a pedestrian passing by at that moment. Excuse me. I would like to ask you a question. I don't believe in it. An older woman in her 40s replied in annoyance as if she had seen some kind of insect. She hurriedly moved her feet, and she disappeared in haste. What is this? It felt weird. He quickly stopped two female students, who seemed to be high school students. Excuse me. Let go of me. I don't know anything about religion. Woojin became angry at the irritated response, but he tried hard to calm him heart. I'm not here to ask you to believe in a religion. What are those soldiers doing over there? Are they training? Of course, the soldiers are guarding the dungeon entrance. Let me go. I have to go to my tutoring school. The female student broke free from Woojin's grasp. She started walking away, while she rubbed her arm as if his touch was unclean. How rude. He guessed people referred to the subway station as dungeons. He thought the 5 years was a short time, but apparently it wasn't. I guess it is a popular slang used by the kids. Well, he did the same thing when he was in school. Short-handed words and slangs changed incredibly fast with the development of the internet. It wouldn't be surprising if someone like Woojin from 5 years ago would not know these terms. There are no soldiers over there. After confirming no one was present at the entrance of the subway station across the street, he crossed the street. When he descended the stairway of the subway entrance, he saw iron bars and a steel door like one would see in a prison. What the heck? Why did they block this place off? No wonder no one was here. They had shut this place down. Woojin looked across the steel bars, and he saw light coming from the subway tunnel. The steel door was locked with a sturdy lock. He looked around his surrounding and he saw a small booth like the apartment guard booths. He looked around inside, and he saw a bundle of keys. He took it and he tried to open the lock. Click. What is this? Did the subway workers go on a strike? He returned the bundle of keys to the booth, then he headed toward the other side of the steel door. There were no one underneath the blinking fluorescent lights, and the atmosphere was quite creepy. They might have shut down the station instead of going on a strike. If the station was shut down, then there was no chance they would operate the subway train. Woojin was about to turn around when it happened. What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3, Level Up. Chapter 3, Level Up. This dungeon is a real dungeon? He thought it was a slang, but it didn't seem like it. His head throbbed, so he pressed his hand onto his temple. Woojin let out a sigh, then he sorted through the message in front of his eyes. This dungeon has already been captured. The basic monsters will be summoned. It was a sufficiently shocking situation, but Woojin wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt a feeling of familiarity. Isn't this too similar to the planet Alphen? Woojin had fought fiercely to survive in that place. The planet of Alphen was none other than a game world. No. Should he characterize it as a new world with a game setting? Did Earth change, or is it only like this for me? Woojin puzzled over it, but he couldn't come up with an answer. He just wanted to take a subway train, yet he had entered a dungeon. By the look of it, Earth must have gone through some kind of change in the past 5 years. Let's go back out first. If he can't ride the subway, then he'll just ride the bus. As Woojin tried to head back, an invisible barrier barred his way. You do not have the return stone. Geez. Woojin scratched the back of his head. He had no idea what the return stone looked like, so he was in a bind. I guess it was locked for a reason. His curiosity made him open this place. He wanted to head back, but now he was complete stuck. He had no choice but to find the thing called return stone to escape this place. Let's see. He had lost his magic. He wasn't sure why, but his trained body was still the same. Moreover, he had over 20 years of survival experience. He looked through an out-of-business store, and he was able to find a coat hanger. Jirik. He easily took out the pole from the coat hanger, which he made into a simple club. However, he was disappointed. This is too light. He looked around the adjacent store. In the middle of the mess, there was a hammer. Boong. Boong. TLN, SFX swinging hammer. This might be useful. Woojin took the hammer, then he swung a chair onto the floor. He tore the back of the demolished chair out. After smoothing it over, he was able to make a decent shield that would be able to take a couple hit. Should I depart? He didn't know what the return stone looked like, but he had been told the basic monsters had been summoned. He wasn't sure about his level of preparation, so he felt a sense of uncertainty. However, it was a situation where he couldn't retreat backwards. He had no choice but to go forward. Woojin walked as he relied on the blinking fluorescent lights. Then he felt a weird sensation coming from the subway's restroom. It was a sticky sensation as if someone was watching him. He stealthily lowered his body. He picked up a piece of tile, then he threw it. Cheung. It reacted at the sound made by the tile hitting a glass door. Kuru. It let out a grotesque shriek. It had a strange appearance, so much so that one wouldn't think this creature would exist on Earth. It looked like a dog, but it possessed large ears like a rabbit. It was a creature that shouldn't exist on Earth, but Woojin knew this monster well. He had faced off against this monster countless times at the planet Alphen. Drabbit. Qua. The Drabbit ran in as it threateningly revealed its twin fangs. It used its large hind legs, which composed half of its body, to charge by jumping. It was the Drabbit's specialty, and its only method of attack. Boom. As soon as he blocked with his shield, he swung the hammer. Guruk. As he struck the Drabbit, it rolled onto the floor as it let out a scream. Woojin didn't hesitate. He ran forward to press down on its neck, then he used the back of the clawed hammer to pierce it. When a familiar monster showed up, he didn't feel much threat from it, but he couldn't let his guard down. He had to go for the sure kill when he had the chance to kill it. This was the basic and essential rule one needed to heed in order to survive against a monster. The Drabbit's body sagged as it let out a moan akin to a wind escaping. Afterwards, Woojin hurriedly checked his surrounding. The Drabbit had a characteristic where they traveled in a pair. As expected, another Drabbit jumped out, and it flew toward him with its scary mouth open. The shield he made out of the back of a chair was already broken from the last attack. Woojin hefted his hammer, then he swung it. Quajik. Duik. The clawed hammer accurately pierced through the Drabbit's mouth, and it stuck out from the back of its head. He had timed it perfectly as he used an exquisite thrust to execute a counter. How come this feels like a déjà vu? Woojin remembered the first time he was summoned to the planet Alphen. He was so shocked and afraid. However, his situation right now was more favorable than before. How is it possible for the monsters of planet Alphen to show up here? Even this dungeon feels out of place. He felt an unknown sense of danger. The feeling felt too familiar to him. The message that showed up in front of his eyes, and even the monsters starting to emerge, were something that wouldn't have been strange on planet Alphen. However, this was Earth. The problem was this was a subway station on Earth. I guess I'll level up if this continues. This was one of the reasons why Woojin was able to survive on planet Alphen. That place was like a game world. No, Woojin might have felt this way since he was a human from Earth, who was familiar with games. It might be that world's law of nature, but it had felt like a game for Woojin. The only difference was that the world wasn't a virtual reality. It was real. Levels had existed, and Woojin had developed into a full-level necromancer. He hadn't reached the end of the road, but he had met the dimensional administrator. So he returned to Earth without much regret. He had lost all of the magic he had accumulated, but he hadn't cared. He thought his abilities wouldn't be needed on Earth, where he didn't have to worry about dying anymore. However, he found himself entered into a dungeon, and he could only desire after his lost abilities. If it was something on par with the Drabbit, then he could face them without feeling any panic. However, if there were stronger monsters here, then it might be too dangerous for him. The most optimal situation was to earn the return stone without meeting a stronger monster. If this place is similar to Alphen, a monster should have it, or it should be emanating a distinct energy. If it was a stone or an item with an ability, then its existence itself should let out an energy. He looked over the two monsters, but they didn't possess any unique mana gem called Bloodstone. These bastards are worthless. Woojin left the corpses of the Drabbit where he searched them, and he hid himself next to a pillar. He thought it would be great if a nearby monster would come here after smelling the blood. Even if none showed up, he could restart the search after gathering himself. Querik? Two Drabbits showed up, and they started circling around the corpse of the dead Drabbits. They looked like dogs, but their sense of smell wasn't that developed. They used their hearing to locate the location of other beings. Crack! Woojin purposefully stepped hard on a piece of tile to reveal his existence. Qui! The two Drabbits simultaneously ran towards him, and they jumped towards Woojin. Woojin grasped the hammer, and he performed a baseball swing. Puk, puk. The two Drabbit jumped with a time difference between the two. He crushed the Drabbit's head in succession. Then a message popped up in front of his eyes. Level up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4, Level Up. 2. Chapter 4, Level Up. 2. TLN, please disable ad blockers if you can. I'm not sure if I explained my release schedule too well. At the very least, I'll be releasing 2 regular chapters, it'll depend on each week, plus any sponsored chapters. The 2 regular chapter this week is LOL and DMW. Next week will be Elquinus and Soul Station's Necromancer. I'll alternate each week. So I'll be releasing Dragon Make and War later this week. Ha! Is this for real? Woojin was taken aback, and he hurriedly opened his status window. Level 1. Name, Gang Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced. Grade, Middle Rank. Achievement, 4. Magic Point, 0/0 Energy, 0/0. Strength, 15 Speed, 13 Health, 17 Wisdom, 15. Magic, 0 Vitality, 0 Recovery, 0 Healing, 0 Control, 0. Undistributed points, 99. Combination Box Summoning, LV1, Advanced Skill, impossible to add points. Use of Achievement Shop, LV1, Advanced Skill, impossible to add points. Undistributed points, 99. The status window differed greatly from the time he was first summoned to the planet Alphen. He felt confused. However, he was able to realize the implications soon. It hadn't disappeared. He had thought all of his powers he had accumulated on Alphen had disappeared in the process of returning to Earth. Advanced. As the words indicated, his full-level character had become level 1. However, he had received several benefits. At a glance, he had received 2 advanced skills. His stat points and skill point was the equivalent to the level he had been before the advancement. Also, my class is the same. It's Necromancer. He had achieved everything he could as a Necromancer. He had also controlled and used the undead, which was known to be the ultimate existence. This wasn't a bad thing at all. Soul seems to have changed in a weird way. He didn't know what will happen in the future, so it wasn't a bad thing to have power. He couldn't see far into the future, but he needed the power to safely escape this dungeon. When he leveled up, Woojin felt relieved. Also, there was a margin for error for him now. He had recovered the power he thought he had lost. He had less mental fatigue when thinking about how to prepare for the danger. He didn't want the monsters to mob him after smelling the blood, so he retraced his steps. As soon as he returned to the pathway where the damaged stores were lined up, he started looking at the newly formed advanced skills. He could combine various ingredients to receive a new item. He might be able to put in items to extract a key ingredient. How do I use this? It was a skill he had never seen before, so he didn't have the faintest idea on how to use it. He tried speaking the activation word, and he searched for various methods. Eventually he was able to find the inventory. There was a combination box located on the lower half of the inventory. He tried to touch it, and as if another inventory was opening up, there were buttons on the bottom. Combine, and extract. Chet, the inventory expansion returned to its original state. The inventory had only 3 columns of space. As one's level increases, the inventory expands. However, it seemed like it didn't receive any advancement benefits, so he was disappointed. Of course, the most disappointing part was the items he had accumulated before had all disappeared. Woojin touched the other advanced skill called Achievement Shop. He tried various methods, but he was able to activate the Achievement Shop through an activation word. He repeated saying the activation word, and he found out it was possible to open the shop without saying anything. The shop was lined up with skill books, equipments, and consumable items. He needed a large sum of achievement points to purchase them. This is fun. The Alphen planet didn't have an achievement shop. This was akin to internet shopping where he didn't have to go to a location to purchase the items. There aren't anything I want to buy. The equipments he could buy was low grade. The thing he needed the most right now is a skill. Even the lowest skill required 10 achievement points. Woojin eventually chose 3 skills. Search, Detect, Skeleton Soldier Summon. Each of the skills required 10 achievement points. He decided to get Search to help find items in his surrounding. He needed the skill to find the return stone. Detect was a passive skill. It would accurately alert him of danger in advance. It was an essential skill in helping him survive. The Skeleton Soldier Summon was one of the basic skills of a necromancer. Whether it was the effect of the advancement or maybe it was the fact that his class was automatically selected, there were constraints in which skills he could learn. He was able to learn common magic skills and weapon skills, but he can only learn the class skills of a necromancer. Well, I should worry too much about it right now. I'm short on points anyways. He looked at the 4 points he had accumulated, so the method was clear. 1 drab bit gave 1 point. He'll be able to purchase 1 skill if he defeats 6 more drab bits. He immediately needed his fighting capabilities. It would allow him to defeat the monsters safely. It was a problem he could solve without purchasing a skill. Strength, 30 speed, 30 health, 30 wisdom, 30. Magic, 10 vitality, 0 recovery, 10 healing, 10 control, 9. Undistributed points, 0. Woojin distributed his points. He swung the hammer as he looked at the updated stat window. Boong. Boong. A destructive sound that couldn't be compared to before emanated. He moved his body a little bit, and his body was lighter than before. Moreover, his reaction speed couldn't be compared to before. He possessed 10 times the capability of a normal human. Woojin had 3 times the strength of a normal adult male. He was also 3 times faster, and his stamina was 3 times better. I'm not sure if I'm 3 times smarter, but his ability to memorize and calculate had definitely improved. It felt like his brain worked faster. However, the difference in his body movements were much more noticeable. Okay, let's go. He had to defeat 6 drab bits. He had to acquire the search skill. He'll find the return stone, then he'll escape the dungeon. Woojin headed back downward as he held onto his clawed hammer. Star. Ha, there are so many of them. On the planet Alphen, there were so many drab bits that one might trip over them. It basically meant they were easy to find, and they were very easy to defeat. However, he felt fatigued after facing them continuously in the narrow pathway. Woojin took in a ragged breath. As soon as he went down the stairs, he had methodically defeated the drab bits he faced. He was able to steadily accumulate his achievement points. He had defeated 27 drab bits as he traveled through the dark passageway. He was able to purchase the essential search and detect skills with his achievement points. At the same time as he purchased them, the skill books appeared in his inventory, and he learned them immediately. It consumed 1 magic point every time he used it. He tried using the search skill, but he didn't see any items that could be called a return stone. He had traveled the same passageway, and he failed to find the return stone. There was only one place left. Do I have to go down there? Woojin hid himself behind the handrail as he glanced down the stairs. It was inner part of the station where the wreck subway was located at. At a glance, he could see over 20 drab bits milling about. It was possible for him to face 3 to 4 drab bits in a tight passageway, but he wouldn't be able to face over 20 drab bits in a large open space. If he became surrounded by them, then he'll inevitably be hurt. Phew. It really isn't in my personality to move around on my own, but... Woojin smirked as he looked at the clawed hammer, which was stained with drabbit's blood. He opened the achievement shop, then he purchased the Skeleton Soldier Summon skill book with his remaining points. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Closed Dungeon. Chapter 5, Closed Dungeon. TLN, please disable ad blockers if you can. The monster's corpses was used to summon the skeleton soldier with Strength 5, Agility 8, Health 5. Consumed magic point, 1, required control, 1. Woojin had defeated an additional 27 drab bits, and he had leveled up twice. He was currently at level 3. Every time he leveled up, he received 5 stat points and he distributed the 10 stat points into magic and control. Magic, 15, control, 14. If he summoned 15 skeleton soldiers, he'll only be able to keep 14 of them. Once the summons exceeds the range of his control, they would turn into monsters beyond his control. Wake up, my minions. Woojin had reached the pinnacle as a necromancer. After being transported, he had to restart from a low level, but it was a path he had already walked. He didn't have to worry about spells or activation words. It was possible to manifest his familiars and mastered magics using just his will. Kururu. From nearby, the 3 corpses of the drabbit exploded, and 3 skeleton soldiers was summoned. They were very weak, so he rarely used them in his latter days. Still, he felt extremely happy to see them again. Let's go. He still didn't have rear any support magic, but it would not be a problem with the drabbits. Woojin and the 3 skeleton soldiers descended the stairs. It caused the drabbits to run towards them in response. Charge. Ki huck, dot. The skeleton soldiers let out a horrible shriek, then they ran forward swinging their bone knives threateningly. Puyu K. Ki ek. One skeleton soldier fell into a heap from one blow as a drabbit used a menacing headbutt. The others were lucky. They were only bitten on their arms and legs. Since the skeleton soldiers were composed of bones, attacks using teeth weren't a threat. The skeleton soldiers were very weak, and their attack capabilities were insignificant. They swung their blunt bone knives, but it wasn't very effective against the Drabbits. However, they had blocked the Drabbits' dangerous first charge, so they had done their job. Puk, Puk. Woojin swung his clawed hammer, and the Drabbits' heads continued to explode. In a flash, he had killed 3 Drabbits, and he used them as fodder to summon an additional 3 skeleton soldiers. Keek. One had been demolished, but the number of skeleton soldiers had increased. The 5 skeleton soldiers reliably blocked in front of Woojin. Woojin used his will to control them as he advanced. Queek! From between the broken windows of the subway train, Drabbits ran out en masse. There were so many of them that Woojin halted in his track for a moment. Block them! The 5 skeleton soldiers stood parallel to each other as if they were setting up a barricade. Puk. The Drabbits jumped at the skeleton soldiers like moths to a flame, and they started headbutting the skeleton soldiers' limbs. Suk. The middle skeleton soldier fell. One Drabbit broke through the line, and it flew accurately towards Woojin's head. Woojin swung the clawed hammer like a clean-up hitter as it split the air. One more added. The corpse of the Drabbit was flung away, and the corpse exploded to form another skeleton soldier. Woojin headed towards the Drabbits tangled between the skeleton soldiers, and he brought down his clawed hammer as if he was threshing. Die! Puk. As he ended the Drabbits' lives, he intermittently summoned more skeleton soldiers. Woojin had 15 magical points. His magical points would become empty if he summoned 15 times. The magical points recovered naturally, but one could use items or skills to recover it. If he increased the recovery stat, then his natural recovery of magical points quickened. For a magician, the most important stats were wisdom, magic, and recovery. The stat, healing, dealt with the natural recovery of his body. It increased the recovery speed of vitality, which was consumed when one used healing skills or combat skills. This was the most important stat for warriors. Woojin possessed 10 stat points on both recovery and healing. After a certain amount of time, the recovery would restore 10 magic points, but the more important one was the 10 points in healing. After one day, a shallow wound would disappear without any scarring as it healed. All of you die. He trusted his healing power, so Woojin charged as he hefted his clawed hammer. Boong, Puk. Boong, pool. His movements already exceeded the limits of a human. Every time he swung his clawed hammer, a Drabbit died. The couple dozen of Drabbits filling the subway station was defeated in a matter of moments. When Woojin's reached level 4, his low magical points instantly recovered. Ha, I'm so thirsty. Woojin looked around the station, which had turned into a field of Drabbits' corpses, and he headed towards the vending machine. He pried open the door of the already broken vending machine. Quagic. He used his superhuman strength to create a gap between the vending machine's door, and couple cans came into sight. Woojin picked up a cola can, and he blew on top of it. The accumulated dust flew into the air. It looked to be relatively intact, so it seemed like he could drink it. Dog. Keek. TLN, tab opening SFX, fizzing SFX. When he opened the can, he gulped down the warm Coke. Kuov. Kuhu. TLN, SFX. The fizzing gas made him belt out a satisfying burp. Woojin grinned. He had defeated the monsters inside the subway station, which had turned into a dungeon. It almost made him think this was still planet Alphen. However, the refreshing carbonated drink he hadn't had in 20 years made his return to Earth very real to him. I really have to go back home. Woojin's magical point had been restored, so he used the search skill. MMM. Around the broken subway train's front car, he could see a sparkling soft light. When he approached it, he saw a finger-sized gem. When Woojin grabbed the gem emitting a soft green light, the light dimmed. Woojin carried the item back to where he came from. When he was close to the barrier, the return stone let out a light, and it scattered as it touched the barrier. Choot. After seeing the barrier disappear, Woojin went up the stairs of the Gwacheon station's first exit. Star. Ooh. I thought I was going to shit my pants. Oh Junwon was a rank 9 public servant. After completing the assault, he had been assigned to the closed Gwacheon station first exit dungeon as an access control personnel. It had been 1 month since he was dispatched here. He fulfilled the temporary reassignment period without any accidents happening. He'll be going back to the headquarters tomorrow. After he hurriedly returned after using the restroom, it felt like the sky was about to fall. What is this? The locked dungeon entrance door was open. He felt dizzy, and the sky turned yellow. Did a civilian go in? Ha, I'm fucked. It was unlikely to think that a roused had entered a closed dungeon. The Woojin station's first exit wasn't a spot where particular ingredient items dropped. It was just a dungeon infested by the low-ranked monster, Drabbit. Unless it was a beginner roused looking to train here, he couldn't think of a reason why someone would look for a dungeon that didn't drop anything of significance. It was hard to think a roused would go into a location with no benefits. Moreover, a roused could just apply to enter the dungeon in the first place. This was why he was assigned to this place. He looked across the open entrance, and he was able to see that the barrier had already formed. It was a signal indicating someone was inside the dungeon. Ha, fuck. I'll have to quickly request for help. For the roused, the Drabbits were classified as a low-level monster, but it was a monster to civilians. Junwon was about to quickly make a call, but the barrier became clouded and a man walked out. Before he could press the send button, Junwon's body froze. Woojin slowly walked out, and he was surprised when he met the gaze of Junwon. I opened the door and entered out of curiosity. Are you aroused? At Junwon's question, Woojin puzzled over his words. Before he could speak, Junwon spoke quickly. Phew. You almost took 10 years off my life. Please leave a record of your entrance. Phew. It's quite fortunate. Why did you go into a dungeon with nothing to gain? You cleared it as a solo player, so you must be quite strong. He passed over the dungeon entrance record log to Woojin. He half-assly wrote down his name and position. Then he kept his words scarce. Why do you think I went in? I wanted to ride the subway home. He didn't have an explanation, so he thought it was best to stay silent. The other man was making up an excuse for him. After signing everything, Woojin confidently asked a question. May I go now? You can go now. Woojin turned around to ask a question after taking a couple steps. The 5 years wasn't as short of an amount of time as he initially thought, since it seemed dungeons and the roused had come to be in that time period. How much is the bus fee these days? What? What the heck? He had heard almost all roused were rich. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6, Closed Dungeon, 2. Chapter 6, Closed Dungeon, 2. The world has changed a lot. Woojin looked out the bus window, and he mumbled as he looked at the scenery. The bus fee had increased by 301, but the most noticeable change that caught his eyes was the amount of cars on the road had decreased significantly. The TV attached to the bus was talking about which subway stations and exits had been successfully attacked. It was going on and on about similar topics. If the attack on the dungeon is successful, we will be safe for at least couple days, and couple months at most. If we fail, the monsters will be unleashed. The news continued to play incessantly. It started to narrow the gap between the reality regarding the past 5 years for Woojin. In the world news topic, they talked about the monsters that had burst forward from the subway stations in Tokyo, and they had to mobilize their army to block them. The areas around the subway station are old news. If the capture of a dungeon failed, one had no idea when the monsters would burst forward. It was like living next to a bomb, so no one wanted to live next to the stations. Rather than living next to the subway stations, people would joke it would be safer to live next to a nuclear plant. Of course, Seoul's population had significantly decreased, and the decreased population led to less traffic. The bus drove as if it was flying. When the bus stopped, it felt as if the world in front of him had turned yellow. The house. The apartment, which was Woojin's home, was gone. He was so shocked that he was having a hard time speaking. The apartment Woojin had lived in was gone. Originally, it was a 5-story high apartment. They always talked about rebuilding the apartment, but it had disappeared within 5 years. He would have never guessed an imposing building would take its place. Even at a glance, he could tell it wasn't an apartment. The structure looked like an office building, and it authoritatively shot into the air. Woojin was looking at the building from close by, and the security guard deemed him suspicious. So the security guard approached him. What are you doing? The security guard abruptly questioned him, and Woojin had to push down his anger. Woojin couldn't kill him for not liking him, and he couldn't damn his soul for the heck of it. Those actions were only possible at planet Alphen. This was Earth. Woojin forced down his anger, and he pressed his hand against his temple. After a moment, it felt as if his anger had somewhat calmed. What happened to the people who used to live here? The people who used to live in the apartment before this building was built. No, I'm asking why are you asking me? The security guard, who had been glaring at him, avoided his gaze in surprise. How could someone's eye become so scary? I don't know. This place was in ruins before this building was built. In ruins? Woojin's forehead was bulging with veins. The security guard let out a cold sweat at his chaotic expression. Numerous people died 5 years ago from the dungeon shock. It would be correct to say everyone who was using the subway at the time had all died. If a dungeon can't be cleared within a month, the dungeon will explode and the monsters would pop out. Countless number of people were killed or hurt when that happened. Seoul was too large and slow to deal with the sudden change. They even dropped missiles on locations where the monsters broke out. When the monsters broke out, Jichuan had been turned into ruins. So why are you making a fuss, Adot? Woojin controlled his anger inside when he heard the security guard's words. Calm down. Be calm. It wasn't the time to lash out at anyone. His family was alive. They were alive. At those thoughts, he was barely able to hang on to the thread of his anger. It would be ridiculous for him to become unruly based on an assumption. It was unbecoming of an intellectual mage like him. Phew. It's only been 5 years. There are many ways to find them. He thought he had returned after 20 years, but only 5 years had passed. Yes, only 5 years. If he went to the borough office, their last known address should be there. He would know if they were still alive by looking at the family register. I don't know my social security number. He was assigned his SSN during his second year in high school, but he had no idea where it was anymore. He could go to his alma mater to get his SSN. He'll know it once he's searched through the student records. If he was lucky, he'll also be able to find out the hand phone number of his parents, which he had forgotten. As his thoughts connected to make a plan, he felt a calm sensation. Yes, all of his family was safe. He just hadn't found them yet. It was already past 6 o'clock, so he couldn't go back to his school to make the request. He was stuck. It wasn't hard to prioritize what he had to do next. He'll have to find a place to sleep, and growl. Woojin stabbed his hand into his pocket, and he touched the 5,801 he had. Woojin turned his head, and he was able to see a restaurant in a building across the street. Woojin crossed the sidewalk. Star. Ha! What kind of rice soup costs 6,001? TLN, you get a soup and a bowl of rice plus banchan. You basically flip the rice into the soup. There are restaurants specifically catered to these dishes. Woojin complained as he drank the cup ramen soup. Since he didn't have the 201, Woojin was treated like a beggar, and he was chased out of the rice soup restaurant. Of course, it wasn't the shortage of 201 that decided it, but his beggar-like outfit had a bigger role in the decision to kick him out. Chat. The darn grandma probably wouldn't give me rice soup even if I was freezing to death. Woojin unnecessarily thought about the cold-hearted lady from the rice soup restaurant as he chewed on an onigiri. He felt sad since he didn't have any money. However, he hadn't had a cup ramen and an onigiri in a long time, so it was delicious. Where do I sleep tonight? Do I really have to go to the police station? He hadn't done anything wrong, so why didn't he want to go to the police station? He guessed he did couple of bad things, several dozens of bad things. He had also killed a couple. He had killed countless number of people, but this all happened on the planet Alphen. The Earth's Kong Woojin was just a normal. He wasn't normal since he had disappeared during his 3rd year of high school. He was a child, who had returned after a 5-year absence. I guess they would ask me all sorts of questions if I go to the police station. Where have you been? What were you doing before you came back? Why didn't you try to keep in contact? His head hurt when he thought about the report he had to make up. He decided going to the police station was a last resort. Anyways, it wasn't as if he didn't have any other choice. Phew. Even though the land prices had collapsed completely in Seoul, and the population had decreased significantly, Woojin still didn't have a home to lay down in. He was overjoyed at seeing a convenience store in 20 years, so he had bought hot bars and drinks. In the end, all the money he had left was 301. It was an amount where he wouldn't even be able to enter a sauna nor a PC room. Well, even the subway stations where the homeless go to were off limit now, so he had no choice but to greet the morning in the streets. At that moment, he heard the convenience store's door open, so he reflexively turned his head. Ring. As the convenience store's door opened, Woojin's eyes sparkled as he saw a familiar face. This was fate. He was sure it was fate. Do Jaemin. The school junior he had helped out in the evening was picking out an onigiri. Woojin downed the rest of the soup left inside the cup ramen, then he stood up. He paid for his items, then Woojin quickly followed after him. Hey, student. Yes? Jaemin turned his head, and he saw a pale ghost-like face. Woojin smiled from ear to ear. Ha ha. I was about to call you yet we meet again. Why? Why would you? Jaemin haltingly took a step backward. Is your parents home? Why would you want to know that? Jaemin reacted in a sensitive manner. Woojin made a face indicating it wasn't a big deal, then he put on his most trustworthy smile. Including the previous incident, I have a lot of things to discuss with them. My parents have passed away. Ha? That's goo. No, that is unfortunate. Are you living by yourself? Jaemin nodded his head with wariness filling his face. You lead the way. Why? Let me stay at your place for one night. Jaemin had a dumbfounded expression on his face. The strange uncle wearing a straw mat, who was frighteningly good at fighting, was trying to invade his home. Ah, it isn't for free. He forced Jaemin's hand open to place something in it. 301. Isn't this the money he had extorted from him? Jaemin looked back with a dumbfounded gaze, and as if even Woojin was embarrassed, he grinned. Ha ha. I'll pay you back anything I'm short on. Ha ha. Why is there a fly here? He slyly let fly a fist into the empty air like a boxer. No, he was like aroused where the sound of the air splitting apart was produced. Jaemin could only walk toward his house with a tearful face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7, To Home. Chapter 7, To Home. TLN, second regular chapter next week will be Dragon/LOL. Thanks for the donation, Callie. Please turn off ad blocks if you are able to. Enjoy. Regret kept flowing in. Even as Jaemin put in the secret code for the gate in front of his house, he was feeling regret. He couldn't be a really weird person, right? He probably arrived in the city today, so maybe he doesn't have a place to stay? Woojin gave a somewhat believable backstory to Jaemin. He said he had lost his memory 5 years ago in the dungeon shock, and he had retreated into the Yuri Mountain. Inside the Yuri Mountain, he had served a strange Taoist priest as sensei. While serving the ill-tempered Taoist, he suddenly regained his memory. This was why he had returned to Seoul, and he had returned to the high school where he had lost his memory. Woojin told him a story even a third-rate drama wouldn't use. Jaemin was on the fence as he looked at Woojin. If he is in such a situation, he should go to a police station. Jaemin didn't even get to say this out loud. When the sound of a police siren passed by, Woojin let out several jabs into the air as he caught the flies. Jaemin thought he would probably get knocked out even from one hit. No, he might die. Oh well. I have no clue. If he meant me harm, then he would have done it by now. DDIC, DRORE. TLN, Input SFX. The door opened, and he followed in after Jaemin. Woojin smiled radiantly. Wow, you have a nice house. The house was an ordinary villa studio. As the land price became cheap in Seoul, the rent became cheap as empty houses increased. However, the electric and gas fee had increased as well, so it was still hard for people to live there. The monsters always destroyed all the infrastructure, so of course, the price would increase. The studio was quite large. There were a lot of room left even after a bed and a desk was put in there. Ha ha. I'll be in your debt for a day. Do you mind if I wash first? Woojin brazenly spoke as he headed towards the restroom. He took off the pieces of straw mat, then he took a shower. Jaemin could only sigh as he heard weird sounds come from the restroom like this is great. Ha. I wonder if this is appropriate. They had talked about various topics while coming here, and he didn't seem like a bad person. This was just a hunch he had felt. Even if Woojin didn't look like a bad person, he was assuredly weird. He had fallen into Woojin's pace, and before he realized it, they had come home together. Jaemin munched on the onigiri he bought from the convenience store. This was his dinner. The money he needed to purchase dinner was taken by Woojin, so he had no choice. Phew. That was refreshing. Hey, do you have any clothes you were going to throw away? Wait a moment. Woojin acted as if he was visiting the house of a very close cousin. Jaemin was uncomfortable with the situation, but the water had already been spilt. He just gave Woojin the basic white t-shirt and a black shorts. Do you have an underwear? I'm already burdening you, so it would bother me a little if I took your underwear and wore it. Woojin laughed brazenly, and he wore his clothes as he went commando. Then he opened the refrigerator to take out a bottle of water, and he downed it. Jamin didn't have the energy to be surprised anymore by his natural look. Phew. I have to study now. Okay. I won't interfere with your studies. Go ahead and study. Do you think I can use your computer? You are asking for everything. You can use it. Jamin yielded his desk with the computer on it. He opened a desk he used for meals, then he opened his book. Jamin started focusing on his studies so much that it was frightening. After his parents passed away, the only family he had was his older sister. This studio and even the privilege of going to high school was through his older sister's sacrifice. Even now she was working arduously in a factory. The only way he could pay her back was to study hard. Jamin was studying so fiercely that Woojin didn't dare to talk to him. Whoa! Even though he is handsome, he is studying really hard. Woojin turned on the computer, then he connected to a familiar portal site. He searched about the dungeons. The internet was the best option to learn about the changes that had occurred on Earth in the past 5 years. Let's see. Dungeon Shock. August 5th, huh? I was summoned around that time. His summon to the Alphen planet and the Earth's subway stations turning into dungeons were too close to be called a coincidence. He couldn't exactly remember it, but his intuition was telling him it happened on the same day. It means there is a connection. Why was he summoned to the other side during the dungeon shock? He still didn't know the exact reasons. He just struggled hard to survive, and he longed to return home. He felt a feeling of unsatisfaction. Roused. What is this? They are just people with supernatural powers. He couldn't help but be surprised when he looked up the roused. The roused were able to use specialized skills like teleportation, ignition ability, superspeed, and etc. The roused specialized ability was important, but the ability to use the magical artifacts acquired from the dungeons was more important. If they could use the magical items, it meant they possessed magic. It wouldn't be wrong to look at them as magicians. The real world has magicians. As a top necromancer, he had advanced to received amazing bonus stats, but he was still genuinely surprised by this. Since the characteristic of this dungeon was that it was underground, they couldn't use heavy firearms. Therefore, the roused basically become the heroes of the entire Earth as they worked out of Seoul. If left alone, the dungeons were ticking time bombs that could go off at any moment. Moreover, the dungeons went through changes. They were classified into 3 different types, and the attack plan differed for each of them. Dungeon, it literally was a timed dungeon. If a new one was created or a subway station changed into a dungeon, a 1-month countdown began. If the dungeon was cleared before the countdown ended, it turned into a mine. If they failed, the dungeon break happened. Mine, at first it was used as a figure of speech, but it had stuck so even the government called it that name. The conquered dungeons only summoned the basic monsters, and this was when the exploration happened. The basic monsters carried some value, and sometimes they were able to find artifacts. These mines reset after a certain amount of time. At most, it would reset after a couple of months, and at the very least, it would last a couple of days. No one knew when the dungeons would be reset, so government employees were assigned to look over the dungeons. Dungeon break, it was a horrible event where the dungeon attack has failed after the period of 1 month's time. As the word indicates, the dungeon bursts. The barrier crumbles, and the monster within escapes to the outer world. Woojin had entered the Woojin station's first exit, and it was a mine. Moreover, the rank of the basic monsters was so low that bloodstones weren't produced. The drab bit itself also had no particular use. It became an abandoned mine when it was decided it was of no value. Occasionally, it was used as a resting dungeon, where the beginner roused trained. However, this happened very rarely. Woojin looked up the Hammer Guild. He wanted to find out the identity of the imposing building built where his home used to be. He was genuinely curious. Jamin's neck stiffened as he studied, so he straightened his neck. He looked at the monitor on a whim, and his eyes became round. Uncle knows about the Hammer Guild? Ha! Hey, call me Big Brother. Do you know what goes on in this place? Of course, I know. It is one of the 3 most successful guilds in Korea. Jamin's eyes sparkled as he gave an explanation. Hammer Guild, Orang Guild, and KH Guild. These 3 were the most powerful guild in Korea. So they are companies? It's a little bit different. It started off as gathering places for the roused, but it is almost like a company now. No, should I say it is a big union between the roused. He started tilting his head in confusion, and Jamin started organizing his disorganized explanation. For the roused, it is a union. For a normal person like me, it is a company. It is my dream company. You can't get in with ordinary qualifications. Jamin was studying hard as he made the 3-grade guild in Korea his target. The benefits for the workers was amazing, and the annual income was quite large. If he's able to join the company, he'll be able to pay back the kindness shown by his struggling sister. Huh, is that right? Jamin became starry-eyed, and he let out a voice filled with desire. Woojin was unaccustomed to such looks, so he asked roughly. Anyways, won't those bastards from earlier in the day bother you tomorrow? Jamin's countenance became dark when he thought about the tenacious personality of Lee Soo-hyuk. He had somehow gotten through today since Woojin had shown up. It seemed his school life will become tortuous starting tomorrow. When he saw the other's face, Woojin spoke coolly. Hey. I have some business with the school, so let's go together tomorrow. I'll solve all your problems. Together? Jamin felt worried when he saw the confident Woojin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8, To Home, 2. Chapter 8, To Home, 2. TLN, please turn off adblock if you can. Ha! You were alive, Woojin. His homeroom teacher from his 3rd year in high school looked as if he had seen a ghost. Woojin laughed bitterly. Numerous people had died during the dungeon shock, and it seemed Woojin was counted as one of the casualties. In reality, it had been 20 years since they met again, so he didn't feel much emotions. The teacher looked for Woojin inside the student record. Ah. Here is your phone number. Ring. The teacher immediately called the number. The number may or may not have changed. Would he be able to hear his mother's voice? Had the number changed? Woojin was sitting on the opposite sofa, and his heart was pounding. Hello? The homeroom teacher heard a tired middle-aged woman's voice. He used a special tone of voice reserved for speaking to a student's parents. Yes, hello. My name is Lee Sang-woo. I'm a teacher at Mito High School. What? Mito High School? The shaking voice seemed similar to the dimly remembered voice of his mother. Woojin's heart sped up, and it felt like he was out of breath. Yes. Are you by any chance Mrs. Lee Soo-gyung? Yes. You are correct. What is it you need? If it's Mito High School, then it was the school our eldest went to. Woojin felt like his heart was about to stop when he heard the voice across the phone. Even when he was hit squarely by Balrog's whip, it didn't hurt as much as this. Woojin snatched the handphone as if he was stealing it, then he spoke in a shaking voice. Mom. There were no words spoken across the phone. However, one could tell how surprised she was. She must have been shaking so much, since her entire feelings was conveyed to him. Mom. This is Woojin. Come Woojin. It was harder to speak the word mom than using a 9th circle magic spell. His throat was tied up in knots, and he was barely able to hold back his tears. Instead of hearing words from across the phone, he could only hear the sound of weeping. Woojin? Is it really our Woojin? Are you really our Woojin? At the sound of her wails, Woojin couldn't even guess how much sorrow she had endured. The sadness turned into joy as his tears fell. I've returned. Wooha, TLN crying SFX, my Woojin. He had survived 20 years for this moment. Where did you move to? I'll go there. No. I'll come over there. I'll be there soon, so don't move an inch from there. He heard the sounds of hurried feet. Woojin gave the teacher his phone. Phew. He let out a long breath he had held as he tried to swallow his tears. After the teacher received the phone from him, he tried to calm the mother. He ended the call only after a lengthy conversation. At this sight, Woojin was reminded he needed to buy a phone soon. She'll be here in about 1 or 2 hours. Phew. Thank you, teacher. A few. I didn't really do anything. I'm more thankful that you are alive. Do you mind if I look around the school? Well, do whatever you want. Woojin thought it would be boring to sit in one place for 2 hours, so he exited the staff room. Phew. Let's go see Jamin. When his mother arrives, he'll have to repay the money he borrowed from Jamin in haste. He felt embarrassed to receive money from his parent when he was already 24 years old. However, he had decided to repay her back by dedicating his entire life to being a good son. Just at that moment, kids crowded into the hallway since it was break time. He squeezed by people as he walked. He was boldly walking around wearing a white t-shirt and shorts one would only wear when going to sleep, so many students gave him a once-over. Wah, he's really handsome. He's really tall. I heard he is our school's alumni. If it wasn't for the other students in uniform, the female high school student would have exclaimed him to be their ideal type. They whispered among themselves, and they clapped their hands in delight. Wah! His fashion is so unsophisticated. Shit! He's frighteningly thick. What did that bum used to do? The male students secretly made fun of Woojin. Woojin ignored them, and he found Jaemin's classroom. Jaemin wasn't even able to go to the restroom during the break as kids surrounded him. Hey, Jaemin. Woojin approached Jaemin in a friendly manner, and this surprised the gathering around him. Suhyuk and the other kids, who had suffered under Woojin, tried to avoid meeting his eyes. The other kids glared at Woojin, then they mocked him. Who is this bitch? Wow. Were you afraid of becoming the outcast, so you called in your big brother? At most, there were 7 of them. They looked at Woojin, and they grinned. Jaemin, who had a worried expression, met his eyes. Jaemin was slowly shaking his head from side to side when Woojin yelled. All of you playing as bullies follow me up to the roof. With an obstinate expression, Woojin went in the front with the downcast Jaemin, and they headed towards the roof. The bullies followed after them with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Wah! Let's give them a fucking beating. Hey, go call the kids in the other classes. Sohyuk secretly followed after the kids as they headed towards the roof. There were over 20 kids following after them, so he tried to push yesterday's events out of his memory. That's right. I was careless, so I was hit in the vitals by mistake. That bastard probably can't do much against this number. Including Sohyuk, over 20 bullies stepped onto the roof. Star 1. A haughty voice came out of Woojin's mouth. We are. The bullies were lined up in a line, and they simultaneously lowered their body to the floor doing a push-up. 2. Jaemin's minions. 25 students were in a line, and they were doing push-ups at the same time. Even Jaemin, who was directly involved, couldn't hide his surprise. What did he learn at the Yuri Mountain? He must have learned martial arts. If not, how could he defeat the 25 large bullies in a flash by himself? It really took less than 1 minute. He had already made them do 50 push-ups, yet the break hadn't ended yet. When the teens' arms started to tremble, Woojin gathered them in one place. Hey, everyone come over here. The bullies' faces were considerably flushed, and Woojin grinned at this sight. He had held back since this was Earth. If it was planet Alphen, then they wouldn't have been able to stand up. He probably would have enslaved them after making their bodies undead. Then he just need a little magic to damn their souls. What do you think this is? It's a steel pipe. That's right. Whoever brought this is quite hopeless. Some bastard had brought a steel pipe to beat Woojin with it. He grasped the steel pipe, then he easily bent it. As if this wasn't enough, he grabbed both ends of the bent steel pipe, then he pulled. Zzzzzt. The steel pipe stretched like a stick of caramel. In a moment, it couldn't take the tension, so it was ripped in half. The bullies looked at him as if their soul had been ripped away, and Woojin threw the broken steel pipe to the floor. Gong! Woojin put an arm around Jaemin's shoulder, who was standing next to him. You won't bother Jaemin anymore? We won't bother him. We'll absolutely not bother him, but. Woojin nodded his head as if he was satisfied with the shouts in front of him. Don't try to make him the outcast, and you guys should get along with him. All right? Yes. Yes. Then go back to class. At Woojin's word, the bullies felt relieved that they were still alive. Then they bickered to be the first one to get off the roof. Jaemin looked at Woojin with a devastated expression. How am I supposed to go to school now? Rumors of such a large incident would be spread across the school. Woojin smiled brightly as he looked at his sour expression. I thought you were only going to study? Now no one will torment you. Huh? What is this? His argument was persuasive. He was only going to study, so why should he care if he didn't have some friends? Woojin patted Jaemin's shoulder when he saw his flustered expression. Right. I was able to contact my mother. Soon I'll be able to repay the money you lent me. No. It's okay, big brother. It wouldn't be right. Woojin was excited at the prospect of meeting his mother. Jaemin impatiently waited for the bell to ring, and he wanted to end the conversation with Woojin as quickly as possible. Ah, I'll repay your kindness. It couldn't have been easy to let a stranger sleep over for a night. Ha ha. No. Big brother helped me first. You even did so today. He'll be embarrassed in the near future, but it wouldn't be too bad. It seemed as if the bullies wouldn't bother him anymore. They'll probably torment him with petty and cheap methods. Yes. I'm glad you think of it like that. If I buy a hand phone, I'll contact you. If those bastards bother you again, then you can call me. Woojin took out the piece of paper from the pocket in his short, and he shook it. Ha, he didn't lose it. It was a fake number he had made up. He felt a bit guilty, so Jaemin laughed awkwardly. Yes, big brother. Congratulations on reuniting with your mother. Ha ha. Thanks. You should continue to study hard, and get a job in a great company. When the bell rung, Jaemin knew this was his chance. He bowed to say goodbye, then he ran toward his classroom. Woojin remained on the roof as he just grinned. The weather is quite nice. Maybe it was, because there were less cars. The sky above Seoul looked very clear today. Woojin stood there for a while, then he saw a taxi stop in front of the front gate. His heart felt like it was about to stop, when he saw the woman hurriedly head towards the school. Mom! Woojin calmed his heart, then he head towards the staff room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, I'll have to make some money. Chapter 9, I'll have to make some money. TLN, this will be the last regular chapter of this week. I'll probably take it easy until Monday unless there is a sponsored chapter. Next week regular chapters are Dragon Makin' War, and Legend of Legend. Please turn off your ad blocks if possible. Enjoy. Woojin. It really is our Woojin. It really is Woojin. His mother grabbed onto him, then she cried for a long time. She had thought he had died, yet Woojin had come back alive after 5 years. She couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. Where have you been? It'll be too long to explain it here. Anyways, where's the other family members? I went back home, and it was gone. Sua is at her preschool. You father. His mother started to speak, but she started to cry again. He felt something was amiss, so his pounding heart turned cold. Let's go. Let's go home and talk. Yes. Let's do that. Let's go home. As if his mother would disappear, Woojin held both her hands tightly as they left the staff room. While they rode the bus, his mother spoke despondently about their situation. His father had been caught up in the dungeon shock as he left for work. As with the other tens of thousands of people riding the subway, he had passed away. They couldn't even find his corpse. His mother had lived on alone as she took care of Sua. After losing the head of the household, her son was also missing. The only reason why his mother was able to withstand everything was because of young Sua. They hadn't been very wealthy in the past, and his mother had to take care of the whole household by herself. He could feel the difficulties she had gone through. The only asset they had was the apartment, but the price became dirt cheap after the dungeon shock. Moreover, his mother wasn't qualified for many of the jobs since she had only been a housewife. To make matters worse, Sua became ill, so the household's wealth decreased rapidly. It was a situation where every day was painful. She had struggled to hold on for the past 5 years. It's fine since you are alive. Don't worry too much about it. I thought you had taken the subway. His mother was thankful just from the fact that he was alive. The bus traveled for an hour before they approached the neighborhood where he used to live. They moved towards a block away from the Hammer Guild's headquarters, and they arrived at a rundown neighborhood. Just in case you or your father might come back, we moved to a close location. If one disappeared during the dungeon shock, it basically meant the person was dead. However, his mother hadn't lost hope. Her son had returned after 5 years, so she felt rewarded by her efforts. His mother led him through winding alleyways, then she headed toward a specific shack. It was a very small one-room, and it was smaller than Jaemin's house. Moreover, there were a lot of luggage stacked inside, so it made the room look smaller. Stay right here. I'll go to the preschool, and I'll bring Sua back. His mother left Woojin by himself inside the room, and she left the house. Woojin looked around the small room filled with boxes, then he opened one of them. Ah! The box held none other than his old belongings. He opened the other boxes, and it was all the same. It contained his father's clothes and his clothes. There were even toys he had played with when he was little. She had kept all the belongings they had possessed when they lived in the apartment 5 years ago. She had forced it all inside this one room, so it wasn't inevitable for the house to become cramped. He could guess the reason why his mother couldn't throw away their belongings, and his heart felt like it was going to break. Soon, his mother returned home with Suwa holding her hand. Her wide-eyed face looked up at Woojin. Her complexion looked pale, but her white skin just made her look cuter. The 2-year-old baby he remembered in his memories had turned into a 7-year-old cute child. Suwa. This is your big brother. Greet him. Big brother? Suwa grabbed on to the hem of her mother's clothes, then she warily looked over Woojin. Woojin made his most friendly smile as he looked down toward Suwa. Suwa. Could you play with your big brother for a moment? Mother will make delicious food soon. Ha? Mommy doesn't have to go to the restaurant? Of course. It's my day off today. It was only lunch, but his mother worked as if she was in a hurry. She prepared a sumptuous feast. Suwa became unusually animated when she saw the meat-side dish. It seemed like she wasn't able to eat meat on a regular basis. His mother looked at him with contentment, so as to repay her, he ate the food with relish. After he emptied 3 bowls of rice, he stopped his spoon. It was said the act of eating food was a good way to lower the wariness in humans. Suwa seemed to have immediately adjusted to him. She called him big brother easily, and she stuck to Woojin's side. It was false to say she wasn't wary, but it seemed she was starved for attention. It made Woojin's heart hurt when he saw this. Then Suwa plays by herself after coming home from preschool? Yes. Mommy goes through a lot of troubles. I have to behave and play by myself. He was proud of what the 7-year-old said, so Woojin patted her head. Geez. You have to brush Mimi's head instead of mine. Ah. Okay. Suwa passed him her Barbie named Mimi, then he brushed its hair with a brush as big as his finger. Woojin and Suwa played with the doll, and his mother's gaze was on them as she washed the dishes. She had struggled so much in the past 5 years that it felt like she had become an old lady. His mother, who was doing the dishes, picked up the phone when it rang. Then she hurried into the restroom to answer the phone. What's going on? Where did you go during the busy hours? Come back immediately. Today is a really important day. May I take a leave? Hey lady, what do you think this is? There is no taking leaves at this small restaurant. You even got out of work regularly by giving excuses that your daughter was sick. If you don't want to get fired, come in right now. Woojin's senses were several times more sensitive compared to normal people, so it wasn't hard for him to hear the whispered conversation. Woojin roughly figured out the situation, and Woojin felt a heavy feeling. It felt as if a rock was pressing down on his chest. His mother exited the restroom, then she quickly finished washing the dishes. Then she spoke to Woojin and Suwa with an apologetic face. Suwa. I'm sorry, but can you play a little bit with your big brother? It's okay. I'll play with big brother. Even though she didn't have any old memories of him, Suwa was already following after her big brother, and this made her very cute. I'm so sorry about this, Woojin. Woojin gave an ample laugh. It's okay. Have a safe trip. Yes. I'll be back soon. After his mother went out, Suwa let out the tears she had been holding back. She's always busy. Suwa is always alone. Woojin's eyes turned round when he saw her crying figure. No. Big brother is here now. Che, I've never seen you, so how can you be my big brother? Ha ha. I'm really your big brother. Don't you remember me from when you were young? I even changed your diapers. Suwa, don't we anymore? Woojin tried to appease the grumbling Suwa, so he played with her. He had assumed his mother would return around dinner time, but she wasn't back yet. Therefore, Woojin started cooking. Woojin was used to sleeping out in the open when he was at the planet Alphen. When he opened the refrigerator, there were several ingredients left over from his mother's previous shopping trip. Woojin simply fried an egg, then he shared vegetable fried rice with Suwa. His mother returned around 9 o'clock. I'm sorry. Mother is late. What did you eat for dinner? We'll have to buy you a hand phone tomorrow. His mother couldn't contact Woojin, so she must have felt frustrated. They laid down their bedding in the small one room, and he didn't even have space to roll over. Suwa had already fallen asleep in his mother's arms, but Woojin and his mother had a hard time going to sleep. I'm very glad you are back. His mother had already said those words multiple times as she laid down her tired body. Woojin couldn't sleep that night, and he stayed up with his eyes wide open. This isn't it. Woojin felt a suffocating feeling as if he was buried within a fallen building. The next morning everyone woke up in a flurry. Sua had to attend preschool, and his mother prepared to go to work. Woojin, go to the borough office and get your SSN reissued. After I get off work, we'll go shop for a handphone. Don't go anywhere. If you are hungry, then make and eat some ramen. No, if you are hungry, come to the restaurant located in the front. It is the Sungmi restaurant located in front of the mart. Yes. Don't worry about me. I'll see you later. When everyone left, Woojin was alone, so his mood dampened. He had a lot of things to do. He had to cancel the missing persons report, then he had to be reissued a SSN at the borough office. He was summoned during his third year of high school, so he hadn't even graduated. He didn't want to be unemployed, so he also had to get a job. I have to make some money. He felt pity for his busy mother, and Sua, who had to spend every day by herself. He was the man of the house now. He had to become the pillar of this household. I have to make a lot of money. He'll have to study again. Moreover, he'll have to immediately get a temporary job. Woojin quickly thought of a way to make a lot of money. It felt like destiny. No, it felt like a devil's claw drawing him in. Roused. Woojin looked at the 3 crumpled bills of 10,000 won, and he came to a decision. He opened the box with his carefully stored clothes. He wore his own clothes, then he exited the house. He had received his SSN, and he had cancelled his mission person's report. He opened an account in his name at the bank, then he went into a phone store to purchase a handphone. This is our hottest item, dear customer. It is very sturdy, so it is a model used by many famous roused. At the phone salesman's recommendation, he purchased the handphone. He entered in his mother's phone number, then he sent a message. There is a little brother that I know living close to our house. I'll stay there for now, and I'll prepare for the school qualification examination. TLN, basically a Korea GED. His mother immediately called him when Woojin sent the message. He had to talk with her for a very long time to assuage her fears. She knew their financial situation wouldn't allow him to study, so in the end, she agreed to his proposal. Phew. I feel bad about it, but I'll make it up later. Jaemin's house wasn't very far off from Woojin's house. It was a distance he could walk to. He had decided it was the ideal place to stay until he bought a bigger house. Woojin unfurled the folded paper, then he input Jaemin's number. He pressed the call button, and the ringback tone rang. Soon, a person picked up the phone. Hello. This is the Dongjin Agency's Parkwiso. He heard a husky voice. He checked to see if he made an error in pressing the numbers. However, it matched the phone number on the paper. Hello. If you made a call, then please speak. Is this Jaemin? No. Click dash. Accompanying an annoyed voice, the phone call was terminated. Woojin clicked his tongue as he looked at his phone. Ha! What is this? Did he trick me? Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, To the Dungeon. Chapter 10, To the Dungeon. Woojin grinned as he looked at his phone. This is great. He purposefully gave him a fake phone number. Since he already knew where he lived, Woojin wasn't worried about meeting him again. He had been wondering how to ask Jaemin if he could stay over for a couple days. However, it seemed like he could be a little shameless now. He had earned a great excuse. Woojin walked lightly towards Jaemin's rented room. Star. Phew. Jaemin let out a sigh as he saw the kids slowly look away from his gaze. It was great that the bullies didn't bother him anymore, but now his other normal classmates avoided him, except one person. He was eating lunch by himself on a 6-man table when someone put a tray in front of him. Hey, I heard your big brother beat up all the bullies. Is it true? Jaemin sighed when Lee Seulgi asked her question. He admitted Seulgi was pretty even to him. However, he had to focus on studying. If he started dating someone, then it would be a betrayal towards his hardworking sister. Let's just eat. He. Is it true he is your older cousin? He guessed weird rumors were going around. Before Jaemin could explain the situation, Seulgi laughed lightly. Ha. I thought you were just handsome, but you also have some backing. Lee Sehyuk won't bother us again. His guilt toward his sister wasn't the only reason why he tried to distance himself from Seulgi. Everyone in the school knew Lee Sehyuk, the bully, had a crush on Seulgi. However, Solgi didn't even look at Sohyuk. She only hung around the handsome Jaemin, so of course, Sohyuk wouldn't look kindly at Jaemin. Jaemin had put up a steel wall towards Solgi, so he could act tactful in front of Sohyuk. I don't need to act tactful anymore. Woojin wasn't really his older cousin, but even if that rumor spread, it wasn't a bad thing. The bullies won't be able to do anything to him. Jaemin decided to look at the positives. He didn't have to walk on eggshells anymore. Do you like me? Jaemin looked at her with a dumbfounded expression when she asked her straightforward question. Why was this girl so aggressive? Solgi's smooth brows furrowed, then she pouted. What? Am I not pretty? Of course, you are pretty. However, he couldn't boldly say it with his mouth. He. Let's just eat. Study over dating. It wasn't too late for him to date after he got a job. After the lunch period ended, Solgi bothered him for a long time. Jaemin broke free from her, then he headed toward his tutoring school. Aring. Big sister. His sister, Dujaiwan, always called him around the time he headed toward his tutoring school. Is everything okay? Nothing much. Oh yeah. I met a strange big brother yesterday. He said he was 5 years my senior, and he was an alumni of my school. Do you know him? He said his name was Woojin. His sister was also an alumni of Mito High School. Now that he thought about it, his sister was 5 years his senior, so she should have been in the same grade as Woojin. Ha? Woojin? He was a kid who suddenly went missing before the dungeon shock. Jaiwan remembered Woojin. However, she knew of his existence only because the entire school had known he had gone missing. During her school days, it wasn't as if she was close to him. You know about him, big sister. I'll give you a more thorough explanation when you come home this weekend. That big brother helped me out a little bit. Okay, Jaemin. Sister's break time is over. Study hard. During her 3rd year in high school, his big sister was already busy working at the factory. His big sister was the reason why he could go to school without worrying about his living expenses. Jaemin was also able to attend a tutoring school. His sister, who was 5 years older, was both his mother and father. She was the driving force fueling him to study hard. Oh yeah. He said he would give me my money back, but he just went away. Jaemin grinned before he knew it when he thought about Woojin. He seemed to be a crazy person, but he also didn't seem like a bad person. He was really scary when he was beating up the bullies, but he had been nice to Jaemin. Woojin's beating of the bullies was well worth the 7,300 won. From the beginning, he didn't plan on taking back the money. However, Woojin had promised numerous times that he would repay him, yet he had left without doing so. This thought made him laugh. DDI Dick, DDI Rory. After the tutoring school had ended, Jaemin dragged his tired body home when his eyes became round. He saw shoes he had never seen before. Moreover, that person was lying on his bed eating a tangerine. You are back, Jaemin? Big brother. How did you know my secret passcode? I saw it last time when you pressed it. This is trespassing. I tried to call you, but someone else answered the phone. That is. As if he felt guilty, Jaemin stuttered when he spoke. He really thought he would be extorted and put in a bad situation, so he had given him a fake number. Bitch. Do you think I'll hit you? Just come over here. I have something I have to ask you. Jaemin was nervous, so he sat rigidly. It was a strange scene where it looked like the ownership of the house had been switched. Woojin popped a peeled tangerine in his mouth as he asked a question. You said the roused make a lot of money? That's true. I read there were guilds, associations, and a lot of things like affiliations. I've also read some dungeons were disclosed to the public, and it was monopolized. Explain it to me, . It was such an out-of-the-blue question that Jaemin tilted his head in confusion. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? I want to attack the dungeon. Big brother is one of the roused? Jaemin asked in surprise, then he kicked himself. Woojin had defeated over 20 bullies in a flash. If he wasn't aroused, his godlike movement couldn't be explained. He believed him like an idiot. He thought he had learned martial arts on the Yuri mountain. I just need some money. Tell me what you know. If you want to enter a private dungeon, you have to register yourself with the association as a roused. Originally, Jaemin already had a lot of interest in the roused and the guilds. No, it could be said every male around his age was interested in this topic. Woojin quietly heard his zealous explanation, while he peeled another tangerine. So I just have to register myself as aroused, then I can make the most money by attacking the dungeon by myself. At Woojin's words, Jaemin hit his chest as if he was frustrated. Did he even listen to his explanation? That is how the rate is calculated. However, it is too dangerous, so it would be best if one joins a guild. If not, you could get a job at the association or government bureau. I hear you have to take an entrance exam for a guild? I don't have time to wait for the result. Doesn't the associations and government bureaus all work on monthly salaries? I can't wait for a month. Jaemin shook his head. Then, at the very least, you have to form a party. Dungeons are a really dangerous place. Oh yeah. You said you bought a cell phone? Be sure to download this app. App? Woojin wasn't familiar with smartphones, so Jaemin downloaded the app in his stead. I'll do it for you. This is Gallery 1. Wow, people still use this. Did one of your family member use this? Isn't that the newest model? What? Maybe if it was 4 years ago. Did you perhaps buy it as a new item? At Jaemin's reaction, Woojin knew he had been duped. That motherfucking phone salesman. He conned the ultimate necromancer. If this was Planet Alphen, such an event was unthinkable. This is so slow. Anyways, this is the dungeon forum. Originally, this was the Subway info app. However, the Roused Association purchased it, and they remade it. Now it is a comprehensive portal app that deals with everything related to the dungeons. Jaemin prattled on as he dumped out all the info he had. As he had said, the Dungeon Forum was a comprehensive app. It had a section for hiring members to attack dungeons. It also had a function where one could search for dungeon in its attack time period. It also warned people of a dangerous dungeon where a dungeon break will occur soon. Once you register as a Roused with the association, you will log in with your Roused ID. It'll even give you a record on who failed during mid-dungeon attack. Woojin fiddled with the app to learn how to use it. Anyways, I just need to search for a dungeon in mid-attack, then I can challenge it? I heard it is safe to go to a captured mine. It displayed information about the captured dungeon mines. It gave the location of the most important item, the return stone. It also listed which monster appeared, and it was much easier to form a party. It was considered to be comparatively safe. The problem was he had to give a fixed amount of loot he found in the dungeon to the guild or Roused, who first successfully captured the dungeon. He also had to give a fixed service charge to the association, and another commission to the first person who captured the dungeon. Since Woojin hadn't recovered his previous power, he thought it was a good choice to enter a captured dungeon with an exploration term. The problem was coming up with the entrance fee he had to pay when he entered the mine for the first time. It was a burdensome sum for the current Woojin. Since one had to risk one's life during a dungeon attack, everything was free. The mine was a gold mine where one could get items, monsters' corpses, and bloodstones. Therefore, it required an incredible amount of commissions and entrance fees. So a dungeon where I could make a fair amount of money has an entrance fees that is over 100,000 won? That's correct. There were numerous dungeons with higher fees, but there were no dungeons below it. The free dungeons were abandoned mines like the Guachin Station's first exit, where one couldn't make any money. Woojin thought about it. He could challenge a dungeon in mid-capture to get a sizable windfall, or he could aim for a safe captured mine with less profit. He agonized over the decision, but his answer was decided. The thought of his family prevented him from doing a reckless challenge. He wasn't some apostle of justice. He had no reason to put his life on the line to clear a dungeon in mid-capture. Moreover, he couldn't return to his mother to ask for the entrance fee. Let me borrow some money. At the bold Woojin's words, Jaemin felt like he had fallen into a trap he couldn't escape from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Roused Registration. Chapter 11, Roused Registration. TLN, just an FYI. My free time will be decreasing drastically starting today. I'll have to push translating novels to a lower priority. I'll try to stick to the regular schedule. Also, since I have less time, sponsored chapter will probably take 2 days instead of 1. I hope you guys understand. Thanks. Woojin got off the bus, then he took out his phone to launch the map app. While it was loading, he saw a round bar rotating forever. He wondered how he should get rid of that damn phone salesman. After 30 seconds had passed, the map finally showed up. Woojin used the navigation function to head toward his destination. After searching for the destination, he had to wait a long minute before it started to give him directions. Roused General Affairs Bureau. Woojin came to the General Affairs Bureau to register himself as aroused. At the reception desk, Woojin wrote down his basic biological data and his ability. He took a receipt number, and after a brief time, he headed towards the examination room. The examination room had cameras everywhere, and 2 roused from the bureau was stationed there in case of any unforeseen event. Also, there was a public official sitting there to process the test results. Junwon, who had returned to the General Affairs Bureau, looked over Kang Woojin's file. You have a summoning ability? Could you show it to me? Woojin answered his very businesslike questions. Right here? Woojin stood there blankly, so Junwon moved his gaze towards his monitor. Have I met him before? It had been only 4 days since he had seen his face, but Woojin's outfit differed too much from his current outfit. Junwon couldn't recognize him. I need a vector. You have a mass summoning ability. What kind of vector do you need? Give me 1 corpse. What? Of course, Junwon and the 2 roused from the bureau was taken aback. Woojin smirked as he added more words afterwards. I'm not talking about a human corpse. It could be a monster or even a dead animal. It needs to have bones. Of course, human corpses are fine too. I understand. Even though Junwon was taken aback, he called the support division. Soon, the support division brought a corpse of a bunny, which had been killed during an experiment. He spread his hand towards the corpse placed in the middle of the examination room. Wake up. Papak. The bunny's corpse exploded, and a skeleton soldier suddenly surged up. Keek. Junwon gulped as the skeleton soldiers producing a bizarre sound. He had seen all types of weird roused abilities, but this scene was a new one. However, Junwon was only a rank 9, so it was his first time seeing this. However, it wasn't as if there weren't any roused with such abilities. You are a necromancer. The roused were given various titles based on their abilities like magician, warrior, or priest. Of course, there were necromancers who controlled the undead. There were even some famous people amongst the necromancers. As you can see, summoner's ability is given a roused rank based on their summoned being's battle ability. Why don't you try attacking that? In the middle of the examination room, a hologram appeared, so Woojin looked around the examination room anew. There were numerous equipment installed around the domed examination room, and it was projecting the hologram. Think of it as a simulated battle. I just want to see your summoned being's movement. The hologram was kobold, and it had a small body. It was a monster as common as the drabbit, but they were harder to hunt since they liked to group together. Moreover, they behaved like a swarm. Keek. The skeleton soldier moved according to his will, and it started to fight the kobold. It didn't have a real body, so his bone knife passed right through it. However, the machines installed around the surrounding picked up all the movements as it took measurements. After 5 minutes had passed, Junwon told him to stop. Do you have any other abilities? Well, I don't have any other notable abilities. Yet. Wait a moment. Could you follow me? Junwon directed him to a break room. He said he'll only take a moment, but Junwon took an hour before he came back with a black card. It looked like a high-quality credit card, but it had his picture imprinted on it like his ID. This is your roused registration card. It can be used as an ID and a debit card. The card simply had his personal profile, and there was a rank F written on it. Is rank F really that low? It can't be considered high. No, it is the lowest. Summoner's battle abilities are weaker than expected. Of course. He hadn't put his points into the LVL-1 skeleton soldiers. They could only exert half the strength of an adult. Well, if one's rank is too low, is there a restriction on which dungeons you can enter? There is no such thing. However, the party is distributed based on your rank when you are forming a party. That wasn't a problem. He didn't want to form a party. He planned on using the dungeon by himself. Woojin could sever a steel bar with his bare hands, and he could simultaneously move 14 of his summoned beings. Therefore, he didn't make a fuss out of it. Excuse me. Have I seen you somewhere? At Junwon's question, Woojin tilted his head in confusion. He didn't try hard to comb over his old memories. No, he thought it wasn't worth it. This is the first time. Have a nice day. Woojin immediately left the bureau, and Junwon scratched the back of his head. I know I've seen him somewhere. Still, he kept having an uncomfortable feeling. He was able to find the source of the discomfort only when Ju Wan returned to his seat. Ah! He was that guy from before. Woojin Station's first exit. On the first day he returned from his temp job, Junwan had been berated by his superior. The reason being he hadn't been vigilant in controlling the access to the dungeon. Junwan searched through his drawer, and he took out the access record to the Woojin Station's first exit. Name, Kang Woojin, affiliation, Planet Earth, roused number, 12,345. When he saw the cheeky answer on the record again, his fists shook again. He's a rank F and not a high rank? Moreover, he is a noob, who just registered today. Geez. Junwan was berated by his superior, because of this bastard, and he had been in a huff for a while. He is only rank F yet how did he clear it by himself? The Woojin Station's first exit had drab bits. They didn't drop any bloodstones, but it wasn't a dungeon where a F rank could clear it on his own. Geez. Junwan tilted his head, then he threw the file on the desk. He won't see him again, so why should he care? Star. After leaving the bureau, Woojin took out his smartphone, then he opened the dungeon forum. He almost exploded from frustration when the loading screen took a while before the app started running. As he had learned from Jaemin, he set the search option to the entrance fee of 10,000 won. Then he selected a monster rank that was 2 ranks below his summoned monsters. This is the closest one. Woojin checked for a bus line that goes to the Shinrim Station's 7th exit dungeon, then he waited at the bus station. Man, this app is quite convenient. In the past 5 years, the dungeons born from the train stations weren't the only thing new. In the past, only few people had smartphones, but everyone had one now. Moreover, there were a lot of convenient apps that were helpful in real life. As he got closer to the Shinrim Station, the building's height became lower, and the surrounding became desolate. The area around the station wasn't thriving with buildings. There were occasional vacant lots at the intersections, and he saw a really big parking lot. It looks like the dungeon break happened here at least once. If not, he had no explanation as to why the perfectly fine buildings were shuttered. There wouldn't be any empty lots present. When he previously headed toward the first exit, there were army troops already deployed there. His current destination, the 7th exit, had a crowd of people in front of it. Woojin had come here after reading a famous blog. It seemed many netizens had rushed over here. He shook his head when he saw the long line. I hadn't thought about this. The low entrance fee, and the 2 rank below monsters meant the risk was small, but the competition to make money at the mine was fierce. Woojin had no choice but to get in line. Everyone was gathered in small groups, so it seemed like they were working together. This was when a man with sharp features spoke to him from further in front of the line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, Roused Registration, 2. Chapter 12, Roused Registration, 2. TLN, second chapter of the week. I'll have another Elqueenus out in a day or two to clear the queue. Next week chapters will be Dragon/Legend. Please turn off the ad blocks if you can. Thank you. Hey, bro. You look to be alone, so why don't you join our party? We've gathered exactly 7 people here, so there is 1 spot left. It's okay. I'll enter alone. The man was taken aback by Woojin's refusal. Why would you want to waste your entrance fee by entering by yourself? Since there is a time limit, there is a limit on how many bloodstones you can mine. The man laughed when he saw Woojin's confused expression. I guess you haven't been a miner for long. The roused were called by a slang. The people, who specialized in challenging the unconquered dungeons, were called rangers. Those, who mined the bloodstones, in the safe and conquered dungeons were called miners. The roused, who were mobilized to fight the monsters with the military during the dungeon break, were called guardians. They were called these names based on their occupation. However, a ranger could become a miner, and a miner could become a guardian. As if the man thought Woojin was a noob, he started going over the rules for a miner in broad terms. There was a cap on how many people could enter the dungeon. When rangers decide to attack a dungeon, they make their teams based on the headcount. These people were called the attack squads. The 3 great guilds of Korea were famous for having competent attack squads. It was the same for the miners. Miners could only be admitted up to the maximum number. The attack squad sent in the maximum number of people to send in the best fighting pow, and the miners did it to increase their efficiency. The entrance fee was also calculated based on the maximum number of people able to enter the dungeon. The maximum number of people able to enter the Shinrim Station's 7th exit was 8 people. So, if I want to use it alone, then I'll have to pay the fee of 8 people? 800,000 won? Yes. Moreover, it is an hourly fee. Even though only the basic monsters were summoned in the dungeon, it was still dangerous. The information about the dungeon had already been released to the public, so the danger to a miner's life was lessened. However, they were still putting their life on the line. The return stones could only be found in the deepest part of most dungeons. It was impossible for one person to clear it in 1 hour. If one went over the time limit, the entrance fee doubled. If I want to use the dungeon for 2 hours alone, then I need an entrance fee of 1,600,000 won. If he took out all the monsters, then he'll probably make decent money. However, a roused with that much ability wouldn't even enter a mere 2-star dungeon. What is your rank? It's rank F. TSK. You came here without knowing anything, but you are in luck. Join our party as a learning experience. We'll guarantee your safety. All right. Woojin was able to take care of his own safety, but he joined the party without any fuss. It was purely based on the fact that he didn't have the entrance fee. I'll have to level up fast, so I can attack a dungeon in peace. There were too many constraints and fees. It seemed Woojin's temperament was incompatible with mining. He was disappointed, but he decided to experience mining for a day with these people. Groups of 8 members were entering the dungeon, so the waiting line grew shorter pretty fast. They were all roused, but they all held low ranks. The people gathered here were quite diverse. The difficulty level wasn't very high, so the parties in front of them were all able to clear the dungeon in 40-50 minutes. The man, who introduced himself as Beidasu, was a rank E user. He was a professional miner, who traveled with 6 teammates to gain profits from the mines. Usually, they only visited 1-star mines, but they decided to attempt a 2-star mine this time around. Since this will be their first attempt, they wanted to fill the 8 slots. 8 people were better than 6 people. Kang Woojin and a roused named Han Sunggu had come to the dungeon by themselves, so they joined Beidasu's team. Han Sunggu was a new roused and he was rank F like Woojin. Well, everyone except me is rank F. Therefore, my share will be 2, and everyone else will be 1. We'll gather all the bloodstones, then we'll divide into 9 portions at the end. Woojin didn't have much to say. He agreed to Beidasu's words. He was challenging a mine just to have the experience. Phew, I'm shaking. How about you? From the start, Han Sunggo had a hard time getting along with Beidasu's group, so he tried to act friendly towards Woojin, while they waited in line. Woojin replied back in a sufficient manner, so they talked about various topics. Han Sunggu was a rank F noob, but he was very interested in the dungeons. He possessed a vast array of knowledge. Woojin's conversation with him was quite beneficial. Han Sunggu was 21 years old, and he had become aroused only 2 months ago. He had quit going to school, and he had started his roused activity in earnest. He had been going to 1-star mines for the past 2 months, and he felt he had gotten used to the mines. This was the first time he was attempting a 2-star mine. Money wasn't his ultimate goal. His goal was to strengthen and train his roused abilities. His dream was to join a ranger's team to attempt an unconquered dungeon. He wanted to join the attack squad. Even if one is afraid, men aren't supposed to show it. Ha ha. Big brother is quite confident. The queue time lasted several hours, so they talked a lot. Eventually, they decided to call each other big bro and little bro. Okay. Let's start getting ready to enter. The barrier around the dungeon let out a green light, and it started to fade. Woojin tilted head in curiosity as he saw the team in front of him exit. Ha! It seems there was an accident. As the experienced Beidasu had predicted, the team in front of them had 4 casualties. The public employees and officials dispatched from the Dungeon Management Agency ran towards them to investigate the situation. They were waiting right behind them, so Woojin was able to hear their words clearly. A hobgoblin showed up. How is that possible? The dispatched public employee showed entrance log to the argumentative roused. Didn't you read this? You even signed here. The basic monsters summoned inside the dungeon may vary from information given. The burden of responsibility regarding this is placed on the roused. The 4 surviving Rosud, who had lost their team, was very animated, but they had no way of receiving a compensation. Being a miner wasn't a safe job. Tisk. It is useless to argue like that. They are just wasting their energy. It seemed they had left their party members' corpses behind, and they were only able to run away after securing the return stone. Since they weren't able to secure any bloodstones, they had only incurred losses in this dungeon. As expected of a veteran miner, Beidasa had experienced a lot of these situations. Beidasa looked away from the argument, then he spoke to his teammates. Hobgoblins are 2-star monsters. If we are well prepared, there is no reason why we wouldn't be able to fight against it. No, those bastards most definitely drop bloodstones, so it should be better for us. According to Beidasa's words, he had never hunted a hobgoblin before, but he had the experience of clearing over 200 instances of 1-star mine. The 8 party members briefly signed their names in the dungeon entrance log, then they started heading down the subway station stairway. Okay. Let's enter. After Beidasu's encouragement, they descended the stairs and they approached a tunnel. A white barrier started forming when they entered. You have entered the Shinrim Station's 7th exit. This dungeon has already been conquered. Basic monsters will be summoned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Shinrim Station's 7th exit. Chapter 13, Shinrim Station's 7th exit. TLN, I finished translating this a little bit early. It'll count toward next week's regular chapters. I'll try to have Alquinas out by Monday. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Woojin discreetly asked Sunggu a question. Hey, do you hear that sound? Yes? What kind of sound? The sound of the wind? Yes. The wind is blowing pretty hard. He guessed only he could hear it. Woojin was closely related to the dungeons and the Alphen planet. So he realized this was limited only to him. Okay. Let's get into position. At Beidasa's words, 4 team members stepped forward. The 4 of them were all short-ranged fighters, so they carried some pretty sturdy shields. Beidasu and the other teammates positioned themselves behind the 4. Beidasu was aroused with an ignition ability, and the other person had a bow. Basically, the formation was a combination of 4 short-ranged fighters and 2 long-ranged fighters. Well, the 2 of you are new to this, so please position yourselves in the rear. Let's try to be in sync. If we turn upcoming corner, 4 normal goblins will be summoned. This was the first time Beidasu attempted a 2-star dungeon, but it seemed he had studied this place thoroughly. He knew this place like the content of a manual. Keek. When they turned the corner, 4 goblins rushed towards them. Goblins were small monsters with hideous faces, and they swung short clubs. Tong. The clubs were blocked by the shields, so it didn't do much damage. This was when Beidasa's ignition ability shone. Weraruk. The flames suddenly sparked in front of their faces. The goblins lost their sight, and they became disorganized. At that moment, the closed combat fighters raised their weapons, then they stepped forward. Siskuk, Puk. They mercilessly cut down the fallen goblins with their weapons. One goblin tried to run away when an arrow appeared like a ghost. It flew and embedded itself in the goblin's head. Swiuk. It wasn't shot like an Olympic archer, but the archer was still a member of the roused even if he was rank F. It was an attack that would sufficiently threaten a monster. They cut off the head of the goblin, who had become a bloody mess. Woojin and Sunggu watched silently from the side. Woojin had seen more gruesome sights, so it didn't bother him. Han Sunggu was also experienced from the 1-star dungeons, so he just frowned. He didn't disgrace himself by doing something like dry heaving. We are lucky. There are 2 bloodstones. If it's only this size, then we'll at least be able to receive 20. Woojin was surprised at Beidasa's words. The bloodstones were smaller than the size of a finch, yet they were valued at 20. He thought he had done the right thing to come to this dungeon even though he was risking his life. I guess 100,000 won isn't too expensive. Until a moment ago, it was a burdensome amount of money, but now it was laughable. Okay. Let's fight together at the next corner. What's your ability again? I can summon a fireball. After I throw one, I can throw another one after 3 seconds. I can throw 6 in succession. Okay. How about you? Beidasu's gaze touched Woojin. Woojin looked around his surrounding, then he raised his hand towards a goblin's corpse. Puk. Keek. A single skeleton soldier showed up. Everyone was surprised, so they looked towards Woojin once again. Ha ha. You are a summoner type. Well, do you have another ability? Woojin picked up the club dropped by a goblin, then he started swinging it through the air. Well, I have enough power to keep myself safe. The party was too busy looking at the skeleton soldier. This is the first time I've seen a necromancer. Whoa. This is amazing. I think it'll be great for searching or reconnaissance. While everyone was admiring it, Beidasu decided on the positions. We'll keep the same positions, but Woojin's summoned being can act as a scout. Mr. Honggu will let a fireball fly when I give him a signal. Woojin, while carefully turning the corner, opened his skill window. Then he increased the summoned skeleton soldier's skill. The monster's corpse was given as sacrifice, and a skeleton soldier of strength 14, agility 17, health 14 was summoned. Magic consumption 1, required control 1. He used 8 points to increase its skill level. The skeleton soldier's ability was increased in one sitting, and it was capable of exhibiting a powerful combat capability greater than a fully grown male. When the skill level reached 10, the skeleton soldier's appearance goes through a change, so he only raised it to LVL 9. It would be annoying for him to explain the changed appearance. It should be able to pull its own weight. Woojin decided not to do too much. He'll just make a decent amount of money. He wanted to attempt the dungeon by himself when he had enough money. The next corner will have 6 goblins. At Beidasu's direction, the skeleton soldier drew the gaze of the enemies from the front, then the close combat fighters built a strong shield wall. Sungu's fireball was surprisingly effective. Waruruk. Boom. The goblins' formation collapsed when the head-sized fireball flew towards them. Beidasu's ignition ability couldn't directly cause damage, but it was good at creating a tactical advantage. The spark of flame would suddenly form in front of a goblin's face. While the surprised goblins were flailing about, the close combat fighters would run in and beat up the goblins. Woojin also participated as he used the skeleton to kill the goblins. The pile of bones is faster than I had expected. It is also powerful. Isn't it better than most F ranks? Beidasu's team acknowledged Woojin and Sungu. As the battle continued, they became more in sync, so the hunting speed increased. At first, their goal was not to clear the dungeon. They had decided to kill all the summoned monsters to extract the bloodstones, then exit the dungeon. They didn't take the shortest route to the return stone located in the lowest floor. They hunted everything as they descended. They caught a good number of monsters, so Woojin leveled up once as he became LVL 5. The goblins also gave more achievement points compared to the drab bits, so every kill gave him 2 points. Woojin used the skeleton soldier, so he didn't have much to do. The original team had grown experience together in the 1-star dungeons, so they worked harmoniously. Since this was a 2-star dungeon, Beidasu was initially very cautious, but he was slowly gaining confidence. The drop rate of the bloodstones couldn't be compared to the 1-star dungeons. They had already acquired 17 bloodstones. The bloodstones came in various size, but if they exchanged it to money, they'll receive around 400 at the very least. If they split it between the party members, each member would receive money of over 100. Of course, this was only counting the bloodstones they currently have. They still had more monsters to kill, so they'll make more money in the end. The 2-star dungeon is a jackpot. Of course, the original team was taking an active role, but the danger level was decreased by Woojin's skeleton soldier taking the brunt of the attack. Moreover, the battles were also helped by Sungu's fireball. They had pretty good powers, so teams would probably covet after these outstanding individuals. Even Beidasu thought about giving them an offer when the dungeon attack was finished. This is the last floor. Let's all work hard. They had to clear the dungeon and exit within an hour, so the break time was short. The party was in a hallway and they were about to step onto the stairs leading to the last floor. There were 5 goblins and 1 hobgoblin standing at the entrance. One was much larger than the others, and it was holding on to a very large cane. Let's go forward in our basic formation. Woojin turned his head in confusion at Beidasu's confident words. He had fought the Demon Lord's army at the planet Alphen. He had crossed path with countless number of monster, and it included the hobgoblins. This bastard was very troublesome compared to the normal goblins. It wasn't because its larger body. The bastard had the highest intellect amongst the goblins. It was a goblin magician. Moreover, I don't think this will successful. Woojin clicked his tongue as he saw his teammates inch forward. Shouldn't we be a little bit more careful? Beidasu nodded his head at Woojin's word. Still, his face was filled with confidence. His continuous victories made him forget the fact that he was attempting a 2-star dungeon for the first time. I'm well acquainted with the manual. That bastard's main attack is magic. Jonchul's ability can be used to create a barrier. He can delay it by blocking it once, then will rush in for a decisive victory. One of the shield carriers had an ability to make a barrier. Woojin shrugged his shoulder, and he decided to follow his lead. Beidasu was the team leader, and he was just a hanger-on. Of course, the team leader also held all the responsibility. It's coming. Block it. At Baidasa's word, the man named Junchil activated his ability. A gray barrier spread out, and it collided with the lightning. Pa-ji-jeek. As the barrier disappeared, the lightning also disappeared. All right. Let's go. Baidasu immediately used his ignition ability, and he messed with the hobgoblin's field of vision. Then the party members charged. Even Sungu threw a fireball towards the hobgoblin. It should still be dangerous. Hobgoblins had very high intelligence. It was high enough for them to cast magic. Moreover, magic wasn't the only reason why hobgoblins were dangerous. Geek. The hobgoblin let out a bizarre sound, and the goblins nearby bunched together. The goblins had crude shields attached to the hand grasping their clubs. They had dismantled signs, newspaper stands and various items to make makeshift shields. Then they pulled out pipes that was hidden within their body, and they took aim. Attack! We just have to kill the hobgoblin first. At Baidasa's words, the archer aimed and fired at the hobgoblin. However, the bastard had already hidden its body behind the stairs balustrade. Moreover, the goblin should be in disarray from the fireball, yet the goblins stood in formation as they fortified their line of shields. The goblins and the team collided with each other. I think something is different about these bastards. The bastards, who they were grappling with, had the same body and strength as the previous goblins. However, the difference was they were fighting in a shrew manner. The party felt a strange sense of danger, and the battle was basically shifting against them. Pew pew puk. The goblins, who were hiding, shot their unique weapon, paralysis needles. Some even used poison needles. Ah, it stings. What is this? My body. Their bodies weren't entirely paralyzed, but the region hit by the paralysis needle became rigid. Even if it lasted only for a moment, it became a huge source of danger where weapons were swung indiscriminately in battle. Puyuk. One person fell over after being hit by the club swung by a goblin. As if his heart was being strangled, Baidasu felt a feeling of suffocation. The bastards, who should be dead from one swing of his sword, was responding in an organized manner. It was very troublesome to fight against them. TSK, this is why I knew they would fail. Hobgoblins were dangerous not because of their physical ability nor their magic. They were able to command other goblins with their superior intellect. The goblins stopped being a one-star monster when they obtained a commander. The whole group should be looked as a single entity. Escape. Get out of there. Baidasu yelled from the rear, and the close combat fighters fought each other to be the first to run away. However, it was after one had completely lost his consciousness. If they continued to run away, the person would inevitably die. Waruruk, Pung. After the cool time had ended, Sungu threw a fireball towards the goblins, who were chasing after them. Two goblins quickly retreated as they were set on fire. The close combat fighters used this time to quickly retreat. I don't think we can do this. Let's retreat first. What about Jonchil? He's already dead. Can't you see it? At Baidasu's indignant shout, their faces became rigid. They felt sorry for their comrade. Moreover, they also felt fear and the desire to live, so their expressions was extremely gloomy. Even if they thought about it, their decision was obvious. Nothing was more precious than their own lives. Retreat! At Baidasu's shout, the party members quickly ran away. Still, it wasn't as if the band of goblins did nothing. Pa-ji-jeek. The hobgoblin regained its senses. It let out a lightning strike, and it directly hit Sungu's body. He couldn't even let out a scream. Sungu's eyes flipped over as his mouth stayed wide open. Chet, hurry up and run away. Sungu wasn't even part of their original team, so they didn't feel sorry for him. The roused were basically beings hiding within death's shadow when they decide to enter a dungeon. He was just unlucky. Keek. The goblins feigned chasing after them, but after a while, they returned to the hobgoblin's side. Woojin, who was hiding behind a pillar, revealed himself. It's been a while since I hunted a group. There were 2 casualties, and the rest ran away. Woojin laughed as he looked at the bunched goblins. He had enjoyed being a spectator, but that had come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Dungeons Necromancer. Chapter 14, Dungeons Necromancer. TLN, thank you for the donations Colby and Lex. Here is a sponsored chapter. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Okay. Let's go, my minions. Pack. At Woojin's call, the 4 corpses of the goblin exploded, and the skeleton soldiers was summoned. Geeg geeg. Kee kee kee. The goblins yelled like surprised monkeys, and the skeleton soldiers' unique playful sound was also heard. In the middle, Woojin threw away his light club, then he took out the claw hammer from his inventory. The hammer had enough weight and destructive ability for his purpose. Until he could acquire a proper weapon, he had no choice but to store it in his inventory for later use. Well, let's do this. Woojin started running, and the skeleton soldiers ran forward to open a path for their general. The skeleton soldiers pressed into the goblins. The hobgoblin was taken aback, and it started to give out a hurried command. The goblins tried to cut off Woojin, but their heads exploded from the claw hammer. Kee kee kee, dot. As soon goblins became dead corpses, skeleton soldiers exploded forth from them. Woojin had used a decent amount of skill points, so the skeleton soldiers could exhibit physical strength comparable to a low-ranked roused. Moreover, they weren't easily killed. In a flash, he had 14 creatures, which was the limit of his control. Woojin held up the claw hammer, which was soaked in goblin's blood, towards the shocked hobgoblin. The bastard's cane was letting out a crackling sound, and one could see electricity coalesce at the end. His electric attack's cool time had probably ended. Woojin used the sharp end of the claw hammer to ram it into hobgoblin's head. Quajok. Pshhhh. It pierced through the hobgoblin's skull, and the electricity charged at the end of the cane dissipated before it could be shot. Phew. This is great for gathering points. It's best to hunt a group of monsters. Each goblin gave him 2 achievement points. A hobgoblin gave an astounding 5 points. This was only a 2-star dungeon, so he could only guess how many points he could get at a high-tiered dungeon. He thought about the magic scrolls being sold in his point store. It seemed it was only a matter of time before he was restored to the heights he had reached at the Alphen planet. The EXP was also pretty good, so he leveled up once. Party play doesn't suit my style. He had skeleton soldiers, who could tank in front of him, so he just needed an attack he could deal damage from the back. He'll be able to learn the skills once he leveled up a little bit more. He had passively participated in the party play, so the number of monsters Woojin attacked was low. It slowed him down from earning EXP and achievement points. Woojin activated his search magic as he looked at the fallen goblins. He didn't have to go through the hassle of searching all the goblin corpses to find the blood stones. The siege magic illuminated any items that possessed mana. Woojin saw a light leaking out of the fallen hobgoblin's possession, so he searched through it. It's a magic scroll. Woojin looked at the magic scroll, but he had no way of knowing what kind of magic it was. I have to learn identification magic anyways. I'll just use this as an opportunity to buy it. Woojin pulled up his point store, then he used 20 achievement points to learn the identification magic. He could use 1-star disposable item called Identification Scroll, but he decided to learn how to use this magic. There was no downside since he would be using this magic often. Dash. The hidden information of the item will be known to you. The failure rate decreases as your intelligence increases. Magic consumption, 1. As soon as Woojin learned the magic, he casted identification on the magic scroll. An electric attack can be sent towards a target. Magic consumption, 1 latency time, 20. Ho-oh. This is what the bastard was using. Woojin searched through his point store, and he found the price of the electric shock scroll. It was priced at 100 achievement points. With 30 points, he could buy low-ranked elemental magic where he could create a flame or produce water. The electric attack was more useful as an attack magic, so he understood why it was 3 times more expensive than the others. It's still a middling price. He could earn the points if he defeat 50 goblins. If he thought about how fast he dispatched the goblins, it didn't look to be that expensive. However, if he was to buy it, he thought it wasn't cheap either. It wasn't something he needed right now, so he put the magic scroll away. Then he excavated the bloodstones from the goblins' heads as it continued to emit a light. Ooh. Ha! Woojin, who was excavating the bloodstones, looked around his surrounding when he heard the moan. His face had stiffened, but no monster had appeared. Woojin was alert as he looked around, and his eyes met Sungu's pain-filled eyes. His eyes were moving up and down in agony. It seemed he had regained consciousness. His face was grimacing as if he was still in pain. Woojin approached him, and he squatted down next to him. It seemed effects of the electric shocks hadn't disappeared yet. Sungu forced words out with his stiff tongue. Help M. How much did you see? Woojin cut off Sungu as he asked a question. Sungu looked up with a pleading expression, but Woojin's face was indifferent. Woojin had seen countless number of people die. This included comrades and enemies he had met. Moreover, he had also seen innocent fallen souls being stolen. I don't care. This wasn't Alphen planet. He didn't really need to kill Sungu. He wasn't a spy from a hostile country, so silencing him wasn't a necessity. Please save me. He was slowly gaining control of his Tunyu, so Sungu's words became clearer. Sungu was someone who had the ability to make fireballs. He was someone who dealt in magic, so he was somewhat resistant to magic. If he was a civilian and not aroused, he would already be dead. However, if he was left here, then he'll surely be killed by the monsters downstairs. What will you do for me if I save you? I'll keep my mouth shut. About what? The fact that Big Brother is a rank D roused. Woojin smirked at Sungu's words. It seemed one had to be a rank D roused to easily defeat a hobgoblin and a couple dozen goblins. Still, he didn't really care if his story was spread. Woojin wasn't interested in such things. How much are you willing to give me? What? Is this how one felt when one couldn't say anything from being too flustered? Honsongo didn't know how he should answer the question, so he hesitated. If I leave you here, then you'll probably become like him? Woojin pointed towards the bloody corpse of Zhongchul. He had been beaten by the Goblins Club in numerous locations, so he was a gruesome sight to behold. I'll give it to you. If he could live, then how could the money be a problem? He'll take out his entire savings if he was able to live. Money was something he could earn more as he increased in the roused ranks. How much do you want? At Sungu's word, Woojin unfurled 2 fingers. Sungu was surprised, and he gritted his teeth. If it's 2,000 then it is well worth my life. TLN 2? Around $18,000. He'll be spending all the money he had saved, but it didn't matter. He had just started his life as aroused, so he'll make much more in the future. I understand. Woojin smiled in satisfaction at Sungu's reply. If it's 200 then I'll have enough entrance fee for solo play. TLN, $1,800. This was his 3rd day back. Roused Kong Woojin was still naive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, What Goes Around Comes Around. Chapter 15, What Goes Around Comes Around. TLN, I decided to release a 3rd regular chapter this week. I had some extra time, and I wanted to somewhat wrap up this dungeon part. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Phew, it's done. Sungu wiped the sweat off his ghastly face. The last floor was a very large space, and there had been enough monster to fill up the whole floor. Of course, Sungu wasn't sweating, because he had participated in the battles. Did you excavate it all? At Woojin's words, Sungu brought the pile of blood stones to him. How can someone like Big Brother be rank F? At the very least, you should be rank D. Since you have a lot of abilities, you could even receive rank C. I'll get it later. Sungu looked at Woojin, who spoke indifferently, as if he was seeing a monster. The monsters on the last floor of the dungeon was wiped out by Woojin and his summoned beings. Sungu was assigned the role of excavating bloodstone from the monsters Woojin pointed out. He basically did the clean-up work. Woojin had the ability to hunt 1-star and 2-star monsters by himself. His battle ability was close to a rank D, and he wouldn't fall short against a rank C in terms of versatility. He was able to summon the skeletons, and he could search for the bloodstones. Moreover, he was able to extract some gray energy from the dead monsters' corpses, and he was able to use it to heal himself. Isn't there a saying that says a sandalwood is fragrant even in seed leaf? TLN idiom used to describe genius who display their abilities even in childhood. Sungu looked at this person, who had finished his roused registration only 3 hours ago. He believed this noob roused Kong Woojin will become someone to be reckoned with. What are you doing? You are going to learn it instead of selling it? Yeah, why? Woojin inserted his magic into the magical scroll he held in his hand. As the magic scroll disappeared, he absorbed the magic, electric shock. He had to save his achievement points since he had a lot of skills to learn. Therefore, he decided to learn the magic, electric shock, since he already possessed the magic scroll. Even if he wanted to learn a more higher-ranked magic, he could only learn from magic scrolls related to the necromancer class. Still, electric shock would be useful when attacking a person. There was no downside in learning it. Hull. You already have a lot of ability yet you are learning more magic, Big Brother? If you had sold it, you could have sold it for 100 million won. TLN, 100 million won or $89,306. At Han Sunggu's words, Woojin's face became rigid. A 100-point magic scroll was worth 100 million? It was that expensive. Of course. It allows you to gain an additional ability. It is qualitatively different from an artifact. Magical energy had to be injected into an artifact for it to activate its imbued magic. On the other hand, Magic Scroll allowed a Rouse to learn the magic. With a Magic Scroll, one didn't have to worry about losing it, and even a low-ranked Magic Scroll could be used for research. Of course, it would be expensive. Why would such an expensive item drop in a mere 2-star dungeon? I'm not sure. You must be really lucky. It isn't like it never happens. It just doesn't show up that often. So what kind of magic was it? It's the one you got hit with. It's the electric shock that was used by the hobgoblin. Hull. You would have at the very least gotten 100 million. 100 million. It was 100 million. Phew. If he knew the magic scroll was worth 100 million, then he would have just used 100 points to learn the electric shock. He wanted to buy the magic scroll from the achievement store to sell, but the skill books purchased from the point store couldn't be used in a transaction. Only Woojin could learn it. Woojin had learned Soul Extract to restore the barely alive Sunggu. It cost him 50 points, but he didn't hesitate since he had to learn it anyway. After a monster or a person dies, their souls remain next to the corpses for a brief moment. At that moment, he could extract the souls, then he could use it as a source of energy. Whether it was magic, vitality or stamina, a small portion of it could be recovered. When Woojin injected it into someone else, the efficacy decreased. Sunggu thought Woojin was using healing magic, but the truth was different. Woojin was stealing the life force of others to share with him. Phew. Let's not worry about the cost. Woojin tried to soothe his aching innards. If he had sold the magic scroll, then he wouldn't have to traverse a dungeon for a long while. No, if he thought about the fallen real estate value in Seoul, he could have moved into a huge villa that was much bigger than the current one room. Let's not think about it. How much can I get with this much bloodstones? At the very least, you could get around 800. I think you can get more. I'm not too sure. He had invested 100,000 won, so he made a good amount of profit. If his party members hadn't run away, we would have only received 1 million won for his cut. It's all mine. Of course. How about the return stone? I have it here. Then let's go. Woojin and Sunggu swept the bloodstones into the bag, and they were about to head upstairs. It looks like an ambush. He only had a low-level detection skill, but he could feel a faint sense of murderous intent. Woojin gave Sunggu a warning. When Woojin came to a stop, Sunggu's expression also turned serious. They had killed all the monsters. Unless they re-entered the Dugneon, the monsters won't regenerate. If there was an ambush, then it had to be Beidasu's party. Are they trying to PK? Woojin questioned Sunggu, whose voice was shaking from worry. Does this happen often? It happens occasionally. It probably happens more off the record. This is why people don't party up with a group they don't know. The Hell's Gate is opened when a treasure like Magic Scroll and artifact is found. If there is a fight, how is it handled? No one will know what had happened inside the dungeon. It is an unwritten rule that they'll only act when there is indisputable evidence. Then it's an easy way to dispose of a dead body. Woojin grinned and he looked up into the dark stairway. He stopped walking, then he looked back. There were monster corpses lying everywhere. Woojin took several steps back as he distanced himself from the stairway. Sunggu also followed Woojin's action. Hey, stop hiding there like a rat. Why don't you come out? Soon, there was a response from Woojin's words. Beidasu's party slowly stepped onto the stairs. One had an awkward expression, and another seemed to be apologetic. The rest had a no-nonsense attitude. What happened? Did you defeat them all? Beidasu put on a performance as he slyly asked a question. Woojin spoke in a low voice toward Sunggu. I'm planning on taking him by surprise when he gets close. What should I do? Sunggu looked at Woojin with worried eyes. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. You bastards ran away, yet you have the gall to show up again. Why are you here when you should be waiting in front of the barrier? The sudden disrespectful words spat out by Woojin made Beidasu's eyebrows twitch, but he laughed awkwardly as he tried to keep his expression in control. Ha. Why are you being like this? Aren't we on the same team? We just made a tactical retreat, and we came back to clear the dungeon. When we arrived, it seemed all the monsters were killed. How did you do it? Beidasu's thoughts were in a complete state of confusion. 2F-ranked roused were able to clear all the monsters, so he couldn't believe what had happened. Beidasu secretly looked towards the bag filled with bloodstones. Woojin laughed. Those who were blinded by greed couldn't see what was right in front of their eyes. Stop fucking around. You just wanted to take the return stone, but now you are covetous of a ready-made meal? Woojin threw the bag filled with bloodstones in front of him. Chwaroruk. Bloodstones spilled out from the bag's opening. It was thrown about the midway point between Woojin and Beidasu's party. Try taking it if you covet it. At Woojin's words, Beidasu's expression stiffened. It seems you are mistaken. Do you think we will try to PK someone who had defeated a monster we couldn't kill? It is a misunderstanding. We aren't that stupid. Go on. I'm sorry for not looking out for you. However, my life was on the line, so what could I do? We just came back to look for the return stone. Since you cleared the dungeon, we were fortunate enough to be able to retrieve Jonchul's corpse. Therefore, I am very thankful. At Beidasu's words, Woojin felt that he had been too sensitive. Yes, the people here weren't at all like those from the Alphen planet. Maybe they were hiding themselves on top of the staircase in case they ran into a monster? From their perspective, they had no idea of what was going on at the bottom floor. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. For the past 20 years, he had lived in a location where people betrayed each other for a fistful of money. This is why he was always on edge. However, this was Earth. This place was Seoul. It is a place where peace and moral was alive. Warururuk. My ass. Woojin hurriedly waved his arm through the flame that ignited in front of his eyes. Right now. At Beidasu's shout, the man with the bow shot an arrow toward Honsangu. His fireball attack was an ability they had to get rid of first. After Beidasu ran away, he had come to an agreement with his party. They weren't skilled enough to attempt a 2-star dungeon. The money wasn't that great, but they had decided to return to the 1-star dungeons. They returned to carefully look for the return stone, but all the monsters were dead. Even the hobgoblin was dead, and this made his head spin. Greed grew in him. No matter how hard they searched, they could only find Jonchul's corpse. Woojin and Sungu's corpses were missing. This meant the two of them had conquered the bottom floor by themselves. If they were able to defeat the hobgoblin, this meant one of them was hiding his real capability. This is why they had prepared an ambush, but their opponents saw through it first. Beidasu tried to put Woojin at ease. At the same time, he tried to assess the situation. He tried to determine if it was worth killing them. Dasu's eyes almost flipped over backwards when Woojin threw the bag filled with bloodstones. It was a sum of money equivalent to working a 1-star dungeon for 1 month. Beidasu confirmed from Woojin's sharp reaction that he was suspicious. He is on guard against us. The fact that he was on guard meant it would be dangerous for them. He didn't know what method they used to kill the numerous monsters, but he was wary of attacking them. He decided to use the fact that his opponent was feeling a sense of danger against he. He thought it was worth trying to attack them. Let's hit them. Beidasu gave the sign they had agreed to in advance, then he used his ignition ability. At the same time, Woojin's face was engulfed in flame, and an arrow pierced through Sungu's shoulder. Cool, okay. The party members attacked the surprised man even before the flame had formed. The weapons would cut through more easily through human flesh than the tough leather of monsters. Phew. Please don't resent me. Aren't all roused like this? Beidasu took out the dagger equipped on his belt, then he stabbed it toward the staggering Woojin. Shriek. Even though the flame was impeding Woojin's sight, he was able to grab the hand stabbing at him. Woojin reversed the grip on the hand as he threw him. His strength and speed was so fast that Beidasu didn't have the chance to do anything. He was on par with a roused with a physical ability. Phew. That's pretty hot. As the flames faded away, Woojin wiped his face with his hands. He glared at Beidasu's party, who was taken aback. Sungu had an arrow in his shoulder, and he was looking at Woojin with tear-filled eyes. It was pretty insolent attack. His face was slightly red, and it seemed he had taken some minor burns to the face. However, Woojin was smiling. I guess I should have expected this? Woojin extended both his arms. Pop-pack. The scattered monsters' corpses exploded, and the scraps of meat flew everywhere. It was a grand sight. If one had a weak constitution, the grotesque sight would make one faint. Resent me. Woojin let out a white smile. Resentment wouldn't change anything. I'll laugh to my heart's content. He'll take in on all the resentment from the weak. It would be too cruel for him to deny them that much, since their souls would be imprisoned as they will fall from grace. The skeleton's bone knives didn't show any hesitation or mercy. Kuwak. In a flash, the entire party was taken down. Then Woojin headed towards Beidasu. He was still twitching, so it seemed he was still alive. Wait a moment, let's talk. Are you waiting for your ignition ability's cool time? Kwajik. Woojin unhesitatingly stabbed the dagger he took from Beidasu into his heart. Beidasu trembled for a moment before he went limp. Woojin looked at him without showing much interest as he took the Beidasu's bag. It was filled with bloodstones they had acquired before they met the hobgoblin. Moreover, Woojin searched Beidasu's body, and he took his wallet. He took out all the cash and he stuffed it into his pocket. Before he knew it, Woojin was humming a tune. Unbelievable. In front of Hong Sungu, for lives were taken in an instant. He tried to cover his mouth with both hands as he tried to stop the words that almost leaked out of his mouth. He was so surprised that it seemed he wasn't conscious of the pain caused by the arrow in his shoulder. Woojin also went through the other party members' pockets, then he mumbled. Anyways, the bastards who try to stab me in the back will never speak again. Is he saying this for his benefit? Sungu's eyes trembled uncontrollably. The people I hate the most are those who try to stab others in the back. Isn't that right, Sungu? Woojin whipped his head around, and he looked into Sungu's eyes. He was so surprised that he almost wet his pants. Woojin had killed 4 people, but his face was too indifferent. Even when one kills a monster, or even a small animal, one usually feels excitement, or guilt. Some kind of emotion should be stirred up, yet Woojin looked like he had pulled weeds out from the side of the road after he killed these people. Sungu couldn't sense any change in his emotion. It felt like Woojin was something more than a murderer. His peacefulness drove the terror deep into Hong Sungu. Why aren't you answering me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16, You Reap What You Sow, 2. Chapter 16, You Reap What You Sow, 2. TLN, third regular chapter this week. I had some extra time. Please turn off the ad blockers if you can. Thank you. That is correct. Woojin had emptied the pockets of Beidasu's party members, and he had a happy expression. When one looked at his expression as he counted the money, one couldn't find any indication that he was feeling any guilt. Sungu couldn't even let out a moan since he was afraid of Woojin. He just stood there. Sungu got his feet wet in the 1-star dungeons, but this was the first time he saw someone be killed in front of his eyes. Moreover, the killing was done through a person's hands. Woojin looked indifferent after he killed these people. He acted as if he had experienced such trifling events numerous times. They carried around a lot of cash. Woojin felt great since he obtained an unexpected revenue of $900. At Woojin's humming, Sungu suddenly started to hiccup. You almost died because of me. No. If it wasn't for Woojin, he would have already died when he was left to the monsters. Then why don't you double the amount? What? I saved you twice now. In total, he wanted 4. Even if he emptied all of his savings account, he wouldn't be able to come up with the $40,000. Sungu made an expression as if he was about to cry. Woojin took out the arrow embedded in his shoulder with a happy expression. Then Woojin gathered the undispersed souls of Beidasu and his party members. He used it to heal Sungu's wounds. Whoop! Sungu felt something enter him, and he gasped as he felt the rapid regeneration. This wound healing couldn't be compared to the one before. The soul extraction was more effective if the soul came from a higher form of life. Of course, a human soul would be a better source of energy than a monster's soul. Thank you. It was nothing. Everything I do will be charged. Yes. Sungu quickly gathered the scattered bloodstones, then he followed behind Woojin. When Woojin and Sungu exited the dungeon, the public service employee's eyes became round. Why are there only 2 of you? They were all taken down by the monsters. At Woojin's composed words, the public service employee's eyes narrowed. Then how were you able to gather all the bloodstones? Even if others die, it doesn't mean one should leave all the valuables behind. Right? At Woojin's assertive answer, the public employee's eyes narrowed further. When he looked at the situation, he guessed these 2 had stabbed the others in the back to monopolize the profit. However, he had no way of proving it. Just sign here before you leave. The bureau may contact you if they decide to hold an investigation on a later date. Woojin and Sunggu signed the entrance ledger that was handed over to them. Then the public employee in charge used a deceased stamp to make a mark next to the names of the roused, who had entered with them into the dungeon. If one was near a subway station, there was always a decent bloodstone exchange store nearby. The price of the bloodstones almost never fluctuated. The exchange store took a fixed amount of tax, and it also took the fee one was required to give to the very first person who cleared the dungeon. The rest was deposited into the customer's account. When Woojin exited the Shinrim Station's exchange store, his mouth was practically hanging from his ears. I've earned over $13,000 from a single dungeon. The bloodstones were worth $12,300, and he had taken $900 from those bastards' wallets. Originally, this was supposed to be split amongst 8 people. However, the important fact was he had earned $13,000. Moreover, if he included the $4,000 he'll receive from saving Sunggu's life, then he had a large sum of around $17,000. Next time I'll have to go around the dungeons by myself. If he could make this much money at once like this, he didn't need to worry about the entrance fee. He could clear a dungeon in 1 hour, so it would be much more profitable for him to clear it by himself. Woojin wrapped his arm around Sunggu's neck. Put in your phone number. Yes. When Hong Sunggu put in his phone number, Woojin immediately pressed the call button. After he heard the ringtone come from Sunggu's pocket, he ended the phone call. Good. You have my account number? Yes. I've definitely written it down. All right. Travel safely. Woojin took out $10 from his fat wallet. Sunggu tried to dissuade him, but he put the bill in Sunggu's hand. Use it for transportation fee. Thank you. Big brother. Oh yeah. Remember, I really hate bastards who stab me in the back. I'll bear that in mind. Sunggu lowered his head after he watched the happy Woojin leave. Sunggu's face looked as if he had lost his country. He said, I'll be short even after I break open my savings. Hong Sunggu had become aroused 2 months ago, and he had made a lot of money compared to his 21-year-old peers. Still, it hadn't been easy for him to make money. He had visited the 1-star dungeons every day for the past 2 months. He was able to earn more than $30,000. He had been successful in saving some money, increase the effectiveness of his fireball ability, and decrease his cool time. It was an incredible amount of cash flow compared to a regular person. However, it was money he had earned by putting his life on the line. His stomach churned at the idea that he would have to blow all the money he had struggled to gather. Still, he was pulled out from a certain death, so how could he compare his life to his entire asset? He probably could get a loan for $4,000 to fill the missing amount of money. When he said 4 bills, I hope he didn't mean the big 4 bills? Whether it is 40,000 or 400,000, he intended to give him everything he got. However, he probably didn't have the ability to make $400,000. It was a figure that felt too far away to reach. He hoped Woojin didn't put such a high price on his life. Sunggu headed towards the bank to break open his savings. Woo Sung-hoon was a pretty successful owner of a cell phone store. He had 8 years of experience as a salesman, and he had used the money he had saved to purchase a store. His store was quickly becoming a fixture. There is no customers today. Sung-hoon let out a yawn when the glass door opened and a man quickly ran in. Where's the restroom? Is it here? The man abruptly opened the door behind the counter, then he entered it. Sung-hoon watched this with surprise in his eyes. He probably lost the ability to speak since he was too flustered? What is this? Who is this crazy man? Sung-hoon rose from his seat, and he spoke in an annoyed voice. Mister. That is the storage room. Please come out. When there weren't any reply or reaction, a vein popped out on Sung-hoon's forehead. He wanted to make sure the man wasn't doing his business inside the room, so he opened the door to the storage room. Geez, come out. Sung-hoon's clothes were grabbed by a hand, and he was forcibly dragged into the storage room. Kudong Town. As he was thrown into the boxes containing products, Sung-hoon knew something was wrong. He's crazy. A crazy man has appeared. Sung-hoon quickly located his opponent. No, his opponent grabbed him first. He was lifted up by his collar, and Sung-hoon struggled as his feet didn't even touch the floor. What kind of strength? Sung-hoon was a big man, but his opponent was stronger than him. Moreover, his denseness was proportional to his strength. Weak, Zook. Sung-hoon was suddenly struck on his cheek, so he lost the words he was about to say. His ears rang with a buzzing sound, TLN, mop mop. Moreover, he couldn't think about anything, as if he had become dumber. Weak, Zook. The opposite cheek was struck, and Woo Sung-hoon's consciousness started to fade. He tasted a coppery taste in his mouth as the inside of his mouth started bleeding. Weak, Zook. Soon-hoon came to his senses when his cheeks were hit again. He felt an instinctual fear. He used all of will to desperately open his mouth. Help me. Weak, Zook. Instead of an answer, the hand flew towards him. Soon-hoon felt a sense of despair when his numb cheeks were hit again. He has completely lost his mind. If I'm not careful, I might really die. Did he see it on the TV? Indiscriminate violence? Didn't innocent people get beaten for no reason? Or maybe someone sent a killer after him? Now that he thought about it, the opponent probably entered the storage room since it didn't have a CCTV. He was sure this was a planned attack. Hey, you. Yes. Yes, sir. For the first time, the other person spoke instead of using his hand. Sung-hoon reflexively answered him. Weak, Kwadung. The man in question once again roughly threw Sung-hoon against the wall. Ooh, okay. Get up. Attention. Yes, sir. It had been a long time since he was in the military, but his survival instinct made it all come back. If he let out even a squeak, it felt like he would be beaten to death. The man in question was emitting such an atmosphere. His pose made him look like a mafia boss, who was in charge of several hundred underlings. I hate bastards who hit me in the back of my head, TLN, a figure of speech about betrayal. Moreover, I hate those who dare to scam me. They hadn't even met before, so how could he have hit him in the back of the head? Sung-hoon was too scared to make an expression showing his innocence. Woojin glanced at him. You're not going to answer me? I'm sorry. He really wanted to know what he had done wrong. Phew, all right. Think of this as your lucky day. If this was the Alphen planet, I probably would have killed you immediately. Sung-hoon didn't know how the man could say he had lucked out in this situation. Be thankful you were born in Korea. Yes, sir. Long live the Republic of Korea. Don't overdo it. Yes, sir. He was in a country with human rights. He had to follow the laws and morality of this place, so he couldn't kill this man for such a transgression. Woojin decided to end this. Took. TLN, SFX of phone hitting the floor. The cell phone he threw fell right in front of Sung-hoon's foot. You sold me this newest phone yesterday. Fuck. Sung-hoon finally remembered who this man was. He looked like a guy recently arrived from the boondocks, and he had sold him a handphone that was worth less than $10 for $90. He had felt so good about that sale that he even remembered the guy's name. The pushover from yesterday is this bastard? How could a person change so much? The yesterday's pushover came back today as the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it seemed he was aroused. If he knew this person was aroused, he wouldn't have tried such a clumsy scam. I bought the newest phone. However, when I went home, I was told it was an old one. That is. Was there an error on your part? This was an extreme situation where his life may be on the line, so he started quickly turning the wheels in his thoughts. Woo Sung-jin had 8 years of experience as a salesperson, so of course, he knew what was Woojin's intent. I must have made a mistake. I knew that was the case. Bullshit. You beat up a person like this because of a mistake? Give me another one. What kind of model? How would I know? You choose it for me. Give me the most expensive one. Woo Sung-hoon thought hard on it. However, he eventually had no choice but to take out the one smartphone he had left in stock. Star. Woojin had a happy face as he exited the cell phone store. Hoo. The world has become so much better. It didn't even take a second before the map opened. The navigation searched for his destination, then at the same time, it started giving him directions. The internet was very fast, and everything was to his satisfaction. Ha. The latest phones are the best. Woojin opened his address book. Mother, Do Jaemin, Real Jaemin, 4000, phone salesman. That guy transferred it correctly. For a person in the modern age, the address book was a list of one's human connections. Woojin smiled as he looked at the list of phone numbers. He told the phone salesman that he would be back again. He ordered the salesman, Woo Sung-hoon, to enter his phone number, then Woojin warned him not to change his phone number. Woojin called his mother to find out the address of the restaurant she was working at. It wasn't too far from his house. Woojin's steps was light as he returned to his house. Hoo. After I save a little bit more, we'll have enough to move. Before all of that, I should probably make mother quit her job? Woojin was a bit spiteful towards her workplace, but it was the first time he would be visiting her workplace. Therefore, he bought a box of beverage. Sungmi's restaurant. I think she said it was here? Woojin had found the restaurant at around 4 o'clock. Even though it should be the idle hours, the small restaurant was half full. Aring. Welcome. When the sound of the door opening was heard at the counter, a young lady reflexively gave a greeting with her eyes still glued to the cell phone. Pew pew. P-but, pew pew pew. Sungmi was in the midst of playing a game on her phone. She regretfully ended the game, then she raised her head. How many? She was going to greet the customer out of reflex when Sungmi's eyes became round. He had a robust body, and he had wide shoulders that went well with his tall frame. He wasn't handsome, yet he had a good-looking face. He had a heavy atmosphere around him. He was a beauty of corruption with a dark aura around him. However, there was something about his face. Big brother Woojin? Why are you here, Sungmi? Woojin thought about the restaurant's name, and he was easily able to infer what that meant. My mother works at your restaurant? Your mother, . I'm talking about Mrs. Lee Sugyung. The kitchen lady? Sungmi's surprised eyes froze. The kitchen lady was Woojin's mother? Also, what happened to you, big brother? 5 years ago, I'm sure. Woojin grinned. Come back home. TLN, he spoke broken English and Korean. I'll leave it alone. A sigh leaked out of Sungmi's mouth. Her first love, who disappeared 5 years ago, had returned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Their Situation. Chapter 17, Their Situation. TLN, this will count towards next week's regular chapter. El Queenus will be out next either tomorrow or Monday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you can. Thank you. A tiring battle ensued. Please quit. I can't quit. You don't have to earn any money. I'm making a lot of money now. This is the money I earned in half a day at. Woojin opened his bank app, then he showed his mother his account statement. However, she wouldn't budge an inch. You came back after 5 years, yet how could a mother thrust you back into such a deadly situation? Then do you want me continue to live by receiving allowance from you? Do you want me to stay unemployed for the rest of my life, and live off the money you struggled to earn? Woojin hit his chest as if he was frustrated. I'll make a lot of money. I'll make enough that mother won't have to worry about money ever again. Mother and Sua is my responsibility now. I've returned, so I'm the head of this family. Woojin. You? His mother couldn't say anything. She just let her tears flow. The word, head of the family, swirled around her head. Her oldest son had gone missing and even her husband had died. The daughter she had late in life was only 2 years old, and she had always been a stay-at-home mom. Yet she had to live on with such a heavy burden. It wasn't apt to say she had lived, but she had just held out. Woojin tightly hugged his mother as a river of tears flowed out of her. Before the tear-filled mother and son could have a conversation, the owner of the restaurant gave a fake cough. She was Sungmi's mother, Kim Sunak. If it was up to her, she would have yelled at them for making a spectacle at someone else's store. However, her daughter Sungmi was giving her a signal. So she looked on without doing anything. I don't want to say something like this, but how can you just quit your job like this? I know what your situation is like, but you should have a conscience. You know our store is busy, so work until I can hire someone. Woojin's face stiffened at Kim Sunak's words. He wanted his mother to immediately quit this arduous kitchen work, but his mother's answer was faster than his. Yes. Even if I do quit, a responsible person can't act that way. This isn't about money, so don't say anything. Then please quit this place within a week. Sua needs mother more than me. She was only a 7-year-old preschooler. She had always felt very sorry towards Sua, so his sister might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Husband. Our Woojin. She didn't know what skills he had acquired, but her son had suddenly showed up after 5 years. He said he would go away to prepare for the school qualification exam, but he came back after he earned a lot of money. For someone who worked at a restaurant, the money was quite the windfall. Her tears wouldn't stop falling as she thought about her past arduous days. Mother. Hoo hook. This is so sad. Sungmi also started crying, so Kim Sunok passed her a handkerchief. She had never seen her daughter act this way, so she was taken aback. Even though Sungmi was her daughter, she wasn't a kind girl, and she could be a bit of a bitch. Normally, her daughter would call the kitchen lady auntie, then she would treat her with a bad temper. For some reason, her daughter was acting like a chaste and modest woman today. After crying for a long while, Lee Soo-gyung reined in her emotions, then she started to plead towards her boss, Kim Sunok. Do you think I could get off work early today? If she doesn't let you off, then just quit. At Woojin's rejoinder, Kim Sunok made a sound of indecision. However, in the end, she had no choice but to allow it. It made a big difference for a single person to be missing from a busy restaurant, but she couldn't do anything about it. It would be a bigger trouble if she didn't show up starting tomorrow. Yes, mother. Please go in first. Have a nice time with big brother Woojin. Oh, okay, Miss Sungmi. Lee Soo-gyung was bewildered by the restaurant owner's daughter Sungmi. She was responding in an amiable way. Big brother. Be safe. I'll see you again next time. Oh yeah. Here is my phone number. Park Sungmi snatched Woojin's phone away as if she was stealing it. Then she put in her number to call her phone. Ha. Have a nice day, mother. After receiving her goodbye, Woojin and Lee Soo-gyung left the restaurant. Soon the dinner crowd will rush in, but she didn't feel like working on a day like this. Where are we going, Mom? Woojin was dragged by Lee Soo-gyung's hand towards a different direction from their house. You'll know once you get there. Anyways, what kind of relationship do you have with Ms. Sungmi? Her? She used to be my junior in school. Why? His mother didn't speak for a long time, then she suddenly stopped walking. She turned around to look straight at Woojin, and he could see traces of worry on her face. I don't plan on involving myself in my son's love life, but if you bring a bitch like her, mother will be against it. Woojin smirked at his mother's words. I don't have any interest in her. I was wondering what you wanted to say to me. The girl had given him a lot of stuff during Valentine's Day, but for him, 20 years had already passed. The only thing he remembered was her face. At the time, he didn't have any feelings toward her, so he doubted he would develop any feelings for her now. Moreover, he could imagine how she had treated his mother by her reaction. So he was disgusted by her. Where are we going? You'll know once we arrive there. Lee Soo-gyung took her son, Kang Woojin, to a newly built apartment not too far from their home. The Hammer Guild built their headquarters in the devastated region, and they had made a lot of progress there. However, a massive park was also built to one side. Lee Soo-gyung made her son buy a bottle of alcohol from a convenience store near the park's entrance. Then she bought a single chrysanthemum flower from the flower shop. They walked through a secluded path inside the park, and they arrived in front of a large monument located at the center of the park. Several 100,000 people died during the dungeon shock. A lot more people died in the subsequent dungeon breaks, but if one had to pick the day when the most deaths had occurred, it was the day of the dungeon shock. Woojin had disappeared on that day. On that day, everyone who had used the subway system had died. A lot of parks were built near the station since it was destroyed by the subsequent dungeon breaks. Woojin wordlessly placed the flower in front of the monument, then he poured out the alcohol. He kowtowed with a heavy heart. Lee Soo-gyung could only silently watch him as she shed her tears. Husband. Our Woojin has returned. Our Woojin. Woojin finished his kowtow, then he hugged his mother tightly. His mother couldn't control her emotions, so she cried endlessly. Father. Woojin started thinking about his father, and his emotions turned melancholy. He hadn't had the time to spare since his mother had been struggling by herself, but he hadn't forgotten about his father. Woojin missed his father. However, the ache he felt towards his mother and Suwa was larger. Maybe, the past 20 years had desensitized Woojin from death. Please tell me now. What do you mean? Where and what have you been up to during that time? When he saw his mother's earnest face, Woojin struggled for a long time, but he decided to tell her the truth. However, he was mindful of the shock his mother would receive, so he tried to downplay the truth. He had overcome countless near-death experiences, and his hands snatched away countless lives as he struggled fiercely to live. There had been countless people afraid of him, and their gazes had been filled with fear. He didn't want his mother to look at him like that. I think it was caused by the dungeon shock. I was summoned to a planet named Alphen. If everything was like before, she wouldn't have believed him. However, the world had gone through a change, and the impossible had become possible. All right. What did you do over there? How should he explain this? Woojin thought about it, and he opened his mouth after he ordered his thoughts. It wasn't too dangerous. Ah. It was like a game. I leveled up some, then I diligently hunted. I ordered around my summoned beings and I even participated in wars. However, mother shouldn't worry too much about it. I used my summoned beings, so I just watched from far away. At Woojin's words, his mother's expression stiffened. Hi ego, TLNSFX, I guess it is like saying OMG, I was so worried about you, but you came back after playing some game? Ha? That's not it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Their Circumstances, 2. Chapter 18, Their Circumstances, 2. TLN, I'm trying to take advantage of the long weekend. As some readers suggested, I changed Big Brother to Hyung, Appa, etc. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Ego. You scoundrel. Mother worried about you so much. As Woojin's back was being slapped, he pondered about what to do. Should he just tell her the truth? Hego. You spent 5 years playing a game like an addict, then you came back. Ha ha. That wasn't it at all. Still, I'm thankful you returned in good health. Woojin thought about telling her a little bit more of the truth to resolve the misunderstanding, but he abandoned that idea. Who cares if she believed this or that? I've returned home, and his mother was happy. The tears flowing from his mother didn't have any resentment in it. If she held any resentment, it was towards the inhospitable years that had passed them by. The hand that was hitting him started losing its strength, and her teardrops became thicker. Woojin cried with her. He cried endlessly as he tried to shed the past 20 years. Star. Sua's eyes turned round as she asked a question. Ha? Why is mother's eyes so red? Did you cry? No. Why would mother cry? No. You did cry. I know why mother cried. Why? You are happy since mother will also be able to eat beef. Isn't that right? Ha? Ho ho. You rascal. That's right. I'm so happy that your Appa bought us beef, so tears came out. He could see a glint of tear on his mother's eyes. It wasn't from sadness. It was a teardrop of happiness. Woojin grinned slyly. After they left the park, Woojin took Sua to a meat grilling restaurant. It was rumored to be the best one in the neighborhood. The price was too expensive, so they had never been to the store before. Jeek. The beef made a delicious sound as Woojin cooked it, and he placed it on Sua's dish. While Sua was chewing on her food, she picked up a piece of meat, and she placed it on her mother's dish. Mom, eat this. It's really delicious. Okay. Since Sua gave it to me, it is more delicious. His mother ate a piece of meat, then she made a happy smile. Sua grinned as she looked at Woojin. I really like it since Appa came. Really? Do you like Appa since I bought you beef? Yeah. I like it a lot. Minsu always make fun of me. He says he always eat a lot of meat. Minsu? He is the richest in our class. That is why he brags about what he eats every day when he comes to preschool. He has a lot of toys. His father is aroused, so he is really rich. Ha! Is that so? Don't be jealous of that. If Sua wants something, then just tell Appa. I'll buy it all for you. Appa is also aroused. TLN asterisk cough asterisk phrasing, maybe I should have gone for enlightened as someone suggested. Wow. Really? Appa is the best. I like Appa. Sua laughed merrily, but his mother looked like she hadn't let go of her worries. I'm still not sure you should do it. I'll be all right. I'm not that weak. Moreover, I won't do something that is too dangerous, so you don't have to worry about it. Appa is in danger? No. Appa isn't in danger. As he started to seriously cook some more meat, Woojin took a bottle of soju and he poured it into his mother's glass. As if she was still sensitive to such actions, her eyes started to water. My son, who was in his 3rd year in high school, has come back as an adult. You are able to drink alcohol with your mother. I guess so, but this is the first time I'm having soju. Ha? This is the first time my son has drunk soju? You have to learn how to drink alcohol from an adult. Hurry up and take this glass. This was the first time he had soju, but he had drunk a lot of other alcohol. Woojin took the soju cup with a pounding heart. Golgol. Your father would have been proud if he saw you. Our son had already grown into an adult. You could drink alcohol with me, and you also bought us meat. When they talked about his father, he became melancholy, but it couldn't even be compared to his mother's sadness. Woojin drank the entire cup of soju. There was a bite to it. It was quite good, but he was starting to feel the effect of the alcohol. There was a bitter aftertaste, and it was quite delicious. This is pretty good. He didn't know about the other stuff, but the taste of alcohol here was preferable to the ones at the planet Alphen. As time passes, he'll look fondly back at his experiences, but he couldn't do that yet. He had escaped that hellhole, and he was very happy to be with his family now. Let us be happy, mother. Yes, my son. Me too, me too. In her ignorance, Sua pushed her cup forward, but he poured her some soda. Then they made a toast. Star dot. His mother seemed to be drunk as she kept thanking him. He took the happily smiling Sua and his mother back home before he headed out again. He had withdrawn money from an ATM as they walked the street, and he placed $1,000 on top of the kitchen table. He wanted to give her all the money he had earned, but he needed for seed money. He needed a certain amount of money to pay for the entrance fee for the higher-ranked dungeons. It would allow him to quickly make money. Woojin wanted to move to a decent house soon. Ha! This is great. Woojin accompanied his mother and Sua home. Then he decided to walk the night street. It was 7 o'clock. He'd taken Sua to an early dinner, so it was still quite early. This was the first time he drank soju, and the taste continued to linger. He wanted to drink more, but he didn't want to get drunk by himself. 20 years had passed, so instead of thinking about his close friends' faces, the first face that came to mind was Du Jaemin's face. That guy. I have to repay his money. He owed a lot of things to him. Woojin always settled his favors and grudges. He repaid goodwill, and he took revenge on those he had a grudge against. Jaemin was a big help in learning about the changed earth. Woojin visited a still-open department store, and he entered to buy some presents. He wandered around in his threadbare clothes, and he smelled of alcohol. Even seeing him like this, the kind sales clerk helped him out. He went towards the cosmetic counter, and with the recommendation from the clerk, he purchased something a high school boy could use. He spent a good amount of money, but he didn't regret it. While he carried the present, Woojin bought a whole chicken at a fried chicken restaurant. He bought a bottle of soju at the convenience store, then he headed towards Jaemin's house. There was no response as he pressed on the doorbell, so he opened the panel to the door lock mechanism. D. Dot. That bastard. He already changed his passcode? Woojin could have immediately called Jaemin, but it was about time for Jaemin to come home from his tutoring school. So he just waited. Jaemin flinched in surprise when he saw Woojin standing in front of his front door. You are back? Hi, Hyung. You came? That's right. Let's eat some chicken together. Jaemin stealthily glanced towards Woojin. He covered his finger with his other hand before he opened the front door. Drore. Woojin acted naturally as he spread the chicken and plates on top of the kitchen desk. Bring some glasses. Ah, wait a moment. As soon as he took off his backpack, Jaemin brought back some cups. He felt uncomfortable since Woojin came to his house every night, but his mouth watered when he thought about the chicken. Jaemin was at an age where he liked to eat. Jaemin tried to pour cola into his cup, but Woojin stopped him. Hey, you should have a cup. What? Hyung. I'm only a high school student? Soup. You can have whatever Hyung gives you. Should I? Woojin filled Jaemin's cup with soju, and he also filled his cup to the brim with soju. They didn't have a soju glass, so they poured it into cups. The soju bottle emptied just from filling 2 cups. Okay, let's drink. Yes. Woojin emptied the cup in a refreshing manner, and he bit into a chicken leg. Jaemin awkwardly turned his head, and he took a sip. Then his face scrunched up. KKKKKK. Bitter. It was bitter. Why would anyone drink something like this? Jaemin put a chicken wing in his mouth as he asked a question. Was your visit to the dungeon successful? Of course. Hey, I got you a present. Jaemin opened the shopping bag with a confused face. When he opened it, he saw a bottle of cologne. When he saw the brand, it was a very pricey item. Hi, Hyung. Stop being surprised, you little rascal. This is the money I borrowed from you. Woojin took out $500 from his wallet. Jaemin's eyes became round. This is too much. You only have to give me what you borrowed. No. To tell you the truth, I don't want it. Hyung has already done too much for me. Yes. A person should repay kindness. Woojin nodded his head with a satisfied expression. So, is that why you changed the house's passcode? That is. Woojin grinned when he saw the flustered Jaemin. The rest is rent fee on top of the borrowed money. Does this mean he wants to continue to stay here? Jaemin couldn't believe his ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Justifiable Misunderstanding. Chapter 19, Justifiable Misunderstanding. TLN, short chapter, and it'll probably be the last regular chapter of this week. Next week will be Dragon Maken / LOL. I'll try to get a third chapter out next week of SSN so we move closer to the dungeon scenes. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Hyung. Didn't you meet your mother? Shit. My house is too small. I'll inconvenience you until I buy a house. Even though the price of land in Seoul had dropped, it was still an unthinkable amount of money for a normal person like Jaemin. He is asking to live here and mooch off of him until he could buy a house? Jaemin had a complicated expression. Woojin cackled as he looked at Jaemin. It won't take long for me to leave, so don't worry about it. Hyung made 1,300 today. Moreover, I'll get an additional 400 soon. That isn't it. My Nuna comes here on the weekends. TLN, male-older sister equals Nuna, female-older sister equals Uni. Is that so? I'll call her tomorrow. Oh yeah. Does Hyung know my Nuna? My Nuna recognized Hyung's name. What's your Nuna's name? Her name is Do Jaewon. Woojin thought about the name, Do Jaewon, and his eyes became wide when it came to him. Do Jaewon? The third-class Junji Hyun? TLN, Google? If you want to know who she resembles. She's my sister, so it's a little bit weird to talk about her like this. However, she used to be called that. Ha ha. You are Jaewon's little brother? Woojin looked over Do Jaemin, and he nodded his head. He thought this guy looked handsome, and now he found out Do Jaewon was his Nuna. They must have been born with superior genes as both siblings had good looks. It had been 20 years, but Woojin still remembered Do Jaewon. She used to be famous for being the prettiest in the entire school. Woojin had also had a crush on Jaewon, but he had been too shy. If he met her right now, he would have. Where does your Nuna live for her only visit on the weekends? She's at a factory. What? A factory? Do Jaewon is? If she needed money, then she should have become a celebrity instead. Woojin couldn't imagine Jaewon in a factory setting, so he turned his head in confusion. Jaemin replied with a slightly dark face. There was an incident. Anyways, Hyung switched your handphone? I swapped it on the way back. Wow. This is a really expensive one. Can I touch it once? Is that so? Is it a good one? Hull. This is a crazy red. Crazy red? It uses bloodstone technology, so it is really expensive. Hyung must have made a lot of money? Bloodstones was a new material with an enormous amount of energy within it. After the end of a 5-year research, the technology was adopted for use, and it was slowly being used in actual objects now. The battery technology using the bloodstones were a hot issue in the IT market. He exchanged it for free. What? This was free? Well, it was an event. An event. It was a once-in-a-lifetime, even where the salesman's life was on the line. Hull. You are lucky. This is really expensive, Outbot. It seemed the phone salesman had a conscience. Woojin let go of the little ball of grudge he held against him. Jaemin was more excited than the owner of the phone. He spent a while explaining to him about the new functions when a message came. Jaemin looked at the line on top of the screen, and his eyes widened when he read the content. 913. 2113. Deposit 40,000. Total 51,230. XX Bank Hong Sunggu. Ha! How many zeros are there? Jaemin looked at the figure, then he looked at Woojin. It said he was a rank F on his Roust card, yet he was able to earn $13,000 in one day, and now he earned an additional $40,000. Jaemin couldn't help but look at Woojin in a different light. Hi, Hyung. You are very capable. Woojin snatched his handphone back, and he frowned. That bastard. I told his to send 4 bills. Woojin immediately gave him a call. The amount is getting on my nerve. It is getting on my nerve. Before the single ring could pass, Sungo picked up his phone. Hello? Hyung. Did you check the deposit? Hey, asshole. Do you think I'm a beggar? Didn't I tell you to send just 4 bills? What is this? Of course. When you said 4 bills, you meant that 4 bills. As if he had put his hand over the receiver, the sound was muffled. However, Woojin had a sensitive hearing, so he frowned when he heard it. What are you saying? Hi, Hyung Nim. I want to talk to you face to face. Please tell me your address. What? Why do you want to find me? I'll explain it once I get there. Where are you, Hyung Nim? Sungo's voice sounded desperate, so Woojin gave him the address in confusion. There is a large cafe called Angle Angel near there. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sungo hurriedly ended the call. At Sungo's reaction, Woojin stared at his handphone. That bastard. What's up with him? If Sungo had just told him his account number, he would have returned the $36,000, so why does he want to meet up? Since we are out of alcohol, I'll briefly head out to buy some. Meanwhile, you eat the chicken. Yes, Hyung. Change the front door's password to the original one. Yes. Woojin decided he would buy more of the depleted soju, then he would meet Sungo and give him back his money. Jaemin was left alone, and he took another sip of the soju. He frowned. KKKKK. Why do people drink this? He popped open a cola, then he washed the flavor out of his mouth. Then he started playing with his handphone out of boredom. This should be expensive. Jaemin checked the cologne's brand, and his mouth dropped open when he searched for the model. $200? The price was too high for a high school student to use it without feeling a sense of burden. Moreover, he rarely used cologne. Maybe, if he smoked, then he would have. I guess Hyun spends based on his emotions? He is spending recklessly since he making money. His mood became restless when he saw the $500 given to him by Woojin. His Nuna was probably working hard at the factory right now, but her annual income was less than the $53,000 Woojin made in a single day. Jaemin was bored waiting for Woojin to return, so he accessed an online community he frequented. Then he wrote a post. Brothers. I got a perfume for a present. About 3 days ago, I met an uncle by coincidence, and I let him sleep in my rented room for a day. He bought me a cologne and he also gave me $500. Isn't it a real windfall? Currently, I'm eating chicken and alcohol. Hyung went out to buy more alcohol since we are out. He has a lot of money. TLN, just Google it if you don't know. Let me boast about my present? Jaemin uploaded a picture of the cologne as proof, then he waited for the reaction from other people. Dring, dring. The replies were explosive. TLN, they are speaking in message board style. Sometimes they aren't even talking in full sentences. Nim. Be careful of your backside. TLN, XXX Nim. It is an honorific, but shortened to Nim here. Perfume, rented room, success. Today real shared room? This Hyun will move to your next door neighborhood. He isn't getting alcohol. He probably went to get condoms. Stupid. He won't get pregnant, so why buy condoms? What, stupid? Then enema. He said enema. Nim, it isn't too late. Throw away your rented room, and guard your behind. So who will be the bottom? The person who paid will be the top. Congratulations on your anal's grand opening. What is anal? Your asshole, you stupid mofo. Request but. Monitor ready in front. Jaemin frowned. TSK. If they are jealous, then they should just say so. Why do a gay ad lib? Jaemin continued to read the posts being posted, and he glanced at the front door. He wouldn't do that. He won't. The delicious chicken suddenly tasted like he was chewing on rubber. Is he deluding himself? He probably won't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, Justified Misunderstanding, 2. Chapter 20, Justified Misunderstanding, 2. TLN, I'll have a chapter of Dragon Makin or LOL out on Sunday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Hong Sang-go let out a sigh after he ended the phone call. The 4 bills was actually $400,000. It's no wonder why, since he thought $20,000 was a bit cheap for saving someone's life. He really had been underestimating the price of his life too much. Even someone like me is worth $200,000. He had been saved twice, so it was 4 bills. It was $400,000. Ha, this isn't how I should be spending my time. Sang-gu let out a sigh. It had been only 2 months since he had become aroused. He had worked tirelessly during that time, but he had been only earned around $30,000. Even that wasn't enough, so he had to borrow money from all around. How was he suddenly going to come up with a large sum of $360,000? I guess this is the only way. He had prepared this just in case. Sang-gu gathered a bundle of documents, then he went outside to catch a taxi. When he arrived near the Sadong station, he hurriedly entered a large cafe named Angel. He looked around, and he was able to find Woojin sitting near a corner. Hyung him. How are you doing? The two of them had left the dungeon, and they had went their own ways around lunch. This occurred only couple hours ago, so why was he asking how he was doing? You came? So, why did you insist on coming here yourself? It was the right thing for me to do to come here. That's all right. Just leave after you give me your account number. Okay. Sang-gu's face turned pale from fright. Is he trying to return his money to him? Doesn't that mean he didn't need his money, and Woojin wanted to kill him? Sang-gu thought about how Woojin looked as he killed Beidasu and his party members without any hesitation. It happened only couple hours ago, so he was still shocked by that event. Sang-gu immediately got on his knees. Hyung Nim. Please spare my life. Ha? Why are you being like this? I promise I'll pay back all the money I am short on. Just give me a little bit more time. Sang-gu's reaction drew the attention from the people in the surrounding. What? What's going on? Is he a gangster? It looks like he took out a private loan. TSK. He must have took out a private loan, then he must have used it all. Woojin frowned when he heard the murmurs coming from the surround people. What was he trying to accomplish by gaining the attention of his surrounding? Woojin's voice was filled with irritation. If you don't want die, then why don't you have a seat? Yes, sir. Sang-gu immediately sat across Woojin. Hyung Nim. I have no way of gathering $400,000 right now. If you give me some time, I promise I'll come through. $400,000? Yes, sir. Ha! Woojin leaned back against his chair as he sighed. His fingers rhythmically beat against the armrests. Doc. Sang-gu swallowed dryly to the beat. Woojin frowned at Sang-gu, who sat there like a dog wanting to poop. He had wanted $4,000, so he asked Sang-gu to send 4 bills. However, he must have misunderstood it as $40,000. If that wasn't enough, he had further misunderstood, and now he was under the impression that he owed Woojin $400,000 now. Kids these days think in large scales. How could someone misunderstand one bill as $10,000 or $100,000? It seemed he had thoroughly misunderstood his situation. If he was under a misunderstanding, then of course he would. How long do you want me to wait for you? Have to take advantage of the misunderstanding. Sang-gu spoke rapidly. He spoke so fast that one would think he had a talent for talking. Please look here. Woojin's forehead furrowed when he picked up the paper documents pushed forward by Sang-gu. When his ability manifested, Sang-gu had recorded how much he had earned on the first day he became aroused. As he became familiar with his ability slowly evolved, and his income had increased steadily. He even made a graph to accompany the numbers. At the bottom, he even wrote down the dungeons he had attempted, and there was a detailed count on how many monsters he had faced. This was basically Sang-gu's own portfolio. I earned $30,000 during the 2 months. From here on out, my income will continue to increase, and I will be able to obtain the rest of the money soon. How long? I guarantee I will have it within 25 months. Isn't that too long? At Woojin's pessimistic words, Sang-gu replied quickly. When did he become so deft at wheeling and dealing? It felt like he had awoken to another Taken when facing with a situation where his life was on the line. This is why I thought of a second method. Woojin frowned as he threw the documents on the table. Why don't we just talk? Sunggu immediately flapped his tongue. With Hyungnim's abilities, you will be able to attack a higher dungeon than the 1-star and 2-star dungeons. Moreover, you will be able to earn much more revenue per dungeon attack. If you form a party with me, I'll point out the highly profitable dungeons, and I'll be able to repay the $400,000 in no time. From what Sunggu observed, Woojin was most definitely not a rank F on his Roused rankings. He was capable of soloing a 2-star dungeon, so how could he be a rank F? Anyways, the profit from the higher ranked dungeons were fundamentally on a different level. One could earn $400,000 in no time. For Sunggu, this would be the best method for him. He wouldn't dare attempt a high-ranked dungeon by himself, but it was possible with Woojin by his side. He just had one problem he had to resolve. Does that mean you want to comfortably mooch off of me? No. This is why I thought up a third plan. Sunggu started laying out his third plan as if nothing had happened. During that period, I will work as Hyungnim's manager. Manager? Yes. All Roused with a slightly higher rank travels with one. There is even a separate supporting department for them at the guilds. The manager takes care of duties like selecting the dungeons, making reservations, selling the bloodstones and more. The manager even drives the Roused around. So they are basically servants. Ha! He is speaking the truth, but why do I have such an unpleasant feeling? Your analysis is correct, Hyungnim. Woojin had an amused expression when he heard Sunggu's words. Managers basically did the same work as a celebrity's manger. It wasn't a bad proposal for Woojin. Since you don't have the money, you want to work it off with your body. Ah, he was correct. You are spot on, Hyungnim. Woojin thought for a moment before he opened his mouth. All right. For how long? Hyungnim should decide. 1 year. I would feel a little bit bad if you worked for free, so I'll give you a little bit of money on the side. Sunggu abruptly stood up from his seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hyungnim. Oh. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. He could have just taken back the $36,000, yet he wanted to live the life of a servant. Star. Jaemin woke up with a burning thirst in his throat. Ooh, okay. He looked around his surrounding with a dizzy head. He was on his bed. Bits of his memories started to piece itself together, and his memories slowly came back to him. He had waited a long time for Woojin, who had gone out to buy more alcohol. He started taking sips from his soju cup, and he had fallen asleep on the table. So, why was he in his bed? Hook! He still had his shirt on. Jaemin hurriedly peeked underneath his blanket. He still had his pants on. He unnecessarily started touching his butt, but he didn't feel any pain. Phew! Thank you. Our Father, who art in heaven. Ah! When his nervousness melted away, he tried to get up since he had to pee. This was when he saw Woojin lying on top of a blanket placed on the floor. He saw 2 bottles of soju on the desk, so it seemed he had fallen asleep after drinking by himself. I guess he really is a kind Hyung. Jaemin felt relieved. As he was about to head towards the restroom, Woojin let out a moan. Ooh ooh ooh. Woojin had curled up, and his body was shaking. Is he sick? Jaemin stretched out his hand to touch the curled up Woojin. Before his hand could make contact, he felt a stinging shock on his hand. Ot. That stings, dot. Jaemin was so surprised that he sat back down on his bed. Maybe it was the shock, but he started seeing a hallucination. Gray objects were wrapped around Woojin, and they were slowly swimming around him. Some were black, but none of them had a defined form. Jaemin's eyes were out of focus, and he could only look on dumbly. Ghost? A sprite? Or a hallucination? He felt a thick hatred and resentment towards life. No, it was the source of evil. Instinctual fear. Jaemin's dilated eyes flipped into his head, and he fainted onto his bed. Ooh ooh ooh. Woojin let out a moan, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. His face was screwed up as if he was in pain. It looked as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. Necromancer. He who opposes the laws of nature. He who denies death. Eventually, he who become tormented by death's curse. Woojin continued to moan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, 3-star dungeon. Chapter 21, 3-star dungeon. TLN, thank Victor, DMW, and James, Elk, for the donation. I really appreciate it. This chapter will count towards next week's regular chapter count. Elquinas will be out Sunday or Monday. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. Hyung Nim. I'm over here. The next day morning, Sunggu was waiting in front of Woojin's house on the appointed time. Whose car is this? It is my mother's car. She doesn't use it a lot, so I usually use it. Woojin nodded his head as he looked at the white Meitais. I guess it was better than not having a car. Why are the windows open? The AC is broken. It was almost the end of summer, so the morning was a bit chilly. It didn't matter if they didn't have an AC. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he saw Sunggu, who was putting on his seatbelt. It's your first day as a servant, so why are you in such a good mood? Ha ha. Isn't there different degrees of being a servant? Woojin grinned as he asked a question. You said we are going to a 3-star dungeon today? Yes. What comes out over there? Rakwi comes out. TLN, Bakwi is cockroach in Korean. The author basically switched B with an R. Rakwis were basically large cockroaches. That's it. It wasn't as if the drop rate for the bloodstones were any better, but there was a large population of this monster in this dungeon. This is why this dungeon contained a lot of bloodstones. Sunggu gave a briefing about the dungeon while he drove. The Maebong Stan's third exit dungeon has a maximum limit of 10 party members, and the entrance fee is $300. It's damn expensive. If one person wanted to use the dungeon, then one would have to pay $3,000 for the entrance fee. It can't be helped. Moreover, there are a lot of them, and the return stone doesn't drop until all of the Rakwis are killed. Normally, it takes around 2 hours to attack this dungeon. If one is unlucky, it takes 3 hours. Woojin nodded his head. You found the dungeon to my exact requirement. The Maebong Station's third exit was chosen as their next target, but it wasn't Sunggu's idea. Woojin ordered him to find a dungeon that fit a single criteria. Numerous monsters had to be summoned. He was told to search for a dungeon based on the monster regeneration rate instead of profit. He felt doubt, but he had worked hard to find it. Amongst all of the 3-star dungeons, this place regenerated the most monsters. There were way less cars on the road compared to Woojin's memory. It reminded him of the traffic he saw on the holidays. As expected, a parking lot was provided near the vicinity of the subway station. TLN, Koreans don't get a lot of vacations, so they all head out to beach/mountain on the holidays. Therefore, you see less traffic in the city during holidays. The biggest change that had happened to Seoul in the past 5 years was the subway stations. It used to be a method of travel one used to get to work, but now it became a place of work. Dungeon businesses brought in the biggest revenue for Seoul. Even the parking fee is damn expensive. Sunggu laughed lightly when he heard Woojin's complaint. I think you'll be very surprised once you balance your account after attacking this dungeon. There is a vast difference between a 2-star and a 3-star dungeon. Well, we'll know once we get there. Money was important to Woojin. He needed a big house, so he could live with his family. At the very least, he wanted to be able to sleep in a different room where he could fall asleep in a defenseless state. It was a dungeon where the profit was great, so the entrance fee was expensive, and there were many people in queue. One could only make appointments for 4-star dungeons or higher. They also restricted the roused, who were below rank D, from even attempting the 4-star dungeon. A mule like Sunggu could probably squeeze in, but a rank D roused won't even be able to become a leader for a party when attempting a 4-star dungeon. Until the 3-star dungeons, there were no restriction. One didn't need to make an appointment. The order of the dungeon attempt was basically a first-come, first-served basis. This was why the queue time was longer compared to the time it took to complete 1-star or 2-star dungeons. However, it wasn't so for this 3-star dungeon. They had come early in the morning, so there were only 2 teams in front of them. Even if everyone took 2 hours, they would have to wait 4 hours. Hyung Nim should go rest in a cafe then return later, but one of the main duty of a manager was staying in line as a proxy. Woojin looked around the surrounding, and he could see cafes and other convenient facilities. It made him doubt whether the development area around a subway station was really dangerous. It seemed the resident area moved farther away, but the commercial facilities seemed more developed here. Moreover, the dungeon was always open. The roused converged here 24/7 to attack the dungeon. Of course, a location where a lot of people gathered would flourish. It's okay. I'll wait with you. I'm moved, Hyung Nim. Sunggu's flattery came out almost automatically. He had also studied on his own, so he could talk continuously about what he knew about the roused, their society, and the different types of dungeons. He didn't want Woojin to get bored. Pew, pew, panya. Woojin found out why the Crazy Red was a popular smartphone amongst the roused. The sturdiness of its build didn't even need to be explained. It was also able to run for half a month without one needing to charge it. The insane battery allowed one not to be bored during the downtimes. Woojin waited 5 hours to enter the dungeon. Woojin paid $12,000. He paid the cost for using the dungeon for 4 hours. Sunggu looked at Woojin, and he energetically gave a fighting pose. A stocky guy like him was doing all he can to act cute, and it made him look at Sunggu with pity now. Hyung Nim. Fighting. You have to go too, you dork. I have to? Who's going to excavate the bloodstones? I'm moved, Hyung Nim. Sunggu let out a soulless exclamation, then he quickly followed behind Woojin. I thought you purposely suggested to become my servant, so you could follow me around. When there was no answer, Woojin turned to look at him. Sunggu had an expression of guilt. You are quite perceptive. It seemed flattery came naturally to him now. Woojin smirked. Dude. Do it in moderation. Moreover, just call me Hyung. Yes, Hyung. Life was a battlefield. Sunggu was at fault for overreacting and adding the extra zeros to the $4,000. Woojin didn't feel the need to take back what he had offered. He wasn't Sunggu's parent or guardian. Free money was free money. However, if he still insisted on becoming his underling, he would repay him back the money he lost. As a necromancer who had reached the pinnacle, Woojin had at least that much generosity. Be a good guide. Do my biddings well. I'm not going to work you without giving any compensations. After we finish this dungeon, you can have 10% of the profit. It was a 9-to-1 ratio. It was an unreasonable number, but Sunggu's face was filled with joy. For him, the very act of attempting a 3-star dungeon was difficult. Even if it was only 10%, it would still be more than he could make from attacking 1-star dungeons several times. He would be able to get his hand on a large sum of money. Thank you very much, Hyung. Sunggu really felt thankful towards him. Woojin seemed to prefer solo play, but it seemed he would be able to enter with him. He would be able to be carried by Woojin as his manager. He'll be able to experience a 3-star dungeon and use his ability in relative safety. He'd probably be able to train and practice his ability. It might even evolve. Sunggu was aiming to become a high-ranked roused, so this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Woojin knew all about this, yet he acted like he had been fooled, so Sunggu felt thankful towards him. Let's go. Time is gold. Yes, sir. Woojin was thankful towards Sunggu, who had become a servant for just $4,000. Star. Level up. The moment Woojin gained another level, he shook his head in a fierce manner. There are frighteningly a lot of them. The floor was jam-packed with Rakwi corpses. These bastards barreled towards any life form in their vicinity. They had the tendency of using their number as an advantage. One could build a solid defense against them, or one could kill them faster than they could gather. These were the only methods of dealing with them. Woojin's method was to use both. You dare use your number against me? Kakik. He fought number with number. Woojin was surrounded by 19 skeleton soldiers. This was possible because every time he leveled up, he put all his stat points into control. Woojin used his search magic. When he felt magic within the Rakwi's corpses, he sprayed red paint on them. There were so many of them that it took a lot of time to tag them with paint. While he was doing this, Sunggu came down the stairs. On him. I've excavated them all. Sunggu was hauling a bag as he descended, and he was soaked in sweat. He hadn't even used a single fireball since he had entered the dungeon. The only thing he did was to excavate the bloodstones from the field of corpses left behind by Woojin. Woojin picked out which monsters had bloodstones, so he didn't have to open up an empty corpse. However, there were still too many of them. Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Sunggu fell behind even though he only had to extract the bloodstones. You've done well. Now keep up the good work. Hook. Sunggu saw the terrible spectacle created by Woojin on the last floor. He sucked in a sharp breath. At a glance, he could see couple hundred corpses. Amongst all of them, there were over 60 corpses tagged with spray paint. How much money is this? The drop rate couldn't be compared to the 2-star dungeons. Sunggu put down the full bag, then he took out a new bag. Ego. I guess I'll take a little break. Woojin freed himself from the field of corpses, then he sat on a bench. The return stone would come out from the body of the last Requi he killed. While Sungu excavated the bloodstones, he sat on one side as he opened his character window. He put all the bonus points he earned from the level-ups to control. The number reached 24. He could summon 5 additional skeleton soldiers. I'm level 6 now. Woojin looked through all the skills he could learn at LVL 6. He was able to learn low-ranked attack spells like making a small flame or a fist made out of water. Everything else had a class restriction. Woojin purchased all the important magics under the low-ranked magic. The cost was between 10 to 30 achievement points each. These weak magics were progressively unusable against the monsters he would face, but these magics weren't only used in hunting monsters. They had many practical uses in real life, so he purchased and learned them. This cost 200 points. Restriction, level 10, magic 20. Corpses or bones are used as sacrifice to summon a strength 5, agility 5, health 5, magic 5, skeleton magician. Range is increased when strength increases. Shooting rate is increased when agility increases. Attack power is increased as magic is increased. Magic consumption, 1, required control, 1. Every Requi gave him 3 achievement points. There were too many Requis, so he had a lot of achievement points to spare. He was able to buy skill books, but he couldn't learn it since they had level restrictions. From level 1 to level 9, one didn't have a class. The low-ranked skills learned during this period didn't have any class restrictions, and most of them could be purchased with relatively low achievement points. However, once one reaches level 10, one would develop a class, and most of the skills became expensive. Now that I think about it, I should work on my stats a little bit. There were couple ways to raise one's stat. When one level up, one gets bonus stats, and as the name indicates, it was a bonus. There were 2 other methods if one excluded the level up. First method was to train repeatedly to increase one's stat. However, this method wasn't used often since the increase was minimal compared to the time spent. If one did it without having much expectation, then one could increase one stat at a time. The second method was to use drugs. There were reinforcement drugs that were able to give a temporary stat boost, but there were also magic medicines that could permanently increase certain stats. Woojin frowned as he searched through the achievement point store. There were reinforcement drugs that gave +1 stat points, but they cost 2,000 points. It was too expensive for him to purchase it for consumption. However, it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. Ingredient, Orc Tendon 3, Drabbed Tail 5, Ratfong 2. Effect, Strength +2. He thought he did pretty well by using 150 of his achievement points to purchase this recipe. The composition method was simple. He just had to use his advanced skill, combination box. It is all done, Hyung Nim. I also found the return stone, Woojin grinned as he looked at the fat bags filled with bloodstones. At the very least, there were about 5 times more bloodstones compared to the previous 2-star dungeon. Also, didn't Sungu say the bloodstones became denser and more expensive as the dungeon's rank increased? How many minutes had passed? It's been 27 minutes. Woojin stood up as he laughed. We'll run it 7 more times. Hurry up, and gather everything. Hook. I understand. The skeleton soldiers approached them, and they picked up the bags. Woojin and Sungu wanted to save time, so they practically ran towards the entrance. The public employee assigned to this place by the Dungeon Management Bureau was surprised when they came out much earlier than expected. When 2 rank F roused attempted the 3-star dungeon that had a maximum capacity of 10 party members, he thought their actions were ill-advised. However, it seemed he was wrong. Even if you cleared it before the time ran out, we won't refund the entrance fee. Woojin smirked at the public employee's words. I'm going to keep attempting the dungeon within the time limit, so don't worry about it. What? I don't have time, so don't ask me any questions. Woojin and Sungu grabbed the bags, then they ran towards the Bloodstone exchange store. They converted it all to cash. $54,300. He used simple calculations to determine he could earn almost $400,000 in a day. Sungu would receive 10% of that figure, so he had an expression of disbelief on his face. $5,430. This was the money he had earned in 30 minutes. If one joined a full normal party attacking a 3-star dungeon, one share of the profit would be equivalent to this. However, Sungu wasn't skilled enough to attempt a 3-star or even a 2-star dungeon. Jackpot, Hyung Nim. You are calling me Hyung Nim again? Hyung Nim is too great. I wouldn't dare call you Hyung. Woojin smirked at his silly words. We still have 7 runs left. If they went in 7 more times, then his share would be around $40,000. He had diligently went around 1-star dungeons for 2 whole months, yet he only made $30,000. Now he would make $40,000 in a day. Run. Yes, sir. Sunggu and Woojin quickly ran towards the dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22, Dual Class. Chapter 22, Dual Class. TLN, I was able to get into a translating groove yesterday, so here's another regular chapter. This will probably be the last release this week unless there is a sponsored CH. Next week will probably be Dragon Maken and either Elk/SSN. I'm also pondering whether I should start another project. Was the alternating 2 novels each week an unpleasant reading experience? Let me know. I appreciate any input. Please turn off your ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Hook. Do you think we can rest a little bit, Hyung Nim? For the most part, Woojin didn't directly participate in battle. The Rakwis were considered to be a 3-star monster, because there were a frighteningly a lot of them. It was so bad that a fight with the Rakwis wasn't considered to be a fight against a monster. It was a fight against oneself. Everything ended the moment one became tired. The skeleton soldiers never got tired, and he just had to summon a new one when one was destroyed. Moreover, the skeleton soldier's appearance had gone through a change. The skeleton soldier's skill level had risen from 1 to 10 and they had evolved. The skeleton soldier were made out bones, so its emaciated body looked quite brittle. However, they now wore shoulder and chest armor. They also carried a small shield on one hand. The knives still looked very dull, but it had become larger and more pointy. They also wore a helmet on their heads. As one uses more of one skill, the skill level increases. It can also be raised using the help of an item, or one could invest one's bonus point into it. These were the only methods. His hunting speed was becoming faster, and he was having an easier time. The problem was Sunggu's stamina. He was on the bloodstone duty for 3 hours, and he hadn't been able to take a single break. Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Sunggu didn't have time to take a break. Woojin had run out of spray paint, but it seemed he had learned a marking magic. He used it to mark the monsters containing the bloodstones. He kept showing his admiration as he watched Woojin's endless versatility. Eventually, Sunggu couldn't help it as his stamina flagged. All right. Let's rest for a moment. Sunggu let out a groan, and Woojin plopped himself on the floor. Sunggu sat next to him, and he took out a bottled water from his bag. He gave it to Woojin first. Sunggu was drenched in sweat and he had a tired expression on his face. However, he still gave Woojin the water first. Woojin grinned. Dude. You are going to live a long life. What? I like the cut of your jib. Woojin drank a gulp of water, then he handed it to Sunggu. Sunggu kept gulping down the water like a man who had come across an oasis in the desert. Hiya. It felt like the water was being absorbed into his bones. Sunggu's body shook, then he relaxed. How much time do we have left? We have 1 hour and 12 minutes. As time passed, their pace had increased. They had already completed the dungeon 6 times before 3 hours had passed. The adjust amount is, I think it's over $300,000? We should almost have $400,000? The Bloodstones exchange store took a fixed amount from the final figure to give a fee to the first roused, who defeated the dungeon. The association also took a portion, but the rest was automatically deposited into roused registration account. As Woojin looked at the knockdown Sunggu, he pondered over an idea. He would be able to purchase a decent house for Sua and his mother with $300,000. Money was basically the means to an end. It was a tool to get what he wanted, but the money itself wasn't his goal. I'll give up on the Bloodstones. Woojin stood up from his seat. Sunggu followed his example, and he also got up. Ooh, okay. Hey, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. The bloodstone we excavate from now on is all yours. What? I'll mark it for you, so do your best in excavating it. Hyung Nim? Keep up the good work. Woojin almost ran as he led the skeletons downstairs. Well, should I record my lap time? Kakik. Sunggu blankly glanced down towards the stairway where Woojin had disappeared to. Hi, Hyung Nim. If he excavated all the bloodstones before Woojin could end his hunt, he would be able to make around $50,000. He didn't care about the price of his life right now. The amount of money he was able to make was contingent on how much he moved. He was tired for only a moment. Ooh, oh. Before the marking magic could disappear, he hurriedly swung his short sword. After Sungu entered the dungeon, he started moving like a madman. He tried to close the distance between Woojin, and he excavated the bloodstones from the marked Rakui's corpses. He had repeated this action for several hours, so he had already become an expert in cracking open the Rakui's head. However, Woojin's hunting speed was too fast. Sungu was able to clear only one floor before Woojin was coming back up with the return stone. My money. When he thought about the marked Rakui corpses below, he wanted to pound against the floor. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He followed Woojin out of the dungeon to enter it again. There was 20 minutes left before his 4 hour of using the dungeon came to an end. Before Woojin could step onto the last floor, he stopped walking. Woojin was taken aback. He tilted his head in confusion. Class? Originally, one would have to choose one's class at level 10. He had chosen to become a necromancer on planet Alphen. When he was transferred here, he had already chosen the necromancer class. He thought hard as he looked at the window that popped up in front of his eyes. Woojin frowned when an endless banquet of classes popped up. He had already experienced this when he reached level 10 on the Alphen planet. The problem was he already had a class. Does this mean I can have a dual class? He thought hard on it, but that was the only answer that came to him. For class designation reward, you will be given a warrior's weapon. Woojin let out a sigh. Doesn't this put me in a tough spot? His skills and stats were not connected to each other. He had some skills where he needed magic, and some skills required vitality. Necromancer was a class that specialized in magic and control. If he had become a magician, then there were a certain amount of overlap in skills. However, when one reaches level 10, one's class is determined by one's movement pattern. If he knew there was a dual class, then he would have only used magic from level 1. He wouldn't have swung his clawed hammer. Well, I can't do anything about it. He'll probably run out of stat points, but he had planned on using the bonus points to focus on his necromancy. The warrior class was just a throw-in. He decided to think of it like that. He'll just think of his main weapon as backup weapon. He'll have to do his best to raise his stat using liquid drugs or magic drugs. As he organized his thoughts, he quickly threw away any regret. The reward. Woojin immediately opened his inventory. He was curious as to what he received as bonus reward when his class was chosen. The warrior's bonus reward was a weapon. He also received a summoning demon for when he was a necromancer, and it was capable of growth. Ha! There are 2 of them? Woojin grinned. Dual class. I guess it isn't so bad? Woojin took out the warrior's bonus reward. Pop-pot. A blue box appeared. As the light dispersed, a rod was pushed towards him. It was curved like a cane. It looked to be a magician's staff, but the composition was very different from a normal staff. It's a steel pipe? The staff was made out of steel, and it looked like the steel claw hammer. The battles up until now must have influenced its appearance. A warrior's weapon was basically one's best friend, and they are akin to one's life. The warrior's weapon grew alongside the user. It is always with you, and it is always ready to come out at your beck and call. Effect, Strength +5, Durability Recovery, Dispelled State. Skill, Summon, Dispel. Woojin held the steel staff in one hand, and he thought about dispelling it. As soon as he thought about it, it disappeared. Summon. Pop-pot. It suddenly appeared in mid-air. Woojin grabbed it in his hand, and he had a satisfied smile on his face. This isn't so bad? He obtained a weapon he could pull out at any moment, so it was a good thing. Moreover, the weapon was able to evolve. There was an infinite possibility in how it would advance. It also didn't take up any space in his inventory, so it was great. Woojin's heart fluttered a little bit as he took out the sealed demon stone. I wonder which bastard is in here. He didn't know if he had be lucky or unlucky on the planet Alphen. He netted a succubus and she was of no help in battle. Still, he hadn't been bored since she liked to talk a lot. Pop-pot. The summoning stone disappeared, and a thick smoke rose up. The smoke coalesced into the shape of a small child. She was a cute girl with a black one-piece dress and she wore a hat with lace hanging off of it. Master. Dot. A small female child suddenly hugged him. He lifted the small demon off of him. You? Bibi? Yes, master. Where have you been? TLN, she's speaking in a very cutesy way. It'll be lost in translation. Woojin could only dumbly stare down at his low-ranked succubus, Bibi. He crouched to look Bibi in her eyes. What? Why did you show up? Hung. Master unsealed me right now. Ha ha. Woojin's head hurt from his troublesome thoughts. He clutched his head, and he pressed firmly on his temple. Then he asked Bibi a question. Did the dimensional travel bring you with me? No, you said you were sealed. I'm so happy I was able to meet Master again. Anyways, what is this smell? It smells like Tronet's minions. Bibi pointed towards the Raquis at the last floor. What? Tronet's minion? Tronet was the name of the demon who had invaded the planet Alphen. Demon wasn't the right description. He was a calamity. They are letting out a similar smell. Bibi's words made his press hands against his temple again. Tronet's invasion reached Earth? This might be why the dungeons formed here. He had no way of knowing if it was true. He felt a strange sense of danger, and it got on his nerves. He had escaped hell, but the hell was trying come here. If it is Janie's Nim, then he would know. Janie's? Sage Janie's. He was considered to be one of the top mages on the Alphen planet. After Tronet invasion, he had turned himself into a lich. He had become a lich, and he existed for 200 years as he lived alongside Alphen's history. Amongst the family he commanded, the best was of course the undead magician. Lich. He never thought he would hear that name again. Yes. He was in the sealed room with me. There was Ryong, Xing Xing, and even Kiba Nim. Also. Hey. Wait a moment. What is this sealed room? I'm not sure. It was like the summoning room except Master's voice didn't reach there. The summoning room was where Woojin's family gathered before they were summoned. It was like his inventory. It was a type of pocket dimension, and it was his family's paradise. Are you saying everyone is sealed? Yes. I was the very first one to hear Master's voice. Woojin finally understood the situation. His necromancer class had transferred with him. His entire familiar beings had been sealed until he was able to call on them. He had to be LVL 80 to do the lich summoning. It seemed the level restriction was the cause of his family being sealed. If Earth has been invaded by Tronet. He understood why the dungeons had formed here. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't the time to leisurely kill the monsters to excavate the bloodstones. Woojin felt the need to level up faster. Hyung Nim. He heard a voice from upstairs. He turned to look at Bibi. You should go back in. Hyung. I want to stay by Master's side. I'll call you again, so go back in. I understand. I'll be able to hear Master's voice inside the summoning room. Pot. Bibi turned into a single strand of smoke as she disappeared. At the same time, Sungu came running down the stairs. Did you hear a girl's voice right now, Hyun Nim? I didn't hear it. Why are you still here? Let's conclude our hunt today after we take care of the monsters down there. They would barely be able to do one more dungeon run, but Sungu was as exhausted as he could be. So he readily nodded his head. I understand. Woojin had a complicated expression on his face as he dragged his skeleton troop down the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23, Hammer Guild. Chapter 23, Hammer Guild. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Renee. I'll try to have the next chapter out tomorrow to clear the queue. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Young Minchin was the team leader of the 4th support team of the Hammer Guild. The 4th support team managed any work related to dungeon equal to or below 3 stars. The team was also in charge of educating the new roused inducted into the guild, and they helped out with the training. After he got to work, he always hand-brewed his coffee. He was a coffee maniac. He started off the day leisurely as he drank a cup of coffee in his large office. This was an important ritual for him and it gave him joy. The 30 minutes after he got to work was his small time of happiness. His team members didn't bother him unless there was an important business. Ddi. He was about to grind the coffee beans with his hand mill when the phone rang. He picked up the phone. This is 4th support team leader, Young Minchin. Team leader. This is Heyman. Kim Hammond was part of the management staff he had deployed to the Maebong Station's 3rd exit. The Maebong Station's 3rd exit was taken by the Hammer Guild about a month ago. They were now in charge of managing the dungeon, where the Raquis spawned. Yeah. What's going on? These guys arrived at the dungeon this morning, and they reserved 4 hours before going in. There is something wrong with these guys. Did they die? It was common for the Roust to meet an untimely death when they attempt a dungeon. No. They were able to safely clear it, but their clear time is abnormal. The first attempt took 30 minutes, but it is taking them 11 minutes to clear the dungeon now. Hook. They just came out right now, and it took them 9 minutes 47 seconds. Hey. Hey. I won. Collect all the money. Minchan heard low voices in the background, and he already knew what Heyman was doing. Hey, what are you doing? Ah. We made a bet on whether they would be able to clear the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. Never mind about that. Why don't you look up these bastards? They said they were rank F, but I'm sure they are ranked higher. Something was most definitely off. This didn't make any sense. 2 ranked F Roust was able to clear a dungeon spawning Rakwees in less than 10 minutes. Keep your phone by your side, and wait for me. I'll call back after I look them up. First, when their reserved dungeon time comes to an end, try to detain them. Yes, sir. Team leader. Keep up the hard work. After Minchan ended his phone call, he logged on to the association site to look up their information. What? This guy registered yesterday? The other guy seems to have registered only 2 months ago. They were fledglings, yet they were clearing 3-star dungeons. Moreover, they were clearing it within 10 minutes. One is a necromancer and the other is a flame magician. By looking at their specialty, one could roughly guess the style of their hunting method. It basically meant either there was a mistake when measuring their Roust rank or they were intentionally hiding it. Anyways, it was obvious the 2 Roust were well above rank F. At the very least, they should be rank C. If a Roust exhibited a rank C ability from the beginning, every single one of them matured into a high-ranked Roust. It has been a long time since a promising Roust had appeared. I must catch them. Young Minchan abandoned the coffee he loved, and he immediately left his office. As the 4th support team, their main job was to manage the dungeons equal to or below 3 stars, but it was also important to scout the Roust using their dungeons. Minchan's car raced towards the Maybong station. After he roughly parked near the road, he headed towards the 3rd exit. Kim Hammond was waiting for him, and he gave Minchan a greeting. Hyungnim came by yourself, dot. It's business hour right now. Cha-cha. Team leader. Ha. It's be about 8 minutes since they entered. They'll be out soon. By looking at their clear time, they still have time to go through the dungeon once more. They had reserved 4 hours, and they had 15 minutes left. They'll be out soon, so they might attempt the dungeon once more. These guys aren't playing around. They've already made over $300,000. A few. If I was skilled, then I would do the dungeon runs like them. If a high-ranked Roust team attacked a 3-star dungeon, of course it would be possible for them to clear it within 10 minutes. However, those high-ranked Roust had no reason to attempt a lowly 3-star dungeon. If they were able to clear a higher-ranked dungeon, the $300,000 was chump change. The 3-star dungeon would basically be a repetitive labor. It was as simple as that. Either these bastards have incredible potential or they are criminals who are using fake identities, but if they possessed some amazing Roust ability that grew enough within few days to allow a rank F to sweep through a 3-star dungeon, he had to get a hold of them. It was a different story if they were criminals with laundered identities. The supervision over the Roust was very strict. It would be very hard to cover up one's identity to go through the Roust registration again. Criminals wouldn't do such eye-catching deeds like this in the first place. Why aren't they coming out? It's about time they should be coming out. Woojin's party had already passed the 10-minute mark. Heyman was becoming restless when they didn't come out like usual. Dungeons were a place where one didn't know what was coming. Everything further than one's nose was an unknown. It wouldn't be strange for a high-ranked Roust to die even in a low-ranked dungeon. It means this will be their last run. Heyman was restless for no reason, and he glanced at his watch. They had only 4 minutes left. There wasn't enough time left for them to attempt the dungeon one more time. Either this was their last run or they wouldn't be coming out forever. Fortunately, it wasn't the latter situation. Woojin came out with a complicated expression on his face, and Sungu seemed exhausted. We burned through it like white-hot fire. Sungu's 2 arms felt like it was about to be ripped off. However, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought about the bags filled with bloodstones on his back. The bloodstones were worth about $50,000, and it was all his. I made the right choice. He made a good choice by sticking to Woojin and becoming his manager. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you doing? Go quickly settle our account. Yes, sir. Hyun Nim. The adjusted profit would all be going to Sunggu this time, so Woojin didn't have to go with him. Sunggu tried to quickly head towards the Bloodstone exchange store, but someone blocked his way. May I speak to the both of you for a moment? Sunggu didn't give a reply, and he casted a furtive glance towards Woojin. A flame magician with 2-month experience, and a necromancer on his second day. They were an odd combination. Moreover, the relationship between the two seemed more strange. I guess that person is the leader. Minchan approached Woojin to ask his request again. May I speak with you? No. I don't want to. The correspondence of his words with his action was right on point. Woojin pushed past Minchan, who was in his face. Minchan was taken aback, and he quickly got in Woojin's way again. Please. Please wait a moment. I just need a moment of your time. If you are planning to steal my time anyways, why are you asking politely? At the other's unexpected response, Minchan had two thoughts in his mind. What kind of crazy son of a bitch is this? He is straightforward. I have quickly give him the main points. The former was his emotional side speaking, and the latter was his logical side speaking. Maikon, who had climbed up the ranks to become the team leader of the 4th support team, preferred logic over emotion. I'll tell you my business first. I want to recruit you to our Hammer Guild. Minchan hurriedly put his hand into his suit's pocket to take out a business card, then he tried to hand one to Woojin. Woojin didn't even entertain the idea of taking the business card. He had heard a lot of information from Jaemin and Sunggu, so he was well versed on this subject. I refuse. Woojin didn't even think for 1 second before he gave his answer. Minchan had to suppress himself from grumbling, and he was barely able to reply back. Well, it seems you don't know about the Hammer Guild yet. Isn't it one of the 3 great guilds of Korea? It seems you know much. I'm not in a good mood, so why don't you stop bothering me? Woojin's thought was on a razor edge as his mind was filled with thoughts about Tronet. He became irritated when this person started pestering him. He didn't want to speak to him, and it was about a subject he didn't want to talk about. Of course, he wasn't happy. Fortunately, Minchan was quick to pick up on others' mood. Well, it doesn't have to be now. At least give us a call once. Hammer Guild takes good care of the roused with skill. Woojin walked past Minchan after he glanced at the business card. Sunggu, who was following after Woojin, stealthily read the face of Woojin. What a waste. What kind of an organization is the Hammer Guild? They were one of the 3 great guilds of Korea. They were a guild ranked within the top 20 even if one put them against the guilds of the world. They were a powerful guild, who possessed 2 rank A roused. 1/4 of the dungeons in Seoul were Hammer Guild properties. The guild was probably making an enormous amount of money just from the entrance fees. If one was noticed by such a guild, it guaranteed a fast advancement in one's status. Moreover, a member of the support team and the team leader was here to recruit him. This meant they were very interested in him. How could he kick away such an opportunity? Sunggu knew Woojin was in a foul mood. Money wasn't the only thing the guild possessed. They had numerous magic and artifact. Moreover, they had experience. Sunggu's goal was to increase his ability, and he wanted to advance in rank. As aroused, this opportunity was like a dream. Minchan didn't miss Sunggu's anxious reaction. Please talk it over carefully with your party member. Then please give us a call. Yes. Sunggu sneakily took the team leader Young Minchan's business card. As he watched the two leave, Young Minchan put on a confident smile. When the two entered the Bloodstone exchange store, he swore as he frowned. What the fuck? There is a limit on how arrogant a person should be. You are right, team leader. The bastard isn't normal. He should be thankful just to be noticed. Even that should be too much for him. That's right. He has no idea how high the doorsteps to Hammer Guild is. Phew. Minchan took a couple deep breaths, then he let go of his anger. There were public employees from the management bureau present. There were also other roused and managers watching from the surrounding. If he had a temper tantrum, then it would be a bad look for him. Minchan approached the public employee. Are you going to send in your report? What? Of course, I have to give my report. Don't send in your report. Yes. Well, I'll do what you say. 2F ranked roused cleared a 3-star dungeon in 10 minutes. This meant something must have went wrong when they were assigning their ranks, so the employee had to send in a separate report. However, the public employee was a close friend of the Hammer Guild. The site employee Kim Hammond turned the public employee a long time ago. Please don't give the information to the other guilds. Yes. I'll do as you say. At the public employee's answer, Kim Hammond grabbed a hold of young Minchin's arm. Geez, team leader. This isn't the first time I've done this. I'll go have some soju with that friend over there. Anyways, are you going to try to catch those two? Yes. You should return to the office for now. Go dig up some information on them. It seems those bastards aren't interested in guilds. Do they have enough worth for us to catch them? I don't care if they don't have any value. You have to catch them first. Have you never fished before? Fishing? If the lure is being pulled, then you reel it in. If it is a small fry, then you just throw it away. Aha. Anyways, go learn about them. The less people who know about them would be better for us. The information will be spread in an instant for eye-catching guys like them. However, he had to do his best to delay it as much as he can. During that time, it would be best if they entered into the Hammer Guild. If they poked around too much, then they would lose an excellent rouse to other guilds and it would be their loss. They are coming out. At Kim Hammond's words, he turned to look. Woojin and Sunggu was exiting the Bluestone Exchange store. Minchan and Heyman stood next to each other, then they looked at the two with a confident smile on their face. Star. We earned a lot. Woojin looked at the final adjusted figure, and he felt a little bit relieved. With this much money, he wouldn't have any problem purchasing a house. This was the achievement of Aroused, who had been registered for only 2 days. $380,000. This was the balance in Woojin's account. He already had $50,000 in there, and he had gained $330,000. Hyun Nim. I respect you. Sunggu had received his 10% cut, and Woojin allowed him to keep all the bloodstones he had excavated at the end. He had made $93,000. This large sum of money blew all the thoughts about all the money he lost out of his mind. He was once again surprised he had made so much money in one day. Let's go back to our neighborhood. Yes, sir. They headed toward the parking lot to find their car. When they were passing the parking fee window, Woojin grinned. I guess the parking fee really isn't that expensive. Didn't I tell you? Also, the 4-star dungeons will be very different. The drop rate for an artifact is quite high there. If he purchased a house, then his immediate need would be fulfilled. His immediate goal was not to gather money. He knew his goal had to be leveling up as fast as he could. Woojin's expression turned complicated again, and Sunggu threw out a question towards Woojin. Hyun Nim. Why did you refuse the guild's offer? Do you have any reasons? It's simple. Yes? I'm not accustomed to having someone above me. Woojin was a ruler. He wasn't accustomed to having someone above him. He actually felt repulsed by it. Why should he receive orders from someone else? How laughable. Sunggu saw Woojin's grin, and he quietly took out the business card from his pocket. Then he threw it out of the window. He was afraid what would happen to him if Woojin found out he took the business card. Bye-bye. Hammer Guild. Sunggu grabbed onto the handle as his eyes misted up a little bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24, Looking for a House. Chapter 24, Looking for a House. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Again, thank you for the donation, Renee. The queue is cleared. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Woojin arrived at Sadong at around 11 o'clock. He called his mother to see when she could get off. Yes, mother. I'll see you later. After ending the phone call, Woojin looked at Sunggu. We have nothing to do until 3 o'clock. Do you want to go eat something? I'll be honored. Hyun Nim. Dude. Stop overdoing it. Haha, I really am honored. Where should I take you? How about a taste makes me feel like I've returned to Earth? He was in trouble. He couldn't think of any witty words he could reply back with. Before the silence lingered, Sunggu was barely able to give an answer. Ha ha ha. Should I take you to an organic Korean restaurant? There is a place I know. Let's go there. Woojin looked out the window, and he pointed at a specific location. Sunggu rubbed his eyes when he saw it. Over there? Yeah. Kimbab World. Sunggu berated himself inside. Now that I've touched some money, I became wasteful. Hyungnim is still frugal, thought. Woojin and Sunggu ordered what they wanted to eat after they parked in front of the Kimbab World. Woojin ordered tuna kimbab, TLN, canned tuna, and ramen. He had a very blissful expression on his face as he savored the food. This is it. He thought about his old memories and his third year in high school. This is what he had tasted at that time. The 20 years as a necromancer was bypassed, and he felt like the third-year high school student from Earth. Horup, TLN, noodle slurping SFX, Hyungnim. Which dungeon should I look up next? MMM. Is there something like a monster catalog out there? It would be better if there was a list where the 1-star and 2-star monsters are ordered by their level. Of course, it exists. Let's decide it after I see that. Yes, sir. I'll show it to you at the cafe after I organize the information. Woojin and Sunggu headed towards Angel, and they ordered some coffee. Sunggu glanced at Woojin before he spoke to the barista. Is there anything on the menu that represents the Earth's taste? Is there something that'll make one feel such a sensation? At Sunggu's question, the barista frowned as if he saw someone with a couple screws loose. Sunggu turned to look at Woojin, and even Woojin was looking at him strangely. You have a weird taste. I want a cafe mocha. After Woojin said those words, he went to take a seat. Sunggu's face turned red. I would like an Americano and a cafe mocha. Yes. That would be $10. Sunggu brought a vibrating coaster and he took a seat. Woojin slyly asked a question. The coffee price these days is nothing to scoff at. It's almost priced the same as lunch. Woojin looked around the cafe's interior. When he came here previously, he had left without ordering anything. He was surprised when the coffee was more expensive than he thought it would be. Soup and rice is $6. The price was almost the same as a coffee. It wasn't as if there weren't a lot of people here. This large cafe was half full. Woojin indirectly asked a question. How much would it cost to set up a store like this? A cafe? I'm not sure. It should be around $1 million? He didn't know how much the rent was, but this cafe was 3-story high. It was a large cafe. Sunggu was in the dark about such matters, so he guessed at the answer. It would be great if I could set one up for Mother. The coffee price was expensive, so he thought the business will do well. It looked to be less arduous than working at a restaurant. He made $300,000 today. He could make $1 million if he worked hard for 3 days. Woojin thought about it in a relaxed manner. If he purchased a house, then he didn't have anything else he wanted. He'll continue to attack the dungeon to level up, and the money would gather by itself. The money itself was trivial. He just wondered if he should set up a store like this, so his mother could have something to occupy her time in relative comfort. Pew pew, P-O-R-O-R-O-Rong. Woojin sipped the sweet cafe mocha, and he focused on his phone game. While he was occupied, Sunggu brought up some data on his tablet PC. Hyungnim. I have it here. Let me see. How do I turn the page on this? It's the same as a smartphone, Hyungnim. Woojin dragged the window to the top of the screen, then he looked at the monster catalog. The Raquis from the 3-star dungeon and the monsters like Goblin and Kobold from the 2-star dungeons were also classified by the number of stars. Monsters with 1-3 stars were classified as low-ranked monsters. The monsters were classified as high-ranked starting from 4 stars. The most basic 4-star monster was a troll. Its movement was quick, and it had enough intelligence to use tools. Moreover, they had an abnormal regeneration ability. Still, they weren't that hard to deal with. I heard the 4-star dungeons and above looks a little bit different. Of course, I've personally never been to one. The 3-star dungeon kept the original appearance of a subway station. However, the 4-star dungeons were basically like stepping into a different world. The entrance just acted as a gate. Well, I'll know once I enter one. Woojin eyed all the 4-star level monsters. Then he weighed it against his own level. It'll be possible if they are at that level. There were easy monsters to deal with, but there were also difficult ones too. However, he felt like he would be able to take on monsters as high as 4 stars. If he wanted to level up, it would probably be better for him to attempt the higher-ranked dungeons early on rather than going for the low-ranked dungeons. So who assigns the stars? It is a measured value. What is being measured? The dungeon energy. There is such a thing? Yes. Every time a dungeon is reset, the dungeon energy can be measured. Teams read these estimated report to decide if they should attempt a dungeon or not. Woojin nodded his head. The stars weren't really assigned to the monsters. It was the grade for the dungeons. The monsters were categorized depending on which ranked dungeons they spawned the most at. This is why it wasn't strange to see a 3-star monster, a hobgoblin, in the 2-star dungeon. First, I want to see and experience it. Find out more about the 4-star dungeons. We don't have to line up starting from the 4-star dungeons. We can make an appointment. I'll look up if there are any empty spots in the schedules. Woojin learned that the 4-star dungeons and above were field-type dungeons. Woojin spent the remaining time listening to Sunggu's various explanations. Woojin and Sunggu exited the cafe when the appointed time arrived. Hyung Nim. I could take care of these small matters for you. No. My mother has to live in the house, so she should see it. Yes, Hyung Nim. If you need anything, please give me a call. He gave a respectful bow. Woojin nodded his head as he saw Sunggu walk away. I've earned a pretty good servant. Sunggu sometimes overdid things, but he really liked the affable Sunggu. He headed towards Sungmi's restaurant with light steps. Sungmi was sitting on the counter, and she was immersed in her handphone game. Even though she was in the midst of setting a high score, she threw her phone down as she suddenly stood up. Appa. You came? Did you eat? Yeah. I ate. Do you want some coffee? No. I'm heading back out immediately. Where is my mother? Wait a moment. I'll call for her. Sungmi headed inside the kitchen, and she saw Lee Sugyong and the other kitchen ladies busily working since it was lunchtime. She was taking care of a stack of dirty dishes. Mother. Elder brother Woojin is here. Please hurry up and come out. TLN, lost in translation. But Sungmi is speaking to Woojin's mom as if she is her mother-in-law. Oh, okay. Ms. Sungmi. Let me finish this up. At Lee Sugyong's awkward exchange, her fellow kitchen ladies made a big fuss about it. Ah phew. Mrs. Lee must be very happy. Your son is making so much money that you are going to look for a house. The way he is making money is like that Yankee gentleman, Neil Gates. TLN, LOL. Ego. That's right. I've heard about him too. His name was Neil or something. I've heard he makes a lot of money. Your Woojin is like him. That's right. I'm so jealous. If my son was like Woojin, I would have immediately quit this job. Go. Hurry up and go. Your son is waiting for you. I still have to do my share before going. At her fellow kitchen lady's compliments, Lee Junhyung finished washing the dishes with a shy smile on her face. Since she gained a dependable son, the restaurant work didn't feel arduous anymore. She'll come out after she finishes what she is doing. Appa should sit here. It won't be too long. Okay. Sungmi pulled a chair towards him, and he sat. When he saw Sungmi sit across from him, he asked her a question. What are you doing? Haha, I'm looking at Appa's face. Oh. I feel a bit uncomfortable when something ugly looks at me. Sungmi's face remained gentle even when she heard Woojin's straightforward comment. Oh my. You are still so forceful. A few. Go make me a cup of coffee. Yes, Appa. If Appa feels uncomfortable, then I'll look at Appa sparingly. Now he remembered. He remembered the memories where Sungmi had clung onto him even though he said he didn't like her. While Woojin was drinking the mixed coffee Sungmi made, his mother came out. You are here, son? Behind Mrs. Lee Sugyong, the other kitchen ladies followed her out. They acted as if they had come to look at someone else's precious son. Their gazes made Woojin feel uncomfortable, so he let out a fake cough. Let's go. Okay. Why are we going to go look at houses when you don't have any money? With a quiet anticipation, his mother asked the question. Woojin suppressed a bitter laugh as he looked at his mother with teary eyes. Well, he guessed it would be okay to go along with this. What do you mean we don't have any money? This was deposited today. Woojin showed her the figure on his smartphone. Even though she was secretly filled with anticipation, Lee Sugyong was surprised. When he said he wanted to move to a different house, she thought he had obtained around $5,000. $300,000? At Lee Sugyong's stuttered words, Sungmi's eyes turned round, and she also checked the figure. She hadn't read it wrong. Ooh wah. Jackpot. It's $380,000. The Roused are the best. The Roused made a lot of money. They had heard about how much money the Roused made, but they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. Woojin's mother, Lee Sugyeon, was so surprised that she became tongue-tied. Ah, you. Mrs. Lee has an excellent son. In a single day, he was able to make couple 100,000. Hey go. Who cares about that meal or whatever? Young. She won't even have to envy Monsuk. Who the heck is Monsuk? Ah, you know about them. The person who sells gas at the snobby large neighborhood. Ying. I heard about him. Ms. Kim is so knowledgeable. Ho ho ho. Mrs. Lee has been holding back until now. You said he had come back after playing some game, and you were worried about him. Quitting your job is the least you can do. You could open up your own restaurant. If Mrs. Lee opens up a restaurant, then you can count on me. I'll go there to work for you. Lee Sugyeon came to her senses when she heard her fellow employees prattle on. Woojin. Let's go see some houses. Woojin laughed when he looked at her. Star. Woojin escorted his mother to look around several houses as a real estate agent guided them. His mother's had a blissful expression on her face as if she was in a dream, and she liked every house we went to. There were too many houses she liked, so she was having a hard time choosing one. These houses were much better than the one room, and they were even better than the house they had lived in before his disappearance. At the time, they wouldn't have been able to buy houses like these with just $300,000. As they were choosing a house, they came across a problem from an unexpected place. Hong. I don't like this house. The kindergarten had ended, so Suwa had come to join in their search for a house. However, she acted like a petulant kid as she threw a tantrum at every house they visited. Why don't you like this house, Suwa? We can't have a dog in this house. Mom promised me. If we move to a new house, she'll let me have a dog. This kid. About a half a year ago, Suwa wanted a dog. However, their residence was too small to have a dog, so Lee Sugyeon had promised she would get Suwa one the next time they moved. A long time had passed yet Suwa remembered it. When she looked at Suwa, she had on an obstinate face. Woojin thought Suwa's antics were cute, so he let out a delighted laugh. Then he spoke to the real estate agent. I guess an apartment is out of the question. Can we only look at the houses? Of course. However, the price is a little, haha. Well, let's see it first. Amongst the couple houses on the market, they were able to find a house where everyone liked it. Oh wow! This house is great. Suwa jumped around in joy. It was a 2-story house with a small backyard. After the Sadong Station's dungeon break, a new rural housing development had formed on the newly available land. When the monsters rampaged, many apartments had collapsed. So it was commonplace to prefer a single home near the stations. I'll buy this house. Woojin made a straightforward decision, but the real estate agent had a difficult expression on his face. This house was put on the market for a quick sale, so it is priced below the market price. However, it still costs $603,000. The price difference between what you had specified is quite large. It's okay. I'll sign the contract. Then let us return to the office. The real estate agent called the owner, so they would be able to meet each other at the office. Woojin gave a call to Sungu. Hey, Sungu. I'm trying to buy a house, but I'm a little bit short. Lend me some money. The worst sin is taking back something after you gave it to the other person. Well, Hyung Nim. I was about to buy something, and I'm about to sign a contract. Does that mean you don't want to lend me the money? No. It would be my honor to be able to lend my money to Hyung Nim. Woojin smirked. When we complete the next dungeon, I'll pay it back with interest. Thank you. Hyung Nim. He was able to solve the problem of the money shortage cleanly. Woojin headed towards the real agent's office. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25, Little Devil BB. Chapter 25, Little Devil BB. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Andrew and John for the donation. I'll try to get the next chapter out tomorrow to clear the queue. There are more TLN than usual in this chapter. If you think a TLN is unnecessary, then let me know in the comment section. I'll delete it. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. They would move in a fortnight. The contract fee and the intermediate payment would be required on the day of the move. Therefore, Woojin didn't need to borrow Sunbu's money. Woojin had been summoned to the planet Alphen during his third year of high school. No real estate contracts existed on that side. The locations he traveled to and where he fell asleep for the day was his home. He lived like that for 20 years. He had never made such a trifling contract like this. This was why Woojin didn't know what the intermediate payment and contract fee was. While they were looking at the houses, the sun had long ago descended. They filled their hungry stomachs at a nearby restaurant, and Suwa was already sleeping from exhaustion. He carried Suwa back home, and he laid her down. Lee Sugyeon had a disappointed expression since she didn't want to part from her son. Why don't you live with us until we move? No. However, we will have a place to live together soon. Woojin wanted to stay. He had looked forward to meeting his family for 20 years, so why wouldn't he want to? However, there were things he didn't want his family to see. This was why he was trying to buy a house as fast as he could. She couldn't force her uncomfortable son to sleep in the small house. She couldn't keep him here. All right. As soon as I quit working, I'll make some banchan for the dongsing you live with. TLN, banchan equals Korean side dish. Dongsing equals refer to younger sibling used in a general term to refer to Jaemin, gender-neutral term. Ahem. It would build up my face a little bit. At her son's cheeky behavior, Lee Sunjeon was able to banish a little bit of her unease from her heart. The fact that her son had returned was like a dream. However, consecutive dreamlike events were continuing to unfold in front of her. I'll see you tomorrow. Please quit within couple days. If you are bored after sending Suwa to kindergarten, then I'll set up a cafe for you. Son. I'll be happy if I'm able to eat dinner with you and Suwa every night. I feel the same way. Woojin stroked Suwa's head as she slept. Then he stood up from where he sat. I'll see you tomorrow, mother. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, son. Woojin was sorry to have to say goodbye. He headed towards Jaemin's house. Phew. Still, I've been fortunate. Woojin was harassed by an evil spirit every single night. This was why he couldn't sleep peacefully. He wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't since it was a curse. Fortunately, a path opened up for him where he would be able to have some relief from the pain. After walking for a while, Woojin turned into an unpopulated alleyway. Come out, BB. Whoosh. At Woojin's call, a wind seemed to pick up, and a black smoke started to clump together. The black smoke seemed to coalesce, then it scattered. This happened several times. The black smoke materialized, then it scattered into some unknown place. What the heck? Come out, BB. Whoosh. The black smoke disappeared deeper into the alleyway, then it started to materialize in front of Woojin again. However, it was much smaller in size than before. Naya. The appearance of BB wasn't that of a small young demon. She looked like a cat. A very small young kitten. What? What's wrong? Naya. I couldn't materialize my body. I had no choice but to search for a small creature Rayon. TLN, Korean SFX for cat is yaon. Every time she ends a sentence with the second half of the cat SFX. Woojin pressed his hand firmly on his temple. Where is this place? I can feel any of Tronet's influence Aeon. Woojin picked up BB. Can you use your ability with that shape? Nayeon. Master is low level, so I am also low level Aeon. I can only use my nightmare Ahong. Woojin's family also possessed levels. When Woojin had been transferred back, it seemed their levels were reset. BB was a low-level succubus. However, it seemed her basic abilities like nightmare wasn't tied to her materialized body. If you can use that, then that will do. Even if BB leveled up, Woojin didn't really need her abilities that'll show up later. Nayeon. It smells nice here. It's the smell of peace. She was a demon, yet it seemed she was wishing for peace. He couldn't keep a wry smile off of his house from her words. This might be to my advantage. There won't be any problem if you live with me like this. Is that so, Nayang? I can stay with Master instead of waiting in the summoning room, Nayahong? All right. But you can't speak. Nayang. I know at least much Nayang. How would a cat be able to speak Aeon? BB was quick on the uptake, so she'll be fine. BB was a big help when Woojin slept. Instead of suffering through the evil spirit's curse, he would rather have the nightmare. Was that too perverted? TLN, preferring one pain over another. Bibi was an important being to Woojin. If she was in her young demonic form, it would be a bit problematic if this situation was viewed through the morality of Earth. However, she looked like a cat now, so it wouldn't be a problem. No one would care if he slept with a cat by his side. Now that he thought about it, Suo wanted a dog. Hey! Can you change into a dog? Nyang. The model for my materialization is already set, and I can't change it. Taeyong. Well, she might also like a cat. Star. After his tutoring school ended, Jaemin headed toward his home. Nuna. Please take care of yourself when you travel here. I'll meet you in front of my tutoring school. Today was Friday. His sister was coming home tomorrow. DDI Rory. When he opened the door, he instinctively put his guard up as he looked around his room. As expected, Woojin was sitting on the bed. He was watching the TV as he ate a tangerine. Ha ha ha. You are here, . Even though Jaemin had appeared, Woojin's gaze was still fixed on the television. If someone saw the scene, it would look like Woojin had lived here for a year. No, he acted so naturally that some would mistake him for Jaemin's brother. Moreover, Woojin wasn't alone today. Hi, Hyung. What is that? Jaemin pointed towards the cat with a surprised expression on his face. His finger was shaking. $500 was too large a sum, so he couldn't call him a trespasser. However, he was living off of me, yet he brought home a pet. I picked her up on my way here. I'm going to keep her. Ha ha. It's a cat. The fur, the smell. Jaemin had a dejected expression on his face. He feebly took off his shoes, then he took off his bag. He opened the refrigerator, then he chugged down some water. This can't happen. His sister was coming tomorrow. His sister had provided this precious one room, so he would be able to focus entirely on his studies. He was already unhappy by the fact that a man was in his room, yet this person brought a pet without the owner's consent. His action had crossed the line this time. He had to regain his identity as the owner of this house. Jaemin placed the empty water cup on the dinner table. He brought it down hard enough that a talk, TLN, SFX, was heard. Hyung. I placed some more rent money on top of the dinner table. Ha ha. This is so funny. Woojin went back to watching the TV. Jaemin peeked inside the envelope on top of the dinner table. 300? At the unexpected large sum of money, Jaemin's eyes turned round. How could he have so much money? Jaemin's gaze headed toward Woojin once more. Jaehun. Can you buy me this? Pooh hee hee. When he looked at Woojin, who was immersed in watching the TV, he looked like a poor neighborhood bum. Even though he was an unemployed Hyung, it seemed he had some money. He must have been born with a golden spoon. TLN, born into a rich family. No, how could such a wastrel of a golden spoon exist? Naya. The cat next to Woojin was eating the tangerine with him. The cat ate the tangerine? Why are you standing there like that? Come here and have some tangerine. It's really delicious. The planet Alphen only had apple trees. It didn't have any tangerine trees. Woojin had always liked tangerine, and quite a few places sold it on every street he visited. So he bought it whenever he saw the tangerines. Jaemin didn't say anything as he sat next to Woojin. This is so funny. The comedy program's sketch ended. Woojin finally looked away from the TV, then he turned to look at Jaemin. Jaemin. Why? Why the long face? Jaemin. Why does this Hyung enjoy life so much? It made Jaemin look like the abnormal one, since he lived with so much worry. Jaemin. Do you need spending money? Jaemin. Woojin took out his wallet. Jaemin took out his handphone when he saw the $50 in Woojin's hand. Then he started writing a message to his Nuna through Katalk, TLN. Kakaotalk equals very popular Korean mobile messenger app, free text/call. Nuna. I think Nuna will have to sleep in a hotel tomorrow. Jaemin. Take this pocket money. Jaemin. TLN, he is speaking like this because he is copying the punchline to the joke he heard on TV. Thank you. What is the cat's name, Hyung? It is quite beautiful. Jaemin's voice turned gentle like a spring weather melting snow. Star. Weak. Sunggu whistled. Even if he was standing still, his shoulders felt like it was about to dance by itself. Hiya. I can't believe this is my car. BMW 5 Series. He could have spent more, but he had thought about the entrance fee to the 4-star dungeon. He left enough cash in reserve. When he visited the sales office to sign the contract, he had been quite nervous. He was about to pay a lump sum for the contract, but Woojin had called him to borrow his money. It made him want to cry. Eventually he said to sign a contract on an installment plan for 60 months, and his car was delivered to him today. When the tinting was done, it was already 12 o'clock. Hee vroom vroom, TLN, this is what he named the car. Should we go on a drive? Han Sung-gu. 21 years old. This was the first car he had purchased in his life, so his affection for the car was extraordinary. His car was much better than what his friends had. No, there weren't that many friends who even owned a car. Boo Wong. The car's power and handle couldn't even be compared to the Meitai's. It elevated Sung-gu's mood. He had returned home to eat lunch with his parents, and it was already 2 o'clock now. It was time to pick up Woojin. Shall we go full force? Woojin was a scary roused, who could extract $400,000 from the 3-star dungeon. Normally, the 3-star dungeon yielded around $50,000 per run. He wondered how much the 4-star dungeons would give. For Sung-gu, Woojin was basically a lotto ticket for him. Appa bought a car. I'll go get you. Sung-gu sang at top volume as he headed towards the Sadong station. Woojin received a call from Sung-gu, and his eyes turned round when he went outside. Yeah. You bought this car? Ha ha. It troubled me that Hyungnim had to ride in the small Meitai's. This is why I bought this car. Oh yeah. You don't have to lend me your money. What? I decided to settle the balance in a fortnight. He had signed a contract for a 60-month installed payment plan because of him. He could have told him a little bit sooner. That's too bad. If it is for Hyungnim, it would be well worth it even if you spend my entire fortune. Woojin was used to Sung-gu's brown-nosing, so he let it flow over him as he looked at the car. Wow. This car is great. Woojin sat in the passenger seat. As if he was amazed by the car, he started touching every inch of the car's interior. Sung-gu, who was the car's owner, looked on with nervousness. Ah. The oil from his hands. He couldn't say anything, and he put on a smile. However, his inside were burning to pitch black. Woojin still pressed against various parts of the car as if he was fascinated by it. No. Sung-gu was letting out an anguished scream inside. However, Woojin's hand didn't stop as his eyes was filled with curiosity. What are you doing? Aren't you going to start the car? Yes. The car would eventually become dirty. New cars became used cars. Children became adults. This was the law of nature. Sung-gu chanted a Buddhist prayer as he tried to take care of his mental health by himself. When is the appointment? It's 5 o'clock. He had already put down the appointment fee, so they could use the dungeon. They didn't have to go early to line up. They just had to make an appointment. It was a popular dungeon, so the entire week was packed with appointments. No one knew when the dungeon reset would happen, so they only took appointments for 1 week at a time. Where are we going this time? We are headed to the Gwacheon Station's 6th exit. It was near his high school. In the beginning, Woojin had gone into the Gwacheon Station's first exit by mistake. He grinned as he thought about it. The two rode the new car, and they headed towards Gwacheon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26, 4-Star Dungeon. Chapter 26, 4-Star Dungeon. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. Queue is cleared. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Team Leader. These guys made an appointment at the Gwacheon Station's 6th exit. Which guild does the dungeon belong to? They are owned by the Warang Guild. Young Minchin frowned. They are acting no better than poor noobs. It wasn't possible for an F-ranked rouse to attempt a 4-star dungeon. How could they not know such a basic thing? They just blindly made an appointment. It seemed they were nothing more than amateurs. However, he hadn't verified their abilities himself, so it made him more curious. How much confidence do they have for them to attempt a 4-star dungeon with only the two of them? Do we have a 4-star dungeon near there? We do. It is the Chunsa Station's 11th exit. It's right next door. Is there an appointment around that time? It is scheduled for a training session for our new recruits. Tell them to go elsewhere. Empty the schedule over there. What? If you want to catch a fish, then one has to throw in the chum. The bait. He always talked about fishing. Kim Haman grumbled inside, then he started modifying the schedule. You come with me to Woojin. Yes. Yes. TLN lost in translation. Nay equals yes. Haman changed it to nay ee. Soup. I'll go to the market. Prepare everything for me. Yes, yes. TLN, he changed Nathan Wei. Haman replied in a playful manner. Minchan hit him as he got up. Haman was an asshole, but he trusted Haman the most on his team. He was quick on the uptake, and he took care of business fast. Star. Woojin and Haman reached the Woojin station at the appointed time. However, Woojin had bumped into a precarious situation. Aren't you only AF ranked roused? Why are you here at a 4-star dungeon? Moreover, there is only 2 of you. Ah. Didn't I say it was all right? I am very confident that we could do this. Still, you can't go in. You don't have to take any responsibility for what happens to us. Just let us in. If you want to suicide, then go to the Hangang River. Why are you doing this over here? No. The regulation says so. The bureau employee blocked his way, and he wasn't budging. Sunggu returned to Woojin with a hopeless expression on his face. Hyung Nim. I don't think we'll be able to go in. I'm sorry. I should have found out everything about this place. Sunggu blamed himself since he had been too excited about signing his car contract yesterday. His earnings had significantly increased, but that was only possible since Woojin had gave away his earnings. Well, we can't do anything about it. I'll cover the lost appointment fee. It cost him $2,000 just to make an appointment. The person in charge of the appointment never thought that 2 ranked F would try to raid this dungeon. The employee thought Sunggu was making an appointment at the behest of an organization. This was why he accepted the appointment request. This was a unique experience. I guess we'll have to write off today. I'll have to go to the bureau to renew my rank. See if there is a 3-star dungeon nearby. Yes, sir. Sunggu had an apologetic face. He was about to move quickly when it happened. Oh my. We meet again in such a place? Young Minchin had a surprised expression on his face, and he approached Woojin and Sunggu. What a coincidence. I'm sorry, but what's going on? If it's possible, I would like to lend a hand. Sunggu told Minchan about their situation. Minchan put on his thinking face, then he secretly glanced at Woojin to see how he was reacting. Woojin could see through young Minchan's intent, so he grinned. Coincidence? Bullshit. Woojin gestured with his chin towards Sunggu. It basically meant for Sunggu to talk. Sunggu gave a detailed explanation. So what if we do this? Our guild's dungeon is located at the next station. I'll let you use that place. Hi, Hyung Nim. Sunggu turned to look at Woojin, and he waited for Woojin to make a decision. Woojin nonchalantly asked a question. I'm sure you expect no return for the favor? Just a favorable impression toward us. Minchan put on a friendly smile. This caused Woojin to laugh with him. I'll use it with thanks. You are very straightforward. Minchan smiled as he looked at Woojin. His reaction was softer than yesterday. No, he might not be a psycho in the first place. Yesterday's reaction might be an exception to the norm. Ha ha. Follow me. Minchan yelled in delight inside his heart as he escorted Woojin and Sunggu. When they left, the dispatched employee of the Warang Guild quickly made a call. Team leader. Young Mikan came here not too long ago. He took 2 rank F roused away, and he treated them like royalty. What are you saying all of a sudden? Recently, 2 ranked F wanted to enter the 4-star dungeon. They were being unreasonable and argumentative. Do you remember the team leader from the Hammer Guild, who tried to act all elegant? He took the 2 rank F to somewhere else. No, he pretty much escorted them out. If that bastard young Minchin moved, then something is fishy. Right? It seems those bastards have something up their sleeves. The F ranks tried to attempt a 4-star dungeon. First, let's end the call. I'll try to find out some information about them. Warang Guild's support team leader also started to get busy. The Woojin station and the Woojin City Hall station wasn't that far away. They walked for a short amount of time as they conversed, and they were able to arrive at their destination in no time. If you join our guild, you could have prevented such minor things from happening in advance. Moreover, you could raise your roused rank in a flash with us. Our guild is well known for giving a lot of support to our roused. During the brief walk, Min-chan had repeated numerous selling points of the Hammer Guild. Woojin knew what was happening. This was the price for his favor. Woojin was expected to listen to him prattle on. So, he decided to just listen. Geez. That seems quite convenient. It really is convenient. If one needs money, then money is provided. If one needs an artifact, then an artifact will be given. You will be provided with any support you want. Woojin replied to humor him a little bit. The members of the Hammer Guild must really like it. Ha ha ha. Thank you for acknowledging our guild. He somewhat spoke the truth. Ah, we are already here. Please be at ease as you use this dungeon. You don't have to pay the fees for its use. Is that also a favor? Of course. The fees for the 4-star dungeons were known for being very high. However, he said he won't charge us at all, so it was a pretty significant favor. Woojin didn't hesitate as he agreed to it. I'll gratefully accept it. How about that public employee over there? I'll quickly work to adjust Woojin-nim and Sungu-nim's ranks. Those are some welcoming words. At Woojin's answer, Min-chan smiled inside. There were no favors without a string attached to it. No. Even if he didn't want something back, the favor he gave would put a favorable light in their heart for the Hammer Guild. If someone bought you a meal, then you'll naturally wonder if you have to buy the other person a meal the next time. It was human nature to feel this burden. At the very least, Woojin would think more highly of the Hammer Guild compared to the other guilds. When one builds a fire, one had to be sure to build a proper one. Please wait a moment. I've prepared a present for the two of you. Oh. You also got us a present? Woojin didn't show any signs of refusing the present. Maikon yelled in delight inside his heart. As aroused, his potential ability was mind-boggling, but Woojin was still a 24-year-old cub. He could tell Woojin hadn't had much of a societal life. He unhesitatingly took everything just because it was given. Min-chan was sure now. This opponent had basically climbed on top of his palms. Then please wait for a moment. Min-chan went to the car he had parked nearby to pick up the present. While Min-chan was doing this, Kim Haman turned towards the two. He tried to start a friendly conversation. He. Mr. Woojin seems very different from yesterday. Huh? What do you mean? Oh. I was too scared to start a conversation with you. Woojin laughed at Haman's brashness. His head was a mess yesterday, because he was thinking about Tronet. Yesterday I wasn't feeling so well. He. You must be a man who acts on his feelings. Now that I see you today, it seems you have a good personality. Do you want to have some soju after this ends? That'll be great. Ah. He'll welcome soju anytime. Haman tactfully praised Woojin and Sungu. He tried hard to match their moods. Sungu could only shake his head when he saw them act like this. They were trying hard to fawn over Woojin, but would he actually join the guild? These guys are barking up the wrong tree. TSK. Sungu felt sorry for Min-chan and Haman. They were purposefully trying to be on the same beat as Woojin. Woojin wasn't evil, but he didn't have a conscience. Sungu thought his Hyungnim looked splendid when he acted that way. Ah, I'm getting bored waiting for him. Tell him to give me the present after I come back out. Ah. You want to do that? I'll see you later. We'll talk over some soju. He. I'll take you to a great place. Woojin and Sungu quickly descended the stairway. We gave you plenty of time for your appointment. Fighting. Woojin grinned and he disappeared as he waved his hand. As he watched them disappear into the barrier, Kim Haman smiled brightly, and he waved his hand. Suddenly, Haman felt a terrifying sensation. His neck retreated into itself like a turtle, then he turned his head to his side. Why, his heart. Team leader Young Minchin was frowning as he glared at Haman. Hey. What the hell are you doing? I'm seeing them off? A vein popped out on young Miken's forehead. Didn't I say I'll go get the present? Ha ha. Weren't you going to wait for them to clear it before you were going to give it to them? Just give it to them when they come out. At Haman's words, Young Minchin felt himself raise his hand in anger. He was barely able to hold himself back. He dropped the bag he brought on the floor. The large sports bag let out a thump as it fell onto the floor. It was quite heavy, so the impact ripped the zipper open, and the content was revealed. There were water filters, first aid kit, cloth and a seeker. Moreover, it held a map with the location of the return stone, and a dungeon guide with the location of the enemy's position. A survival kit. The 1-3-star dungeons were low-level dungeons. The 4-6-star dungeons were high-ranked dungeons. It wasn't simply about the classification of high rank and low rank. There was a fundamental difference in the structure of the dungeons. The present Jung Minchen had prepared was none other than a survival kit. The F-ranked bastards came to attempt a high-ranked dungeon, but how much do you think they know about the high-ranked dungeons? That is... Heyman's face was turning pale. The recommended team composition for attacking a 4-star dungeon was to have a rank C team leader. The rest of the Rouse team had to be at least rank D. However, only 2 of them entered without any information about the dungeon. This isn't a favor anymore. We basically cornered them into the jaws of death. A 4-star dungeon with no information about it. It was a horrifying situation. Heyman spoke carefully. Do you think they'll come back alive? They basically went into jungle barehanded. Heyman's face turned white. From the beginning, he should have said it was a survival kit instead of a present. Minchen and Heyman didn't speak for a while. Excuse me, team leader. What if they do? What? What happens if they do come back alive? Well, they had gone to the jungle barehanded. Moreover, if they returned alive from a place crawling with monsters, and it was only the 2 of them instead of a team. At the very least, they will be rank B. Minchen's face turned dark as he spat out those words. Moreover, they'll probably be filled with animosity. They won't have any goodwill towards our guild. They had cornered them into the jaws of death without giving them any proper information. No, he wouldn't be able to say anything if they accused him of pushing them in a trap after digging it. They would also be reprimanded from the Roused Affairs Bureau. On the surface, it looked like they had thrown 2 rank F Roused into a 4-star dungeon. Phew. Hurry up and tell them to change their Roused rank right now. Young Minchen's sigh made Heyman more timid. Star. Woojin and Sungu steadily went down to the lower floors. Woojin defeated the monsters, and he searched for the bloodstones. Then he marked the corpses with his marking magic. Sungu followed after him, and he cut open the monsters' corpses to bag the bloodstones. They had been nervous since this was a 4-star dungeon, but the monsters were much weaker than they had expected. It was on the same level as the monsters from the 2-star and 3-star dungeons. Are you really sure this is a 4-star dungeon? I'm not sure. He hadn't fought against the monsters, so he had no idea. Even the 2-star monsters had been a tough opponent for Sungu. Therefore, he could tell the difference. Woojin said they were weak, so he just took Woojin's words at face value. Maybe this dungeon is more easier than the average dungeon? Well, who knows? Let's quickly dispatch them, then we could head out. Woojin cleared the lowest floor where the subway train would be parked, then he used his search magic. For the first time since he had entered the dungeons, Woojin was taken aback. What? The return stone isn't here. What? That can't be. Sungu stopped extracting the bloodstones. He approached Woojin with a worried expression on his face. Maybe my search skill level is too low? If he increased the search skill level, it would only increase the search radius. If an item was hidden in a secret location, he had to learn a higher ranked magic. This required one to be a magician class. Well, let's search again as we head back. Extract the rest of the bloodstones. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin was suspicious as to whether this dungeon was really a 4-star. The quality of the monster here was subpar. He had a method that could accurately measure this. Achievement points. Monsters of Rakwi quality gave 3 achievement points. The bloodstone drop rate wasn't that high, but there were a lot of them. He thought it would be better to attack a spot where a lot of Rakwi spawned. I've excavated them all, Hyung Nim. Then let's search for the return stone as we head toward the station's entrance. The return stone doesn't always come out from the monster's corpse. It could be hidden in various locations. This was why Woojin retraced his steps, and he used the search magic again. Even as he approached the entrance, there was no trace of the return stone. He suddenly felt uneasy. If we ascend here, it'll be the entrance. Sungu mumbled to himself. When they climbed the stair, a portal emitting a red light formed in front of the barrier. Wee-ee-ee. It let out a strange sound. Woojin and Sunggu looked at it with a queer expression on their faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27, 4-Star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 27, 4-Star Dungeon, 2. TLN, regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it early. The chapter seems to be getting longer. I'll have Dragon making out in 2 days. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Is that a portal? The color was different, but the portal made by the Dimensional Guardian had the same appearance. No. The size is a bit smaller. Suddenly, Sunggu kneeled down in front of Woojin. I'm sorry, Hyungnim. Ha? Why? This is my fault. When I bought my car yesterday, I became too excited. I was lax in my preliminary research of the dungeons. Woojin smirked. It's all right. Get up. At Woojin's generosity, Sunggu stood up with a touched expression on his face. He threw away the excited feeling from his heart, then he put a tight rein over his feelings using his nervousness. I've lost my mind. Sunggu looked back on the past 2 days, and he had to admit he had been too excited. Sunggu normally attacked only 1-star dungeons. The first time he raided a 2-star dungeon he had almost died. He had acted like he had forgotten about that incident. If it wasn't for Woojin, he would have died on that day. Moreover, he wouldn't even be able to enter a 4-star dungeon or even a 3-star dungeon. For Sunggu, a 4-star dungeon was basically a death trap. Even though he was coming to such a place, he hadn't done the proper research. He came here with light feet as if he was going to a picnic. He had gone crazy. He really had lost his mind. Moreover, the little amount of research he had done wasn't for this dungeon. It was for the previous dungeon. When they moved to a different dungeon, he should have done more research, and he should come up with another plan. He had been in too much of a rush. Now that I think about it, this situation is a bit weird. Even though they said this was a favor, it hadn't felt like they were pushing us to enter. I guess. Woojin also thought for a moment. Woojin didn't worry about the past events since it was a useless thing to do. Either they planned on screwing me over or they have a very high opinion of me. Woojin started thinking about the future instead of the past. Portal. Should he go in or not? He had searched all over the subway station, but he didn't find the return stone. His path was already chosen. He was going to choose the path with no worries. Let's go in. Yes, sir. Hyungnim. Even if it is hell, he would follow Woojin. Sunggu decided on the spot. He didn't care about the guilds. Woojin was his guiding light. He was his rescue rope. Ji Ning. Woojin passed through portal. He didn't feel the strain he had felt when he returned to Earth from planet Alphen. The view in front of his eyes turned dizzy. Then his visual field cleared. It felt different from moving to a different dimension. It felt like he had passed through a sticky liquid. It was unpleasant and it made him feel dizzy. However, there weren't anything wrong with his body. Ha! Woojin was surprised at the scene he saw in front of his eyes. A jungle with thick brushes and large trees was sprawled out in front of him. Hi, Hyungnim. At Sunggu's shocked expression, Woojin turned to see a naked Sunggu. At Sunggu's appearance, he raised his hand, and it seemed he wasn't wearing anything either. It basically means only the body can go through the dimensional shift. They were basically thrown naked into the jungle. Woojin opened his achievement store, and he started to shop for clothes. Fortunately, basic clothes with no option cost less than 4 points. It was being sold at a cheap price. As if Sunggu was a little bit embarrassed, he let out a fake cough. Sunggu's gaze secretly dropped down towards the lower half of Woojin's body. Of course, Hyungnim is great. TLN, he used a double entendre in Korean, degree. It felt like he had lost, but he didn't care. Of course, the Hyungnim he admired was huge. Here. Wear this. Where did those clothes? For a brief moment, Sunggu's eyes had been looking elsewhere as his heart was being stolen. TLN, there is no romantic connotation here. Woojin tossed him some clothes, and Sunggu was surprised when he saw it. Of course, he had a large package, degree, and he could make clothes out of nothing. Woojin put his plain clothes on, then he carefully observed his surrounding. The portal was located on top of a stone altar, and there was a wide open space around it. The radius was about 5 meters. He looked north, south, west and east. However, the only thing he could see was trees. I guess we entered into the real 4-star dungeon. Woojin grinned. After he finished putting on his clothes, Sunggu looked towards Woojin with a nervous expression. He had to be on his toes. Even a small mistake will get him killed. I'm going to prepare for a moment. Keep a lookout. Sunggu immediately started to look around his surrounding. Woojin opened his achievement store, then he started getting ready for everything that could be thrown at him. He was level 10. He had his transfer bonus, so he would be rated higher than a normal level 10. However, this was a 4-star dungeon, so even he might be in danger. Necromancer's characteristics allowed one to deal with numerous low-level enemies with no problem. However, a necromancer would have a hard time with a single powerful enemy. He didn't know which monsters would jump out at him, so he had to make preparations beforehand. Fortunately, he had hunted like a madman at the Rakwi spawn site. He had taken a loss in how much bloodstones dropped, but his achievement points had steadily stacked up. So he had a lot in spare. Woojin bought all the small magic he would need for everyday life. Then he purchased several warrior class skills. One could feel how strong one's opponent is. Don't make the warrior angry. His anger allows him to use an unbelievable amount of power. Once he rages, his enemies will be slaughtered. Strength, agility, stamina stats are increased by 50%. Duration time, 30 seconds. Reuse cooldown time, 60 minutes. The warrior from time to time shows an unbelievable jumping ability. Energy consumption, 1. A warrior's charge is reckless. Anywhere he wants to be, he is already there. Energy consumption, 1. Warrior's powerful blow. Plus 100% attack is added to the basic attack. Energy consumption, 1. Warrior's sense and rage were passive skills. Moreover, he purchased jump, charge, and strike, which were active skills. All of them were class skills one could learn at level 10. If one wasn't a warrior, then one wouldn't be able to learn it. Alright. That should be enough. Now the leftover stat. Strength, 30 agility, 30 stamina, 30 intelligence, 30. Magic, 25 vitality, 0 recovery, 10 healing, 10. Control, 34. Unassigned points, 0. Woojin had stacked 20 unassigned points as he leveled up to level 10. He put the points into magic and control. Then he bought several potions from the achievement store. He might run out of magic during a battle. If I want to work on my stat, then I'll have to increase my inventory. He decided to raise his stat through research. He needed various ingredients to make his drugs. Woojin's inventory was only 3 shelves. He bought 3-dimensional bags with 3 shelves each. The purchased dimensional bag immediately expanded his inventory into a space of 12 shelves. If he wanted to expand his inventory again, then he had to buy different types of bag. It seemed the purchase limit for the same type of bag was 3. The 6-shell bag costs 10,000 points. The price was too burdensome for him right now. He had to see the recipe, then he would know which ingredient items he needed to gather. Therefore, he bought all the reasonably priced recipes. I guess this much battle preparation should be enough? In the first place, necromancers use their summoned beings to fight their battle. They didn't put much importance on equipment. Their skills were more important. He had a lot more bonus points left, but he decided to save it. If the difficulty of the battles were too high, then the bonus points would be invaluable. It was basically Woojin's hidden trump card. Woojin used the rest of his points to purchase small items. He put it into his inventory, then he stood up. Woojin thought about summoning his steel staff, and it popped out into being in his grasp. Let's go. Yes, Hyung Nim. By the way. What? Is Hyung Him able to use the subdimension? Woojin suddenly produced clothes from thin air, and he had also taken out a staff. This was why he asked the question. If it wasn't a subdimension, then he had no explanation on how Woojin was able to do this. Yes. Hook. The subdimension artifacts were very expensive. Woojin wasn't using an artifact, so it meant he was using magic. One had to be rank B to use the subdimension magic. There weren't that many rank B roused in Korea. Hi, Hyung Nim. You are incredible. I admire you. Stop playing around, and hide your life signature. Yes, sir. Woojin took deliberate steps forward. From now on, they would be in the real 4-star dungeon. The detection skill he had steadily raised was level 3. Now it was possible for him to detect a monster's life signature from a distance. There are 3 of them in the front. I don't know what they are. What should we do? You hit them. When those bastards start attacking, just escape towards me or you'll be summoned back as a skeleton soldier. He ack. Sungu had a vivid image of his body exploding and a skeleton soldier being summoned through him. Even if he died, he didn't want to die like that. You dork. Stop being so afraid. I'm just telling you to be on your toes. Nervousness was like a poison in battle. However, the day you don't feel nervous on the battlefield is probably the day you will die. This was more poignant in a battle with monsters. Whether you become the hunter or the hunted, it wasn't like the faces of a coin where it is one side or the other. Are you going to melt and become the water or freeze to become an ice? Woojin always looked relaxed, but his senses were wide open and it was on edge. Let it fly. Waruruk. At Woojin's command, Sungu threw his fireball. His ability wasn't a bad one. If one compared one's long-range magic, Sungu's fireball was stronger than any long-distance magic Woojin possessed. Puk. The fireball made impact, and it let out sparks to the surrounding. There was a problem he hadn't had to worry about in the subway stations. A forest fire started to spread, and it accompanied a quah. As it let out a terrible cry, an alligator-shaped monster named Crocodile showed up. It charged towards them like a soldier crawling underneath wires in training. Boom, boom. It busily moved its short legs quickly as it wiggled its body from side to side. It possessed prodigious strength and it broke all the small trees in the way of its charge. It was as large as a bull. Its saw-like teeth was as large as a kitchen knife. I'm fucked. At the incredible sense of danger, Sungu couldn't even think about running away. At that moment, Woojin walked in front of him. I guess this is the warrior's sense, but shook. In a flash, Woojin charged forward as he plowed through the brushes. He looked like an Olympic sprinter. No. The movement technique in Muyup novels would probably look like this. Kwajik. It opened its mouth in a threatening manner. Woojin's jumped 3 meters in the air to avoid it. Sungu's mouth dropped open. How could a person move like that? As he was falling, Woojin grabbed the steel staff with both hands, and he accurately planted it on the crocodile's head. The series of moves were so perfect that Sungu couldn't help but admire it. If Woojin was a gymnast, he would have given him a perfect score. Sungu saw Woojin's movement, and it was beautiful. Also, its leather is really tough. Puak, Puk. Gugruk. He was rough and violent. Star. In front of Gwacheon City Hall Station's 11th exit. Minchan and Heyman continued to stare at Dungeon's barrier with a stunned expression on their face. The barrier hadn't dissipated, so it meant there were people still alive inside. How long will they last? Wouldn't they be able to at least defeat a crocodile? They'll probably able to kill it. How about if they meet 3 of them? Wouldn't it be too difficult for them? Crocodile was a difficult monster to kill. Most physical attacks couldn't damage the tough leather, and it also had a pretty good resistance to magic. Maybe if one had a sharp spear-like weapon, then one could probably attack the inside of its mouth, which was its weak point. However, for Star Dungeons didn't allow one to bring outside items. Only the roused and the items from the other world could move through the portal. The items in the survival kit were manufactured from ingredients brought back from the other side. They are fighting bare-handed, so even one crocodile might be too hard. Even if they are able to kill the monsters, food and water is a problem. Also, monsters weren't the only danger present. Even if there were no monsters, one was dropped bare naked in the middle of an Amazon forest. The probability of a human surviving there dropped sharply. A few. Minchan and Heyman could only let out a sigh when they felt the guilt about getting innocent people killed. Star. Sizzle sizzle. Sungu ate the well-cooked skewer of meat and his eyes turned round. Hyung Nim. This taste is to die for. Alligators taste great if you tenderize the meat. You are amazing, Hyung Nim. In Sungu's eye, Woojin was basically a godlike figure. He didn't know when he had the time to pack everything, but he took out a sharp cooking knife from inside the subdimension. He also took out pots and other cooking utensils. Woojin cut the meat and he pierced it with wooden skewers. A little bit of salt was sprinkled before they cooked it over the fire, and the taste was fantastic. Woojin's omniscience was endless. He took out an oak cask, and he even poured out some beer. He brought alcohol to a dungeon. Dude. Try this out. Crocodile skewers go great as side dish with the beer. Kaya. This is so delicious. Sagu raised both his thumbs. The beer had a much deeper taste than the imported beers. Sunggu wasn't proficient at tasting alcohol, but even he fell in love with it. Woojin was in a good mood when he was able to taste the Planet Alphen's beer he had purchased from the achievement store. He thought he would never be able to enjoy this taste again. Eat a lot. This place is large, and we have to search all of it. Yes, Hyung Nim. They didn't have any information regarding the return stone, so they had to search the entire jungle. However, Woojin was in a good mood since a single crocodile gave 30 achievement points. It was 10 times the point he made from killing the Raquis. I guess I'll level up a little bit. Woojin grinned as he thought about the vast jungle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, same place. Chapter 28, same place. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. How long would this feeling of anxiety continue? Heyman had been feeling it for about 30 minutes and Minchan felt it for no more than 40 minutes. The two of them waited for the barrier to disappear. At the very least, they wanted to see the moment when the two had died as a courtesy. Team leader. These guys are lasting quite a while? I guess so. If they lasted this long, doesn't it confirm they were able to survive in the jungle? I guess so. Maybe they might clear it? At Heyman's hopeful words, Minchan's face turned bright for a moment. However, his face turned sullen soon. He is a necromancer, so he'll have his summoned beings. Even if he was able to defeat the crocodile using his summoned being as bait, he won't be able to escape the swamps. When you say the swamps. In various parts of the jungle, large swamps had formed, and the swamp was basically a death trap for close-ranged fighters. The swamps limited one's movement, and there were two types of monsters that spawned at the swamps. The Fuko monkeys and swamp anacondas. Fuko monkeys threw a very hard fruit named Fuko at their opponents, and it could deal quite a lot of damage. If one took a wrong blow to the head, then one would be in danger of dying. It was hard to move in the swamps, so the only way to attack was using long-ranged magic. Minchan had too little information on the two. He knew the roused named Hong Sungo had a flame ability. However, Fuko monkeys attacked in packs with at least 10 members. It wasn't something a single person could deal with. Moreover, when one is busy dealing with the Fuko monkeys, the large anacondas would silently approach and attack. One would be too exhausted to fend it off. Phew. That sounds difficult. It is difficult. When one attacked a 4-star dungeon, several types of abilities were needed. This was why a team was always formed. Minchana and Heyman went back to watching the barrier with dark expression on their faces. Star. Waruruk, boom. Several dozen fireballs flew towards the branches. Ukiki. The surprised monkeys madly dodged the fireballs. During all of this, ice arrows flew in, and it struck the body of the monkey. It made their movement sluggish. So afk. Boom. Ki. While the forest was burning up, an electrical attack came flying towards the monkeys. Pa jeek. Queek. Woojin was radiant as he saw the monkeys falling like leaves. Ko ha ha ha. Wipe them all out. Sungu's face was livid with horror as he looked at the horrible scene. Waruruk. The forest was burning. If this was Earth instead of a dungeon, this event would have been the headline in the media. Woojin already had 40 skeleton magicians by his side. Some were shooting fireballs and some were sending out ice arrows. The rest were using electricity magic. At least he was comforted by the fact that his fireballs was a bit stronger than the skeleton magician's fireballs. Sungu had never seen such a violent and brutish hunting method. Woojin had a retinue of skeleton magicians, and they were burning and destroying the entire jungle. It was an indiscriminate massacre. It was a banquet of magic. Waruruk, poo-poo-pung. Kakik. I leveled up again. Ooh ha ha. Sungu wondered if Woojin had lost his mind. It seemed his mood was elevated to another level. It didn't suit a person who was madly destroying the jungle. Sungu had never seen Woojin be in a better mood. No, this was the most excited he had seen Woojin be. When Woojin leveled up, he put the 10 bonus stat points into magic and control. He invested 5 points each. Now, come new recruits. At Woojin's call, 5 dead monkey corpses exploded, and new skeleton magicians were added to his troops. Dual class is fucking awesome. Woojin got a taste of a new world when he turned from level 10 to level 11. Every time he leveled up, he received 10 bonus stat instead of 5. The bonus stat had doubled. Even the bonus skill point had increased from 1 to 2 points. He thought it was a setup that allowed him to develop both the warrior and necromancer class at the same time. However, Woojin didn't even bother with the stat and skills for the warrior class. He put all the points into control and magic. His current level was 14. As a bonus, he had received 40 stat points. He put most of it into control and magic. He also put several points into recovery, which helped his magic recover. Magic, 40 recovery, 14 control, 55. As the number of skeleton magicians increased around Woojin, the forest was destroyed at a higher pace. The monsters were too busy running away. Every time Woojin killed one Fuko monkey, he yelled out in joy as he calculated the achievement points. In the 3-star dungeon, he had only received 3 achievement points, because the hunting ground didn't suit his ability. Woojin's current level was 14, but the transfer bonus and other skills basically meant he could be seen as a level 40. Woojin swept everything before him as he advanced. From the rear, consecutive magic blast flew up like rocket launchers, and it landed in the forest. The only thing left was for the forest to burn. Star. Who ordered the jajangmyeon? TLN, noodle plus black bean paste plus veggie/meat. Ah, over here. Haemian took the 2 bowls of jajang from the delivery man, then he approached Minchan, who was sitting on the subway station stairs. The dungeon employee and the staff in charge went to a nearby restaurant to eat a meal. Team leader. Our dinner is here. I want ganjajang. TLN, same as jajangmyeon but the sauce is thicker. This restaurant's jajang is tastier. You bugger. This is the first time you are ordering from this place. A few. Whatever. Let's just eat. Minchan took the jajangmyeon and he mixed it. He asked a question as he put a mouthful of the noodle in his mouth. How long has it been? 4 hours has passed. So, 16 hours. The structure of the 4-star dungeon wasn't the only thing unique about it. The time there was 4 times faster than the real time. They had already spent over 16 hours inside the dungeon. The dungeon monsters quickly realized if there was an intruder. The monsters slowly converged on the intruders, so hiding wasn't an option. One could hide for a short amount of time, but it was almost impossible for one to hide from the monsters for 16 hours. They probably came across a swamp by now. However, we don't really have much information about their abilities. That's true. Then don't we have to worry about them coming back alive? We were the one who put them in danger. Maikon shook his head at Haemon's worry. It's already been 16 hours, so they are probably starving by now. How well do you think they'll know about the ecosystem over there? The plants, animals and bugs aren't like the ones found on Earth. They are all very different. Geez. If they mistakenly eat a poisonous plant, it's the end of the road. Maybe it was because of the words he were mumbling, but he lost the taste for his food. In the future, don't order from here. Yes. Star. The jungle was burnt to the ground. In the open space, Woojin was roasting something on a stick over the campfire. Jeek. From the surrounding, Sungu had gathered fruits and mushrooms that wasn't damaged by fire. Hyung Nim. I picked these up. Well done. Woojin picked up the fruits brought to him by Sungu. He picked each up one by one. You can eat this if you peel the skin. You can't eat this. It's poisonous. This one is also poisonous, but we can eat it if we cook it over the fire. Woojin gave an explanation to Sungu. Sungu feverishly listened to Woojin like a student who was going to take the college entrance exam soon. The only regret Sungu had was the lack of notebooks. He wanted to write all of this down. Hyung Nim. How are you so knowledgeable about this? That is. Of course, he was knowledgeable about it. This place was basically like a mixture of the ecosystem and neighborhood he had lived at for 20 years. Well. Why don't you just listen without saying anything? I'm sorry, Hyung Nim. I won't ask about it again. Go cut some of that grass over there. We can crush it into a paste. It tastes fantastic when you slather it on the meat. Yes, sir. So what's the menu this time? Snake meat. It's fantastic. Also, I'm getting tired of eating only meat. Let's eat some roasted mushroom. Kaya. My mouth is already watering. To his surprise, everything Woojin cooked was very tasty. Sungu was really looking forward to it. Star. Maikon favored the taste of ganjajang, but he still emptied the whole bowl. The current time was 7:45. Woojin and Sungu had already been in the dungeon for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Heyman went to fetch a blanket and he gave it to Minchan. Team leader. The day is getting cold. Yeah. Thanks. So, team leader. What happens if we aren't able to scout Mr. Woojin and Mr. Sungu? What do you think? We can only begrudgingly let them go. Don't we need to report it to the president? It's already been sent. He was apathetic. What? Heyman's eyes became round. If it wasn't an order from the president, then why were they putting so much effort into this venture? He had already ordered the employee to raise Kong Woojin to rank C and Hong Sungu to rank D. The newly issued roused card had already been delivered to Minchan's hand. If he was to be blunt, it basically meant if those two died then their work would be much cleaner. They would lament the fact that they weren't able to rope the two into the guild, but the consequence would end there. The complication would arise if those two came back alive, and they took issue with what happened. Hey, Heyman. Yes, team leader. You know about me. In the past 5 years, my eyes have never deceived me. It makes sense. Team leader's evaluation of others had always been on point. Minchan had been involved in dungeon-related work since the dungeon shock. He was a veteran. He wasn't a founding member of the Hammer Guild, but the work he had done for the guild was quite illustrious. Didn't team leader discover Park Jinwoo? Hammer Guild had 2 ranked aroused. One of them was Park Jinwoo. Young Minchan had recognized his potential, and he had roped him into the Hammer Guild. I get a powerful feeling from that bastard, Woojin. Does that mean he has a similar potential? If the roused had potential, the guild would bend over backwards to help the person grow rapidly. Heyman had asked if Woojin had as much potential as Park Jinwoo. Heyman shook his head. I have a feeling he has more. That is why I don't want to lose him. Young Minchan was telling the truth. He felt a strong sensation coming from Kong Woojin. It didn't feel like a sandalwood being fragrant even in seed leaf, TLN idiom, it was much more than that. It felt like he was looking at a large tree. This is why I want him to come back alive. I don't care even if he doesn't join the Hammer Guild. If we lose a rouse like that, then it would be a loss for humanity. Team leader. Heyman had to look at his boss, Minchan, in a new light. Usually he acted like an asshole, but today why was he looking so cool? No, he really looked cool. We could pray together, team leader. I'm sure they will come back alive. It'll be tough. Those bastards guarding the return stone are really difficult opponents. Of course, he knew that. That is why he said they should pray for their safe return. They'll eventually die. Weren't you hoping to see them come back alive? He took back the sentiment. If he wasn't his team leader, he would have hit him. Heyman berated himself for thinking even for a brief moment that his team leader was cool. Star. Hyung Nim. The return stone is over there. After burning down the entire jungle, Woojin stepped forward to use his search magic. The return stone was in the middle of a large open space, and it was floating on top of an altar. At the thought of being able to escape this dungeon fraught with danger, Sungu was about to run towards it. Woojin roughly held him back. Ugh! Sungu fell backwards after the back of his neck was grabbed. Before Sungu could turn to ask the question, why, at the ground he stepped on collapsed on itself. A cloud of dust rose into the air, and he could see a trap with bamboo spears on the bottom. Ugh! If he had taken one more step, then he would have died. Sungu's heart flipped in his chest. He was about to express his thanks, but Woojin was staring at something with a serious expression on his face. When Sungu saw the beings that showed up, he lost the words he was about to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, same place, 2. Chapter 29, same place, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and Renee for the donation. I'll try to release Dragon Maken as soon as I can. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. This is quite unexpected? Woojin frowned as he saw the figures of about 20 monsters. He would have never dreamed orcs would show up here. Their level was visible through the warrior sense, and it was fairly high. He had to assume their actual fighting power was much higher. These bastards were analogous to humans. When the monsters of this race gather in a group, they were able to work synergistically. Raker Remak 2, Re Kyo Alphen. Sunggu was surprised when bizarre words started to flow out from Woojin's mouth. Hi, Hyung Nim? Sunggu wasn't the only one who was surprised. The orcs were surprised, and they started to murmur to each other. How can a human from Earth speak the language of the orcs? Woojin made a bitter laugh. Orc were of a similar race. They were one of the tribes that made up Alphen's society. Woojin wondered how these orcs came to be in this dungeon. Weren't the dungeons a route being used by Tronet to invade Earth? Why are the Alphen's orcs here on Earth? When Woojin replied in a similar words to their question, a large orc stepped forward. Who are you? How come a human from Earth knows the Alphen's orc language? That's not important. I'm asking why you are in this place. We lost our base. Woojin was surprised at the orc's words. Does that mean Alphen was taken by Tronet? The orc turned silent at Woojin's words. How could the human from Earth know so much about the matters regarding Alphen? That's right. One piece of the counterweight disappeared, and Tronet became the owner of everything. We are able to exist here after we made a contract with Tronet. Contract? Earth will become our new base. The invasion of Earth. Woojin frowned. It was a bullshit contract. Earth didn't belong to Tronet in the first place. Do they want to die? How dare they come here? When Woojin spoke in Korean, Sunggu asked with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Hyung Nim. Are you okay? What? I thought Hyung Nim was speaking in tongues. Sunggu had genuinely been worried. Woojin had suddenly let out guttural sounds. Sunggu's concern seeped with loyalty, and it awakened Woojin's senses. Phew. So this is what rage is. Woojin bottled up his anger, then he looked at the orcs. He had to direct his anger towards the orcs instead of Sunggu. After they lost their homeland, they had crawled into someone else's land. Moreover, they were trying to take it away. I'm not afraid of a team battle. If it was a team battle, he was confident he wouldn't lose. Bombard them. At Woojin's words, the skeleton magicians on standby started to bombard the orcs with each of their own magic. Shu, Pu Pu Pung. The fire, ice and electricity magic flew like raining arrows toward the orc's position, and it scorched the earth. After a moment of disturbance, the cloud of dust subsided, and Sunggu had a shocked expression at what he saw. Those bastards are unscathed? The orc shaman had used a barrier magic to protect themselves. Woojin grinned. Whether it was the orcs or whatever else, he wouldn't allow them to take Earth while he was here. Let's see if they could hold out against this. If his magic wasn't working, then he just had to increase their power. Woojin opened the skill window, and he immediately raised the level of skeleton magicians to 10. Keek. The appearance of the skeleton magicians started to change. A black air current started to form around their emaciated bodies, and it materialized into a black robe. If they stood still, one could mistake them for people with hood over their head. The hands made out of the emaciated bones thrust out from between the robes. Then a light 2 times the size of the previous one formed to make magic. Shoot them. At Woojin's command, magic that couldn't even compare to the ones before started to rain down on the orcs. Waruruk, Pung. Zuzuzung, Pajijik. When the fireball made contact, it exploded. The ice froze its surrounding. The strengthened electric shock was the most effective against the orcs, since the orcs used tempered iron as weapons. Brave warriors. Charge. Beat them before they charge. Shook. At Woojin's command, the skeleton magicians let out consecutive magic spells. When their level increased, the range, shooting rate and power of the magic had increased. The orcs had been a good distance away. While they were charging towards Woojin, over half of them had died. When the orcs closed the distance, Woojin immediately cancelled the summons for the 40 skeleton magicians. Waruru. Their body broke down, and a pile of bones was created. Woojin grinned. Let's change second round into a different event. He used the bones as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. Keek. His 40 points of magic would all be used up, but he didn't care. He had other methods he could use. He wasn't only about the magic. Well, let's go. Keek. Woojin lifted his steel staff, and he charged. The skeleton soldiers quickly moved behind him. The orcs' attacks were very strong. The skeleton soldiers were weak in endurance, so their skulls were broken after couple blows. However, Woojin didn't care. Every time the orc brought down a skeleton soldier, it got injured. The next skeleton soldier would also wound the orc again as it fell. The orc couldn't face a skeleton soldier for the 3rd time. It was killed after being pierced by a skeleton soldier's sword. No matter how brave the orc warriors were, they couldn't stand up against superior numbers. Woojin killed the last remaining orc. He crushed the orc shaman's skull, then he let out a sigh. Maybe humans might show up in dungeons soon, Hyung Nim. You are even good at telling jokes. After the battle ended, Sungu was in a familiar territory. He quickly looted the items used by the orcs. Star. In front of Gwacheon City Hall Station's 11th exit. Kim Hammond scratched his cheeks. Team leader. Isn't this getting pretty serious? How long has it been? It's been 6 hours and 20 minutes. At Hammond's words, Miken's expression also turned serious. The normal clear time for a 4-star dungeon was 4 hours. That meant 20 hours had passed within the dungeon. The two of them had already spent 25 hours 20 minutes inside the dungeon. This meant they had survived for over a day within the dungeon. Team leader. The barrier. Young Miken gulped as he saw the barrier disintegrate. Come out. Please come out alive. He yelled those words inside, but he didn't see any changes at the bottom of the stairs. When he let out a small sigh, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Maybe I should take a cart next time. Woojin and Sungu complained as they carried up the leather armors and weapons worn by the orcs. They were bring up a lot of stuff. See, congratulations on your safe return. Minchan ran down the stairs, and he was emotional as he grabbed Woojin. Woojin stared back at him with a blank face. Why are you making such a fuss? What? Just go down and bring those stuff up. Woojin and Sugu had gathered a massive amount of loot. They had 2 full bags of bloodstones, and the size of the bloodstones couldn't even be compared to the ones in the lower dungeons. Moreover, the equipment worn by the orcs were quite valuable. They also brought iron weapons, animal leathers, and rough cloths. It was items that could be purchased on Earth. However, these were valuable since it could pass through the portals. Any roused could enter the low-ranked dungeons. It was possible for them to take modern items. Those dungeons were basically neutral territories. However, the higher-ranked dungeons only allowed the roused to come across the portal. Modern items were useless. When Woojin returned to the other side of the portal after obtaining the return stone, his clothes, handphone, and bloodstone bags were strewn all over the floor. They had to bring those items out too with the loot. With the help of Minchan, Woojin and Sungu were sorting the loot. You are saying I could exchange the bloodstones at the exchange store, but it is up to us to sell the other items? Yes. That's correct. Wait a moment. Minchan opened the sports bag, and he took out a scanner. He brought it over the items as if he was scanning it. They are all normal items. There are no artifacts. However, these items came out the dungeon, so they should be quite valuable. So where do I go to sell this? Usually the support division of the guilds takes care of it. Mikan stopped speaking, and he looked at Woojin to see how he responded. Would it be okay for him to talk about it? Well, if you enter a guild, then the support division will take care of these minor tasks. It does sound convenient. Why don't you enter into our guild? I promise we will give you the best treatment. That's all right. Why don't uncle's guild buy some of this stuff? It'll be inconvenient for me to carry these around. Mikan bought all the loot Woojin had brought. He also gave a good price on it. $110,000. The profit here isn't that great. I guess so. However, wasn't it a bit easier than before? Sungu knew what Woojin was getting at. At the Rakwi spawn site, he was busy extracting the bloodstones, so this was a bit easier for Sungu. Woojin also never felt he was in danger at that place. However, if he thought about the profit in terms of how much they made per hour, the 3-star dungeons was a better option. The gears inside young Minchan's mind started to spin quickly. By looking at Woojin and Sugu's reaction, it seemed they had never really been in danger inside this dungeon. Maybe he is rank A. Minchan felt his heart pound. If it was possible, he wanted to accompany Woojin into the dungeon. He wanted to see with his own eyes as to how he attacked the dungeon. This particular roused had only attacked the dungeons on 3 occasions, yet he shook Minchan's heart. This was the first time he had felt this way. Please give me your phone number. No. Please give it to me. You are going to bother me if I do. Of course. Minchan wasn't going to lose the roused he had an eye on. However, Woojin was a tough cookie. He had given a lot of help to Woojin and Sungu even though they weren't members of his guild. However, he didn't want to lord it over them. It seemed Woojin didn't feel thankful towards him. It felt like his treatment of Woojin was considered as matter of course. Let's coincidentally meet again next time. When the money was deposited, Woojin brushed himself off and he stood up. Minchan didn't have any reason he could use to stop him. I'll see you out. Ah, it's all right. Ha ha. I insist. Let's go. Hamian followed after the two, and he saw them off from the parking lot. Minchan felt dejected as he sat down. Soon, Hamian hurriedly came running back. Team leader. I got it. What did you get? His phone number. Minch's eyes turned round, and he looked at the phone number in Hamian's grasp. Kongwoojin 010-12XXXXXX. Are you sure this isn't a fake number? No. I called it up. Ha. If he was going to give it away so easily, then why did he play so hard to get? I'm not sure. Minchan frowned. He couldn't make heads or tails of this situation. Previously, he acted like he would reject joining the guild, yet his action right now left some room for doubt. It seems he isn't entirely opposed to joining the guild. Is he some kind of an expert at negotiations? Maikon thought Woojin was a 24-year-old young man who was short on experience in society. He had to revise this opinion. After thinking for a long time, Minchan suddenly asked a question. What did you say that convinced him to give you his number? I just said I wanted to have some soju with him next time? Ha! He had no idea what was going on inside of one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Same Place, 3. Chapter 30, Same Place, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. The queue is cleared. Thank you for the donation, Renee. Next week regular chapter will be Elquinus and Dragon Maken or SSN. I think I mistranslated the title, so I'll go back and change it. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Inside Sungu's car. Ha! I guess crocodile leather sells for a high price? I guess so. Woojin looked through the presents given by Minchan. Among the several items, he was looking at the Guachin City Hall subway station's 11th exit guidebook. It listed which monsters were present in the dungeon, and the pattern they showed up in. It also listed the vulnerable points. There were a variety of information that were essential in attacking the dungeon. It listed how much a part of a monster could be sold for. It also described the valuable plants and what types of valuable ores could be found there. These were easily found items. Woojin hadn't known it, but there was a robust market for these items in this reality. Well, it's too bad, but I can't do anything about it now. Woojin knew he hadn't been able to bring out a lot of things, but he didn't feel any regret over it. Also, in the future, he didn't have to think about gathering all those items by himself. Hey Sungu. You take care of it next time. Yes. Sungu would rather excavate the bloodstones. If he had to dismember monsters' corpses to bring the valuable parts, it was a little bit. My dream of becoming a flame magician. The desire to advance his ability was as strong as the desire to make money. He really respected the high-ranked roused. After meeting Woojin, Sungu had more occasion to use the butcher knife instead of using his flame magic. He had become a master at extracting bloodstones, but his flame ability was in a standstill. However, he had made a contract, so he planned on being faithful to his job as a manager for 1 year. The amount of money he made was unimaginably larger than before. He would steadily save the money, then he'll buy a magic scroll to raise his ability. By the way, Hyung Nim. What? Woojin's eyes were glued to the guidebook, and he replied in a distracted manner. So why did you give your phone number to Assistant Manager Kim? He said he wanted to have some soju with me. Was it that simple? Is he trying to act heroic? Maybe he is Stu. No. Hyung Nim isn't like that. Since Assistant Manager Kim knows your number, doesn't that mean Team Leader Young will also know your phone number? He'll find out about it. Then why did you give it to him? Well, why not? Woojin turned his head to look at Sungu. Woojin answered in such a dignified manner that Sungu thought back to see if he asked the wrong question. Hyung Nim. Are you going to join a guild? Nope. I thought you didn't like being bothered? That Team Leader Young seemed like a pretty persistent person. Woojin grinned. Let me ask you this. After you block spam mails, does the spam mail stop coming? It shows up even if it is blocked. No. We just need to show moderate amount of interest. Then they'll introduce us to dungeons like today, and they'll give us presents. How great would that be? He was enjoying this. Of course, Hyung Nim's heart is really. If it's inside the dungeon, do you think he will follow in after me? How about when I'm not in the dungeon? I don't have anything else to do. I have a lot of time on my hand. He'll eventually give up after he gets tired. Evil. Sunggu grabbed the steering wheel in silence. Woojin was absent-mindedly looking out the window when his eyes widened. Isn't that Jaemin? What? That's the student living with Hyung Nim? Yeah. Pull your car alongside him. Sunggu's car stopped next to the sidewalk. Woojin got out of the passenger seat, then he yelled as if he was glad to see Jaemin. Jaemin. Jaemin was taken aback. He had come out near the school to eat out with his sister. He saw Woojin wave at him with a bright smile. Jaemin unconsciously lowered his head. Hello, Hyung. Star. Top floor of the Hammer Guild. One of the 10 rank aroused in Korea was here. Guildmaster Park Sang-go. The intercom placed behind his desk's nameplate rang. His secretary's voice came out when he pressed the button. President. The third support team leader is here for a visit. Let him in. By EI. The intercom turned off, then the door opened soon after. The passionate support team leader was the same age as him. He was 35 years old. He had joined the Hammer Guild late, but he had made significant contributions in helping the Hammer Guild expand. He managed the lower dungeon, which were the main source of funds for the guild, with a steady hand. He also had the ability to find talented prospects, so he stood out from others in the guild. President. I'm here to give my scouting progress report. It is about Kang Woojin, who I had reported to you before. Have you succeeded? Not yet. Didn't I give you all jurisdiction regarding this matter? You don't have to give me progress reports. Perhaps your negotiation isn't going well? It would have been great if there had been an actual negotiation. The problem was Woojin didn't even think about negotiating. If team leader Young is keeping tabs on him, then I don't care about how much he wants. I'll leave it up to your discretion. Scout him if you want. You will have to settle a matter regarding him. Woojin was already able to make a lot of money. No, he had found an amazing hunting method that allowed him to make as much money in the 3-star dungeon as the 4-star dungeon. He needed something more than money to entice him. Park Sang-go looked at the document he had to sign, and he frowned. Do we really need give him the position of vice president? Does he really have that much worth? Ha! The vice president seat is no joke. Park Sang-go looked through the other files. Kang Woojin's background was written in detail. He returned after he went missing for 5 years. As soon as he came back, he went to the 2-star dungeon once and 3-star dungeon once. Today, he completed a 4-star dungeon once. Yes. I predict he is aroused, possessing a very outstanding ability. Have you seen it? What? I said, have you seen it? I haven't seen it yet, but my prediction. Park Sang-go threw the documents, then he leaned back to bury his body into his chair's backrest. Look here. Team leader Young. Yes, President. They were of the same age, but there was a large gulf between the boss and a subordinate inside the company. Minchan had the better educational background, but the gap between them was large. It was like the difference between a roused and a civilian. If he was really that competent, then why would I spare the cost of giving the vice president seat? However, this is laughable. The position of vice president in the Hammer Guild isn't some part-time job. This guy is a baby who only cleared the dungeons 3 times. He isn't a known quantity. How can we give him the position solely based on potential? There were additional problems. Moreover, his potential is based only on team leader's hunch? Boo-duk. Young Minchan gritted his teeth. He had brought in numerous outstanding individuals based on his hunch. Hammer Guild was one step in front of the other guilds in terms of finding talents, and Minchan had a lot to do with it. He has to display his potential in a tangible way. If that isn't possible, find out about his abilities. Then I will be able to decide if he is worth the investment the guild will have to put out for him. How long did you expect us to make an investment solely on team leader Yun's hunch? It isn't like you are successful every single time? He was right. Numerous roused were brought in at Young Minchan's strong assertion, and there were a lot of them who hadn't reached their potential yet. Still, if the president would just think of all the times they made a profit, this level of investment shouldn't be too much. We shouldn't throw around the vice president's seat easily. Everywhere we go, people will look down on us. It'll bring down the Hammer Guild's prestige. Do you understand? Yes. Bye. The intercom rang just in time. He pressed the button and his secretary's voice leaked out. President. The vice president is here for a visit. Vice President Park Jin-woo. He was the greatest talent found by team leader Young Min-chin. He was 27 years old with a handsome face. Recently, he made a lot of appearances on TV, so he was as popular as an entertainer. He was also the only other rank A roused in the Hammer Guild aside from the president. His worth to the guild didn't even need an explanation. Park Jin-woo was tall, and he was wearing a suit. When he opened the president's door to come in, he came face to face with team leader Young Min-chin. Jin-woo's eyes became round, and he smiled as he gave his greeting. Team leader Young was here. Yes. Well, please go have your conversation with him, In the past, he had merely been a cub when Min-chan had found. However, he was a vice president now. His station was markedly different from the past. Young Min-chan walked past him with a rigid expression, and Park Jin-woo shrugged his shoulders. By looking at this mood, it seemed he was chewed out by the president again. Still, he had recognized Park Jin-woo during his new browse days. Min-chan had also introduced him to the Hammer Guild, so he had an attachment towards him. What's going on with team leader? Chat. I don't know. He saw some necromancer, and he want to give the guy one of the vice president's seat. Park Jin-woo laughed at the annoyed words of the president. If team leader Young is advocating for him, then don't we have to try to catch him no matter what? What do you mean catch him no matter what? I think that guy's eyes have deteriorated. Every kid he brings in are mediocre now. Recently, the prospects found by team leader Jung Min-chin was very mediocre. They were talented, but they didn't develop fast enough. The fact that team leader Young was able to recognize your talent was pure luck. AEE. Still, don't be too harsh on him. Chat. All right. Anyways, how was your work in the US? Park Jin-woo. He had the wholehearted support of the guild, since he was a rank A roused. He was also the representative of the Hammer Guild, so he had been elevated to the position of vice president. The guild conference opened in the US. As the representative for the Hammer Guild, he had to participate in it. He had just returned from New York. Park Jin-woo's expression turned serious. I looked at the surrounding moods, and I think the rumor is correct. It's true? President Park Sang-go also put on a serious expression. There was a very weird rumor circulating between guilds that started not too long ago. He had sent the vice president to the conference to confirm whether if the rumor was true. In your opinion, who procured it? I think it's the Titans. The Titans. There were several large guilds in the US, but if one had to choose the best, one would pick the Titan. It was an obvious choice. If the rumor was true, then the possibility of the Titan having the person was highly probable. A person who came out of a dungeon. Park Sang-go's face had turned serious. Should he call that person an alien? Should he call the person a new species? He hadn't seen this person, so he had nothing to say. No. It might be a rumor made up by Titan in the first place. The absolute truth would probably only be known to the top executive of the Titans. If the rumor was true, this would be the first such incident since the dungeons formed 5 years ago. Star. In the heart of Manhattan, a limousine parked in front of a building that rose into the sky in an imposing manner. People who looked like security surrounded the car. They quickly moved to open the trunk and they took out a wheelchair. The limousine's door opened, and a brown-haired middle-aged woman moved to the wheelchair. A blonde beauty in a tidy outfit approached her with a smile on her face. Mrs. Hamilton. Was there any discomfort in coming here? Discomfort? This is the first time I've traveled in such luxury. She had flown here by plane for 6 hours. However, there wasn't a single moment in the journey where she felt discomfort. Thank you for accepting our guild's request. It's no problem. If someone needs my help, I'll most definitely agree to it. Mrs. Hamilton was America's most respected psychotherapist. With guidance from the blonde beauty, they headed towards the top floor of the guild. Mrs. Hamilton. Before you meet the patient, you will have to sign this contract. The contract given to her by the blonde beauty was a commonly seen contract. It was a non-disclosure agreement. Many wealthy individuals were her regular customers, so she was used to seeing such agreements as their psychotherapist. When she signed the contract, the blonde beauty guided her to the patient's room. She was handed a concise summary of her patient. Hamilton asked in confusion as she read it. Does she have global aphasia? Yes. Mrs. Hamilton didn't ask any more about the patient's diagnosis. The file only had information regarding the symptoms exhibited by the patient. It didn't have any person information on it. She doesn't have any name, birthplace, age, or anything. The blonde beauty nodded her head. She was rescued from a dungeon. Your job is to find her voice again, Mrs. Hamilton. It is your job to fill the empty personal information of the patient. The beautiful blonde secretary led Mrs. Hamilton to a room. When she entered the room after opening the door, she couldn't help but yell in surprise. Oh my God! She had never seen such a beauty in her life. Even as a fellow woman, her almost unrealistic beauty surprised Mrs. Hamilton. As befitting a five-star hotel, the room was decorated in an extravagant manner. However, it didn't even register in her eyes. She could only look at her. She was simply a mysterious beauty with unearthly beauty. Moreover, she also gave off an unearthly feeling. For a woman who was rescued from a dungeon, her face was too peaceful. Psychotherapist Hamilton quietly approached her in the wheelchair. The secretary stood by her side as she looked on. After calming herself a little bit, Mrs. Hamilton started speaking towards the unidentified beauty. While Hamilton was calming down, the unidentified beauty had put on a faint smile, and it made her look very alien. Hello. My name is Mrs. Hamilton. The beauty didn't respond at all to her gentle greeting. She couldn't speak, but her eyes was letting out a light as if she was yearning for something. If it's too difficult, you don't have to speak. Do you want to write to me? Or you could draw some pictures. As if they had already tried this, the table next to them had a paper and pen on top of it. Hamilton smiled as she started to draw a picture first. She just had to go slow. Maladies doesn't suddenly get better in an instant. She couldn't suddenly make a hole through the barrier in her heart. She can only get closer to her a little bit at a time. The most important thing was always having sincerity in one's heart. I'm ready. I want to understand you. Can you hear me? What? Hamilton was surprised when a clear voice rang out inside her head. She turned to look at the secretary. Did you just hear someone speak? What? I didn't hear anything. Your trust allowed you to receive my voice. Hamilton's surprise-filled eyes turned towards the unidentified beauty. It was as if the light in her eyes were speaking to her. It was as if that was her voice. I can hear you. I guess my God hasn't abandoned me yet. My God. The beauty's lips hadn't moved yet. She was sure the woman was speaking to her. Her voice was clearly heard by Hamilton's ears. May you grant me my request? How are you able to speak to me? Who are you? How can this be? The confused secretary looked at the flustered Hamilton, who was talking to herself. She couldn't hear the patient's voice at all. Only Mrs. Hamilton was able to hear her voice. I've been rude. She had abruptly asked for a request. The unidentified beauty slowly stood up from her bed. With an elegant movement, she bowed. When Mrs. Hamilton saw this, she could only look on dumbfoundedly. I am Alphen's seventh highest. I am the mother of the land. I am the divine wing and the voice of Aria. My name is Melody. My God. She was the holy priestess of the Church of Aria. Her name was Melody. She had taken her first step on Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Do Jaiwan. Chapter 31, Do Jaiwan. TLN, this is a regular chapter for next week. I'll have Alquinas out Monday or Tuesday. Please turn off the ad blocks if you are able to. Thank you. Hello, Hyung. This is my Nuna. Nuna. This is the Hyung I was talking about, Woojin Hyung. It's been a while, Jaiwan. You are still very pretty. Jaiwan smirked at how shameless Woojin was being. She had firmly put on a hat. So, how would he know if she was still pretty? It's been a while. She had last seen him 5 years ago when Woojin had gone missing. It was the time when her life had taken a turn. We are about to go eat some grilled beef entrails. Do you want to accompany us for some alcohol? Grilled beef entrails? Jaiwan hesitated when she heard Woojin's words. Had he been this aggressive in the past? Jaiwan tried to comb through her memories, but Woojin's current figure was very different from the past. No. She hadn't been that close to him in the first place 5 years ago. She probably just didn't know about Woojin's personality. Ah. Places with a lot of people is. That's right. We just ate our dinner, so we are full. Woojin grinned when Jaemin also stepped forward to make excuses. Do you think food stomach and alcohol stomach is the same thing? At Woojin's word, Jaiwan turned to look at Jaemin. She wanted to talk with Woojin. She wanted to thank him for helping out her brother. Moreover, she had to give back the excessive amount of money he gave Jaemin. How can we go to an establishment that serves alcohol with my brother wearing his uniform? Let's just go home and talk. I heard all about you helping my brother. Aee. This kid is good at drink alcohol. At Woojin's word, Jaemin had a guilty expression on his face. Jaiwan whipped her head around to glare at Jaemin. You drink alcohol now? That isn't. Ah. Woojin was the one that made him drink it, so what was he doing? How cheap are you? Jaemin's eyes looked at Woojin as if to say he wanted to be saved. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Send this kid home. Let's drink without him. This is the first time I met a high school friend since I've been back. You can tell me all that has happened. That's right. Woojin had gone missing. She had remembered Woojin in the first place, because Woojin had gone missing right before the dungeon shock. It used to be the hottest news in school. Let's go. Do you like beef entrails? Yeah. I also have something to say to you. Jaiwan was about to go when Jaemin grabbed his Nuna's arm. Nuna. Don't drink too much. All right. You go home first. Nuna. If you feel like you are getting drunk, call me immediately. Goo. Go home and study. You said your test is coming up soon. Jaiwan saw her worried brother off, then she followed after Woojin. Is that your car? No. It's the car of a dongsing I work with. Zing. Sunggu opened the window of the front passenger seat to see outside. Then he bowed towards the passenger seat. Hello, no onim. Ah, yes. Hello. Jaiwan quickly lowered her head, then she pushed the brim of her hat down further. The large visor of the cap covered everything up to the bridge of her nose. However, one could tell she was a beauty just by looking at her slender jawline and red lips. When Jaiwan sat in the back, Woojin followed her in. Hyun Nim. Where should I take you? Where do you think? Weren't you going to take me to a delicious beef entrails restaurant? He wanted to go to a beef entrails restaurant with such a beauty? Woojin didn't care if Sunggu thought it was weird or not. He wanted to eat beef entrails today. No onim. Are you okay with eating beef entrails? Yes. It's fine. However, can you find somewhere with sparse amount of people? Coincidentally, there is a place I go to regularly. They aren't doing well, so there won't be any people there. Woojin frowned. He wanted to eat at a place where the beef entrails was delicious. Doesn't that mean it isn't tasty? No. I guarantee it will be really delicious. Sunggu was basically the chauffeur as he just drove the car. The two in the back seat didn't speak for a long time. So why are you going around wearing that hat? You didn't wash your hair? Sunggu sucked in a breath at Woojin's word. Sunggu had known Woojin had a difficult personality, but how could he ask a woman such a question? Perhaps, his great Hyungnim was a virgin. TLN slang term was used. Mosol equals shortened from motel solo equals single since mother's womb. The way he treats women is too clumsy. No. I just like wearing a hat. Is that so? Woojin tried to think about the past, but he came up blank. He just remembered Jaiwan had been the prettiest girl in school. He couldn't remember her personality or even her appearance. Is that so? Anyways, I'm really glad I got to meet you. I was surprised when Jaemin said you are his Nuna. What was it? How can he treat a person in such a comfortable manner? Jaiwan felt like she was falling into Woojin's pace. I was also surprised. Jaemin doesn't talk too much about his school life, so I didn't know he was being bullied. I'm really thankful. It was nothing. Jaemin helped me a lot too. Jaiwan remembered what Jaemin had said, and she spoke quietly. I heard you extorted money from him. Ha ha. I just borrowed it. I borrowed it. Why aren't you driving faster, Sunggu? We are in a school zone, Hyungnim. Why couldn't this bastard read his cue? While Jaewon was laughing, Sunggu's car left the main street into a construction zone where a neon sign was blinking. Chat. It seems a dungeon break happened here, but... Yes, Hyungnim. This was originally an empty lot, but they started construction about a month ago. When a dungeon break happens, the area around the station becomes totaled in an instant. After the area around the station was organized again, the development plans varied on what kind of dungeon formed near the station. Why is there such a large construction site near this station? Ah. This is the housing complex where Kim Gunchul will be moving into. Who is that? What? I said, who is that person? How could he not know about Kim Gunchul? Amongst the 10 great roused of Korea, he was the most successful one. You don't know who Kim Gunchul is? I have no idea. He was the very first rank A roused of Korea. If you look at the roused rankings, he is ranked first. Is he trying to build some pleasure palace? Why is he building such a big house? Hyungnim was 24 years old, but how could he know less on how society worked than a 21-year-old? This isn't all going to be Kim Gunchul's house. It is a housing complex being advertised as where he would live. The area around stations were dangerous. If the dungeon couldn't be cleared within 30 days, then the break would happen. As the word indicates, the monsters would flood out. It was the worst thing that could happen to a residential neighborhood. It was like living next to a ticking bomb. However, it was an entirely different situation if a high-ranked roused lived nearby. The roused living nearby would help attack the dungeon just from the fact that they didn't want their house to be damaged. This was why the real estate developers were desperate to have a high-level roused, so they could use the roused as publicity models. After listening to Sunggu's explanation, Woojin understood. So, if one could raise one's rank, then one could get free housing. That's correct. Woojin started touching his roused card. Young Minchin was very quick in handling his business. Woojin was handed a rank C card, and Sunggu was made into rank D. Should I visit the bureau to raise my rank? He was able to enter high-rank dungeons as a rank C, so he didn't really care about his rank. However, the numerous benefits a top rank received was enticing. Du Jaewon was surprised when she saw Woojin's roused card. Woojin. You are a rank C roused? Yeah. Jaemin said you were rank F. It rose. Didn't he know roused rank wasn't something that was easily raisable? Jaewon looked at Woojin in a new light. She had heard from Jaemin that Woojin was making a lot of money. If he was a rank C, then she could understand why. Let me ask you a question. Jaewon became really nervous at Woojin's question. She hoped he wouldn't ask about her complex. Her heart started to beat faster from concern. How was I in the past? Woojin wanted to know more about his past self. He had lived a hellish life for the past 20 years at the planet Alphen. It almost made him forget who he was. We weren't that close, so... is that so? Do you remember who I was close to? I don't. Woojin thought for a moment. Jaewon glanced towards Woojin. When she saw Woojin look outside the window as he frowned, her heart fluttered. Was that weird? It has been a while since she had met someone who only remembered her from 5 years ago when she had been pretty. Moreover, he didn't show any sympathy or disgust. It had been a while since she had a conversation like this, and she welcomed it. This was why she didn't want him to see it. Jaewon pushed her hat deeper onto her head. Star. Sunggu drove past the construction site of the housing complex, then they stopped on top of hill at the poor part of the city. This place didn't even have access to a subway, so it was an inconvenient place to live. Most of the affluent people had left Seoul. The people in the poor part of the city remained as they guarded where they lived. Ego. My baby is here? Grandma. Ego. Are you friends with my Sunggu? No. It's just a Hyungnim and Noonim that I know. You. You are Sunggu's seniors. Please have a seat. The restaurant was located in a rundown building, and there were only 5 tables there. Moreover, the store was empty. It seemed Woojin's party was the first customer of the day. Was this place really a delicious restaurant? He came here with a very high expectation. This is your grandmother's store? No. This is the store of my friend's grandmother. You brought us here to increase revenue for your friend's restaurant? Ha. It isn't like that. Amongst all the places I know, this restaurant has the best tasting beef entrails. Woojin had a skeptical expression on his face. However, as the food was being laid out, his rigid expression relaxed. The beef entrails was delicious. No. It seemed every food on earth was delicious to Woojin. The grandmother, who was the owner, was pretty skilled at cooking food. This is the first time I am drinking alcohol with Hyungnam. I am honored. Fill it to the brim. Sunggu poured soju into Woojin's glass. It is an honor to be able to drink with Hyungnam's alumni. Ah, yes. Is this person in the mafia? Every word he says ends with Hyungnam. Kaya. It's delicious. After the toast, he emptied the soju. Then he picked up a well-cooked beef entrails, and he ate it after dipping it in a sauce. The cool soju and the chewy texture of beef entrails was downright delicious. Ah. This is tasty. Every time Woojin's glass emptied, Sunggu immediately refilled the alcohol. Woojin was able to have a good meal. It seemed Woojin really just came to eat some beef entrails with no ulterior motive. This made Sunggu and Jaiwan stare vacantly at Woojin. Jaiwan looked like a fish out of water. Ha! Why aren't you eating? I'll pay. Eat it. Sunggu secretly glanced at Woojin and Jaiwan to gauge the mood. In the beginning, he thought Woojin had brought Jaiwan because they were close schoolmates. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. By listening to their conversation, this was the first time they met in 5 years, and they were only acquainted with each other's face. Wah! If it was me, I would have avoided such an awkward situation. I would have just parted ways after giving a greeting. Maybe Hyungnam isn't used to being around a woman? Maybe Hyungnam liked the pretty na-na with the graceful jawline? Is that why he brought her here? What was Woojin thinking inside? As his manager, what was his duty? All right. I'll create the mood, then I'll excuse myself. Maybe Hyungnam was trying to test his ability. As aroused, he had cut short his college life, but he had a lot of experience drinking alcohol as a freshman. Sunggu's wasn't placed under academic probation for nothing. He'll prove it here. Then several dozen methods to break this awkward situation passed through his head like instinct. Hyungnam. Let's do a game. A game. Ha? A game? Woojin had left Earth during his 3rd year of high school, so how would he know the drinking tradition of a college student? Sunggu grabbed a bottle of alcohol in one hand, and he spoke in a regional dialect. Then Woojin experienced a new world. The situation developed too fast for Woojin to stop it. Woojin experienced a diverse game. On the floor below the table, 12 empty bottles of soju was lined up. Jaiwan was slumped over, and she was using her arms as a pillow. As he looked at Jaiwan, the red-faced Sunggu stood up on his chair, then he started to shake his shoulders. Drink. Drink. The alcohol is going down. Gulp. Slurp. Gulp. Gulp. Keep doing the shoulder dance. Look at my shoulders. Towel. Woojin's face hardened. He had come here to eat the delicious beef entrail and soju. However, why was Sunggu trying so hard to make him drink alcohol? Why don't you sit before I wrench your shoulders out of their sockets? His voice held a murderous intent. Sunggu's dancing shoulders came to a halt. It was instinctual. Sunggu's neck retreated like a turtle, then his gaze met Woojin's eyes. Sit. Yes, sir. Ah. He was waking up from the alcohol. Sunggu quickly sat back in his chair. Both their eyes headed toward Jaiwan. She had passed out after imbibing a lot of alcohol. Jaiwan was already passed out, and when she moved a little bit, her hat fell away. Ah. Sunggu rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, he wasn't imagining it. The left side of Jaiwan's head was bereft of any hair. On her scalp, there were lumpy scars that was unsightly. The injury reached past her forehead, and it reached her left eye. Sunggu looked at Woojin to see his reaction. However, Woojin indifferently looked at Jaiwan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Do Jaiwan, 2. Chapter 32, Do Jaiwan, 2. TLN, hey guys, I had some extra time, so I decided to translate another chapter. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Sunggu had a hard time moving his lips. Woojin didn't speak. However, it wasn't as if he stopped moving. He grabbed a piece of beef entrails with his chopstick. He dipped it in the sauce, then he placed it on top of a perilla leaf. He also placed a garlic he had dipped in the soybean paste on top of it. Then Woojin emptied a glass of soju. Crunch, crunch. One smiled as he ate the wrapped meat. Ah. This really goes well as a side dish for the soju. Woojin raised his empty glass towards Sunggu, and he wordlessly filled the glass. Hey. Let's not do any games like this next time. How about we just quietly eat and drink alcohol? Woojin brought the soju glass to his mouth when Sunggu didn't give him an answer. When their eyes met, Sunggu spoke. Hyung Nim. What? Why aren't you saying anything about it? About what? Sunggu glanced towards the passed-out Do Jaewon, and he gave a meaningful gaze towards her. What? Her bald spot? Wah. How could he say such words so easily? Dude. So what? What? What's wrong with it? Hyung Nim is okay with it? What about it? Woojin emptied the soju into his mouth. She has a small scar. It isn't like she is going to die from it. That wasn't what he meant. What? Do you pity her? Of course, wouldn't anyone feel sorry for her? Woojin grinned. He had lived in Alphen where the wars were endless. He grew up in a world where it was normal to arm oneself if one wanted to survive. Deformed appearance? Handicapped. If one was able to run on one's own 2 legs, and one was able to grab a spear with both hands, then the person was considered to be a normal person. From Woojin's perspective, Jaewon was just a woman with a scar on her head. She was Jaemon's Nuna, and she was an alumni from 5 years ago. Nothing had changed. Pour me some more alcohol. I'm in a good mood. Sunggu didn't react to Woojin's words. Woojin was starting to frown, and it seemed he had drunk a lot of alcohol since his face had turned red. Sunggu mustered up his courage. Once in a while, I am scared of Hyung Nim. You are too cold-hearted. Ha! When Woojin became dumbfounded, Sunggu suddenly stood up from his seat. If a woman hurts her face in Korea, it might be a fate worse than death. What? Sunggu flinched and he walked stiffly to the side. Then he exited the restaurant. Woojin still had his glass up in the air. He had a dumbfounded expression as he looked towards the restaurant's door where Sunggu had exited. Ha! Woojin put his glass down. He picked up a soju bottle, then he poured it into the empty glass. Gall. TLN, SFX soju pouring. I'll just fill it up myself. Woojin emptied another glass of soju, then he picked up some beef entrails. As he chewed, he glanced at Jaewon. So what? Was it because he was used to dealing with the wild women of Alphen? If it was on Alphen, no woman would cover up a scar of that size from shame. Instead, they would show it off. It basically told everyone she had survived from the wounds received from the monsters. Basically, it was a badge of honor. I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty. She had a great body and a pretty face. A scar was just a scar. Phew. Earth. Was he too used to living in Alphen? Was there too much of a gap between how one thinks in Alphen and Earth? If he went to the hospital right now to take a psychological examination, then would they want him to admit himself into the hospital? I've changed. Everything has changed. Too many things had changed. He became monster of his own volition. Even if he had pined for his homeland every day for the past 20 years, it was inevitable for him to become estranged. Woojin emptied another glass of soju. As he was refilling his glass, he glanced towards Jaewon. That son of a bitch. Now I can't get it off my mind. Sunggu's words were bothering Woojin for no reason at all. After emptying his glass, he picked up the fallen hat, then he placed it back on Jaewon's head. Gall. He spoke aloud as he refilled his soju glass. Ah, this is my last glass. Woojin looked towards the inner part of the restaurant. The granny, who was the owner, had already went in to sleep. It basically meant they were supposed to leave on their own after they finished drinking. Woojin emptied the last precious glass of soju. Then he patted Jaewon's shoulder. Let's go home. Geez. Woojin carried the completely passed out Jaewon in his arms. Star. Look at that woman. Is she dead? Did that person do that to her? Ooh. Disgusting. I think I'm going to throw up what I ate earlier. Ooh, okay. Woojin was carrying Jaewon in a princess carry. Every time her hat slipped off, they became the center of attention, and he was annoyed by it. Why did he have to go through this after drinking alcohol in a good mood? Woojin was putting back her hat again when he had a great idea. He approached a convenience store, then he placed Jaiwan on a chair for a brief moment. Then he headed into the convenience store. Star. Everything will probably be alright. As Jaemin headed back home, he let out a sigh of worry. In the past, his Nuna had been praised as being a queen card. TLN, Krienka basically the queen bee. Everything changed after her accident. She used to be very prim and proper. She had a lively personality, and her looks. Moreover, the people around her changed. She worked hard at the factory to earn a living for her only remaining family, Jaemin. Jaemin knew how his Nuna felt, so he studied hard without going astray. DDI. When he opened the door, he saw the baby cat lying on top of his bed watching the TV. Something was off? Jaemin was surprised. He took off his shoes, and he looked at the TV inside his room. It was showing a children's animation show called Pororo. Ha! Did you turn it on? Naya. The cat vocalized in a cute manner. Jaemin grinned as he looked at her. What kind of talent did this cat have where she was able to watch the TV? She probably stepped on the remote control by mistake. Hyung picked up the cat, but he didn't buy any items needed for a cat. Jaemin changed out of his school uniform, then he sat in front of his computer. He accessed a portal site, then he searched for essential items for a cat like a litter box, sand, and cat food. Then he suddenly remembered this cat had been cooped up in this house for the entire day. Ha! Come here. Naya. As if she understood human words, the cat didn't run away even when he stretched out his arms towards her. Jaemin looked into the cat's eyes. Hee. She's very cute. Are you hungry, Bibi? Jaemin momentarily placed the cat on top of the dining table, then he opened the refrigerator. He was going to give it a sausage he usually buys. Did someone eat it? He had no memories of eating it, but the sausage was gone. He looked through the trash can, and he saw the plastic covering of the sausage thrown away there. Ha! This young really. There was no way a cat would be able to open the refrigerator and eat the sausage. Woojin was the culprit. Since it had already turned out like this, Jaemin hurriedly went to a convenience store to buy various cat items. Woojin had given him a lot of spending money, so Jaemin wasn't tight on money. Even if he invested his money into the cat, it wouldn't be burdensome. Hee. Is it tasty? Naya. Jaemin opened the can, and he stared at the cat. The baby cat, Bibi, sniffed at it several times. However, it seemed she had no thoughts of eating it. Why aren't you eating? Try eating it. His anticipation-filled gaze fell on the cat, and the cat let out a light sigh. Do cats have such expressive faces? Anyways, she let out a light sigh, then she started lick the contents of the can. Naya. When the tip of her tongue touched the food, the cat's eyes widened, and she quickly ate the entire content of the can. Hee. Eat well. She hadn't eaten all day, so she must have been very hungry. Jaemin looked at the cat with satisfaction, then he sat in front of his computer. Like always, he enjoyed surfing the web for a brief moment, then he glanced at the front door. Recently, Jaemin usually lived by himself, but after Woojin showed up, he wasn't able to have his own personal private time. This is the time. Jaemin quickly calculated in his head. The adults were drinking alcohol, so at the very least, they will be gone for 2 hours. Jaemin would be alone for at least that amount of time. He used his mouse pointer to find the files hidden deep within the computer. Star. Why is this bastard not picking up his phone? Jaemin wasn't picking up his phone, so Woojin eventually opened the door while he was carrying Jaiwan. Naya. Bibi ran towards him, and she started rubbing her body against his leg. She had really wanted to see her master. Master. It seems you have become stronger than last time, Ahong. I leveled up a little bit. Anyways, why is he sleeping? Woojin pointed toward Jaemin, who was passed out on top of the bed. He had fainted with a blissful expression on his face. Nyang. He was watching humans copulate, and he was taking care of himself. So I let him have a good dream, Ahong. Low-ranked demon. Nightmare. Succubus Bibi. It wasn't only Naimares. Bibi's specialty was causing erotic dreams. Chat. You are going to unnecessarily give the kid a wet dream. Nyang. He is probably tasting heaven right now, Ahong. All right. Just unfold the blanket. Nyang. Bibi opened the closet, then she took out a blanket. It was hard to think of her as a cat when one saw her powerful strength. Woojin placed Du Jaiwan on top of the blanket, then he turned around. Phew. I'm going out. Nyang. Bibi jumped on top of Woojin's shoulder. Woojin thought about finding a motel, but there weren't any nearby. He thought about going back home to his mother in Suwa, but he gave up on that idea. He was worried about showing himself suffering under a nightmare. Fortunately, Woojin had a key that opens any door in the modern times. He had money. He headed towards a hotel near the Hammer Guild. The employee told him he couldn't bring his pet to stay in the hotel. Woojin told the employee he'll put the cat somewhere else. He stepped outside for a moment, and he cancelled Bibi's summon. Then he was able to book a hotel room. Come out, Bibi. After he locked the door to his room, Woojin called for Bibi. A black smoke formed, and it coalesced into the shape of a baby cat. Nyang. This is a hotel a home? That's right. This room cost $300. Nyang. Earth is a really nice place to live. Oh yeah. The thing called cat food is really delicious, Nyang. The cats on Earth grow up eating such delicious food. It is a happy planet, Nahong. Next time give me more as a favor, Nyang. Woojin grinned. By the way, Bibi. Nyang? Do you remember what Alphen was like before Tronet invaded it? Nyang? Master was my first contract, so I have no idea, Ahong. I lived in the demon world before that. Phew. I guess I'll have to level up fast. At the very least he had to reach LVL 80, so he could summon the Lich. It's been a long time. Let's sleep comfortably. Nyang. Woojin laid down on top of the bed, and Bibi placed herself next to Woojin's pillow. After a brief silent moment, she heard Woojin's rhythmic breathing, and Bibi's eyes turned entirely black. Kayak. You lowly demons. The evil spirits suppressed by Woojin's control started to swirl around Woojin. They took advantage of Woojin's consciousness becoming murky. These evil spirits existed to torment Woojin. The low-rank succubus Bibi was the only one who could help Woojin. She helped prevent the evil spirits from tormenting Woojin. She controlled Woojin's dream by making it a nightmare. Star. Woojin's consciousness became fuzzy. It felt like he was being sucked into the abyss. He was in the deep recess of his consciousness. It felt like he was sinking indefinitely, and he felt his limbs tremble as a sticky liquid bound them. It was red and sticky. Blood. 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 And then more blood. Woojin was standing on top of a lake made out of blood. The blood darkened, and it reverberated as it made a wave. Then the wave turned into hands and they grabbed his ankles. Don't abandon us. The black hands swayed towards him, and the hands stretched towards Woojin. The contorted faces was despair itself. Please save us. They had been thrown away. He had thrown away these beings. Us. Our monarch. Please take us away from the pain. Some only had hands, and others only had their upper body. There were corpses of various size and shape. The corpses clung onto Woojin's body. Woojin couldn't shake them off. He couldn't even take one step. He silently endured everything. O monarch of Allendale. Woojin's two eyes, which had been lively, started to shed tears. It was filled with regret and lingering attachment. I'm sorry. Were these the beings he killed? No. These were those who he hadn't been able to protect. The souls of the people he couldn't protect had turned into evil spirits, and they were circling around him. These souls had nowhere to go, and they couldn't let go of their vengeful spirit. I'm sorry I couldn't protect. I'm sorry. This was how Woojin was able to persevere through everything. Before Woojin could be swallowed up by the swamp of evil spirits at the field of corpses, a booming sound was heard from the distance. A large penguin, a dinosaur walking on two legs, a beaver, a bear, and even a fox showed up. Large friends of Pororo mounted an attack. Am I going to be chased by them too today's nightmare? Before he knew it, the evil spirits had disappeared. If he was stepped on by one of Pororo's friends, he would probably be crushed to death. As he was chased by them, Woojin smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, Reset. Chapter 33, Reset. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Ooh ooh. Jaiwon's head felt like it was about to split open. She got up as she moaned. When she looked around her surrounding, she was at Jaemin's house. Bits and pieces of her memories started to piece itself together. Woojin's dancing named Sunggu took the lead, and he started a crazy storm of games. It caused her to frantically drink alcohol. Sunggu had wished in vain for her to take off her hat, and he was persistent in getting her to drink. Then everything became too dizzy, so she leaned forward on the table, and her hat had fallen off. They saw everything. She wanted to hide it. She met someone who only remembered her beautiful old self. However, she had shown all of her embarrassing personal matter now. I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty. When her hat fell off, she didn't have the courage to get up. So she pretended to have fallen asleep. However, she did drink too much alcohol, so her memory was fuzzy. She thought Woojin had carried her over here. Then her film of memory was cut for real, and she couldn't remember anything afterwards. Jaiwon put her hands over her reddened cheeks, then she realized she still had her hat on. She tried to take it off. Ouch! Jaiwon slowly pulled against her hat and several strands of her hair was pulled along with it. Ze. On both sides of the hat, several strands of hair came off with the scotch tapes. When she saw this, Jaiwon couldn't help but laugh. Geez. She couldn't remember when he stuck it on her, but it strangely made her heart flutter. How could a scotch tape shake a person's heart like this? This was the first time. This person called her pretty even though she had changed into a monster. She had assumed no one would think such thoughts about her unless the person was crazy. However, Woojin had appeared in front of Jaiwon. Ooh ooh. Her heart fluttered, and she was hungover. After quenching her thirst with water, she tried to go into the restroom, but the door was locked. Nuna is awake? Wait a moment. Why are you awake so early in the morning? While I was sleeping, I realized I didn't do the laundry. I didn't want Nuna to work too hard on my behalf. What the heck? At least leave the door open. Wait a moment. I'm almost done. It was 5 in the morning. The door to the restroom didn't open for a long time. Star. Naya. Woojin woke up from his sleep, and the first thing that greeted him was Bibi. Did you sleep well, Ahong? Phew. What were those things chasing after me? It's Poro's friend Aong. I saw it on the television, Ahong. TLN, it's a real TV show. If you are curious, Google this. Phew. It was a long dream. They chased after him with a bright smile. He could still hear the laugh of the animal friends circling around his ears. Bring me my handphone. Understood, Aong. Bibi brought the handphone with her mouth. He opened the phone, then he composed a text message. Hammer Hotel Room 1703. If you come later than 9 o'clock, then I'm going to beat you up. It was 8 o'clock right now. 1 hour was plenty of time for him to come here. Woojin's body was soaked with sweat. He got up from the bed to wash his body. Shwawa. He finished showering, and when he came out, Bibi was looking at a brochure. What are you looking at? It's the room service guide, Ahong. I want to eat this Nyang. Room service? Woojin looked at the guide, then he picked up the hotel's phone. I guess they deliver food. Soon after Woojin ordered the room service, the food picked out by Bibi showed up. It was spread out as if he was at a restaurant. Woojin was astonished by the food. Earth stacks up well against Alphen. He thought the nobles of Alphen lived in extreme luxury. However, if one had money, one could live in comparable luxury on Earth. No. Woojin hadn't experienced being in the upper class on Earth yet, so it might be more luxurious over here. When the plates of food were spread out, Bibi quickly jumped on top of the dining table, then she picked up a fork. Nyang. I wanted to eat this, Ahong. Bibi picked up a tonkatsu, which didn't exist on Alphen. Nyang. They fried the pig. The cooking methods of the Earthlings is fascinating, Aong. Even if it isn't pork, they fry everything. Is that true, Nyahong? Alphen's cuisine didn't have any fried foods. Bibi started talking about various foods she saw on TV, and how she was going to eat all of them next time. Woojin realized something while he was looking at her. I should also watch some TV. It was the 20-year gap in his consciousness. He was gone for only 5 years, but Woojin had returned to Earth after 20 years. It wouldn't be strange if he claimed the Earth in his memory and the current Earth were basically different worlds to him. Excluding the time he spent in the dungeon, Woojin decided to dedicate all of his time on watching TV. He'll be able to enjoy the popular culture, and it will allow him to quickly adjust to society. In the midst of the meal, the bell rang. "BB. Go back into the summoning room. Nyang. I haven't had my fill yet, Nyang. I'll buy you more later." "All right, Ahong. You most definitely have to buy it for me, Nyang." BB turned into black smoke, and she suddenly disappeared. Woojin packed his belongings, then he opened the door. Sunggu was waiting on his knees in front of the door. When Woojin came out, he prostrated himself on the floor. "I'm sorry. I lost my mind after I became drunk yesterday. Please forgive me, Hyungnim." "It's all right. Were you able to make an appointment for a 4-star dungeon?" If he thought about the money he made per hour, then quickly clearing the 3-star dungeons was the way to go. However, the experience he earned was low. If his goal was to level up, then it would be better if he attacked a 3-star dungeon. The money he lacked in purchasing his house could all be earned before he moved. "I'll find it soon. Let's go down and have a cup of coffee." Woojin and Sunggu went down to the coffee shop provided by the hotel on the first floor. They made their orders, then they sat down in the chairs. The coffee price here is really expensive. This is a hotel. Hotels are originally expensive. Chat. Anyways, hurry up and find it. Since you are making an appointment, why don't you just book us for everything available this week? Yes, sir. Woojin was a bit different from the others. If one was a normal roused, 4-star dungeons were more profitable than the 3-star dungeons. Woojin had a monstrous clear time, so he was able to finish a 3-star dungeon in a blink. He could make more profit per hour in a 3-star dungeon. However, if he became familiar with the 4-star dungeons, then he could probably decrease the clear time. It would allow him to make more money per hour. The 4-star dungeons were very large and there were too many variables. The 4-star dungeons were dangerous, so the rouse teams attempted it carefully. Still, there weren't that many 4-star dungeons in existence, so there weren't many open spots. While Sunggu was busily searching for a dungeon, Woojin focused on the game on his handphone. "Pew pew, Pongya. Look who it is, dot." Woojin heard a pleasant voice, and the voice wasn't welcomed by him. Woojin turned his head to see a smiling young Minchin. "Geez. You show up like a ghost. Ha ha. Before I go to work, I always drink a cup of coffee here." He was lying. Hammer Hotel was managed by the Hammer Guild. He had known since yesterday that Woojin had checked into this hotel. Jushi. This is another coincidence? Ha 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 ha. I guess so. Maybe we are fated to meet each other? Woojin shrugged his shoulder when he heard the sly words. Then he pointed towards a seat. "If you are here, then why don't you have a seat?" "Should I?" When young Minchin took a seat, Woojin asked him a question. "If you have some business with me, then be quick about it." "Ha ha. What business would I have with you? I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. If you need anything, just say the word. I'll give you anything as an apology." Woojin grinned. Why was this man so passionate about bringing him into the same guild as him? What did he gain by it? Is Mr. Sunggu perhaps making an appointment for a dungeon? What? Yes. I'm trying to find an empty spot in the schedule for a 4-star dungeon, but there aren't. Dungeon Forum has a number of uses, but it isn't specialized. Please wait a moment. Minchan took out a notebook he brought on the table. He ran a program, and all the appointments to the high-ranked dungeons was projected on the screen. Hull. Sunggu was surprised, but Woojin wasn't interested. He didn't care if a good computer program or his underling was used to make an appointment. If he was able to make an appointment, then either method sufficed. The guild support division is specialized to deal with such problems. Moreover, if a rouse like Woojin joins our guild, you will get free housing. Ah. If you prefer the hotel, then you could use this place indefinitely. A lot of roused already use this place as their lodging. Woojin glanced at Minchan. That does sound good. Ha ha ha. Are you a little bit interested now? Look over here. This is the list of the empty slots for the 4-star dungeons. 4 slots of 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 10 p.m. was empty. The appointment fee and usage fee was all listed on the side. The program was most definitely better than the Dungeon Forum. So what should I do? Should I make you an appointment? If you were in a guild, then you wouldn't have to worry about such cumbersome procedures. It really seemed he would be more comfortable if he had a guild. Woojin asked a question. If I take down your guild leader, then will I become the guild master? No way. Then I'm not interested. Young Minchin couldn't speak for a long time after he heard such absurd words. I knew it. I guess he wants a high position? Minchan thought his prediction had been correct. Woojin was in the midst of negotiating with him. He acted uninterested, but he kept leaving hints. The fact that he checked into the Hammer Hotel was a signal being sent to Minchan. It was a signal saying, I am staying here, so come find me. I have nothing that could reel this guy in. However, I have to catch a roused of this caliber no matter what. It would be best to accede to whatever he wanted. Adding Woojin to the guild would be a gain for the guild. Without the president's approval, it would be hard to give him the vice president seat. However, if Woojin was able to get the position of team leader for a roused team, then would he accept Minchin's offer? Minchin's mind raced as Woojin pointed to the very top dungeon listed on the screen. Will I be able to make appointments with this? Of course. Is it okay to help people who aren't in your guild? This is a favor. A favor. When Minchan laughed, Woojin also laughed after him. It was too elaborate for this meeting to have been a coincidence. Kim Hammond was ready outside the hotel with his car. Well, let's go. My car is in the parking lot. Don't worry about it. When you finish clearing the dungeon, I'll bring you back here. Ah. Of course, this is a benefit provided to the roused who join our guild. As they listened to Minchin's guild promotion, Woojin and Sungu got into the car. Heyman drove 2 stations down from the Sadong station. They headed towards the Seoul National University station. It was within walking distance. I've finished making an appointment. There is a little bit of time left before you can use the dungeon. Why don't we come back after having some tea? There was 1 hour left until the appointed 11 o'clock time. This was a great opportunity for Minchan. The descriptions of the Seoul National University station's second entrance is in the guide. However, would you give me some time to brief you on this dungeon, But? Seoul National University station's second entrance wasn't owned by the Hammer Guild. However, the information about the high-rank dungeons were traded between guilds. This was why Minchan knew all the details about this dungeon. It was important to have a briefing before attacking a dungeon. If one paid attention and acted on the information, the dungeon attack became much easier. Knowledge was power. If one enters a guild, then one could clear a dungeon comfortably. Minchan wanted Woojin to know this. Ah. That'll be great. As Minchin's face brightened at Woojin's ascent, a bright light was emitted by the 6th exit across the intersection. Ah. It's a dungeon reset. He had seen it on film, but this was the first time Sungu had seen it in person. He spoke out in surprise. There was only one reason why the dungeon would glow. Dungeon reset. The mine's lifespan had come to an end, and it had turned into a new dungeon. If the dungeon couldn't be cleared in 30 days, then a dungeon break would happen. JEGs. Hurry up and contact the guild, Heyman. Yes, sir. Kim Heyman busily made a call. Woojin's gaze rested on the location across the intersection as he spoke. So a free dungeon formed over there? What? Dungeon reset. The first one to clear the dungeon went missing, so the dungeon basically became ownerless. However, a dungeon wasn't like picking up a coin off the floor. It would be reckless to attempt it. Woojin's 2 eyes became fully alert when he saw the people busily moving around the 6th exit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Dungeon Reset 2. Chapter 34, Dungeon Reset 2. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Thank you again, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Can anyone attempt it? What? No way. It is very dangerous to attempt a newly formed dungeon. Usually the guild takes care of these kinds of jobs. Does the guild have a monopoly over it? That wasn't entirely true. There were autonomous rouse teams, and there were several instances where these teams were able to possess a dungeon. However, most of the undisclosed dungeons were taken by the guilds, who possessed rouse teams specialized in raiding dungeons. Will I be able to attempt it or not? Minchan thought about what he would say several times before he finally spoke. You will be able to. However, the opportunity will only be available after the dungeon energy is measured. Geez. Just give me an explanation without holding anything back. Minchan had no choice but to answer him. After the dungeon energy is measured, there is a restriction by rank on who could attempt the dungeon. If it is a 4-star, then you have to be rank C. If it is 5 stars, then rank B. Only an A rank had the right to attempt a 6-star. Woojin had an interested expression on his face. Aren't I a rank C? Then I'll have the qualification if the dungeon turns out to be a 4-star. What's next? The roused are given a chance depending on the order they arrive in. If the first challengers fails, only the teams with superior ranked forces are qualified to go next. If there are a lot of competitors, then the order is chosen through lottery. Ho-oh! When he heard this, Woojin turned to Sunggu. Let's go, Sunggu. Yes? It's first come, first served. Hurry up and run. Yes, sir. Woojin cut across the intersection, and Sunggu quickly followed after him. Wait a moment. How could he be so reckless? The dungeons weren't a joke. How could he attempt a dungeon with no information? Now that I think about it. Didn't he do that just yesterday? He went into a 4-star dungeon without any information. The person running in front of his eyes had a clear time comparable to someone with information. Still. Woojin looked excited as he ran. He looked like a shopper attacking the food section of a mart during a closeout sale. I don't get why he is so excited. Young Minchin shook his head from side to side. Kim Hammond laughed as he walked next to Young Minchin. Ha. Isn't it entertaining to look at Mr. Woojin? Yes. It seems he has no fear. Maybe he has very little knowledge about the high-ranked dungeons? That. Minchan felt like it was the opposite. However, he decided not to voice his opinion. Didn't Woojin register as aroused only couple days ago? It hadn't even been a week. Young Minchin's intuition was talking to him. It was saying Woojin wasn't attacking the dungeons without knowing anything. Where did a guy like that pop out from? He really was like a being from an unknown star. For the past couple days, this person was firmly entrenched inside Young Minchin's head. Other roused didn't even catch his eyes. He was pouring all of his effort in scouting only Woojin. Star. The Seoul National University Station's 6th exit was very busy from people coming and going. The dungeon reset always starts because someone had died. Ego. Jungkook Hyung Nim. In front of the dungeon, a manager of a team was crying out loud. It seemed his team had been raiding the dungeon, and they had been wiped out. The sadness seemed to be isolated. The public employees dispatched by the Management Bureau were busily moving around. A truck with Dungeon Management Bureau mark drove up. After an introduction, the truck was directed towards the dungeon entrance. After parking the rear of the truck near the entrance, the truck's roof opened up. A satellite antenna-looking machine was revealed from the inside. It is a dungeon energy measuring instrument. One can find out the general size of the dungeon with it. He didn't know when Young Minchin had caught up, but he gave a polite explanation from next to Woojin. You will be able to go in if it is a 4-star. Did you write down your name on the registry? I did. Woojin had already written his name in the application registry being held by the Dungeon Management Bureau employee. He was the first one to do so. If it's 4-star or below, then it is mine. Ha. It will be yours by regulation, but I would recommend taking a team of roused. Our Hammer Guild has many capable roused who will be able to keep pace with you. If you join our guild, we could even make you a leader of a team. I already have one underling. Woojin focused his gaze on the monitor attached next to the machine. 8128371128. The numbers repeatedly fluctuated up and down, and it made one's eyes dizzy. Bloodstones worth about $50,000 is used to operate at once. It uses a filthy amount of it. Yes. There are smaller energy measuring equipment, and it is used to measure the energy of all the high-rank roused. Woojin's head turned towards Minchan. They didn't use it to measure me. The measurement equipment can't be used on all the roused. One use expends $2,000 worth of bloodstones. Bloodstone are used everywhere. Please let us gather some of the data on your energy measurement next time. If I have the measured value, then Woojin Nim could receive a rank befitting your ability. Well, maybe later. While he was talking with Minchan, the measuring equipment's number was becoming fixed. BBI, beak. The cutting-edge machine that looked like a monster let out an analog sound as it yielded the result. Rank 5-star. Disappointment flashed through Woojin's eyes. Minchan was relieved. If it was 4-star, then the possibility of Woojin soloing the dungeon would have been high. Then Woojin's worth would have been displayed to everyone here. There was a world of difference between the difficulty of clearing an already assaulted mine and an undisclosed dungeon. Ooh-wah! It's Team Vermilion. Ha! Where? One of the 4 great attack teams of the Warang Guild showed up. When Team Vermilion appeared, everyone's attention became focused on them. The crowd of reporters in the area started to press their camera shutters to capture their image. Li Yunhui was the leader, and she was a rank aroused. The rest of Vermilion team consisted of 10 people, and they were all rank beroused. Oh. It seems we will lose the dungeon to the Warang. Chat. We can't do anything about it. The reset dungeon was a first come, first served in its order of opportunity given. This was why the guild headquarters and their offices were located near the subway stations. The Hammer Guild's headquarters was only 2 stations down from the Sadong station. As it so happens, Team Vermilion was nearby, so that they were the first to arrive. Even a broadcasting van had suddenly showed up, and they were filming the Vermilion team. There were still a lot of interest in the formation of new dungeons, and the first attack on a dungeon. If the attack fails, the dungeon would soon become the seed for destruction. Yes. I am here at the newly reset Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. Warang Guild's Vermilion team is getting ready to. The announcer spoke a prepared statement towards the camera. Sunggu was watching them when he felt a chill. He turned his head around. Where did Woojin Hyungnim go? Sunggu started looking around. Minchan became surprised, and he also started to look around his surrounding. Woojin wasn't too far away. He was snooping around with a curiosity-filled expression on his face. Yeah. So this is a measurement equipment? Please don't get close to it. Please get out the way. You will get hurt. I just want to look at it. Let me look at it. The public employee in charge of the dungeon energy measurement equipment was irritated by Woojin. During all of this, the security personnel ran in to separate Woojin from the machine. Stop pushing me. The security personnel's hands pushed against Woojin, and he didn't resist against it. He stumbled and he fell. Then he rolled down the stairway of the dungeon's entrance. While the surrounding people was frozen in shock, Woojin kept rolling his body down into the dungeon entrance, and he slipped through. The speed of the roll was way too fast to say it was a spontaneous accident. Did he purposefully break into it? Even Sunggu didn't know what to think. This was a 5-star dungeon. No matter how much confidence Woojin had, he wouldn't be reckless enough to solo a 5-star dungeon. This is serious. Someone went in. It's a scoop. The reporters and the cameras used for broadcasting immediately filmed the entrance of the dungeon. This is terrible. There was an accident where a person fell into the dungeon by accident. An unprecedented event has happened. Currently, we are trying to ascertain the identity of the roused, and more information is coming in. Sunggu, Minchan and Heyman were all frozen, and they were looking at the dungeon entrance with despairing gazes. Hull. Sunggu made a sound as if he was dumbfounded. Minchan and Heyman sighed as if they had been unfrozen from ice. Team leader. Isn't it impossible for Mr. Woojin to solo a 5-star dungeon by himself? Phew. Even a rank aroused have a hard time soloing a 5-star dungeon. The highest measured dungeon to date were 6-star dungeons. Those dungeons didn't reset often. Even if it did, the guilds and the government pulled all their resources together. They would attempt it after making a team of the best roused in the country. At that point, it wasn't just a dungeon. It was a life and death battle to prevent a catastrophe. Still, there were numerous instances where the dungeon break of the 6-star dungeons couldn't be prevented. Realistically, the 5-star dungeons were the highest ranked dungeons a guild could monopolize. Any dungeons with artifacts had a different degree of danger when one faced the monsters. The minimum rank to attempt it was rank B. Normally an A rank leader takes a B rank team to attempt this type of a dungeon. Basically, the elite teams of the guilds attempted it. There were only 2 successfully attacked 6-star mines in Seoul. Moreover, there were only 8 5-star dungeons. Even the Vermilion team became nervous before attacking a 5-star dungeon, yet one roused went into the dungeon by accident? He was 100% dead. The Vermilion leader, Li Yunhui, frowned. Chat. It's just a delay. We'll be able to enter soon, so be ready. Don't relax yet. Yes, team leader. There was only one reason why a barrier would reopen again. It happened when the roused, who entered, died. Li Yanui thought this would happen after a brief amount of time. Sunggu felt the sky turn yellow when he thought about Woojin dying. Hyung Nim. Everyone thought the barrier would disintegrate after a brief moment, but the barrier was still being maintained. Lunch passed by, and it was time for dinner. Then the sun descended, and the barrier hadn't disappeared yet. Star. It's Woojin Appa. Sungmi's eyes turned round as she watched the TV. Suddenly, Woojin Appa's face was plastered all over the news. He's so handsome. Sungmi was fawning over Woojin's appearance when she finally was aghast at the content of the news. She ran into the kitchen. Madam! Something terrible had happened. Woojin Appa fell into a dungeon. What are you talking about? Mrs. Lee's son fell in. The kitchen ladies ran as if they were on fire, and they all directed their gaze towards the TV. The news were replaying a video taken by someone's handphone. Woojin was having an argument near the dungeon entrance. He was pushed by the security personnel, and he rolled down the stairs of the dungeon. The news kept replaying the video. Victim Mr. Khan was a rank C roused, and he has experienced a dungeon only 4 times. However, it has been 8 hours since he first entered the dungeon. This means 32 hours has passed inside the dungeon. All the experts agree this is close to a miracle. The roused Mr. Khan will soon reach his limit. Lee Soo-gyeon lost the strength in her legs as she watched the news. She plopped down on the floor. Woojin. Go. What are you going to do, Mrs. Lee? Why would he go to such a dangerous place? She couldn't hear her fellow ladies' comforting words, or Sungmi sobbing. Sadness welled up inside Lee Soo-gyeon, and it felt like she couldn't breathe. Woojin's father. Please look over our Woojin. Please. Lee Soo-gyeon let out tears filled with sadness, and the atmosphere inside the restaurant became heavy. Star. The scene of the accident at the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. The barrier was activated over 9 hours and 12 minutes ago. The Vermilion team, several employees from the Hwarang Guild, reporters from the news station and several bystanders were still present near the dungeon. Minchan, Sunggu and Heyman were identified as Woojin's companion, so they were allowed to wait near the dungeon entrance. They were monitored as they waited for Woojin. He is surviving for an annoyingly long time. He should just give up now. Someone from the Vermilion team spoke up, and Sunggu got angry. He isn't just surviving. My Hyung Nim is in the process of conquering it. That son of a bitch is rank C, so how would he conquer it? He is probably hiding as he barely extends his lifeline. Sunggu was about to stand up, but Minchan held Sunggu back. Endure it, Mr. Sunggu. He is recklessly speaking when he has no idea what he is talking about. We will keep faith as we wait for him. Phew. Mr. Sunggu should know since you've seen him in action? Is it possible for him to do this? Of course. Sunggu was filled with conviction. Woojin hadn't even been pushed hard in the 4-star dungeon. Woojin was thrown into a dungeon without any preparation, but he had his subdimension. Please talk to us a little bit. What is Mr. Woojin's ability? It says on the file he could only summon a single skeleton. I can't tell you anything. Sunggu clamped his mouth shut, and Minchan clicked his tongue inside. This young man was very stubborn. He had stealthily asked Sunggu some questions, but Sunggu wouldn't tell him anything. Let's have dinner. It was already late, and they were hungry. The jjajangmyeon was delivered to them. When Sunggu received the food, his eyes suddenly misted up. Hyung Nim is having a hard time inside, but I'm here. Mr. Sunggu. Eat? Let's eat then wait. The average capture time of a new 5-star dungeon is 12 hours. It would be 2 days worth of time inside the dungeon. Moreover, Woojin might take longer than the average time. If he failed, they wouldn't be able to see him ever again. He felt guilty, but he couldn't help being hungry. Sunggu ripped open the saran wrap on the jjajangmyeon, then he stirred it around. It happened when he put the chopstick to his mouth. Choo-choo-choot. The barrier disappeared, and Woojin popped out. He was walking up the stairs. Nim. Sunggu wasn't chewing the jjajangmyeon nor was he spitting it out. Woojin grinned when he saw this. Did you also order mine? Sunggu forcefully swallowed the jjajangmyeon, then he ran towards Woojin. All the cameras were focused on Woojin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, Dungeon Reset, 3. Chapter 35, Dungeon Reset, 3. TLN, another sponsored chapter. This is the last chapter for the day. I'll try to have one out tomorrow. Thank you for the donation, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank and enjoy. He entered by breaking the regulation, so will he be arrested or be given a penalty? Ha ha. It was when everyone's attention was focused on him, Woojin saw the security personnel that was still hanging around the station. He spoke towards the one who had pushed him. Oh, Ajushi. What were you doing pushing me? I almost died. I didn't push you. Woojin approached the security personnel, then he gave an exaggerated hug. Ha ha ha. It's alright. Everything is fine since I'm still alive. Ajushi was probably also surprised? You don't have to feel guilty. Aren't I still alive? No. How can this be considered just being alive? This was the first incident where a Roused had successfully cleared a 5-star dungeon by himself. Hey. Hurry up and turn the camera. The people from the TV station, who were taking a break, started to busily set up their cameras. When the announcer spoke, Woojin's image was captured by the camera, and it was broadcasted to the entire country. We are bringing you some breaking news. Mr. Kong, who had accidentally fallen into the dungeon, has surprisingly come back out alive. We have no idea what has happened, but I will try to interview the person directly involved. When young Minchan saw the announcer approaching Woojin, he sidled up next to Woojin. Minchan took off his coat, then he placed it around Woojin. Woojin was confused, but Minchan quickly placed an arm around him. Please don't do anything. If your identity is revealed through the press, then the press and people around the country will gather to bother you. That couldn't happen. Woojin obediently put the jacket over his head. Sunggu was quick on the uptake, and he also sidled up next to Woojin. Kim Hammond quickly went to get his car, so they could make a quick exit. During all of this, young Minchan blocked the path of television crew, and the reporters who were relentlessly pressing down on their camera's shutter. He has just barely made it back out alive from the 5-star dungeon. He is declining to do an interview. He requires stability right now. Who are you DT block us? Doesn't the public have the right to know? Several complaining reporters recognized Young Minchan's face. Isn't he a Hammer Guild's team leader? Does that mean the Roused in the accident is part of the Hammer Guild? Was this incident disguised as an accident, so the Hammer Guild could snatch the dungeon away? Young Minchan became serious when he heard the reporters talking in whispers. Please stop these speculative reporting. I will sue you. If the personal information of the Roused is leaked, then we will respond strongly. Minchan blocked the reporters, who were trying to earn at least a single shred of information. Heyman brought his car around during all of this. Team leader. Over here. Sunggu and Woojin quickly entered the back seats. When Minchan also got in the car, Heyman quickly drove into the crossroads before the mass of people could crowd around the car. Phew. It felt like I've turned into a criminal. Maikon let out a sigh when he heard Woojin's words. Phew. I'm not really sure if I am in a dream or not. Minchan's heart pounded. His intuition had pointed out Woojin, but he would have never guessed Woojin would be able to clear a 5-star dungeon by himself. Moreover, it was an undisclosed dungeon. So what happened? What do you mean? I was pushed, and I entered company incident. Ally? TLN, he clipped the word coincidentally into 3 parts. Minchan smirked at Woojin, who answered a question with a question. If someone saw him right now, who in their right mind would think this person just came out of a 5-star dungeon? So how was the dungeon? It was somewhat of a hairy experience. It must have been an arduous experience, since you weren't able to bring out any loot. It was in his subdimension. He was late, because he was gathering every last drop of bloodstones. Woojin didn't feel the need to tell him the truth. Well, it was something like that. Young Minchan half turned his body from the passenger seat, and he stared straight at Woojin. There will be a lot of noise in the media for a while. Don't go to a dungeon for the time being. Better yet, don't even come out. The Hammer Guild will try its best to block the reporters and the TV crews. Woojin grinned at Minchan's words. Why was he putting so much effort into him? Why was this Ajushi so amicable towards him? What's the catch? Minchan gulped down his saliva. Will you join the Hammer Guild? Your ability is already proven now, so it would be possible for me to get you the vice president's seat. I'll be able to get the authorization from the president with no problem. Moreover, we will make a team just for Woojin Nim. You will also have free reign to choose your team members. Sungu, who was listening to the conversation from the side, gulped down his saliva. It was understandable. There were only 10 rank aroused in Korea. Woojin had suddenly emerged, and he might be a new rank aroused. Of course, he would be treated well, but this was too shocking. Sungu stopped breathing as his eyes headed towards Woojin's lips. Even Heyman, who was driving, pointed his ears towards Woojin as he focused on what Woojin would say. Star. Chat. Why does he have to go to a place like that to get publicity? Hammer Guild's president Park Sang-go clicked his tongue as if he was displeased. His ire rose when he saw team leader Young Minchan's face on the breaking news. The 5-star dungeon was only 2 stations down from the Sadong station, yet the Warang Guild was in line to be the first one to attack the dungeon. Minchan had the galls to linger around there. In the first place, wasn't he trying to scout a necromancer named Woojin or whatever? Wasn't this the price of neglecting his original duties? When Minchan returned, he would hand down a strict disciplinary action. It happened when he was having such thoughts. The barrier being filmed by the broadcasting camera disappeared, and Woojin walked out. Park Sang-go abruptly stood up from his seat. This is nuts. He soloed a 5-star dungeon? It was possible. Park Sang-go was confident he could do it. However, he was a rank A roused. Wasn't the other person a rank C? No. He was able to become a rank C, because Young Minchan adjusted the rank from the middle. Is he a rank A? This roused wasn't at all like Park Jinwoo, where his potential had to be unearthed. This person was already a completed product. This is crazy. Was Young Minchan's intuition correct? He saw Minchan on the broadcast. He hurriedly protected Woojin's identity. They got on a car, then they quickly drove off. Park Sang-go made a fist. Yes. I knew team leader Young would succeed. Young Minchan was about to reel in the 3rd rank aroused for the Hammer Guild. Star. Warang Guild's master Lee Sang-go was sighing as he read over the investigative report prepared by the support department. How confident are you on this report? About 70%. Lee Sang-go frowned. A roused named Kong Woojin was the subject of this investigation. The conclusion from the investigation was written in this report. The roused was secretly grown by the Hammer Guild. He had disappeared for 5 years, but there weren't any conclusive evidence as to whether he really disappeared or not. He became active only recently, and he hadn't tried to raise his roused rank. He had been working as a rank C. Moreover, he cut in line in front of the Vermilion team, who had arrived first at the dungeon. Didn't he just ignore the queue? Woojin was the very first person to write his name for the queue. However, he was a rank C roused. He didn't have the right. His attempt at the dungeon broke the rules. He entered the dungeon using an accident as an excuse. He basically worked around the rules? He also risked going in solo? Moreover, he did this while revealing his identity as a secretly cultivated roused? The Hammer Guild did this to take a mere 5-star dungeon? It just doesn't add up. The Hammer Guild is currently struggling to shut the reporters from talking. Couldn't we draw a conclusion from this fact? Hammer Guild wanted to keep Woojin's identity a secret. The support team leader, who had made the report, furrowed his brows. If he isn't affiliated with the Hammer Guild, then his skill can't be explained. That's correct. It can't be explained. If a person could become a rank A just from completing 4 dungeons, then couple hundred rank A would exist. That's true. Please investigate him again. Please approach the investigation as if he was free. Please look at it as a possibility. The support team leader thought hard on it before he spoke. President. There is one way we can find out his affiliation. Lee Sang-go's ears perked up. What is it? Mr. Kong Woojin is still an incomplete. Lee Sang-go's round eyes turned into a crescent shape, then he smiled. Of course, if they used that method, then they would be able to accurately dig up Woojin's affiliation. Star. Pooh ha ha. I really like that part. Ha ha. You are so funny, Hyung Nim. Jaemin frowned since he couldn't focus on his study in this environment. He turned his head to see them laughing their heads off at the comedy program. Sungu, Woojin, and the cat. Why is a cat laughing like that? Maybe this cat has some self-awareness? As he looked at them, Jaemin couldn't stop himself from speaking. I'm studying for test, so couldn't you turn down the volume? All right. All right. Woojin half-heartedly pressed the button on the remote, and a single bar of volume went down. He. I'm sorry, student Jaemin. Ha! Jaemin let out a deep sigh. Why did this house become an inn for those youths with nowhere to go? Hyung. Aren't you guys worried? Ah ha ha. About what? Woojin gave a half-hearted answer as his eyes never left the TV. It's been 3 days since the reporters started blanketing outside. Jaemin's voice was filled with exhaustion. They'll start to get tired of me, then they'll eventually disappear, but there were a lot less reporters compared to the first day. However, that wasn't the problem. Hyung. Haven't you seen the internet? They are making a huge ruckus about the person who soloed a 5-star dungeon. I know it was Hyung. I guess I'm famous now. Jaemin shook his head from side to side at Woojin's apathetic answer. There were several dozens of speculative articles written about Woojin every day before it got buried. The Veiled roused, Kong XX. What is his identity? Hammer Guild's secret roused. There were all kinds of speculative reporting rampant everywhere, yet how can the people directly involved be so relaxed? Woojin was annoyed at Jaemin, who kept talking to him. So he brought out his wallet. Ah. I'm in an inconvenient situation, so I can't even go out right now. That being said, could you go out and buy some tangerines? Student Jaemin. Please buy 2 bags. Hull. These Hyuns looked frighteningly more relaxed than me. Furthermore, I'm the one who was being inconvenienced. He was damn uncomfortable right now. Hyung. It's my testing period. You can have the leftover money as a tip for shopping for me. Woojin took out $50 bill and he waved it around. Jaemin had a sullen expression as he glared at the money. Then he stood up from his chair. Do you need anything else? Student Jaemin. I want a Melona. TLN, ice cream. I want a Wonder Cone. Naya, Nyang. Woojin immediately raised the volume as soon as Jaemin left. Hyung Nim. Aren't we being too much of a bother to student Jaemin? Ha ha. Where else are we going to go? Everywhere we go the reporters are following us. The reporters had even come looking for them at their home, and they were making life difficult for their family members. This was why the 2 of them had escaped to Jaemin's house. It had already been 3 days, but the undercover reporters were still hanging around where they stayed. They couldn't even go to a dungeon, so they were just staying inside Jaemin's one room. Also, Hyung him. Are you really going to keep turning down the Hammer Guild's offer? Why? It was a great opportunity. They don't give the vice president seat to just anyone. Phew. It's nothing, Hyung Nim. Ddi. At that moment, Woojin's hand phone started ringing, so he answered it. Yes, mother. Are the reporters still showing up? Yes. What? Woojin, who had been lying down on his side as he watched TV, suddenly sat up. They still send those things out? Sunggu was curious to know what was said on the phone. What made Woojin so surprised? Phew. I understand. If I have the chance later, I'll go pick it up. Hyung Nim. What's going on? Sunggu asked the question as soon as Woojin ended the call. Woojin's face turned as serious as Sunggu had ever seen. Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Did our countries unify yet? Not yet. Why not? If he knew the answer to that question, then he would be the Minister of Unification. Why would he be sitting here? Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. His draft notice had come. It had been 5 years since the dungeon had formed, but this damn country was still divided. Hey, Sunggu. You should come with me to Pyongyang. What? Why would we go there? Let's go kill Kim Jong-il. What? Kim Jong-il has been dead for a while. What? He's dead yet the countries aren't united. His son took over. After thinking over it for a moment, Woojin spoke again. Then let's go kill that son of a bitch. What? Woojin was looking at Sunggu with a serious face, so he knew Woojin wasn't making a joke at his expense. So he sobered up. Hyung Nim. What's causing you to act this way? My draft notice was issued. Sunggu's expression turned serious. Woojin abruptly stood up. Hyung Nim. Let's go. Let's unite the country. Let's unite it before I have to join the army. Hyung Nim. Please calm down. Do you really think both countries will immediately unite just from killing that person? Why not? It'll work. It won't. Woojin sat down in despair when he heard Sunggu's words. Ha! What era were they in? Why was the compulsory military service still a thing? Sunggu seriously thought about the situation alongside Woojin, when a thought suddenly came to him. Hyung Nim. What? When a roused goes to the army, they are assigned to a special division. Why? They are the first ones to be mobilized to the station when the dungeon break erupts. So what? There is a way you could do the same work without entering the army. Explain it so I can easily understand it. Sunggu had dropped out of school, so his draft notice would also be coming soon. This was why Sunggu had done some research on the army, so Sunggu was well informed on this subject. It is like working for the public interest. You don't enter the army, but when the military asks for help, you have to cooperate with them to suppress the monsters. Oh. So how do I apply for it? This option is only available for the roused who are verified as being a member of a guild. Sunggu slyly spoke to Woojin, who was racking his brain. Why don't you use this opportunity to join a guild? Woojin thought about it. Should I secretly enter Pyongyang for an assassination? He didn't want to join a guild in the first place, so entering one wasn't even an option. Then Woojin suddenly had a good idea. Hey, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Let's make a guild. What? Woojin put on a satisfied smile. Get ready to establish a guild. He didn't want to bow his head to enter a guild. So he'll just make a new one. It's just a guild, so he could probably half-ass it when he made one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Establishing a Guild. Chapter 36, Establishing a Guild. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Jusaz. The next release will be DMW, not SSN. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Should I make a new one? Or should I steal one? Steal one? You can't do that. I guess I have to make one. You should find out how to make one first. Sunggu was taken aback, so he didn't know how he should answer Woojin. A guild wasn't some kind of a club. It wasn't something that could be made just on a whim. I probably won't be able to go outside since there are a lot of reporters out there. Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. You can't hide from them for the rest of your life. It would be better for you to get used to ignoring the attention early on, so you can get along with your life. What? I thought Hyung Nim didn't want to receive any attention? I did? Woojin had a confused expression on his face. What kind of a person was Woojin in Alphen? His every movement and whims were of great concern to everyone in the continent. It was natural for everyone to be interested in him. This was why he didn't feel the slightest of excitement or repulsion from receiving exposure from the media. Should he live the life of an average middle-class citizen? Nonsense. Tronet was digging an underground tunnel through the subway stations, and he was aiming to take over Earth. So what if my face becomes famous? There are things you can prevent in this world, and there are things you shouldn't block. Well, that is true. Normally he seemed immature, but he always seems to come up with the right words for situations like this. As Hyung Nim said, they were already receiving a lot of publicity from the press. The Hammer Guild pressured the media, so the media hadn't released their information. Still, this caused public interest to almost explode. The person was able to accidentally enter a 5-star dungeon, but he was a monster who could solo the dungeon. The management bureau admitted Woojin's roused rank was incorrect, and they said his rank would be newly measured. I'll go do some research. Take care of everything before I have joined the army. Yes. If I go to the army, aren't you the one who is lose out? Yes. Anyways, a high-ranked roused like Woojin would most assuredly receive preferential treatment. Sunggu was booting up his computer when Woojin's hand phone rang. Hello? Yes, Mr. Won. This is Kim Heyman. Ah. What can I do for you? Isn't it too early to drink soju? Ha ha. We can do that next time. I have something to discuss with you face to face. I have to talk to you about who you are going to entrust with the management of the Seoul Station's 6th exit. Woojin thought of a good idea when Heyman contacted him. Let's talk in person. I have to talk to you about the guild, so why don't I also meet with team leader Young? What? The guild? Are you sure? Yes. Where do you want to meet? I'm on my way right now. I'll be there soon. Before the phone call could be severed, he heard the sounds of Heyman running around. Ha! Why do they like me so much? Star. Asterisk 4th support team. Team leader room, star. Boom. The door opened in a rough manner, and young Minchin's face automatically nodded into a frown. Which bastard is being so rude? Team leader. We did it. We did it. Heyman ran in, and his face was dripping with happiness. It was as if Korea had won the World Cup. His overwhelming attitude made Minchin drop the etiquette between a superior officer and his worker. Moreover, he also stopped using the deeply ingrained Korean cultural etiquette between a senior and a junior to start the conversation. What did you just say? Mr. Woojin wants to meet us. Mr. Woojin want to meet us about guild business. What? Minchin suddenly stood up from his seat. His butt tipped over his chair, but he didn't care. You got another one, team leader. HHT. He had received a lot of stress recently, but could there be a more happier event? Young Minchin quickly wore his jacket, then he spoke to Heyman. Let's get ready to meet him immediately. I'll go make my report to the president. Yes, sir. Ha ha. Heyman started to run with elation. Minchin also couldn't hold back his joy as he headed toward the president's office. The female secretary pressed the intercom button when Minchin arrived. President. 4th support team leader is here for a visit. Go. Please bring him in. Minchin's ears picked up the small sound coming from the intercom, and it made him smile. Yes. Young Minchin isn't dead yet. Minchin confidently entered the president's office, and Hammer Guild's president Park Sang-go greeted him near the sofa. Go, our team leader Young. What has happened? We were contacted by Mr. Kang Woojin. Go. What a happy occasion. Park Sang-go grabbed Young Minchin's hands. Our team leader Young Minchin endured a lot of hardship. Ha ha ha. I need to settle a matter regarding Mr. Kang Woojin. Ha ha. Didn't I entrust my full authority to team leader Young? We previously talked about the vice presidency seat. Go. If our team leader Young wants to give it to him, then we have to give it him. Park Sang-go's enthusiastic and almost burdensome support made Young Minchin throw a couple of victory uppercut inside his heart. Ha ha. Thank you for your efforts. Thanks to team leader Young, our Hammer Guild would establish our foothold as the #1 guild in Korea. The 3 great guilds of Korea. None of the Hammer, Warang or KH possess 3 rank aroused. If they were able to make Woojin their new guild member, then the Hammer Guild would rise up to an unrivaled position. Young Minchin looked like a treasure to Park Sang-go. So I'm going to go knowing I have your approval. Park Sang-go himself showed Young Minchin out of the president's office. Of course. Please have a safe journey. I'll be waiting for the good news. I'll be sure to return with good news. Ha ha ha. Hey, Secretary Kim. Prepare a guild-wide company dinner. Yes, President. Even when Young Minchin got on the elevator, Park Sang-go still shook Minchin's hand with a smile on his face. When the elevator door closed, Young Minchin made a fist, and he let fly an uppercut. Yes. Hoot. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to find a rank like Park Jinwoo. It was all thanks to him. Ahem. Minchin felt his fallen confidence recover. Did healing feel like this? He had done it once again. Young Minchin wasn't dead yet. He was alive and kicking. He gathered the contract, required documents, and his notebook. When he arrived at the first floor, Heyman was already on standby inside his car. Heyman looked as happy as Minchin. Star. Asterisk Sadong Station's Cafe. Angel's business room, star. What? Did I hear you wrong? Minchin was suspicious as to whether his ears were really working or not. He didn't even have the chance to take out the contract. Woojin repeated his words once again. I want a Jushi to come to our guild. What kind of situation was this? He couldn't grasp what Woojin was saying, because his reply was so unexpected. When you called, it wasn't about making a contract with the Hammer Guild? Woojin grinned. Why would I go there? I want team leader Young and Mr. Heyman to come to my guild. Young Minchin was surprised. Kim Haman was also surprised. Jung Minchin groaned. He already had a guild. Woojin was already affiliated with a guild. This was why he refused the temptation of joining the Hammer Guild. Where was he from? Warang? KH? Or some other small guild? Phew. What's the name of Mr. Woojin's guild? It's the Allendale Guild. What? Allendale? This is the first time he had heard of this name. If he didn't know about it, then it must be a very small guild. Haman was quick to pick up on the situation, so he searched for it. However, the guild didn't exist. Excuse me. The guild named Allendale doesn't exist? Woojin nodded his head if Haman's words were reasonable. Of course. What? Woojin looked at Haman and Minchan. You two have to come. Yes. And make it. Did someone spike his morning coffee with drugs? Why did he keep hearing bullshit? So he wants to make a new guild? How much do you make currently, Mr. Haman? What? Your annual salary. I make a little over $50,000. I'll give you $100,000. What? If that is too little, I'll give you an additional $50,000. Haman's eyes turned round, and Woojin turned to look at team leader Young. Young Minchin beat him to the punch. I'm not someone who will be moved by money. No. Moreover, isn't this a little bit too absurd? What is? You are suddenly talking about making a guild. Moreover, you want us to change employment. I am a team leader of the Hammer Guild. Guild was where the roused gathered, but it was also a company. It saw similar to a talent agency. Each roused was in a contractual relationship with the guild. The normal people entered as employees to departments like the support division. Young Minchin was an old hand in the guild. He had joined the Hammer Guild late, but he had enough ability to climb up to the rank of team leader. So how could he change guild based solely on money? If he took the long-term view of his future, it would leave a huge dent in his career. Woojin grinned. Guild Allendale. Why don't you become one of the founding members? Young Minchin's eyes shook. The word, founding member, shook his heart. I'm trying to make a guild, but I know nothing. Why don't a Jushi come over and help a little bit? If you don't, I'll just go to Pyongyang. What did him changing his employment have to do with going to Pyongyang? Star. As they headed back to the Hammer Guild, Haman and Minchan didn't speak inside the car. Angel was next to an intersection near the Sadon station, so the Hammer Guild was a walking distance away. Before they could blink their eyes, they had arrived in the parking lot, and the silence didn't last too long afterwards. Team leader. I'm going to jump ship. Hey, you. No. To put it bluntly, isn't it great what he is trying to do? Mr. Woojin might be a rank A roused. No, I am sure he is one. Who else could solo clear a 5-star dungeon? Do you know how big his guild will become? If I stay in the Hammer Guild, then how far could I climb up? Hammer Guild had grown as large as it could get, and the guild would have a hard time expanding any further. His seniors, who had entered the guild before him, was firmly entrenched in the top seats. The prospect of him advancing in the guild was quite hopeless. Doesn't Mr. Woojin already possess one 5-star dungeon? To tell you the truth, if he manages just that dungeon, he wouldn't need to renege on my annual salary. He was right. Just by looking at the pattern in which Woojin attacked the dungeons, he could tell the guild formed by Woojin will have a very bright future. I have the chance to become a founding member. To tell you the truth, I could probably become a head of the support division. A position that handles everything that has to do with the support teams. By the way he said those words, it seemed Haman had dreamed of the position for a long time. Minchan thought about it. Where was his ambition? Where did he fit in the Hammer Guild? The Hammer Guild's department heads and the members of the board were all founding members. Even if he kept making serious contribution to the guild, Young Minchin would never surpass them to become part of the management. I'll also go. Team leader. When he heard Minchin's decision, Kim Haman took out his resignation letter he always carried around. Do you always carry that around? Had ha. All salaryman do so, Young Minchin grinned, and he also took out his resignation letter from the pocket of his suit. Haman's eyes turned round. You too, team leader? All salaryman do so. Cool. Let's toss the resignation letter in style, then we can go have some soju. All right. Young Minchin and Kim Haman headed towards their possible last day at the Hammer Guild. They took the elevator to the 11th floor where the 4th support team was located at. The office lights were all turned off. The curtain was closed, and it was dark inside. He saw the members of his team standing around a cake with lit candles. It wasn't only the 4th support team. All of the support teams were assembled in the room. Moreover, President Park Sang-go and Vice President Park Jin-woo was also present. Team leader Young Min-chan. Congratulations on being promoted to the head of the department. While Min-chan was being confused, President Park Sang-go spoke as he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I had my eyes on Mr. Min-chan, and I find the team leader position to be lacking. You will become the head of the support division starting tomorrow. What? As Min-chan looked at them in surprise, his team members egged him on. Team leader. Hurry up and blow out the candles. Please don't forget about us after you become the department head. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on your promotion, team leader. Ha ha. Min-chan was too flustered, so only laughter leaked out of him. He blew out the candles in bewilderment, and the office filled with people clapped. Well, he is back after finalizing an incredible deal. He is a genius of negotiations. Please clap once again for Department Head Young Min-chan. You are so cool, Department Head. Park Sang-go started a chant, and the continuous clapping assaulted Min-chan's ears. Min-chan and Heyman had pale faces, and they were just laughing. Yes, President. The genius of negotiation went to negotiate, but he was negotiated instead. He was ashamed of himself. Excuse me, President. Ha ha ha. Let's go to the company dinner to hear your good news. I booked a really nice place today. Wah! It's a company dinner. Ha ha ha. He could only laugh. He could become the Hammer Guild's department head or a founding member of a new guild. The sweet fruit he had always wanted was in one hand, and a seed that could grow into anything was in the other. Before he could hand over his resignation letter, everyone moved out towards the location where the company dinner was being held. Team leader. What should we do? What do you expect me? The flustered Heyman asked the question, but Min-chan could only shake his head. Why was the president overdoing it today? Ha! They are throwing us a farewell party, so we should go. This big fuck-up wasn't created by Young Min-chan. Park Sang-go. The president brought it on himself. Min-chan took out the resignation letters from his jacket, then he stabbed it into his back pocket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Establishing a Guild, 2. Chapter 37, Establishing a Guild, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. The donor didn't want his name known. I woke up late and I don't think I'll be able to push out 2 chapters today. Also, I changed the setting on the comment section. I need to approve the comment if it's the first time you are posting a comment here. So don't be alarmed if your comment isn't showing up. I was getting like 100 plus spam comments since yesterday. At the hotel owned by the Hammer Guild. The large banquet hall was filled to capacity with people. Except for those on duty tonight, it seemed everyone had gathered here today. This is crazy. Team leader. What should we do? How should I know? It wasn't an atmosphere where he would be able to have a private talk. It was as if all the chefs inside the hotel had been mobilized to prepare the buffet. Everyone was in a cheerful mood, but Young Min-chan and Kim Hamon's face was turning darker as time passed. The department head, who would usually accept their letter of recommendation, had been transferred, and Min-chan had been promoted to the head of his own department. The president was sitting at the table reserved for the managers and directors. Min-chan was surrounded by his teammates, and he was continuously receiving congratulations for his promotion. At that moment, Kim Haemon pushed an envelope towards Min-chan. What are you doing? Please accept my letter of resignation. At least I have to get out. But we are going to the same place. Maybe I'll go there early and ask for a better position. Who knows? Maybe I'll receive a higher position than team leader Young. Son of a bitch. He was normally rude, but why was he so impudent today? Oh. I'm uncomfortable in these kind of places, so the food won't even go down my throat. I'm going to go first. Team leader fighting. Hey. Heyman quickly disappeared as if he didn't want to be caught. The resignation letters held firmly in Min-chan's hand shook. Department head. Please let me pour you a glass. All right. The employees were already calling him department head, and they were sucking up to him. Minchan kept receiving alcohol from the employees, and he knew he couldn't put this off any longer. If he resigned, Minchan would probably never see them again, but the guild society was pretty small. There was a chance they would cross paths, so there was no reason why he should leave on bad terms. It would only make it more difficult for Woojin and his new guild. He didn't know how many glasses of alcohol he had emptied already. Mikan stood up from his seat, then he headed towards the table set aside for the directors. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on becoming the guildmaster of the greatest guild in Korea. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? It is all thanks to you all. Minchan firmed his resolve as he saw Park Sang-go, who looked as happy as Minchan had ever seen him be. It didn't matter what he said since he was fucking Park Sang-go over. The possibility of a beautiful parting didn't exist. Excuse me, President. Oh my. Aren't you the guild's #1 star, Chief Young? Now. Please come over here. The directors looked at Minchan as the president called him over. Some of them were several prospects young Minchan had found in the past. They were all rank B-roused. They were held in high esteem for their high-roused rank and their history of attacking dungeons. It was a common occurrence to have yesterday's comrade be given a higher position in a brief amount of time. This was why not many roused bellyached at the other's promotion. They didn't become jealous. The positions were only words to be printed on a business card for the roused. Guild was just a place for them to gather. It was a place where they could work together for profit. If the roused didn't like the guild, they could leave after their contracts ended. Still, even if the title was considered to be a single line on the business card, it was a target to aim for. President. I have something to say to you. Oh. We have to listen to Department Head Young's tale of exploits. I failed. At Minchan's words, Park Sang-go's smiling face froze in place. I failed in making a contract with Mr. Kang Woojin. What did you say? I'm deeply ashamed of myself. Park Sang-go's face became turbulent. What kind of place was this? Wasn't this party thrown to congratulate young Minchan's promotion and to celebrate him bringing in an almost verified rank aroused Kang Woojin into the Hammer Guild? How could you say such a thing right now? I'm sorry. Is this something you can get away with just by saying you are sorry? Do you want to be fired from the company? If that happened, then he would be thankful. Do you know how much money you spent while you tailed after Kang Woojin? Do you think an apology is enough? He had allowed Woojin to use the dungeon for free. Moreover, he spent money to secretly manipulate Woojin's roused rank. A loss was a loss. Yes, he was wrong. He was wrong. He made a very big mistake. I will take all the blame. Blame? Is this how you take the blame? What is this? This is my resignation letter. I will take all the blame, and I will resign from the Hammer Guild. Park Sang-go glanced at the resignation letter, and he looked at Minchan with a bewildered expression on his face. Are you crazy? What? You aren't a politician. Do you really think you are taking full responsibility by stepping away? Aren't you running away after making a mess? What could he say? No. What words were needed? He was going to quit. I'm leaving. Please take care of yourself. He placed 2 envelopes containing resignation letters on the table. Young Minchan gave a bow, then he escaped the banquet hall in all haste. That crazy son of a bitch. Young Mikan heard Park Sang-go fly into a rage, but he continued to walk as he closed his ears. His heart was jumping inside his chest. He was still nervous, but there was a faint smile on his face. It had felt great and satisfying. Moreover, he was filled with anticipation. Mikan had selected the seed rather than the fruit. When he stepped outside, Heyman was already in the front with his car. Over here, team leader. This is why he still liked that rude bastard. Star. Sadong Station's Angel business room. 8 p.m. Star. Welcome to Allendale. Minchan and Heyman grinned at Woojin's words. I am looking forward to working with you. I will treat you as my president. Please look out for me. I will. Woojin and Minchan shared a handshake. Feel free to treat me in a way that is comfortable for you. I will use all my strength to establish Allendale. Is that so? Then I can just call you Minchan? Isn't he being a little bit too familiar with him? TLN, he stopped speaking in the respectful form. Please call me Team Leader Young. All right, Team Leader. I'll leave the establishment of the guild in your care. Do what you consider is best. Yes. There was a saying that the people of the East being courteous is a thing of the past, yet young Minchin was having a hard time adjusting to it. So you want to go have some soju today? His view on life seemed to be simple. If someone else saw them, it would look like they were making a club instead of a guild. Even if we get acquainted part to a later date. There is a matter President needs to address first. What is it? We need at least 5 founding members to establish a guild. They were in need of one more person. Should we put Jaemin in the guild? I'm pretty sure you can't use an underage youth. Yes. An underage youth can't be one of the founding members. Minchan confirmed Sunggu's words. Woojin nonchalantly opened his hand phone. Mother, do Jaemin, real Jaemin, 400,000, phone salesman, Kim Hemin. Ah. I really don't know a lot of people. He thought his personal connection in this world was quite simple. When his mother saw Woojin falling into the dungeon by accident on the broadcast, she had become bedridden. Moreover, the reporters kept bothering her at work, so she had to quit her job. Currently, she was just staying at home. Mother isn't an option. If he excluded Jaemin and all the people gathered here, then he didn't have any more acquaintances. One was an unknown number. So the phone salesman was the only one left. Do we just need a name to use? What? Yes. We just need to fill the 5 spots. Minchan guessed Woojin was trying to use a family member's name for the position of guild's founding member. Woojin brought up the phone salesman's number, then he pressed the call button. Durururu. After a long wait time, the call was connected. Ah, hello? Ah, do you remember me? From that time? Oh, of course. I remember. I remember very well. Woojin put his phone down for a moment, and he looked towards Minchan. What documents are needed? What? He just needs his ID, a copy of his ID, and if he has a seal, he should bring it. Woojin held up his hand phone again, then he started talking again. Come to Angel near the intersection. Bring your ID and seal. Why do you need me to do that? Ah. I just need to borrow your name for a moment. Why aren't you answering? I saw it all on TV. TV? Your face is known to the whole country now. Do you think you will be able to ask me to do anything illegal? Ha! Do you think I am you? This isn't a scam, so come here with everything. I just need to borrow your name for a moment. I'm going to call the police. I don't care if you call them or not. Do it before I get mad. Do you want me to go there? No. I'll be there. Minchan asked a question after Woojin ended the call. Who is it? Ah. It's just someone I know. Is he coming here? He'll be here soon. Excellent. I'll fill out the required initial paperwork, and I'll go to the management bureau tomorrow to get an approval. Minchan took out several previously prepared stack of documents from his briefcase. I'm liking how this had turned out. Whether it was trying to run a guild or a country, one needed at least one aide. One would be able to dump the annoying work on the aide. Woojin was pleased by the fact that he had made an offer to Minchan. Oh yeah. There is something we need to resolve with haste. What is it? We have to create a guide for the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit dungeon. There is no information on this 5-star dungeon, so it isn't an easy dungeon to attempt. If there is no guide, then we would be hard-pressed to get any appointments. The very first team or guild to clear a dungeon received a tremendous benefit. Every time the dungeon is cleared, a 30% commission was taken from the price of the bloodstones. Moreover, one could levy a usage fee for the dungeon. This was why it was required to disclose all the general knowledge of the dungeon. Once the information is disseminated, the difficulty in clearing the dungeon decreased, and it would become more manageable for the rank B teams to clear the 5-star dungeons. The large guilds, and the upper-tier average-sized guild had numerous teams of that caliber. So this dungeon would bring in a lot of profit. Well, are we required to receive the roused who want to use the dungeon? I could just use it. During the times when President has to rest, wouldn't it be better if the dungeon is put to use instead of keeping it idle? You have a good point. Woojin didn't think too long on it. I'll immediately head towards the dungeon after the required paperwork is prepared. If he had an idea, then Woojin acted on it immediately. Let's go, Sunggu. You want me to go? It's a 5-star dungeon. He had risen to rank D, but he didn't think his skill measured up to the rank. Sunggu couldn't help but become nervous. Then you don't want to go? No. I'll go. He was scared, but at the same time, he felt a weird anticipation inside his heart. Woojin grinned as he looked at Sunggu. Star. Woo Sung-hoon entered the cafe's business room. He turned his bleary eyes towards the people gathered in one place. They were the culprits causing a ruckus in the news. Look here. Look here. Everyone is gathered here. He had seen them on the news. Kang Woojin was the one who had accidentally fallen into the dungeon. The others were at the scene of the accident. You are here? His body froze when he heard Woojin speak. He shrunk back as if he had met his natural enemy. Did you bring what I asked you to bring? I brought it, but... Then go talk to Team Leader Young. What? Woojin and Sunggu stood up. Keep up the good work, Team Leader Young. It'll probably be tomorrow by the time I finish clearing the dungeon. We'll have some soju tomorrow. Yes, President. As I have told you before, I'll make the preparations. Woo Sung-hoon's eyes narrowed. What kind of situation was this? When Woojin and Sunggu left, Young Minchin offered his hand for a handshake. My name is Young Minchin. I used to be the team leader at the Hammer Guild. I'll be starting the Allendale Guild with you. I'm pleased to meet you. I look forward to working with you. Hammer Guild? One of the 3 great guilds of Korea? This person used to be a team leader in the Hammer Guild? Kim Ha-man shook his hand immediately afterward. Woo Sung-hoon grabbed his hand in confusion. My name is Kim Ha-man. Ha. Please take care of me. If you are an acquaintance of the president then. Friend? Or relative? What is this? They were swindlers. Woo Sung-hoon acted like he was listening to their stories, and he secretly searched for their info below the table. He had searched using Kang Woojin's news as the focus, so there were very little information on his companions. Still, the internet should have some articles about them. His eyes turned round when he searched for the articles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, 5-Star Dungeon. Chapter 38, 5-Star Dungeon. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Letvanrath, and the donor who didn't want to be named. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. It's Kang Woojin. Someone let out a shout, and the flash of the cameras burst forth from all direction. The reporters had the boring job of waiting outside the dungeon since they wanted a scoop. Now the reporters swarmed Woojin and Sunggu like bees. What are you guys doing? Sunggu spread out both his arms to block the reporters. He called himself a manager, but Sunggu wasn't proficient at the jobs done by an actual manager of Aroused. Mr. Kang Woojin. Is it true you are Aroused secretly raised by the Hammer Guild? Is it true you are a rank Aroused? Your mother works at the restaurant. What happened? Sunggu couldn't even respond to the questions that poured out like a waterfall, so Woojin stepped forward. Why are you standing there like that? Let's go. What? You just want to go like this? Then do you want to be stuck here? But how? Woojin clicked his tongue. Get out of the way. I'll just answer their questions quickly. Why are you getting so worked up over it? He was so cool. He was his Hyung-nim. The reporters rushed in front of Woojin. Hurry up and ask me a question. I'm busy. Mr. Kang Woojin. Please respond. What? I said hurry up and ask me a question. The reporter was taken aback, but he used his professional mind to quickly come up with a reply. What kind of a relationship do you have with the Hammer Guild? I have no relationship with them. What is your exact roused rank? I'll be measured soon. Your mother works at the restaurant. What happened? What do you mean by what happened? She just works at a restaurant. That's it. He gave short answers to the trivial questions, and suddenly 5 minutes flew by. I'm about to go into the Dungoan, so could you guys move aside? This will be my last question. Speak. Which guild are you affiliated with? Allendale. The reporters quickly took notes as they asked their questions. It is the first time I have heard of this guild. What kind of guild is Allendale? What kind of guild was it? It was his military exemption card. I'm done answering questions. Let's go, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung-nim. Woojin and Sungu pushed past the reporters, then they headed towards the dungeon's entrance. Several reporters caught up with him to keep asking questions, but he didn't give any answer at all. The entrance was guarded by public employees dispatched by the management bureau. This dungeon wasn't cleared by a guild, rather it was a privately owned dungeon. The management bureau had been entrusted with the supervision of the dungeon instead. There had been inquiries about the dungeon, but no one had made an appointment yet. So they weren't able to collect their fees even once yet. Mr. Kong Woojin? Are you going to use the dungeon? Yes. Here. Woojin took out his roused card, then he wrote his name inside the access control registry. Just the two of you are going in? The two of us will be enough. Woojin and Sungu entered the dungeon with multiple flashes from cameras directed towards them. When they crossed into the entrance, the barrier formed, and everything external to the barrier was completely shut off. Sungu spoke in an excited voice. Ooh-wah. Hyungnim was like a famous entertainer. Stop talking nonsense, and pay attention. Yes, sir. I'm not kidding. If you take even one direct hit, you will probably die. Hook. Yes, sir. Sungu sharpened his senses, while still being nervous. Even a ghost learns a few things after 3 years, TLN, idiom. Sungu was somewhat getting used to the life of being aroused, so he was able to focus his mind in an instant. Only rats will show up until the last floor. Rats were enormous bat-like monsters. They stick to the ceilings of the subway station, and they attacked when they saw an opportunity. They were a very troublesome monster to deal with. If one didn't have a long-ranged attack, then this monster would cause a lot of difficulty. However, Woojin and Sungu had ranged magic. Oh yeah. Try using this. Woojin took out a short stick from his inventory. When it was handed to Sungu, he took it in confusion, and he was bewildered by it. A magical wand with a large ruby embedded in it. Plus 100% effect for flame-based magics. I picked this up. You should use it. Hyo, Hyungnim. Sungu was touched by the move. The price of a magical artifact was extraordinary. However, Woojin was just giving this one out without any qualms. It showed how great Woojin was. It wasn't just his ability to acquire such item. Sungu was surprised at Woojin's willingness to give this item away as if it was nothing. This was a very precious item. It's a low-level item, so it should be useful for a while. Sungu didn't realize the item Woojin gave out was trivial to him. In the previous tour of this dungeon, he had picked up several artifacts. There was a big difference between the artifacts found in the dungeon and the artifacts bought in the point store. It all came down to whether another person could use it or not. The items purchased from the point store could be materialized and used. However, items with special abilities could only be used by Woojin. He could share the clothes and food with anyone. However, the skill books and magic imbued artifacts couldn't be shared. He would be able to give it away. However, the skill book would appear as a blank book with no ability. It wouldn't be able to produce any magic, and it would basically be a normal item. I'll have to experiment with the consumable items. If he was able to transfer consumable items, then he wouldn't have to worry about things like potions. The 5-star dungeon gave much more achievement points compared to the 4-star. Moreover, he was able to level up faster. Okay. Let one fly as an experiment. Yes, Hyungnim. Sungu's face was filled with awe as he formed his fireball magic. The fireball was several times larger than before. Sungu's eyes turned round. He threw the fireball towards a rat hanging onto the ceiling. Waruruk, Pung, dot. When the fireball reached the rat, the fireball broke into several dozen pieces as sparks flew everywhere. Zeke. The fire coated the entire body of the rat. It flapped in the air for a moment before it fell to the floor. Finish it. Yes, sir. Sungu's body was trembling from excitement. His magic was effective inside a 5-star dungeon. The real 5-star dungeon was across the portal, but still, how great was this? Sungu was actually able to help in clearing the 5-star dungeon. Woojin was fascinated by how Sungu had used his magic. Did he use his own body as a medium to imprint his magic? The Roused was a fascinating existence. They had learned of a different way to use magic compared to the magicians on Alphen. Were they like Woojin where they leveled up? Did they only have a single skill? He didn't know when he will have to confront Tronet, but Woojin knew it might be impossible to do it by himself. No, it was almost an impossibility. He might need allies who will fight by his side. He needed to find out more about the existences called the Roused. Sunggo, who was by Woojin's side, would be a good subject to observe. Hyun Nim. I got it. I was able to do it. Sunggu had killed one rat. It looked like it had been roasted. The rat's meat were similar to that of a bat, so it wasn't tasty. Even if it was cooked well, eating it was a chore. You did well. Woojin used the rat's corpse to summon a skeleton magician. The skeleton magicians had also leveled up to level 13 during all of this. The skeleton magicians also had a wand, so they took over one of Sunggu's role. As the number of skeleton magicians increased, the speed of the hunt also increased. This forced Sunggu to pick up the short sword instead of the magic wand. Ha! It feels more natural to excavate the bloodstones than using the wand. Woojin and Sunggu took care of all the monsters inside the subway station in a flash. They returned to the first floor, and they saw the generated portal. It's the real thing from now on. They didn't want to make the same mistake as last time, so Sunggu and Woojin changed into a different set of clothes. Hyun Nim. Your equipment. After changing his clothes, Woojin started taking out items from the subdimension. He started equipping the items one by one, and it made Sunggu's eyes turn round. On top of his cloth, Woojin wore a blue raider armor and a hat made out of leather. Moreover, the gloves and shoes looked quite unique. I customized my equipment a little bit. He had bought the shoes and gloves from the point store. He had picked up the armor and hat when he cleared the dungeon last time. It possessed options that increased his magic and recovery stat. He'll probably use this for a while. It would have been great if I had my old equipment. This leaves much to be desired. Woojin was a peak necromancer. If he could get his hand on the equipment he possessed on the planet Alphen, then he would become several times stronger. He had no choice but to swap out his equipment one by one as he acquired better items. Okay. Let's go. Yes, sir. Don't even think about joining the battle. You just write the guide. If Sunggu joined the battle, he wouldn't even be of any help. He might even get in the way, so Woojin decided to fight by himself. Even on Alphen, he had worked in sync with his summoned familiars. It wasn't in Woojin's style to hunt with other people. I only have 6 levels left. Woojin's current level was 24. The previous dungeon raid had increased his level by 10. This basically meant the 5-star dungeons gave a lot of EXP. This meant the level of difficulty for this dungeon had been quite high even for Woojin. Woojin's main skills were released every 10 levels. When Woojin reached level 20, his main combat skills were released. He just needed to raise 6 more levels, and he would reach the requirement to be able to summon another one of his familiar. He was able to increase 10 levels on the previous raid, so he thought it would be possible for him to increase his level by 6 this time around. Well, if it isn't enough, then I could just run it one more time. It wasn't as if the dungeon was going to run away. Woojin was the owner, so he didn't even have to make an appointment. He had acquired a proper inexhaustible hunting ground. Woojin and Sunggu went through the portal together. Star. A scene of a desert was spread out in front of them after they crossed the portal. The scorching sun was ablaze, and the heat made it hard for one to breathe. There will be an ambush within 10 seconds. Be careful. It happened right after Woojin's words had ended. Pop pop pot. The desert sand exploded, and large tentacles shot out from below. The identity of the large tentacles was none other than the sandworms. The long worms were 2 meters in length. Its large terrifying mouth held saw-like teeth. It was able to move freely around in the sand, and it could burst forward from the sand to bite its enemy. The sandworm's attack was frightening. It seemed Woojin was the sandworm's target. He intentionally jumped high into the sky. Change. The steel staff in Woojin's hand changed its appearance in an instant. The blunt head of the staff disappeared, and it was replaced by a sharp spear point. The spear point's appearance changed into a shape akin to a falchion. The warrior's weapon evolved with warrior. When he reached level 20, he was able to change its shape into a spear. Chua! The sandworms tried to leap after Woojin, but they couldn't jump high enough. Woojin used his spear to attack. The soft sandworm had a natural resistance against blunt physical attacks, but a piercing weapon was very effective. Woojin attacked the 5 sandworms that had suddenly ambushed him. It only took a blink of an eye for Woojin to take care of them. Amazing! Sunggu couldn't think of another word to describe what he saw. Woojin didn't look like a magic type roused. Instead, he looked like a physical type roused. Did you record it? What? Yes, sir. I wrote it all down. Sunggu quickly wrote inside the notebook. 5 sandworms ambushed us at the same time we entered. Use sword instead of club. Do you see that over there? Yes. What is it? Woojin pointed toward a cloud of dust blowing towards them. The sand pillbugs are rolling towards us. There is about 12 of them. How are we supposed to kill it? There is only one way those bastards attack. They quickly roll towards their enemies, then they self-destruct. What? As it explodes, it lets out a poisonous gas. The poison is quite nasty, so it would be best to strike them before they could approach us. See, can't you use the skeleton magicians? Their range is too short. The skeleton magicians would have to be within range of the poisonous gas to kill those bastards. I will probably be okay, but you will die from the poison. Then what are we supposed to do? You have to either bring an antidote, or have an archer or a long-ranged magician in your party. Which method are we going to use? Sungu was a bit frightened when he heard about the poisonous gas. Sungu asked with a tremulous voice, and it made Woojin grin. How cute! Woojin raised one hand, and a bone spear formed on top his hand. This was the powerful magic he had gained at level 20. Hong! Woojin's body bent like a bow, and the dynamic movement allowed him to throw the spear a far distance. It was beautiful. He looked like an Olympic javelin thrower, and Sungu watched him with his mouth open. The thrown spear landed around 800 meters away. Still, it was well short of reaching the sand pillbugs. It was approaching them faster and faster. Sungu could see the monsters with his naked eye now, and fear started to fill his eyes. At the very least, he didn't want to die a painful death from being poisoned. Woojin, who had been still as he watched the pillbugs approach him, started to chant a spell. Rise! Wall of bones! Magic slipped out of him as it accompanied the activation words. Then the bone spear, which looked like an item someone had just thrown away in the middle of the desert, changed. Chwarururuk! Suddenly, the bones started to grow like vines in the desert. It grew quickly and it spread to make a wall. Quakwang, quang, quakwang. The wall of bones suddenly formed in front of the desert pillbugs, and they exploded as they ran into the wall. A large poisonous cloud was spread, but Woojin and Sungu was too far away. It quickly dispersed into the air. The first objective is the oasis over there. By the time I reached it, I was attacked 4 times by the desert pillbugs, 8 large scorpions, and some desert rats that shows up from time to time. Also, the group of 5 sandworms attacked me 3 more times. Woojin spoke as if nothing of import had happened, and it made Sungu's body quake. So this was a 5-star dungeon. Woojin was facing off against them like it was nothing. He was amazing. The only word that would come to his mind was amazing. Woojin leveled up once again when he disposed the sand pillbugs. He smiled. Level 30. He just need 5 more levels before he could summon the golem. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, 5-Star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 39, 5-Star Dungeon, 2. TLN, another sponsored chapter. I'll try to get a regular chapter out tomorrow. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. They had already passed by 5 oases. During that time, they had found 3 artifacts. They were also able to earn a lot of bloodstones, and all of it had been placed inside Woojin's subdimension. Woojin and Sungu arrived at the last field. There were crumbling walls, and the road was covered with sand. Trees were growing sparsely, and it was an indication that there were life here. What do you think of this place? Rugretia. What? It is the name of an abandoned city. Hull. How do you even know the name of the city, Hyungnim? It's written over there. Woojin pointed toward the gates leading to the collapsed city. Sungu tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the undecipherable letters. How does he know this? He was able to speak with the orcs last time. Now he was able to read the writings found within the dungeon. However, he wasn't going to ask about it. He was just curious. He didn't want to be berated for asking unnecessary questions. You'll really have to be careful from now on. Yes, sir. Woojin scratched his cheek when he saw Sungu answer bravely. If the danger went away just by the person being careful, then no one would die inside the dungeon. Wait. Woojin searched his inventory, then he took out a leather armor. This isn't suited for a magician, but it had a pretty good defense. Try putting it on. Hyungnim. Sungu was close to tears as he accepted and wore the armor given by Woojin. It was made out of leather, but there was something hard covering the chest and sides. It feels like my body has become lighter. An armor worn by the soldiers of Regretia. It is a fairly heavy armor, but it increases agility by 5. Skill, acceleration. After the elated Sungu put on the armor, Woojin spoke to him. It is an artifact imbued with magic. You said the roused could use it? Yes, Hyung Nim. Try using it. What? Sungu was surprised as he started touching his armor. Does this have an imbued skill? The price of the artifacts depended on what kind of ability it had, and the price varied. Use it. Yes, sir. Sungu spat out a surprised sound when he put his magic into the armor. It felt like his body was floating, and it made him feel dizzy. Moreover, a pain lanced through his head as if he had just ate a cold ice cream. Try moving around. At Woojin's direction, Sungu was moving his body from side to side when he fell. Wow! The fallen Sungu was surprised. He got up, and he started to speedily move around the surrounding. He was moving twice as fast as his normal speed. However, the amount of magic possessed by Sungu was quite meager, so his movement decreased soon. Hook! It seems I can only maintain it for 30 seconds with my ability. Can you use your fireball in that state? Sungu tried to use his fireball magic. The fireball formed much slower than before. Whether it is the skill used through the artifact, or one's natural skill, the roused has to provide all the mana. He won't have any cause to use his flame magic. The armor will adjust his agility, and the acceleration skill could be used for evasion. Sungu would have no problem surviving. You are less likely to die if you are able to dodge well. However, you should still be careful. Yes, sir. When the moment of danger comes, don't put your trust in me. Protect your own life. Don't expect others to protect you. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Woojin wasn't Sungu's protector. He couldn't always keep an eye on Sungu on the chaotic battlefield. If he died, then it was his fate. Woojin could always acquire a new errand boy, but he kind of liked Sungu. Woojin decided to prepare him as well as he could, then he would just have to hope Sungu will live a long life. It didn't matter what Woojin felt. In the end, everyone had to defend for themselves. Sungu had no choice, but to be watchful and alert. The monster that will appear is of the anthropomorphic race. They are called the Naga. I don't know how many there are, but they put poison on their weapons. Be careful. Yes. Regretia was an abandoned city. The fallen houses and the thatchless buildings created a maze. Desert rats were hiding in every corner, and they kept attacking. Woojin sent the skeleton soldiers forward to act as a pathfinder, and they also cleared the path. The skeleton soldiers performed well in their role as scouts. Kya! Accompanying a horrible shriek, a spear came flying through the air, and it hit a skeleton soldier walking in the front. The spear embedded itself in the skull. The skull of the skeleton soldier broke, and it crumbled to the floor. Woojin ran out of the alley, and 3 Naga soldiers appeared. The lower half of a snake had merged with the torso of a human. The Naga looked rough, and they used weapons dipped with poison. It was unfortunate for them, but the skeleton soldier couldn't be poisoned. Keek. Keh. The skeleton soldiers quickly ran towards the Naga soldiers, but it wasn't enough. The bone swords couldn't penetrate through the armors they wore on their torso, and it also couldn't break through the scales surrounding the lower half of their body. The Naga soldier's spear was fast and accurate. The skeleton soldier's skull was crushed with a single blow. Even if there was a gap in strength, superior numbers could still be used to push the enemy. Even though the skeleton soldiers were level 17, it didn't pose any threat to the Naga soldiers. The skeleton magicians were probably more of a threat, but the Naga soldiers quickly hid themselves behind the terrain. Therefore, the skeleton magicians weren't that effective. Woojin kicked at the remain of bones left over after the skeleton soldier had been demolished. Poo puck. The stack of bones were scattered everywhere. Woojin aimed his bone spear at the Naga warriors. He threw the bone spear. Chw Rarak. It flew at high speed as it spiraled. The thrown bone spear was powerful enough to catch the attention of the Naga warriors. A Naga warrior's spear blocked Woojin's bone spear. Retreat! The Naga soldiers quickly disengaged from the skeleton soldiers, then they tried to widen their distance from the enemies. However, Woojin immediately summoned his wall of bones. Pieces of bone shot out in all directions, and one of the Naga warrior was skewered. Chwakawak. The Naga soldiers had been surprised by the sudden appearance of a wall, and now a steel spear was flying towards them. Boom! They couldn't block it. No. Even if they did block it, the result wouldn't have changed. Woojin had used the level 20 warrior skill, Throw. He threw his spear, and it was sufficiently strong enough to kill the Naga. Release, summon. Pot. At Woojin's command, the spear stuck inside the Naga warrior's heart disappeared, and it was summoned back within Woojin's grasp. The warrior's weapon evolved alongside the warrior. The various ways one could use it was endless. When one throws one's weapon, it is the final attack. When one lets go of the weapon, one has to bet everything on it. The speed is increased proportional to one's strength. The accuracy is increased proportional to one's agility. The warrior class had many innate skills. There were a lot of basic passive skills like warrior senses, throw, and spearsmanship. Moreover, the endlessly recoverable warrior's weapon was well suited for being used as a throwing weapon. The purpose of skeleton soldiers' attack was to occupy their attention. That had be enough. Schwack! Boom! Woojin's body was bent back like a bow. He let go of the spear as he shot his body forward, and the spear accurately pierced the Naga soldier's heart. The last remaining Nag soldier was dismayed. Woojin looked towards it, and he opened his mouth. Ria ni lu ru ta. Riona racket. Ricket la? Riona rakita nia. Woojin once again spoke in words Sungu couldn't understand, and this time he wasn't confused by it. My God! How many languages does he know? He admired Woojin. Every move made by Woojin made him surprised routinely. He just took Hyungnim's smartness as a given. If you want to protect the Naga's temple, then gather all of your warriors and wait for me. Who are you? Tell me the reason why you are trying to trespass into the Naga's temple. My reason is the same as yours. I just want to protect Earth akin to the Naga protecting its temple. The guardians of the temple will all be gathered to repel you. While they were conversing, Woojin took down the wall of bones. Sungu had a quizzical expression on his face when Woojin spared one Naga. Hyungnim. Why did you let one go? Moreover, what did you say? I told them to attack me with a large force. Wouldn't it be dangerous? They looked really strong. Wouldn't it be cool? What? What was cool? Think, Sungu. The answer is already determined. Find the answer. Find the answer Hyungnim wants. An expert like me. Yes, Hyungnim. Can use words to create a train. TLN, he used a gaming term. Basically lining up / gathering enemies. Is that what he meant? Wasn't the train used to round up easy monsters to kill? At a glance, the skeleton soldiers was incredibly inadequate to face these opponents. However, Hyungnim must think otherwise. You are very cool. Hoo, let's go. If I had to hunt down all the Naga, then it would have taken half a day. Woojin was excited about the fact that he'll be able to fight all the Naga in one sitting. Sungu was a little bit worried as he followed Woojin from the back. I'm level 30, so I should be able to do some group hunting, Woojin earned a main skill every 10 levels. The Golem Summon was one of the skills, but he had also earned an essential attack skill that was critical to Woojin. If he hadn't reached level 30 right now, he wouldn't have forced himself to hunt a group. However, he was level 30 now, so he would be able to do it. In the middle of the city, there was a large tower standing high over the city. The Naga warriors were packed around the tower. There were a little bit less than 100 Naga warriors. Sungu swallowed dryly. Hyungnim. Aren't there too many of them? It'll be dangerous, so you should wait here. Yes, Hyungnim. Woojin marched confidently in step with the skeleton soldiers. He led them from the front. Are you the impudent human trying to take the temple? Can we dispense with the long speech? We will protect the temple at all costs. The Naga soldiers' fighting spirit burned brighter. There were 80 skeleton soldiers behind Woojin. He still had enough control stat to make more, but he didn't want to summon the maximum number. In this dungeon, the skeleton soldier's role was insignificant. However, they were a linchpin for what he was about to do in this battlefield. Charge! Key! The skeleton soldiers let out its unique yell, and they quickly charged forward. They were already dead, so fear didn't slow them down. He didn't even need to vocalize his orders. They were beings under the control of Woojin. He just needed to use his will to change their formation, and they would move like his limbs. Key! The skeleton soldiers ran forward with force, but their numbers were cut down quickly by the Naga warriors' spears. However, Woojin didn't look worried. When the last skeleton soldier was destroyed, a very large Naga warrior stepped forward. I guess the boss mob only comes out only once in the beginning. The Naga chieftain that showed up in his first raid was absent now. One of the 5 great warriors that had stood by the Naga chieftain was this field's boss this time around. The difficulty was much lower compared to the first raid. You dare to invade the temple with such an inferior undead army? Woojin waited in the back as all of his skeleton soldiers were destroyed. Woojin laughed. The undead army? The undead army had always faced the Tronet army as an enemy. If your voices reaches Tronet, then there is something you should inform him. Woojin summoned 2 bone spears for each hand. With twin spears in his hand, Woojin started to walk forward. 1 step. 2 step. I, the owner of Allendale, is on Earth. 3rd step. 4th step. As he took more steps, his speed became faster. On the last step, he jumped high into the air. Hooing. He looked down from mid-air, and he was able to see everything. Woojin looked at the pieces of bones littered around the Naga warriors. A large amount of magical energy exited his body. Chwajahajk. The pieces of bone fused with each other as it grew. It formed a massive wall of bones. No. It was a bone prison. The Naga was surrounded by the wall of bones. Woojin fell right in the middle of the crowd. Kwajik. An unlucky Naga warrior took Woojin's knee to its head, and the skull burst open. Woojin pierced the bone spear he held in both hands into the Naga warrior's head. The Naga warriors nearby ran forward to surround Woojin. A shockwave emanated from the embedded bone spear. It spread out with the bone spear as its focal point. Puwak. The Naga warriors were pushed back all at once by the green shockwave. The damage caused by the shockwave was minimal. Green smoke started to spread, and it clouded the Naga's vision. When the green-colored poison suddenly spread, the Naga lost control of their senses. The poison stopped one from breathing, and it ate away one's blood. Kaya, Kayak. Rijin Kata. The Naga warriors died as they let out a pain-filled scream. When he saw the state of the Naga warriors, Woojin laughed harder. I also know how to use some poison. The Naga's snake venom couldn't even be compared to Woojin's poison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, 5-Star Dungeon, 3. Chapter 40, 5-Star Dungeon, 3. TLN, hey guys. This is the regular chapter for this week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. I'll try to clear the queue before I start working on the regular DMW chapter this week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Sungu had watched what had happened from atop a roof of a building. Freaking awesome. Woojin had deployed the wall of bones to pen in the Naga, and he ran straight into the middle of the opposition. Accompanying a shockwave, a virulent poison cloud started to spread to the surrounding. Then the indiscriminate killing started. The poison had no effect on Woojin. Woojin had moved through the Naga as he took their lives. When the last Naga struggling from pain died, the wall of bones came down. The green poisonous cloud, which had filled the wall of bones, coalesced into a single location. Woojin was in the middle of the coalescing poison, and the poison was being sucked into him. All of the poisonous gas absorbed back into Woojin as it disappeared. Insane. He was insanely strong. Were rank aroused supposed to be this strong? What did Woojin used to do? Why did he hide his strong powers to act as a rank F roused? Sungu felt like Woojin was a person from another world. Somehow, Sungu was able to form a bond with such a person. He felt a mixture of surprise and fear. Hey Sungu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Sungu quickly closed the distance, and Woojin was walked out of the gruesome battlefield. Collect all the loot. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin had already used his marking magic to point out which items had potential value. There aren't any bloodstones, Hyung Nim? Normally Woojin marked the monsters with bloodstones inside their body, but he hadn't marked any of the Naga. The anthropomorphic race doesn't possess bloodstones. What? Just hurry up and pick up the items that are marked. Yes, Hyung Nim. Sungu started picking up spears, armors and other items that were marked. He would have to go through almost 100 Naga corpses. Sungu's acceleration skill was first used on a stage where he had to collect the loot. During all of this, Woojin headed towards the Naga's temple. The building had a basic circular design, and an altar was placed in the middle. As if they were protecting the altar, there was a statue of a Naga warrior on the right and a Naga sorcerer on the left. They stood there in an imposing manner. The return stone was floating in the middle of the altar. Woojin walked to the altar, and he obtained the return stone. Then a box suddenly appeared below where the return stone used to be. When he opened it, he saw a single ring. I guess there is only one since this is a basic dungeon. When he cleared it for the first time, he had earned 3 rings. However, this was a recursive dungeon, so it seemed it only gives 1 ring now. Woojin took the ring, then he pried the red gem embedded on the pommel of the sword carried by the Naga warrior statue. Then he took out the blue gem embedded in the forehead of the Naga sorcerer statue. Woojin used the analyze magic on the 3 items. The ring received by the Naga princess as a wedding gift. When equipped, heal plus 10. You can earn the same strength as the Naga warriors. Strength plus 3. Seal of a Naga sorcerer. Magic plus 3. Not bad. One was an artifact that adjusted one's stat. The other 2 were consumable items. Even if this was a basic summons dungeon, the loot here was quite good. Of course, it wasn't as good as the first rewards. He had earned 3 artifacts and 7 consumable items. Even though the reward lessened, he could still make a tidy profit. Now that I think about it, I should have more main skills available for the warrior class. New skills were released every 10 levels for all classes. When Woojin reached level 30, he learned the main skills of a necromancer. He could now use Golem Summon and Poison Nova. This was also true for the warrior class. Woojin opened the point store, then he purchased all the level 30 warrior skills he found. Strike the earth with a large hammer to attack the enemies. Energy consumed, 3. Strike the surrounding enemy as you rotate your weapon. Energy consumed, 1 per cycle. As one trains in the using blunt weapons, one will become more proficient in using it. He also purchased several other skills, but the most important 2 skills were Earth Strike and Whirlwind. They were the warrior class first AoE attack. Woojin immediately summoned his warrior's weapon. Pot. He read the steel staff's information. The warrior's weapons is basically akin to one's friend in life. The warrior's weapon grows with the user. It will always be with you, and it is always be ready for your call. Effect, Strength plus 15, Durability recovery, during cancelled state. Skill, Summon, Cancel, Change, Spear, Hammer. The evolved steel staff added an additional plus 5 strength, and it was able to also change into a hammer. Woojin immediately changed the staff into a hammer. Ooh-cha! The head of the staff enlarged into the size of a human's head, and it changed into a large hammer. Even with his increased strength, the weapon was quite heavy. Woojin staggered when he first used it. Hong, hong. He swung the hammer, but the center of mass was towards the end of the weapon. It wasn't an easy weapon to handle. He swung it couple times, and he got the feel of it. The passive skill, Blunt Weapon, was of big help here. Being a warrior is quite useful. If he want to use it in an actual battle, he would have to practice using it over and over to increase the skill level. Still, it seemed quite useful even though he had just learned it right now. Woojin cancelled his warrior's weapon, then he put the loots into his inventory. Then he stepped back outside. Sungu should be in the midst of picking up the items, but he wasn't there. Woojin started searching for him, and he found Sungu lying down between the Naga. Are you sleeping on the job? Woojin grinned as he approached Sungu, but Sungu didn't say anything. Woojin felt something was wrong, so he ran forward. Woojin saw the sight of Sungu on the floor, and his lips had turned blue. His eyes were flipped over, and he was shaking. It seemed Sungu's life was about to be extinguished. Poisoned? Woojin quickly pulled a Naga's soul, then he put the energy into Sungu. Ooh. Hi, Hyung Nim. Sungu regained some of his energy. He looked at Woojin with blurry vision, and he was barely able to open his mouth. What happened? Ooh. I cut my hand while I was moving a spear. The Naga's spear was dipped in poison. Woojin looked at Sungu with an expression of disbelief. Geez. Woojin stood up, then he gathered more Naga spirits, and he poured more energy into Sungu. His complexion improved, and he recovered some of his stamina. However, his poison status did not disappear. Hi, Hyung Nim. What should I do? What do you think? You'll just have to die. Hyung Nim. Sungu flopped down onto the floor. So he was going to die like this? His life would come to an end in such a stupid manner? Woojin clicked his tongue as he looked at Sungu, who had fallen in despair. Will the detox magic work on him? If he wanted to use a proper detoxification or healing spell, he would have to be of the priest class or else it would be impossible. Woojin purchased a detox magic one could learn before level 10. He had to spend 30 points. Come here. Pot. The light started formed in Woojin's hand and it passed through Sungu. However, his poison status wasn't dispelled. Chat. It's not working. Since it was a low-level detox magic, it could only deal with weak poisons. Weak poisons along the level of causing discomfort to one's stomach. Woojin opened his point store, then he purchased an antidote. The antidote suddenly showed up in midair in front of Woojin. He handed the antidote to Sungu. Try drinking this. If this doesn't work, then I really don't have any other methods. Okay, hook. Yes. Sungu prayed as he opened the bottle's top, then he took a sip. Ooh. Well. How was it? Oh. I'm not sure. It tastes like uncarbonated cola. I'm not talking about the taste. Are you being detoxed? I'm not sure. Woojin let out a sigh. He took back the antidote to inspect its information. It can cure the poison status. It cannot be given to others. I guess it won't work on you. Hyung Nim. Woojin bitterly shook his head as he looked at the crying Sungu. He had become quite attached to Sungu, so it was a shame to send him off like this. If he died like this, he'll probably haunt him once again. Woojin's face was turning dark. He could buy the detox magic from the point store, but he wasn't of the magician or priest class. He had no way of using it. Still, he had grown attached to Sungu, so Woojin couldn't just send him off without doing anything. If you have a will, then tell me. I'll pass it on. Go. Hyun Nim. Please save me. Sungu cried as he approached Woojin, and he grabbed on to Woojin's pants leg. Hey. I'm not a god. How am I supposed to save you? While Woojin was backing away, the content inside the antidote bottle sloshed, and it spilled into the surrounding. Jeek. The antidote fell on a Naga's spear nearby, and it let out a sound as it smoked. Woojin's eyes opened wide when he saw this. Maybe, if he used it like that? Hyun Nim. If you save my life, I will never turn on you. Sungu had always regretted becoming mad at Woojin in his drunken state. Crazy. He had been crazy. He had lashed out against Hyung Nim. Woojin pushed Sungu, who was tenaciously sticking to Woojin. Hey. Get off me for a sec. Go. Hyun Nim. Sungu wrapped himself around Woojin's legs as if Woojin was his last lifeline. The only one he could believe in now was Woojin. I might be able to save you, so get off me. Is that true? If you can save me, I'll do whatever you want. Then get off me first. No. I won't. I will never let go until you save me. Geez. Woojin looked at Sungu, who was tenaciously clinging onto him. Woojin clicked his tongue. Then open your mouth. What? Sungu raised his head in surprise. Woojin spoke as he met Sungu's eyes. Sungu was told to do as Woojin instructed, then he would be saved. Sungu was wrapped around both legs of Woojin, and his gaze fell on that place. He said to open his mouth. Does that mean? Sungu groaned. He had to either die as a man or live as a gay. Hook. Hyun Nim. You swung that way? Huang. Why didn't you tell me before? Did you go mad from being at death's door? Your face is already blue. Hurry up and open your mouth. Sungu's recovered stamina was quickly dwindling in his poisoned state. Sungu was becoming dizzy. While he cried, he grabbed Woojin's belt. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to open your mouth? Hook. Don't I need to take it out first? Sungu cried as he tried to unbuckle Woojin's belt. This motherfucker is giving me a headache. Woojin grabbed Sungu's head, and he forcefully pulled it back. As his head was pulled backwards, Sungu cried out in pain. Woojin poured the antidote into Sungu's mouth. Akgok Guruk. Accompanying a scream and a gargling noise, the antidote disappeared into Sungu's gullet. Guruk. Kook. It seemed the liquid went into his airway, so Sunggu coughed as he cried. Hook. Does Hyun Nim like the rough stuff? Why don't you just shut your mouth unless you want to be beaten? Who okay? You've been detoxed. Who okay, yes? What? Sunggu was started touching his face in surprise. He didn't have any fever, and his sight had returned to normal. The pain in his head was gone, and he was now sure he had escaped his poisoned state. Woojin smiled when he saw this. Now I know how to use the consumable items. The items bought from the point stores will lose its magical property at the same time as it was given away. When Sunggu drank the antidote by himself, it had turned into regular water. It seemed only Woojin could use it. If he couldn't transfer it to someone, then he would just have to use it himself. He just had to feed it to the other person. Sunggu was filled with joy from the fact that he would live, and a strong question popped up in his mind. This was the most important question in Sunggu's life now. Then I don't have to do it? What? Did this bastard go mad from the poisoning? This guy was uttering nonsense for some time now. Hyun Nim wasn't a homosexual? Woojin summoned his bone spear. Why did he save this kid? He couldn't rein in his anger. I guess you need a little bit of a beating. Hook. I knew it. You leaned towards the S&M. Tears flowed down Sunggu's face as he modestly pushed his butt toward Woojin. Who? The frowning Woojin's forehead furrowed deeper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Hot Issue. Chapter 41, Hot Issue. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. As I have said in a previous post, I am getting bombarded with bot comments, so I'll have to manually approve comments for first-time commenters. So don't be alarmed if your comment doesn't show up immediately. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The barrier is disappearing. What? That's crazy talk? The reporters gathered in front of the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit was surprised when they saw the barrier start to disappear. It takes an average time of about 8 hours to clear a 5-star dungeon. However, Woojin and Sunggu was showing up after entering the dungeon for 4 hours. Even if the time flowed 4 times faster in there, they had completed the dungeon in about 16 hours. Hurry up and write the article. We'll have to try to get an interview from him. Oh wow. What the heck is this? Doesn't this mean he is almost at Kim Gong-chul's level? AEE. Still, you are comparing him to Kim Gong-chul. If one had to pick the greatest roused of Korea, then everyone would say it was Kim Gong-chul. Still, his impact won't be something to scoff at. Yeah. They are coming out now. Surely there weren't any roused in Korea that was hotter than Woojin right now. He was the roused who had cleared the 5-star dungeon by himself. He was still obscure since he is a new rank A roused, but there were a lot of controversy surrounding him. Why didn't he reveal his true rank? What happened during 5 years he went missing? What ability did he have, etc. Since not a lot was known about him, there were a lot of speculations, and the conversations were hot in the internet community. It was the job of the reporters to reveal any information about the roused Kang Woojin, who was hidden by a veil. Mr. Kang Woojin, please do an interview with us. The reporters crowded in to get closer to Kang Woojin. He glared as he ascended the stairs. I'm not in a good mood. Why don't you get out of the way while I'm still being civil? His seething voice was fierce like the sound of a wild animal. The reporters flinched at his intimidating spirit, and they retreated to the back. However, there were over 20 reporters gathered there. The reporter at the end of the line yelled out a question. Mr. Kang Woojin, please give us a statement. Woojin stood still as he looked around to see the reporters. Woojin's gaze came to a rest on a microphone placed right in front of his nose. Put that away. After hearing his threatening voice, the reporter quietly lowered the microphone. Woojin glared at them, and the reporters all avoided his gaze. Ooh. How can a person glare like that? Woojin started walking away, and the atmosphere deterred the reporters from talking to him again. The reporters latched onto Sunggu, who was walking despondently towards them. Mr. Hong Sunggu. You are Mr. Kang Woojin's only teammate. How did you guys meet? There are people who are comparing Mr. Kang Woojin and Mr. Kim Gong-chul. Who do you think is stronger? At the rapid succession of questions by the reporters, Sunggu uncharacteristically got mad. Are you guys taking this a little too far? Do you think a dungeon is a playground? We came back alive, and when he just started to breathe the air of Earth, you guys are pushing the cameras in our face? When the reporters didn't say anything, Sungu became more irate, and he started yelling. Do you do this to other teams? Do you think we are that easy to deal with? The reporters covered them since they had been easy to deal with. The other large guilds' teams wouldn't allow the reporters to rush them in the first place. The support teams blocked the reporters as a matter of course. Please get out of the way. Sungu escaped from the grasp of the reporters. Woojin had already walked a fair distance away. Sungu ran, and he fell in behind Woojin. Hyung Nim. I'm sorry about before. Hey. Yes. Enough. That's enough. Yes, Hyung Nim. You have to act in moderation or they won't see you in a favorable light. Weren't you a little bit too heavy-handed? I'll be careful. Woojin grinned when he heard Sungu's depressed voice. He thought Sungu was too innocent. He guessed it would have been more strange if Sungu had been fine after he came face to face with death. How much hardship had Woojin gone through at planet Alphen? You are a man. Put your chest out, dude. Yes, sir. Be brave. You were only cussed out a little bit. You don't have put on a martyred expression. Ah, this was unfair. He was hearing such words from the actual culprit who had berated him. However, Sungu was still strangely comforted by his words. Yes, sir. Dude. Then let's go. Woojin got into Sungu's car, then he made a call to Kim Hemin. Mr. Woojin. No. President. You've already come out? What are you doing right now? Where is Team Leader Young? Team Leader went home after he finalized the contract for an office. He went home to make a final inspection on the documents he will submit tomorrow. You guys already acquired an office? Yes. Do you want to see it? What's the point of seeing it right now? He just wanted to rest today. I'll see you tomorrow. Just give me the address. Yes, sir. I'll immediately send you a text. When Woojin's phone call ended, a text arrived. He pressed the address, and the Maps app opened to indicate where it was located at. It's close. At Woojin's words, Sungu snuck a question in. Isn't this too much like a declaration of war against the Hammer Guild? Why? If our headquarters are close, then we would be in direct competitions with them. When a dungeon reset happens, the raid opportunity is given to the very first team who arrives. If one's headquarter is close, then one will have a higher chance of arriving first. It was natural for the competition to become intense for nearby companies. The large guilds were called the Korea's Three Great Guild. Everyone stayed far away from them. KH was located at Gangbuk. Warang was at Incheon, and Hammer was at Gangnam. Even the medium-sized guilds stayed a good distance away from their territory. This was how the large guilds kept an advantage over their competitors. So what? It isn't like we want to fight them. Aren't we just trying to keep our options open? I guess so. Initially, they had established the guild to avoid joining the army. However, the Hammer Guild wouldn't see it like that. Jaemin's house was only 2 stations away, so he arrived at the house in no time. I'll see you tomorrow at the office. Yes, Hyung. Please head in. All right. Excuse me, Hyung Nim. What? Thank you very much for saving me. No problem, man. Woojin waved his hand, then he headed towards Jaemin's house. Star. Woojin opened the door to come in. It seemed Jaemin was still at his tutoring school, and he wasn't back yet. Naya. Master has become a lot stronger again, Ahong. Woojin grinned at Bibi, who always greeted him. Bibi. Do you remember Tronet's underlings? Nyang? What about those monsters, Nyang? I was thinking about it. Let's say these damn dungeons were created by Tronet to attack Earth. I understand those bastards are trying to make something like a dimensional tunnel. However, why haven't we seen any signs of Tronet's underling? Nyack. There was that time, Nyang. The Rakwi and Drabbits were all low-rank monsters. It was hard to call them as being part of Tronet's army. They were wild animals that usually showed up near Tronet's territory. Maybe they could be considered to be tool used by him. I meant that bastards' real underlings. He wasn't talking about the low-rank monsters. If Tronet's real army showed up right now, it would be impossible for the Earth's forces to stand in their way. The 10 ballyhooed rank aroused of Korea only possessed ability akin to level 60. They were on the same class as a sixth circle magician. They would have made some waves with that level of power on planet Alphen, but it was insufficient when facing Tronet. Niang. Maybe they are still short on power, Niang? Power? Look at me, Niang. I can't materialize my true body on Earth, and I'm stuck in this state, Niang. My Abe, they can't materialize on Earth yet, Niang? Woojin suddenly had a thought as a light bulb went off in his head. Those bastards don't have enough power to materialize on Earth? Niang. I think so, Ahong? That seemed likely. No, it must be true. If not, why wouldn't they actively attack? Those bastards are sending the anthropomorphic races they had captured or enslaved as the advance troops. They were using the dungeon and the dungeon break. This might mean the humans of Alphen might really come over to Earth. From the perspective of people living on Earth, they might be viewed as beings of the same race. Why does the dungeon break always happen on the 30th days? Nian. Maybe it's that, Niang? What do you mean? Tronet's army always seemed to be reinforced each month, Niang. Master said so before, Niang. The bastards only come out on their payday, Niang. Yes. I did say that. Bibi had the face of a cat, but she spoke in a serious manner. The one thing for sure is Tronet's smell will get stronger as the dungeon break keeps happening, Ahong. That sounded like trouble. The humans of Earth couldn't face Tronet's army yet. Earth will probably succumb to Tronet more helplessly than Alphen. If he could get rid of the dungeon itself, then it would be great. However, he couldn't come up with a good idea. It felt like there should be a good solution to this. Oh yeah. If you return to the summoning room, Dulcie should also be there. TLN, Dulcie equals rock iron. Niang? Really, Ahong? Woojin's second family member. Bibi was very happy at the golem Dulcie's appearance. Niang. I'm so happy, Nahong. Can I go play with Dulcie inside the summoning room? All right. Yaong. When you go to a dungeon next time, please call me out, Ahong. Okay. I understand. Susuk. It seemed Bibi was happy at Dulcie's appearance. She quickly disappeared as she turned into black smoke. Then should I start studying about the society? Woojin found the remote control, then he turned on the TV. Then he started writing a text to Jaemin. Buy me 1 bag of tangerine when you come. DDI ring. It took less than 10 seconds before a reply came. I'm almost home. Before Woojin could respond, the front door opened. DDI. DDRO. Hey. Why don't you go out and buy some for me? Yes. Let me change my cloth first. Woojin had a puzzled expression when he heard Jaemin's obedient words. I'll be back. DDI Deek. Jaemin put away his bag, then he changed his clothes. As he watched Jaemin leave, Woojin spoke as he decided not to take out his wallet. He isn't even going to ask me for money? Soon, Jaemin returned with a bag of tangerine, and he handed it over to Woojin. Hey. Did something bad happen in school? Is someone bothering you again? No. Thanks to Hyung, I'm doing well. I want to thank you once again. Jaemin bowed his head. Woojin's eyes turned round, because he wasn't used to this Jaemin. Why was he being like this? Do you need some spending money? No. The money Hyung gave me last time should last a while. I don't need more spending money. Ha. This guy. He's being really serious today. How odd. Well, I have to study now. It's my testing period. You do that. When he saw Jaemin open his book after sitting in front of the desk, Woojin had a sour expression on his face. This kid suddenly turned very serious, and it bothered Woojin. Woojin pressed his remote control, and he decreased the volume. Jaemin had his book open, but he couldn't concentrate. He wasn't bothered by the sounds of the drama coming from TV or the sound of Woojin peeling the tangerine. He felt a heavy feeling in his chest. It felt like he was suffocating. Ha! Before he knew it, a sigh leaked out Woojin, and he called out to Jaemin. Well, what? What's going on? Are you going through puberty? It isn't anything like that. Jaemin's face was filled with worry. He looked like he was holding the burden of the whole world on his back. Woojin called out as he clicked his tongue. Dude. Just hurry up and tell me. Stop sighing and just talk. At Woojin's word, Jaemin closed his book,
then he sat down heavily next to Woojin.
Hyung. Yeah. Woojin turned off the drama.
Jaemin bit his lips several times, and he was barely able to find his tongue.
Do you remember the time I told you about my dream? What? Do you mean you wanting to join a guild? Yes. I do. You said you want to make a lot of money. Woojin remembered what Jaemin had said. Jaemin bolstered his nerve, then he continued to speak. Hyung's story is all over the place recently.
In the past, I didn't know Hyung was such a great person.
He extorted a high school. No, he gave the money back.
Anyways, Woojin had borrowed money for transportation, and Woojin didn't have a place to live, so he was living at his house. It would have been weirder if he had thought Woojin was a great person.
So what? Are you sulking because I didn't tell you? No. I heard Hyungnim is making a guild. Woojin secretly smiled. Ah.
So that's what it was.
Do you want me to give you a spot in my guild?
Hey. I was already going to add you in, but I was told underage kids can't join a guild.
Dude. Were you disappointed? No. He wasn't disappointed. However,
my dream is to get a job at the Korea's 3 Great Guild. Then I would have a higher probability of obtaining that medicine.
I am studying hard for that dream. Medicine? It isn't something one can purchase with money. It is given when you distinguish yourself in a guild. What kind of medicine? It's the regeneration salve. Ah. For your Nuna? Jaemin clenched his mouth shut.
Recently, he searched Woojin's name on the internet when he was bored. Woojin was being compared to Kim Kangchul.
Will it be possible? However, he couldn't. He wasn't shameless enough to ask him for it. Godok, Godok.
Jaemin's hand phone rang just in time, and the awkward atmosphere was dispelled.
Hyung. I have to go out for a moment. Why, you do that? Jaemin hurriedly put on his coat, and he left. Woojin grinned. That guy needs to grow a pair. Jaemin always studied hard.
It seemed money wasn't the reason why he wanted to be hired by a guild.
It was all for his Nuna. Currently, his Nuna was working hard for her brother. He thought they were a very loving brother and sister. If he wanted to make a request, then he just needs to spit it out.
Woojin laughed, then he opened his point store. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 42, Hot Issue, 2. Chapter 42, Hot Issue, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter, and the queue is cleared. Thank you Andrew and John for the donation. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Ooh. Why can't we see each other tomorrow at school? Why does she always call me out when the weather is cold? The weather was getting cold.
Jaemin quickly walked in haste as he adjusted his clothing. Jaemin looked into the distance when he saw a woman sitting on a swing inside a small playground.
Her figure was lit by the streetlight, and he was sure it was Lee Solgi. Hey. We'll be able to see each other tomorrow at school. Why did you come here? It's dangerous. Yo. Jaemin is now worried about me? Of course. It's really dark here, so it's dangerous for you. Ha. The study bug Jaemin is now worried about this Nuna. I guess it was worthwhile to come here? Solgi's bright smile and her words made Jaemin's heart pound. She was already pretty in her school uniform, but she was pretty in a different way in her casual clothes. Ha! Do you have something to say to me? What's the rush? Sit here. At Solgi's words, Jaemin sat next to her as he grumbled. Solgi kicked the ground without saying anything. Her movement caused the swing to sway. Jaemin didn't press her for an answer. He just waited for her. Today Solgi was in some undecipherable mood. What did she want to say to him in such a serious manner? Hey, Jaemin. Yeah. I was chosen by the SW agency as a trainee. What? Jaemin was surprised. If it's the SW agency, it was a really big entertainment management company. And if she was chosen as a trainee, with Solgi's face, she wouldn't have any problem debuting as an entertainer. Yeah. Congratulations. Didn't I tell you in the past you will become an entertainer? See, congratulations. Solgi didn't show any signs of being happy at Jaemin's congratulations. Don't you have anything else to say except congratulations? Say what? Jaemin's heart trembled. Ah. Why was it shaking so much? Is it because she looks sad today? Seulgi would usually smile brightly towards him. His heart pounded. His imagination ran wild, and it made it feel like he had stopped breathing. Don't you have anything to say to me? This might be your last chance. Ha ha. You have to become a great entertainer. Seulgi's face was filled with disappointment. Her moist eyes turned damp. When Jaemin saw this, it felt like he had committed a sin. You stupid idiot. You made Seulgi sad. All kinds of guilt started to wash over him. However, he couldn't take back the words. Idiot. Even until the end. Seulgi mumbled in a small voice. He couldn't hear what she said at the end. He was handsome and smart. He didn't play around like the other kids, and he didn't chase after the skirts of girls. She really liked him. In her heart, she had always wished Jaemin would reciprocate her feelings. It seemed she was the only one wishing for such results. Seulgi stood up from the swing. She rubbed her eyes as she wiped away her tears, then she stood in front of Jaemin. Hey. Seulgi. It felt like Jaemin's heart was about to stop. It felt like the inside of his head was empty. Seulgi tried her best to smile. When this Nuna becomes famous, you are going to regret it. There will be a day when you will hit the ground in regret. She was so pretty. Just by looking at her eyes, his heart shook. He would most definitely regret it. No, he was already regretting it right now. What should he say? Would it be possible to turn back the time? His head was filled with complicated thoughts. However, the complicated thoughts flew away in a moment. Choop. Suddenly, Seulgi bent over, then her lips met Jaemin's lips. Whoop. He stopped breathing. A bat was continuously hitting Jaemin's heart. It felt like time had stopped. Seulgi closed her eyes, and her face was right in front of his nose. Her long eyelashes trembled. Does that mean she is sad? Whoop. As if she was surprised by what she did, Seulgi pulled back with a red face. Jaemin's face also turned red, and he didn't know what to do. What should he say? No thoughts came to his mind. Seulgi saw his flustered figure, and she laughed. Poot. When I become famous, you better not bully me on the internet. Ha ha. No way. Retard. Is that the only kind of answer he could give? He was about to lose his mind. Seulgi waved her hand. Nuna is going. I'll see you tomorrow at school. Uloon. See you. He berated himself for being a retard. See you. He said see you. His excited heart cooled down. His heart was talking to him. It said this is the end. This is the end. Catch her. Catch her. In the end, his body didn't react to the voice inside heart. Star. Yubo. I have something to say. What is it? Ddi darara dararara. Oh. How can it end there? The drama he was watching with much interest ended, and a commercial for a cafe started running. This meant he had to wait until tomorrow to see it again. He cleared his palate of regret when the front door opened. Ddi. Ddirore. Hey. You came back? Your Nuna's hand phone number. Hung. What the hell? Jaemin came in crying, and he didn't even have the presence of mind to wipe away his tears. Woojin was taken aback. Jaemin? Hung. Jaemin immediately went into the restroom. He came out after he washed his face. He started wiping the water off, and he looked more pitiful like this. Soon tears started to fall once again like waterfalls from his red eyes. Hung. Seulgi. Hey. What's going on? Woojin wasn't sure if his words had been heard by Jaemin. Jaemin fell onto his bed, then he buried his face into the pillow. Hung. What happened? Oon, Haiwang, Yusheng, leave Hung alone. Tln, Hyung should leave me alone. A few. All right. He didn't know what Jaemin experienced outside, but it wasn't a situation where he could ask for Jaiwon's phone number. Oh Hung. Jaemin sobbed his heart out. Regret and remorse. Sadness and fear. Now he wouldn't even be able to dare to look up at Sulgi. She will probably be up too high for him. Yes. How could he grab on to her ankles? Goodbye, Sulgi. Hung. He didn't know it when she was next to him. However, he knew it now that she was going to leave.
Jaemin found love late into his third year of high school, and he cried endlessly.
Star. Oh.
My dream was quite fierce. He had a nightmare every night, but today's nightmare was a bit worse than the usual ones. He dreamed of being chased by Jaemin, who wouldn't stop crying. Jaemin had already left for school, so Woojin half-heartedly washed himself before he left the house.
I didn't get Jaewon's number. He wasn't in a hurry to get it. Woojin headed towards the address given by Heyman yesterday. It was a somewhat large building near the intersection. It's the 5th floor. Woojin entered the building, and the construction of the interior was in process. Heyman found Woojin looking around with a blank expression on his face. He approached Woojin. You are here, President? That's right. Where is Team Leader Young? He went to the management bureau to hand in the paperwork for establishing the guild. When is he coming back? He should be back by lunch. Is that so? Do you want to look at the office? Let's see it. Heyman guided Woojin around the office.
It was originally an office space, so the purpose of the construction was to reorganize the space.
Do you have an interior design in mind? If you tell it to me, then I can immediately change it. AEE. Just put a big TV in here. Ha. Yes, sir. Also, please don't be so formal with me. I am older, but aren't you the president?
Woojin nodded his head at Heyman's words.
Okay.
Still, he didn't expect Woojin to go straight to talking in an informal manner.
Since we've moved, let's have jajangmyeon for lunch. Yes. It felt weird.
The funny thing was Woojin was only 24 years old, but he was quite natural at using informal speech.
I have nothing to do, so I'll go around the dungeon once more. You have to mine for the artifacts. Aren't you going to the dungeon to mine the artifacts? Why would I do that?
Kim Hammond started to explain to Woojin about the change the dungeon goes through after the first clear.
The highest number of artifacts comes out on the first raid.
After it changes into a basic dungeon, the number of artifacts that can be found inside decreases. As one repeats the dungeon, the probability of finding an artifact decreases. This was why a number of artifacts had come out of this dungeon even if the basic monsters had been summoned.
He had thought something was weird. After the dungeon doesn't drop any artifacts anymore, the dungeon is open to the public. To the miners who excavate the bloodstones? Yes.
Still, the probability of an artifact dropping isn't zero, so it does drop occasionally.
If one shows up, it is considered a jackpot. Moreover, normal items also drops continuously. Woojin grinned. So we suck out the nectar first, then we rent out the rest to the outside party. That's correct. Then I'll be back after I go suck out the nectar. I'll come back at lunch. Are you going to take Mr. Sunggu? I'll just call him on the way. Yes, sir. I'll drive you there.
Kim Hammond had been an elite inside the support division. Dungeon management, roust management and other duties related to the support division was mastered by him. Therefore, he smoothly took care of his business. Woojin met Sunggu in front of the dungeon. Before the two of them could enter, Heyman asked a question.
Excuse me, President. Do you not excavate stuff like bloodstones? It's all in my subdimension.
Kim Hammond was surprised by Woojin's words. He had been curious as to why Woojin didn't bring anything out even after cleared the dungeon twice. He thought Woojin hadn't gathered any loot on the first run, since Woojin had to expend a lot of effort on the first raid. The second run was done so fast, so he thought Woojin had only picked up the few important artifacts before he came out.
What? Should I take it out? No. There were too many eyes in the surrounding.
Anyways, artifacts were private property.
It didn't matter where one sold the artifacts.
However, the bluestones had to be sold to the Bloodstone Exchange Store run by the Management Bureau.
Excuse me, President.
Please take care of the bloodstones this time at the exchange store. There are different routes to sell it, but those options are too troublesome.
All right. Let's go, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. I'll head back to the office after I finish this run. Don't wait for me here. Go back to the office. I'll be back before lunch. There were only 3 hours and 30 minutes left until 12 o'clock. Understood. Woojin and Sungu headed towards the dungeon, and Heyman returned to the office.
They had hired a lot of workers for the construction. The walls of the office were already clean, so only several fake walls had to be put up.
The construction ended before lunchtime.
When the walls were put up, the delivery men arrived in waves to deliver the furniture and office appliances. Young Minchin arrived at the office around that time, and Woo Sung-hoon also came to help tidy up the place. After they tidied everything up, it was already 1 o'clock.
Phew. It looks a bit presentable now.
The workers were still here cleaning up the place, but everything seemed to be in place.
Everyone worked hard. Ha ha.
Team leader was the one who worked hard.
Mr. Sung-hoon endured a lot too. Ah, yes. Woo Sung-hoon smiled bashfully.
Yesterday, he thought this was a scam, but when he searched all over the internet, he couldn't find any evidence of this being a scam. I was already having a hard time living on commissions, so it might be better to join a guild instead. It didn't seem like they had work suited for him, but he wouldn't refuse any work assigned to him. Sung-hoon had already packed up his store, then he put his store out on the real estate market in the morning. Then he came to this place. He seemed to be a scary person last time, but it seems he has a good conscience. He had beaten Sung-hoon, and he also stole the expensive Crazy Red. However, Woojin had recruited him to the guild. When Sung-hoon heard how Young Minchin and Kim Hamun spoke about Woojin, it seemed they were treated pretty well by him.
He might even receive a higher annual salary than when he worked at the store. Woo Sung-hoon was filled with anticipation, and he waited for Woojin to return. Woojin and Sungu returned to the office at around 2 o'clock. Sungu let out an exclamation when he got off the elevator. Yeah. This is a really good office. Sungu was surprised, and even Woojin showed some signs of being surprised.
In the morning, the office felt disorganized, but they had organized the office in a short amount of time.
The space really looked like an office. It was a little bit too large for only 5 people to use this space.
There seemed to be a little bit of an excessive number of desks here, and it bothered Woojin a little bit. Woojin saw the unexpected person inside the office, and he tilted his head in puzzlement. Why is this guy still here?
What? Woo Sung-hoon had a confused expression on his face. I just wanted to borrow your name. At Woojin's word, Woo Sung-hoon's face drained of blood. Young Minchin queried in surprise. Why you weren't trying to recruit him as founding member?
Huh? I was just trying to fill up the required spots.
Geez. I was mistaken.
He thought Sung-hoon was close to Woojin, but it seemed that wasn't the case.
Woo Sung-hoon was taken aback, so he didn't know what to do. Woojin grinned.
Well, we could just assign him work when needed.
Anyways, let's order some jjajangmyeon. I'm hungry.
Yes. I know of a delicious restaurant nearby.
Kim Hamun quickly picked up on Woojin's wishes, and he ordered the food. While Heyman was ordering the food, the topic of Woojin's subdimension came up. Does that mean you stored all of your loot in the subdimension?
Yeah.
I'll take it out after I eat. Everyone except Sungu was filled with excitement at what Woojin said.
It was the job of the support division to sell the artifacts and items at a good price.
It's a little bit small over here. What's that over there? Woojin pointed towards a door.
That is the president's room. The room next to it is the storage room.
The office was so large that there were empty spaces left even after dividing the space. Woojin nodded his head after looking around.
He needed a lot of room and this space was of an adequate size.
Well, I'll take it out now.
Woojin opened his inventory, and he started pouring out all the loot he had stored up. He had over 300 Naga armor, and he also stacked up the spears the Naga used.
Everyone's mouth fell open at the surprising amount of items.
However, the finger-length artifact was what made everyone really surprised.
This is. Minchan held the artifact in surprise. This was considered to be one of the highest-ranked artifacts.
It was something he had only seen in the Hammer Guild only several times. It was a super high-priced item. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43, Regeneration Salve. Chapter 43, Regeneration Salve. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Christian. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Edit, some have expressed concern about the title. This is a start to a 4-chapter story arc. Next couple chapter name is Regeneration Salve 2-3-4.
It's just how the author names his chapter.
The first part doesn't get labeled with a 1. Isn't that a return portal marble? Return portal marble, dot. Young Minchin carefully looked over the item. I think you are right. It's a return portal marble. Woojin looked at the fingertip-sized gem.
The tear of the adventurer's god Skia opens a path to the starting point.
Use portal formation. I guess it's used to escape a dungeon. See, correct. It is an item that can't be easily found. When I was at the Hammer Guild, I only saw it 2 or 3. Is that so? Woojin looked around his achievement point store. He found an item with a similar function. The god of time Hayrace is determined to start his adventure anew. This item cannot be transferred to others. Use portal formation price 3,000 achievement points. He would have to kill 1,000 Rakwis to fill the point requirements. However, each Naga in the 5-star dungeon gave him 100 points. Therefore, the achievement point was equivalent to killing 30 Naga. It wasn't an insignificant amount of points, but it was a useful item to have in case of an emergency. So how much is it?
At the very least, it is worth $10 million. At his words, Wu Sunghun and Sunggu became wide-eyed.
Isn't that too expensive? What function does it have? It has a very rare function. It allows one to escape a dungeon before it is cleared. This is the only way on could achieve such a feat.
This wasn't an item needed by the low-rank roused. However, the return portal marble was more valuable than any other artifacts to the high-rank roused.
It was well worth the price. One couldn't return from the dungeon without the return stone.
The return stone acted as a key to opening the barrier. However, the return portal allowed one to escape the dungeon by bypassing the barrier.
This is an item one must have to attempt a 6-star dungeon. The price is inevitably high since the supply is low. An incomplete dungeon meant a certain death for the roused. Even if all the teams were composed of rank aroused, the probability of clearing a 6-star dungeon was very low. This was why the team was required to have a return portal when attempting a 6-star dungeon. If one fails in clearing the dungeon, the portal could be used to come back outside. If the rank aroused didn't have this item, then they would have a hard time making up their minds as to whether they should dare to attempt the 6-star dungeon or not. So what's the actual price? Guilds or nations wants to procure as many of these items as they are able to. In the beginning, it was sold for a price close to $50 million. However, the price varies where you purchase it now, and it ranges from $10 to $20 million. Haul. Everyone was surprised.
The fingertip-sized gem in front of their eyes was worth $10 million.
Woojin was surprised by something else. If I could transfer it, then I would have been able to make 10 million per 3,000 points. The 3,000 points weren't a low figure, but the cash felt larger compared to the points. How much is this?
Woojin took out a variety of items now. There were some minerals and mushroom-looking food ingredients. He also had medicines in bottles.
The items he took out was all over the place. These are reinforcement stones.
Whether it is a mineral or not, they are called reinforcement stones.
It is an item that can strengthen the roused's abilities. You are well informed. So how much does each sell for?
As a team leader of the support division, Maikon had distributed a lot of these items.
This was why he had a good eye for judging the price of the items. It has to be measured. The price differs a lot based on how much energy is within the reinforcement stone.
The reinforcement stone sells for at least for $100,000. The price skyrockets as the measured energy increases.
100,000.
If it costs $100,000, then it was probably a drug that increases 1 stat point. If he tried to buy a drug that increases 1 stat point, then the lowest asking price in the point store was 2,000 points.
That's too bad.
If only the return portal was tradable, he could have sold his 3,000 points for $10 million. He could have used that money to gather reinforcement stones.
If he was going to save his points, then he couldn't purchase the reinforcement stones in large quantities. Still, he wasn't too worried about it. Even if it wasn't a return portal, there were other ways to make a lot of money. Move aside.
Woojin took out 7 magic scrolls and 17 artifacts.
Phew. This is tremendous. You basically brought back everything that could be found in the 5-star dungeon. Woojin grinned. Woojin hadn't taken out the artifacts he would use for himself. Moreover, the money he received from exchanging bloodstones were all put into his account. How much do these sell for? First, I have to find out the artifact's ability and effect. Most decent guilds have a team for identifying items. We could also send the artifacts to the management bureau to have them identified. Bring me a paper. What? Heyman was quick to pick up on Woojin's intention, so he brought Woojin a piece of paper. Woojin wrote the abilities held within the magic scrolls, and he wrote all the artifacts' effects. Now how much can we get for these? Why, you also have the ability to identify items. If a roused possessed an ability that could read the artifact's information, even a rank F roused with that ability would be treated well in the guild. The identifiers were essential in circulating the artifacts. What? Is it strange? How many ability do you have? How many skill did he have? He had learned a lot minor skills along the way. Several. Why? Is it important? Ah. If you are reluctant to talk about it, then you don't have to. The number of abilities could also influence the determination of one's roused rank. So how much would all of them sell for? Unlike the bloodstones, there aren't a fixed price on the artifacts. We'll know the exact figure only after we sell it. If I had to guess on an approximate value, I think we could receive around $15 million. If we also sell the return portal, then we would bring in around $25 million? That is the floor. If you aren't in a hurry, we could sell it slowly. Then we could probably double the profit. Woojin nodded his head. All right. You take care of selling everything here. Also, if there are any reinforcement stones selling for a fair price, then purchase all of them. Yes, sir. I understand. Woo Sung-hoon was listening to their conversation, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. Ah. This isn't a joke. They are playing in a different league. Yesterday, he searched for articles on Kong Woojin. He knew Kong Woojin was hot, but he never knew he was this capable. Sung-hoon had just stepped into the world of the roused, and it made his whole body shake. I have to stick here at any cost. No matter what it takes. He knew how hard it was to enter into a guild. Moreover, it was a guild with a rank A roused. The guild was still in its infancy, but he knew this guild would grow into a large guild. This job would allow him to earn money and fame, and it couldn't even be compared to working as a hand phone dealer. Young Minchin started counting the items for the inventory list, so Woojin didn't feel the need to stay in the storage room anymore. He took all the reinforcement stones, then he relocated to another location. Where is my seat? Over here. Woojin followed Heyman, and he was guided into the president's room. The room was twice the size of Jaemin's one room. Woojin sat on the sofa, and he pointed towards the opposite wall. Let's put a TV over there. Yes. I ordered one. It's supposed to arrive in the evening, so it'll be here soon. Woojin had hinted at what he wanted in the morning, but Heyman had already taken care of it. After they finish taking inventory, tell everyone to come in here. Yes, sir. Woojin sank his body into the sofa, then he became lost in his thoughts. This was a small organization with only 5 members, but it still needed a hierarchy. Woojin had ruled over a lot of followers on Alphen, and he was comfortable with dealing with such issues. Soon, the 4 people entered Woojin's office. Woojin told them to sit. Team Leader Young. Yes, President. What position should I give you? What? Don't we need ranks to decide what we should all do? Everyone tell me what you guys want. Everyone became nervous when they heard Woojin's words. They had to speak carefully right now. Woojin seemed indifferent and indulgent regarding this matter. However, no one was willing to speak first in this atmosphere. Team Leader Young. How are the normal guilds structured? The guild is divided into 2 categories. The roused position ranged from deputy to director. The roused could be given the title of vice president, but the titles aren't that important. The treatment of the roused is determined by the percentage of the profit the roused would receive for clearing a dungeon, and the basic adjustment rate. Everything is written in detail in the roused's contract. There was only one other roused here. What do you want to do, Sung-gu? What? I have to be Hyungnim's manager for a year. Ah, it's fine. Then Sung-gu will be a director. AD, director? Sung-gu was deeply moved. Woojin grinned. Director in charge of picking up the loots. Did such a title for a director exist anywhere else? It would have been better if he was called the Director of Packaging Services. How is the support division structured? It is divided into Executive Branch, Sales Branch, Accounting Branch, General Affairs Branch and the Support Branch. The 3 of you are going to be responsible for all of that? Team Leader Young. Yes. You are the General Director. I'll do my best.
It was the highest position one could reach inside a guild if one wasn't aroused. Young Minchan felt a feeling surge up from inside his chest, and it moved him. He was so moved that Minchan didn't even realize that Woojin had spoken to him in an informal manner.
What do you want to do, Heyman?
Please assign me as the department head of the support division.
All right.
They weren't playing house, where they were deciding if one was choosing to play the role of mother or father.
So how couldn't Woojin be so cool in this situation? Ha. I'll be loyal.
Woojin looked at the remaining person, Woo Sung-hoon. His face was flushed, and his face was filled with anticipation.
Well, I'll leave the rest to Director Young. Director Young. Director Young.
The words circled around young Minchan's ears, then he felt his heart beat faster. He suddenly felt he made the right choice in changing his occupation. It felt like he had become one of the nucleus of this guild.
It was more than a feeling now. He had become a core member. Yes, President. So how should we go about hiring new employees? Woojin thought about the empty desks within the office when he heard Minchan's words. We have to hire more people? Yes. If we want to run a smooth operation, we would need. Why do you need to hire more people? Well, we have to grow our guild.
As the number of roused increases, we would need some employees. Woojin took out an envelope from his pocket, then he tossed it onto the table. Minchan was surprised when he saw the contents.
Draft notice. This is. Woojin grinned.
He had only 4 people under him, but now that he had underlings, he felt freed from dealing with annoying businesses. Moreover, Minchan and Heyman were elites in this field. I want to be exempt from joining the military, and I want to clear the dungeons in peace.
Do I need more employees for that to happen? So this was it.
This was the reason why he made the guild.
Minchan felt dizzy.
If he wanted to avoid joining the military, then he could have just entered the Hammer Guild. Minchan would have been given the title of General Director of the Support Division for his meritorious deed if Woojin had done so.
Why aren't you saying anything? Still, we need to bring in couple more people. All right. Then I'll leave it to your discretion.
General Director is in charge of any work related to the Support Division.
All right. Yes. Did Woojin trust him this much, or was Woojin trying to push all the annoying work to him? Why did he feel so uneasy? Then you take care of it. I'm going to clear the dungeon one more time.
It took a little more than 4 hours to clear it, but 16 hours passed inside the dungeon.
Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Sungu was being worked to death. Woojin wanted to go to the dungeon again with only this much rest.
Sungu's face darkened, and Minchan spoke to Woojin.
Before you do that, you have to visit the management bureau. Why do I have to go there?
You have to be measured for your true roused rank before the guild evaluation could proceed.
I guess I'll go there first then. I'll go with you. Woojin, Sungu and Minchan headed towards the management bureau.
Heyman and Sung-hoon stayed behind in the office to sort out the rest of the loot.
Fascinating.
Woojin stood in front of a machine that looked like the dungeon energy measuring instrument. Every time the machine was used, a pile of bloodstones was used, so it wasn't used that often. Still, this was the most accurate method in measuring a roused's rank. The public employee finished setting it up. He spoke as he pointed towards the thick wall of the measuring room.
Could you please direct your most powerful ability towards that direction? When a roused used their abilities, energy was emitted.
The measuring instrument measured that energy. Woojin summoned his bone spear as if it was a trivial matter.
Reek. Several numbers appeared, and in the end, the rank showed up. It says rank C? What? Did something go wrong?
The 2 public employees saw the monitor, then they started having a serious conversation with each other. The media spoke as if Woojin being a rank aroused was a foregone conclusion.
No. One just had to look at his accomplishments. He was able to clear a 5-star dungeon by himself.
Without a hint of doubt, everyone believed Woojin was a rank aroused.
Today's rank measurement was a formality.
It was done, so there would be a record of his rank measurement.
Well, do you need something more from me? Do you have a more powerful technique? Well, if it isn't enough, then I could give you more.
At Woojin's word, the public employees prepared the bloodstone again, then they activated the measuring equipment. I'll just emit magical energy until the rank A shows up.
Turn the monitor towards me. What? Yes.
The public employee turned the monitor, so Woojin would be able to see it. Woojin summoned 10 bone spears at once. The measuring instrument's number quickly rose, but a B showed up on the side. It seemed the bone spears wasn't enough. He quickly summoned the wall of bones, which consumed a lot of magic. He sent it towards the measurement room's wall. Then he consumed his vitality in preparation to use Earthstrike without a weapon.
The letter A appeared on the screen.
When Woojin saw this, he retracted all of his magical energy.
All right. Is that it? Yes. That'll be all. Then have a nice day.
After Woojin exited, the two public employees looked at each other. As if they had seen an illusion, the public employees looked toward the measurement room where Woojin had exited.
His control over magic isn't something to scoff at.
He really might be comparable to Kim Gongchul.
Phew. An A-ranked Roused card was issued with Woojin's name on it.
Articles about Woojin was published soon after, and after several hours, his name was the #1 searched word on the internet. When Woojin entered the dungeon, Du Jaiwan had finished her work, and she opened her handphone after coming back to the dormitory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 44, Regeneration Cell, 2. Chapter 44, Regeneration Cell, 2. TLN, hey guys. This is a regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it a little bit earlier. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. After she finished her shift, Jaiwan returned to the dormitory, then she fell immediately into her bed. Phew. The company had originally been a small one, but it had prospered from the dungeon business. Every day her workload increased, and each day felt more daunting as time passed. The door to the dormitory opened. Her roommates, Heijin and Naeun, came in. A few. Uni did a good job. Yes. You guys also did a good job. Heijin and Naeun were both 21 years old.
Jaiwan was a 24-year-old Uni, but they weren't comfortable with the age difference. They might also be uncomfortable with her appearance. They got along well with each other, and they excluded her.
Uni. We will wash first. Yeah. You guys do that. Jaiwan opened her handphone to take a brief break.
After a hard day of work, she always read webtoons for a brief respite. Then she read short romance novellas.
Hoo-hoo.
Jaiwan let her imagination run wild as she thought of herself as the protagonist inside her romance novella. The sudden dungeon shock killed her parents during the 3rd year of her high school.
After the dungeon shock, the subsequent dungeon breaks put Seoul into turmoil.
Jaiwan had almost died on that day, but she was barely saved by an unknown Roused. She remembered the Roused's face, but she didn't have any way of meeting him again. However, the cost of being saved was high. She had lost too many things. She was called a goddess, and she was the object of everyone's attention. She had been haughty, and she had rejected every single guy who had confessed to her. However, her life had crashed in an instant, and everyone looked at her as if she was a monster. Or they would look at her in pity. No man would ask her out just from pity. This was why Jaiwan had never dated before, and the novellas made Jaiwan's heart flutter. After she got off work, it was her sole comfort.
Ah, this one's fun. This author always ends it at the most entertaining part.
She had finished reading couple tantalizing novellas, but her dormitory dongsangs were still using the restroom. Jaiwan had some time left, so she started reading articles on the portal site.
It's Woojin. She clicked on the hottest news article. She saw Woojin's picture on the first screen, and Jaiwan's face unwittingly became red. As if he wasn't satisfied something, Woojin's sour face made her laugh. Ha! Woojin is incredibly famous.
The portal's main page was half adorned with articles about Woojin.
He was that hot. Kong Woojin's Guild Allendale registered. Management Bureau is reviewing.
Korea's 11th rank Roused Kong Woojin.
Which star did he come from? Supernova Kong Woojin. Number 1 Kim Kangchul's opinion? Kong Woojin's man. Who is Hong Sunggo? Kong Woojin's high school, Mido High School.
His teacher's interview. Our 3rd-year Korean history teacher spoke about him. It was fascinating and exciting to see someone Jaiwan knew become famous. She had shared alcohol with such a person couple days ago.
It felt like she was keeping a secret the public didn't know. It was a novel feeling. After she read over the articles for a while, she got up. Then she opened the closet next to her bed. There were numerous hats of various colors stacked inside. Hats were an essential item she couldn't live without.
Amongst all of them, there was a hat that occupying the corner of the closet by itself. The hat had transparent tapes on the side with several strands of hair clinging onto it.
Hoo. She thought about what happened couple days ago, and Jaiwon smiled automatically. People filled with prejudice always stared at her with pity and disgust. She had lived through it for the past 5 years. She had met an alumni of her high school after 5 years, and Kang Woojin was like the protagonists inside the novellas. Oh yeah. It's about time Jaemin gets off school.
Jaiwon always called Jaemin around the time he got off. He was her only family member, and the only reason why she continued on living.
Nuna. Huh? Are you sick? What's wrong with your voice?
He was sick. His heart hurt.
Ha. Nothing. I'm fine.
Okay.
Did you eat? Are you on your way to the tutoring school?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Woojin Hyung texted me, and he wants to know Nuno's phone number. Should I give it to him? Woojin wants it? Do Jaiwon's heart strangely beat faster when she heard it was Woojin? It's a little bit weird, right? I'll tell him no.
Tell him. I said tell him.
That Hyung is a bit dangerous. Are you trying to get smart with Nuna these days? I understand, Nuna. I've arrived at the tutoring school. Do you mind if I end the call? All right. Study hard. I'm busy this week, so I won't be able to visit you during the weekend. Okay. I understand.
Jaiwon ended the call, and her face was flush.
Ha! Why did he want to know? Why did Woojin ask Jaemin for her number? I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty.
Woojin's words were still fresh in her ears. She was sure she had heard him say it. It wasn't something she misheard when she was drunk.
Maybe Woojin. No way.
There are those that date ugly women, but there weren't anyone who would date a monster. She squashed the sense of anticipation that was trying to rear its head. Click. The door to the restroom opened. Heyman and Naeun came out, and when they saw Jaiwon in front of her closet, they were startled.
Uni. I know we are in our rooms, but can't you wear your hat? That's right, Uni. You should have some manners.
We were surprised.
Okay.
Jaiwon hurriedly covered her face as she gathered her towel. She went into the restroom. Jaiwon turned on the shower, then she started to undress.
Phew. That orc bitch. She surprised me.
Really? When I save some more money, the first thing I'll do is leave this dorm. Every time I see her, my heart trembles. How can she live with such a face? If it was me, I would have killed myself. They spoke as if they intended for Jaiwon to hear everything.
Jaiwon soundlessly undressed.
When she took off everything, Jaiwon's body was beautiful. The sound of water from the shower wasn't enough, so she also turned on the wash basin's faucets.
Swa.
She placed both her hands on the wash basin as she stood. She had heard those words ad nauseum, but those words hurt much more today. It sounded like they were saying she didn't have the right to pursue anyone. Duduk. Her sad tears joined the flowing water.
No one understood her. The monster inside the mirror cried more sadly today. Star. Hou.
After Sunggu finished gathering everything, he let out a sigh. Then he headed towards Woojin.
Hyung Nim. I've gathered them all.
Really?
Woojin, who had been resting, put all the loot Sunggu had gathered into his inventory. Hyung Nim. Your hunting speed is much faster than before.
Of course. He had already almost reached level 33.
Less artifacts are starting to show up. Yes, Hyung Nim. It seems we gathered most of the artifacts. At Sunggu's answer, Woojin cleared his palate in regret.
He gathered only 3 artifacts this run.
Let's go out now. Yes, Hyung Nim. When Woojin and Sunggu left the dungeon, Woo Sung-hoon was waiting for them. Director Young sent me.
I was told to wait for President to come out, then I'm tasked to bringing you back.
It seemed Young Minchin had sent Sung-hoon as a chauffeur. Where is Director Young?
It seemed the guild was approved, so he'll be back in the office after he visits the management bureau.
Okay. Then, I'll bring the car around now, President. You do that.
Woo Sung-hoon disappeared, and Sunggu asked a question he had wanted to ask for a while.
Hyung Nim. How did you get acquainted with Mr. Sung-hoon? Him? Yes, Hyung Nim. He sold me a handphone. What? The parking lot was right next door.
Sung-hoon drove the car out, and he started honking.
Ah. The reporters in the front should get out of way.
When he saw Sung-hoon disperse the reports with his honking, cold sweat ran down Sung-gu.
He put someone who sold him a handphone into the position of founding member?
When Woojin approached the car, Sung-hoon got off to open the back door.
Please get on.
When Woojin and Sung-gu tried to enter the car, the reporters charged forward like a swarm of bees.
Mr. Kang Woojin. I've heard you aren't taking appointments for the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit yet. When are you going to open it up for the public? Mr. Kang Woojin.
At the reporter's torrent of questions, Woo Sung-hoon put on a menacing expression, then he started to shout.
Ah. Get out of the way. They just finished clearing a dungeon, so they are tired. Please request an interview through the official channels in our guild. If you continue this close coverage, we will respond with legal suits against the relevant media outfits. We aren't taking any questions right now. Please step back. I've memorized everyone's face. Even if you request an official interview, I'll remember you all. I'm very capable of holding a grudge. The reporters were already sick of Woo Sung-hoon's rapid-fire words, so they retreated. Woo Sung-hoon lightly got into the driver's seat. Director Young said he is going to sue the media companies? He won't, President. He won't? I lied. Good job. Woojin's praise caught Woo Sung-hoon's ears. Please allow me to serve you, President. All right. He had already folded his store. He'll give himself completely to the guild.
Woo Sung-hoon grabbed the handle as a sense of duty filled him.
Star.
3 days had passed. He had cleared the dungeons 9 times, and the clear time recorded on the last raid was 2 hours and 49 minutes. This caused the reporters to busily write articles and release them in droves. It was an unprecedented event. Kang Woojin hadn't met the number 1 ranked roused of Korea, but he was frequently being compared to Kim Gangchul now. No, he was being compared to the famous roused of the world. The person in question, Kang Woojin, showed no interest in the subject. He sat on the sofa inside the president's room, and he was eating snacks out of a full basket.
Sound mushroom was ingested. Strength of determination was absorbed.
Rainan's blood was absorbed.
The medicines that increased stat couldn't be taken infinitely.
The body needed time to accept the medicine, and the time needed increased every time a medicine was taken. He took Rainan's blood and Shen's sagacity. They both increased vitality, and he had taken them in succession. It would take a long time for the items to be digested. Woojin ate a variety of medicines, which increased other stats. Some could be eaten again after 2 hours, and others took a whopping 17 days.
Sung-gu watched Woojin eat the reinforcement stones like candy, and he gulped.
That one is worth 200,000, 170,000, and that one is worth $500,000.
Woojin was a money-eating hippo. A money-eating hippo was in front of Sung-gu.
Woojin felt Sung-gu's gaze on him, so he spoke in a sly manner.
What? You want some too? No. How could I?
The medicine called the reinforcement stones were being purchased by Director Young in his spare times. There was a delay period in ingesting it, so he couldn't ingest all of them at once. Still, he could give couple to Sung-gu without feeling the loss. Sung-gu had to follow him, and do the odd jobs for him. If he became stronger, his survivability would increase. Moreover, Woojin wouldn't have to worry about him as much. Eat this, this, and this. Woojin picked the medicines that would increase strength, agility, and stamina. He handed it over to Sung-gu. Thank you, Hyung Nim. Sung-gu was moved. He bowed to express his thanks. Well, it's nothing. If he became stronger, then he could carry more loot. If his agility increased, he'll be able to pick up items faster. If his stamina increased, then he could work more. From now on, I'll give you couple medicines you'll need. I, Hong Sung-gu, realize it was a blessing to have met Hyung Nim. That's right, Director of Miscellaneous Work.
Hurry up and eat these. The title described exactly what he did, but couldn't he call him something else? Director of Miscellaneous Work will try it.
Sung-gu acted as if he had received the medicine from his king. He started absorbing each of the medicine with an expression of ecstasy on his face. Woojin grinned, then he took out his handphone. He opened the messenger program, then he pressed the chat window.
Chat with Dujaiwan Nim. 1. It's me. 1. Isn't this Do Jaiwon? 1. Why don't you answer your phone? Ah. She hadn't seen this either. The avatar had a picture of her and Jaemin. He was sure he had contacted Do Jaiwon, but she wasn't picking up her phone or responding to his messages. Ha! What the hell? Whether I give her the medicine or not, I can't do anything unless I meet her. Woojin spoke to himself, and Sunggu replied back. Sagu's face had turned red as he was absorbing the reinforcement stones. Yes? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Jaiwon. She isn't answering her phone. If she is on her shift at the factory, she won't be able to use her phone. Still, it's Saturday, so isn't she off today? Jaemin said she's too busy to come this weekend. Jaiwon Nuna doesn't really have any reasons to avoid you. Did something happen that day? That day. Woojin frowned when he thought about the day when the three of them ate beef entrails. Was she angry because of the tape? What? The hat kept falling off, so I taped it on her. I don't have any experience with women. A few. What were you doing instead of going on dates? He wanted to snap back with, what about Hyungnim, and it almost made it past his mouth before his patience persevered. Go outside, and bring me someone who is well-versed in these matters. Yes. Sunggu sulked as he exited the room, then after a moment, he brought Woo Sung-hoon into the president's office. Did you call me, President? Yes, I did. Look at the text I sent. What's going on here? Is she purposefully not reading the text I sent? It was here. His chance was finally here. Young Minchin and Kim Hammon was outstanding at their job, and they were willing to do all the mundane work. Hong Sung-go had a place in the guild since he was aroused. Woo Sung-hoon was the only one with a tenuous position within the guild. He didn't want to be kicked out, so he ingratiated himself to everyone. Then he had taken on every miscellaneous work. However, an opportunity for him to shine was finally here. The heavens was helping him, so he would have a chance to succeed. You made the right choice in hiring me. I'm a specialist in these matters. I'll prove my worth. Sung-hoon smiled in satisfaction, but Woojin looked at him with doubtful expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45, Regeneration Salve, 3. Chapter 45, Regeneration Salve, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation dams_dap. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. There are a lot of flashy techniques, but the basic foundation is sincerity and emotiveness. I have the answer for this situation. You have to try to break through to her by forcing the issue. Woo Sung-hoon spoke passionately as if this personally concerned him. Sung-hoon called Jaemin to find out when his Nuna would get off work, then he looked at the clock. We'll barely make it, President. Why don't we start moving first? Where are we going? Everything about President is perfect, but your style is a bit. How about doing a makeover so the women would like you more? He wanted to apply some medicine on her, so why did he need to dress up for it? Well, it was the weekend, so it would be okay if he took a break. Let's go. Sunggu didn't have anything to do, so he followed Woojin and the excited Woo Sung-hoon to the department store. Our time is tight, so let's clean you up first. As a new rank aroused, he had societal recognition and fame. It was his first visit to the department store, but Kang Woojin was made a VIP. The department store's VIP employee welcomed Woojin, and she guided him to the VIP lounge. The private room was decorated lavishly, and the employees started measuring Woojin with a ruler. Please stay here, President. I'll bring the clothes. Woo Sung-hoon left. Woojin, Sunggu and a salesperson assigned to them was left waiting in the room. Her face was so pretty that Sunggu couldn't meet the employee's eyes. His nervous eyes could only roll around. Bring me some water. Yes, customer. At Woojin's word, the employee assented to his request, and she brought a tray with a cup of water on it. Woojin indicated towards the tray with his chin. Drink this. What? Yes. It seemed the water was for the nervous Sunggu. Phew. Hyungnim is used to places like this? This was the first time he had come to a department store in Korea like this. However, on Alphen. Well, I'm kinda used to it. Of course, Hyungnim is. Sunggu's respect for Woojin deepened, and at that moment, Woo Sung-hoon entered the room. It seemed he had finished shopping. He was followed by employees carrying clothes.
Woojin was the VIP, but it looked as if Woo Sung-hoon was the one who was puffing his chest out.
President's hair and makeup should be styled like this.
Sung-hoon brought up a picture on his hand phone to Woojin's face, and he started giving an explanation.
Woojin grabbed and pulled his ear. Hey, Sung-hoon.
Yes, sir.
Isn't this enough?
He was in danger. Sung-hoon's instinct was warning him. If he pushed Woojin any further, then he would be in danger. President is very well built, so a well-fashioned clothes will bring your style to life.
Woojin grinned.
He just wanted to give Jaewon the medicine, so he didn't know why Sung-hoon was making such a fuss. Still, it wouldn't be bad if he could purchase some good clothes.
Woojin entered the dressing room to change his clothes.
When he came out after changing his clothes, Sung-hoon and Sung-gu raised both their thumbs towards him.
A man should always wear a suit.
Woojin had a sculpted body, so the suit and tie really brought him to life. As if he looked dashing, several of the female employees, who had brought the clothes, had flushed faces. Sung-hoon pushed shoes and a watch towards Woojin.
A watch completes the suit.
Woojin grinned as he put on the watch.
I'm going to go out then. Please take Director Hong.
At Sung-hoon's word, Woojin shook his head.
Do you think he is some kind of a chauffeur?
He worked his butt off until now, so he should rest today. I'll just take a taxi.
Sure enough, Sung-gu felt like he was about to die.
It had only been several days, but he spent 4 times the time inside the dungeon. He didn't have time to rest during the rigorous schedule, so he was exhausted.
While you are resting, don't even come to the office. I'll see you on Monday. Tell Director Young what I told you.
Yes, sir.
Please succeed. Succeed with what?
He just needed to put the medicine on her. Woojin was about to go, when Sung-hoon gave him a note.
I've finished researching about Pyeontaek. If you follow these instructions, then you will be fine.
Woojin looked at the note, and it had several addresses of popular restaurants. It was a pretty well planned out date course.
Well, he guessed he could take a brief break since he was going there anyways. Well, thanks. Have a nice weekend.
When Woojin stepped out, the department store employee called somewhere, and she ordered a car to be readied for Woojin.
Hooah! It's a rare time off. What are you going to do, Mr. Sung-hoon? Sung-gu automatically grinned when he thought about the delicious 2-day break. However, Sung-hoon looked at Sung-gu with a determined expression on his face. Hoo. I still have some work to do. What? I've never failed at creating a couple when I set them up. I'll support the president all the way. What? Hyung-nim went to confess? Hoo. Why wouldn't he?
Sung-gu tilted his head in puzzlement when he heard Sung-hoon's confident words.
Did Woojin Hyung-nim really like Jaewon Nuna? He had no idea. Hoo.
Then I'll see Director Hong on Monday.
I have a lot of things to prepare. I have to get to Pyeontaek as fast as I can. Sung-gu shook his head when Sung-hoon disappeared in a rush. I'm pretty sure he wasn't planning on confessing,
Sung-gu thought he had heard something about healing from the president's office. Well, he was a single guy, so he was in uncharted waters. Since Sung-gu was at the department store, he decided to shop for presents to give to his parents. His body was weary, but he had accrued a vast amount of money these days. He should at least buy some presents for his parents.
While Sung-gu shopped, Woojin headed towards Pyeontaek. I'm late.
Woojin tried to ride a taxi, but the department store let him use a car as a courtesy. So he was driven in comfort to the factory where Jaewon worked. However, Jaewon's line was already done with their shift, so they had retired to their dorm. Woojin had no choice but to look for her at the dorm. The dormitory looked like an old 7-story apartment building, and there were 2 of them standing side by side.
Woojin found the dormitory security office. Could you give Ms. Du Jaewon a call? Don't you have that interphone or something?
Why don't you call her yourself?
She isn't answering my calls. What?
An old security guard glanced at Woojin, and he made a knowing expression.
You fought with your girlfriend?
After retiring, he had spent the last 10 years as a security guard. This kid dressed up to the nines, and it seemed he had come to look for his young lover.
Ha.
I'll call her for you. While the security guard left his seat, Woojin decided to wait outside. Jaewon came out after finishing her shower, and she was getting ready to sleep. Her line was being rescheduled this weekend, so after a short break, she had to go in again for the night shift. However, the doorbell interfered with that plan.
Ms. Du Jaiwan. Your lover is looking for you. Ah. Hurry up and go out.
When the security guard's voice was heard across the door, it wasn't Jaiwan who reacted first. It was her roommates Woojin and Nayoung.
Wow. Uni had a boyfriend? What, jackpot, jackpot, dot.
The girls quickly headed towards the window, and they stuck their heads out.
Wow. This is crazy. He is tall. He is looking this way. He is handsome. He is a jackpot.
When she heard them making a great fuss, she decided to see who had come looking for her. She stuck her head out the window. When Woojin saw her face come out from the third-story window, Woojin laughed and he waved his hand.
Wow. This is crazy. He looked over here. Is he really Uni's boyfriend?
I think he just waved his hand when he saw Uni.
Wow. I think he did. This is a huge event.
Jaiwan was taken aback by the fuss created by Woojin and Nayoung, so her face stiffened.
Why did he show up here out of nowhere?
Jaiwan hurriedly found her hand phone, then she pressed the call button.
Why did you come here? Why do you think I came here?
You weren't answering my calls or texts, so I decided to come here.
Ha! Jaiwan let out a sigh.
Woojin and Nayoung covered their mouth, and they were acting silly.
Wah, jackpot. Jackpot. It's really him. It's the real one. If you have something to say, then just say it. It isn't something I want to speak over the phone. Come out. Let's go eat something, and I also have a present to give you.
While Woojin and Nayoung tried not to scream in delight, Jaiwan brought the handphone closer to her ears. Jaiwan was uncomfortable with the girls, so she started to edge backwards. However, this made the girls more interested, and they chased after her to listen to her phone call.
I have to work again on the night shift. I don't have any time. Just tell me through the phone.
When I went to your company, I spoke to your president.
Your schedule is empty now, so come out. What? Why was he being like this, dot? Why does he keep trying to get involved in her life? His faces was already plastered all over the media.
He was a famous person now, and he would only hear bad things if he became associated with her.
If you aren't coming out, then should I head in? If you don't want to come, then I guess I can give you the present over there. No. Outsiders can come in here. All right. Take your time. Jaiwan let out a sigh when Woojin ended the call. Wow. Jackpot. Who is that Appa, Uni? Is that really your boyfriend? No. He's just a friend from my high school days. Woojin and Nayoung's faces switched to an expression filled with anticipation when they heard Jaiwan's words. It's Kong Woojin. It really is him.
He's the roused Kong Woojin.
Someone yelled out from another window in the dormitory.
Woojin and Nayoung hurried back to the window, then they searched for Woojin on their handphone.
Wow. I have goosebumps right now. It really is him, Kong Woojin, but... Uni is really friends with Kong Woojin? Ha? Yes.
At Jaiwan's words, their gazes turned hot, and it was an emotion close to desire.
Can't you take us, Uni? We are hungry too. Yes, Uni. Please take us along to eat dinner. She was going to return after talking to him, so why were they being like this?
They suddenly acted nice to her. She was taken aback, and she felt uncomfortable.
Since when did they start acting so close to her? I didn't ask Woojin about it. It would be bad manners. So you won't mind if Appa says okay? Asa. Hey, hurry up and get ready. I knew it. Uni is an angel.
I'll get a picture as evidence, then I'll post it on Facebook.
He.
While Woojin and Nayoung fussed about what clothes and makeup they should wear, Jaiwan quietly picked out a hat.
Star. Ha! What's taking her so long?
Every window in the dormitory had a head sticking out, and they were looking at Woojin.
Woojin felt like a monkey in a zoo.
However, he never cared about others' gazes, so the situation didn't make him feel uncomfortable. He didn't care if they saw him or not. After a while, Jaiwan showed up, and Woojin grinned when he saw her.
What the heck? You kept rejecting me, yet you came out looking pretty. At Woojin's word, Jaiwan's cheeks flushed from shyness. Oh, Appa. Nice to meet you.
They had followed after Jaiwan, and the girls gave their greeting toward Woojin with wide eyes.
What is this? Who are these uggos?
One had a wide face like an orc, and the other's eyes were squinty.
One was an orc and the other was a goblin?
Du Jaiwan was surprised by Woojin's words, and she tried to put a hand over his mouth.
They are my roommates. They said they wanted to go have a meal with you. Jaiwan's troubled words made Woojin grin, and he pushed her hand away. Are you guys hungry?
Yes, Appa. They thought they heard some unpleasant words, but since they will be able to eat dinner with the roused Kong Woojin, they decided to overlook it. Woojin took out a $50 bill from his wallet. Hey, kids. I saw a lot of stores selling fried chicken when I was coming here.
Go order something, and eat it. Appa needs to have a talk with this pretty uni.
Ha. WH. What did you say?
How rude.
They were quickly disappointed. Jaiwan didn't know what to do when Woojin led her away with his hand on her shoulder.
Well, let's leave these dongsangs. They look like they will be great at eating chicken legs. We can go have something delicious. Woojin.
Woojin pulled her away with his hand, so she was unavoidably led away. This situation was so ridiculous that she unintentionally let out a laugh.
What's happening?
When she saw the flustered Heijin and Naeung, it felt like a stone that was pressing on her chest was removed.
What the heck? This doesn't make any sense. Hull. Kong Woojin really sucks. I'll tell everyone on Facebook. Yeah. When I read the articles, I wrote he was cool.
I'll have to change it through the app.
What nonsense. Will food go down his throat if he eats with someone like Jaiwan Uni? I don't know. I think he's a crazy bastard. It's basically the handsome man and the beast. AEE.
I put on my makeup for nothing.
Let's go eat some fried chicken. Phew. Let's just go back in.
As the girls head back into the dormitory, Woojin took Jaiwan away, and they got into a taxi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 46, Regeneration Salve, 4. Chapter 46, Regeneration Salve, 4. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Kevin and Joey. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Queue is cleared. Thanks and enjoy. It was quiet inside the taxi. Woojin asked a question as he looked at Jaiwan's uncomfortable figure. Why were you avoiding my calls?
Just.
Was there a word that was more ambiguous than the word just? Do I make you feel uncomfortable? No. It isn't like that.
She was nervous instead of uncomfortable.
She might come to like him.
She felt nervous at the prospect of starting to like him, when she wasn't qualified to do so. She was forcing herself to ignore him, but he came here to find her.
So what's the real reason why you are here? No reason. I just had something to give you, and since I'm here, I might as well go on a date. Date?
Too many surprising events kept happening to her one after another, so she was dazed.
We're here. Let's go.
She got off when she heard Woojin's words, and she realized she was at downtown Pyeongtaek. There were too many people here, so she'd never been here before.
It's a little bit too early to eat dinner, so let's go watch a movie. Woojin. This place is a little bit.
Woojin spoke as he looked at her.
What? Is it because there are a lot of people here? Yes. Are you that worried about other people's gazes? How can she not mind the other people, especially with this face?
Jaiwan pressed her hat further down her face. After looking at Jaiwan, he led her to a street stall. He opened his wallet, and he bought 2 shoddy masks.
Do you want to be Iron Man or Spider-Man?
What the heck? What kind of guy was this? While Jaiwan was flustered, Woojin put on the Iron Man mask.
He was in a suit, yet he was wearing a mask worn by children on Children's Day.
He looked ridiculous.
Try wearing it.
She was taken aback when Woojin took her hat. He put the Spider-Man mask on her face.
How is it? Please give me back my hat.
Her hat was akin to her clothes. Without it, she felt naked when other people looked at her. He took her hunched shoulder, then he pointed toward a glass window.
How is it? What do you mean, how is it? She looked like an idiot.
They were Spider-Man and Iron Man.
It's all right? Then let's go. Why you want to go around like this? What's wrong with it? Do you want me to buy you another mask? No. Then let's go.
Woojin grabbed Jaiwan's hand, and he led her away. While being dragged away, she glanced at their figure in the building's window. An Iron Man in a suit was leading a long-haired Spider-Man away. Every time they passed by people, their gazes landed on the two of them. Wow. What is that? That's really funny. What is that? Wow. Jackpot. TLN, jackpot or dayback is a term used when you express approval or admiration. Jaiwan's shoulders shrank. Wow. Their figures aren't a joke. Who are they? Are they celebrities? Is it some kind of an event? Halloween is still far off. They stood in front of the crosswalk. She felt people watching them as pedestrians tried to catch a glimpse of them. Eyes, eyes, eyes. It was the unconcealed gazes she was used to. However, there was something different about it. The disgust and pity had changed into curiosity. Wow. That woman's body isn't a joke. Her face must also be pretty? Appa. Are you crazy? Where are you looking at? Jaiwan couldn't help herself from laughing when she heard the couple next to them fight. What? Woojin was unconcerned with the whispers heard from his surrounding. He turned his head towards Jaiwan. This is a little bit too unexpected. Why? This is too funny, and it is also exciting. Well, the signal changed. Let's go. Woojin grabbed Jaiwan's hand and he led her away. Jaiwan grabbed Woojin's hand a little bit tighter. Her shrunken shoulders straightened, and her steps became a little bit more confident. She threw away her embarrassment. Iron Man and Spider-Man entered the theater. Star. Ah. That's too bad. Woojin scratched his head. Every movie was sold out. Jaiwan grabbed Woojin's arm. We don't really have to see a movie. Too bad. Woojin was about to turn away, when a man wearing a hat and a surgical mask tapped Woojin's shoulder. I have an urgent business. Would you like to see this movie? What? Have a nice day. I really do have an urgent business. In the confusion of the moment, Woojin took the tickets, and he saw the man trot away. He looks familiar. The man who was hurrying away turned around. He looked at Woojin, and he gave a wink. Then he disappeared. Why did he follow me here? Woojin shook the ticket in front of Jaiwan. I guess we are lucky. I guess so. Jaiwan and Woojin bought some popcorn. When they entered the theater, a man with his face obscured by a mask and hat showed up again. When he pulled down the mask, it was none other than Woo Sung-hoon. He approached the ticket booth, then he took out a bundle of tickets from his pocket. Please refund me all of the tickets except for this screening, but... What? Didn't say it was going to be a group viewing. Ah. Could you give me a refund? There is still 20 minutes left before the movie starts. While the ticket employee tried to deal with the customer, Woojin and Jaiwan had entered the theater. Both of them had an absurd expression on their faces. Star. What? They said it was sold out, but no one is in here. I guess so. One of his underling was overdoing it. Well, whatever. Let's just watch it. Woojin sat down in the empty theater. He found out the seats in the middle had the best view of the movie. No one is in here. If it is stuffy, take it off. Should I? Jaiwan took off her mask, then she turned toward Woojin. Give me my hat. It's okay. Just watch it like that. Don't I bother you? Why? Should I look at you strangely? Should I look at you with pity? No. That wasn't what I meant. It came in like a punch. His straightforward answer was very heavy-handed. Jaiwan was taken aback. Woojin spoke. You are pretty. Don't feel small because you have a scar. There are a lot of ugly people out there even if they don't have any scars, like the orc and goblin from before. Orc and goblin? Those girls who came out before. For a moment, I thought I had entered a dungeon. Ah. Still, you should judge people too much on their appearances. Well, aside from the appearance, their souls weren't pretty. It was greasy. Soul? Your soul is pretty. It's pure white. Wah! She had goosebumps. How can he say such a buttery comment with a straight face? She didn't know him that well before, but Woojin's personality was like the fourth dimension. He wasn't surprised when he looked at a monster like her. No, it seemed he didn't even have a pulse. His eyes didn't hold any judgment, and this fact mercilessly shook Jaiwan's heart. He had also bought her a mask as a consideration for her.
Ah, it's starting.
Woojin focused on the movie as he ate the popcorn.
Jiwon kept alternating from looking at Woojin and the movie. Star. Ah, that was fun. Hoo-ah.
I think it's really been 5 years since I saw a movie.
I think it's been 20 years since I've seen a movie. Ho ho. What? Woojin grinned when Jiwon laughed.
Even if she had her mask on, he could tell she was having a good time. He felt the happiness in her clear soul.
See? Isn't it good to laugh?
I have to go use the restroom. When Woojin left briefly to use the restroom, Jiwon wrapped both her hands around her face.
What am I going to do?
Her shaking heart was starting to run harder.
What should I do?
While Jiwon was shell-shocked, Woojin went to use the restroom.
While he was urinating, Woojin's phone buzzed.
He took it out to check the message.
I've made an appointment at XX restaurant in President's name. It would be best if you take a stroll there.
It was a text from Sunghoon.
What the hell is he up to?
He had planned on eating soon, so...
Woojin exited the theater with Jiwon. He searched the address on a map, and he realized the restaurant wasn't too far away.
They had to walk a busy road full of people, but he didn't mind. Jiwon had gotten used to the Spider-Man mask, so she was rather excited.
Oh. Hey there, hero couple. Come spin this once. It's free. It seemed to be an advertising event where one had to spin the roulette.
Jiwon and Woojin waited in line, and soon it was their turn. There was only a 10% chance of losing. It was an event where almost every spin yielded a prize. Jiwon turned the roulette, then she gathered her hand in a prayer.
Ah. I'm really bad at these kinds of stuff.
Despite her prayer, she landed on a dud.
Ah, too bad. Ha ha. Do you want to spin it, Iron Man? Wouldn't it be great if you could give your girlfriend a present?
Woojin grabbed the roulette, then he spun it hard. The roulette started to spin, and it was slowly heading towards a dud. Jiwon watched on in anticipation, and Woojin looked at her. The man in charge of the roulette had bet his life on this event, and all three of their emotions intersected. The roulette was about to stop on a dud.
Ha ha! The man in charge of the event discreetly bumped the roulette.
This caused the roulette to spin a little bit more, and it barely cleared the dud.
Woojin won a prize. Oh. You won the special prize. Congratulations. The man handed Woojin a small shopping bag. Everyone else had received tissues, water bottles, and prizes of the same ilk. However, Woojin's prize was different.
Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man in charge of the event. He glared at Sunghoon.
Sunghoon winked back at him. Let's go. Woojin started to walk again.
Jiwon played a lottery game along the way, and she also looked at the accessories being sold at a stall. They walked in a leisurely manner. The surrounding people still looked at them with interest, but the two of them really didn't pay attention to the others. Everything felt like a new experience, and she was thankful for everything.
When was the last time she had experienced something like this? She usually walked like she was being chased by people in the busy streets. Jiwon felt like she was in a dream. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up from it.
She was wearing a mask, but if Woojin wasn't with her, she wouldn't have dared to do any of this. Iron Man and Spider-Man ignored the whispers inside the restaurant, and they finished their meal. Then they walked towards a nearby park. There were a lot of people on the trail inside the park. There were families on a night walk, couples enjoying a date at night, and there were even students walking around.
Still, it was less crowded than the main street.
They walked without talking. They sat on a park bench after their silent walk.
Jiwon couldn't help but laugh at her current situation. This is too funny.
What is?
This is. We wore strange masks to the theater, and we ate at a restaurant with an on. People must have thought we were strange.
Who cares?
Yes. You are right. The smile around Jiwon's lips faded away. It sounded wonderful.
He had the courage to do so. I'm still short on courage.
This really is like a dream. I was able to walk in a busy street, watch a movie, and eat out at a restaurant.
Even if it was a brief moment, she was thankful that Woojin had allowed her to dream.
For a brief moment, she had deluded herself into thinking Woojin liked her. However, even if he did like her, she didn't have the confidence to accept him. She was too shabby, and Woojin was already flying high in the sky. She wouldn't be able to see him even if she looked up. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It was like a dream.
It has been a long time since I haven't felt afraid of other people's gazes.
I'm really thankful.
Even if she hadn't said anything, he would have felt her gratitude. It was for a short amount of time, but Jaiwon had felt like she was a main character in one of her novels. However, life wasn't a novel, and one had to wake up from a dream eventually. It was time for her to return to reality. If she dreamed a little bit more, then she would fall for Woojin. Spider-Man has to return to being the Hulk now. Jaiwon tightly shut her eyes, then she took off her mask.
Woojin grinned.
For your courage, I have a present for you. He grabbed the medicine bottle in his hand. It was at that moment.
Pu wo. Poo poo pong. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the air.
The people, who were enjoying the walk in an indifferent manner, let out a cheer.
Each person held a single flower in their hand. Wah! Congratulations! Congratulations!
They gathered around the two to congratulate them, but everyone was taken aback when they saw Jaiwon's bare face.
Heek. What the hell?
Hull.
Her face. He must really love her.
These people had participated in this event after being hired by Sunghoon. They started to speak noisily.
Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. Woo Sunghoon.
This, a few.
Woojin's eyes caught Jaiwon's flustered face.
Her mask was off, and half of her face looked unnatural.
No.
It looked as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She looked flustered as if she was having a panic attack.
Woojin summoned the wall of bones. Charururuk.
With the bench at the center, Woojin and Jaiwon was surrounded by the wall of bones like a dome.
This shut them off entirely from the people crowding around them.
They couldn't hear the people's cheer nor the explosive sounds of the firework. Woojin took off his Iron Man mask.
Woojin.
She didn't look to be in a sound state of mind.
Woojin took out the regeneration salve. Aren't you feeling a little bit suffocated by your mask?
He suddenly came out of left field with those words.
Close your eyes. I have a present to give you. You are right. You will probably wake up from this dream.
With the regeneration salve in hand, he stroked her scar.
When Woojin's hand touched her, she shook like a leaf. Nightmares are terrible. She must have had a hard time. Woojin knew that pain better than anyone. Woojin understood her.
Now she will be able to wake up from her long, long nightmare. Woojin carefully applied the salve as if he was praying.
The regeneration salve absorbed into Jaiwon's scar.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 47, Dungeon Break. Chapter 47, Dungeon Break. TLN, another sponsored chapter. My butt hurts from sitting too much.
It takes me 4 to 5 hours to translate/edit a chapter.
Thank you Dams_dap for the donation.
She walked with her hat pulled over her head. She unconsciously smiled.
He's quite whimsical.
He put on a mask all of a sudden, and he took her on a date. It had been a long time since she had fun without worry about anything. Her heart was still beating fast from the excitement. He seemed indifferent, yet he also seemed to care. It somehow made her heart race.
DDI ring. Don't shampoo for a day. The medicine will be washed away. Just sleep.
Put.
What the heck? Is he trying to open a beauty parlor?
When the unexpected fireworks went off, and the people crowded around the two of them, Woojin gave her was some kind of medicine as a present.
He applied it on her head. At first, it stung like medication for mosquito bites.
However, she felt a refreshing feeling afterwards, and now it cleared her mind. Jaiwon sent a reply as she laughed.
Yes. Thank you for the good time today. Beautician Nim should hurry on in and rest. Ha.
She had come home fairly early, so when Jaiwon arrived at the dorm, Haejin and Naeun was about to head out for their night shift.
Are you guys going to work now? Haejin and Naeun didn't respond to Jaiwon's word. They left after they got ready.
Jaiwon shrugged her shoulders at their cold reaction.
Phew. She was used to being ignored. Jaiwon took a deep breath and she got ready to sleep.
She washed her face, and when she exited the restroom, she saw a chicken box strewn across the table.
These donsangs look like they will be great at eating chicken legs.
Put. When she remembered those words, the recently departed donsang's faces popped up in her mind. She wanted to know what the orcs and goblins looked like.
They really looked like a orc and a goblin.
The tail end of her lips started rising, so Jaiwan slapped her cheeks.
Ah. I shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't judge a person by their appearance.
She knew well how hurtful and wrong those actions could be. After putting on her basic beauty products, Jaiwan's eyes caught the sight of her scar.
It was a little bit less puffy. Maybe this medicine really works.
The Roused had the chance to encounter amazing items, so he might have applied a pretty effective medicine on her. When she return home next week, she'll have expressed her thanks in a proper fashion.
Jaiwan sat on her bed when she saw the small shopping bag. Oh yeah.
It was the roulette prize, so it wouldn't contain anything amazing. Still, she was curious.
Jaiwan opened the box.
Inside the box, there was a jewelry box with a plastic top. When Jaiwan opened the small jewelry box, a ring was inside.
What the heck?
This was a roulette event hosted in the street, so they wouldn't give out a ring.
Did Woojin prepare this?
Now that she thought about it, the whole day was weird. The theater was empty, and she had received a ring. There was also the expensive restaurant and the unexpected fireworks, and people holding roses.
Jaiwan's cheeks reddened. That can't be it. Was Woojin trying to confess to her? No way.
It was an unbelievable situation, yet her thoughts became chaotic. She was on the fence, but when she looked at the ring, her heart changed to maybe. The only thing that prevented her from believing it was Woojin's attitude.
I don't know.
Jaiwan flopped onto her bed. She composed and deleted several texts to send to Woojin.
In the end, she couldn't send the text.
She had already received so much, and she would be without a conscience if she also accepted his feelings.
Jaiwan looked through her photo gallery.
She smiled at the selfies taken by Iron Man and Spider-Man. It had been 5 years since she was able to take pictures of herself. She fell asleep as she flipped through the pictures.
Star. Monday morning. Gilda Landal's office. 1. Stop being. 2. Too nosy.
Woojin sat on the sofa, and he tapped on armrest with his fingers. Every time he tapped, Woo Sung-hoon did a push-up.
Hey, Sung-hoon.
Yes, sir.
Sung-hoon abruptly stood up.
Just do what I say, and only what I tell you. What do you have to say for yourself? I misstepped when I tried to express my loyalty.
Woojin grinned.
He was well aware of that fact, and it was the reason why Sung-hoon was still alive. If his action had held any malice, his head would have been sent flying instead of him doing push-ups.
Do it in moderation. Moderation.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get all the money?
I used the Guild Corporation card.
1. Stop being. Sung-hoon was semi-automatically doing push-ups, and the person who saved him was Young Minchin. President is already here? Mr. Sung-hoon is also. I told you not come to work today. Did you get my message? How could I rest right now?
It had only been a week since they established the guild. He was the general director, but he didn't have many employees underneath him. This meant the work he had to do was getting larger. There was a mountain of work he had to take care, so how could he rest on an off day?
Woojin didn't stop Minchin, since he was the one returning his own off days.
Then carry on with your work.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Our business with the Ministry of National Defense was resolved.
Really? Did they accept us?
Yes, sir. When the Ministry of National Defense requests it, you have to participate 10 times in a joint operation. Your enlistment is waived if you honor the condition.
Woojin grinned.
He didn't need to make a plan. When the dungeon break happens, he'll travel to the region, and he'll mop up the monsters.
Or he could clear a dungeon pointed out by the government. You did well, Director Young.
Woojin gave a rare compliment, and Young Minchin had a satisfied expression on his face.
Let's have a company dinner soon.
Yes, sir. Woojin's feelings improved, so he decided to stop torturing Sung-hoon.
Woojin let him go. It'll be too boring to go to the dungeon without Sung-gu.
Tronet wasn't going to invade anytime soon, so Woojin decided to rest for one more day. He sank his body into the sofa, then he turned on the TV. He changed the channel several times, and he stopped on a show called Mysterious TV Surprise.
It was a dungeon special.
The program talked about the current mysteries regarding the dungeon, and they showed several people with hypotheses on the subject.
Monsters are life forms from outer space.
The dungeon is a prelude to the destruction of Earth.
Soon.
There was a man touted to be a dungeon expert, and several scientists were interviewed. They talked about what happened to the dungeons in the past 5 years, and they were coming up with hypotheses. One talked about the dungeons existing for longer than 5 years. The other one talked about extraterrestrial beings invading Earth. They also discussed several wild rumors. If we consider the invasion of the extraterrestrial beings as only coming from space, we are only approaching the problem from a 3D perspective.
Dungeons are like tunnels. Basically, it is a platform or gate used by the extraterrestrial beings. Soon they will be able to cross into Earth. Yes. He's right.
Woojin agreed with this foreign scientist's words. He showed several evidence as he lended support to his words. Even if the beings make a gate, they won't be able to cross over immediately. It takes 30 days for the dungeon break to happen.
Why is it 30 days?
I've formulated a hypothesis about the item called return stones.
It is the only key that is able to dispel the barrier.
I have a hypothesis where the monsters have to protect the return stone for 30 days.
Then they'll be able to use the key for themselves. That sounds plausible? Why can monsters only come out 30 days after the dungeon is made?
Maybe the barrier doesn't exist to protect the dungeon. It existed to protect Earth.
The monsters from the early dungeons were weak.
They staggered as if they were on drugs. In the beginning, we received a massive amount of casualty, since we weren't prepared for the monsters. However, when we compare the current monsters to the ones back then, the past monsters were most definitely weaker.
Footage from the dungeon shot Woojin hadn't known about was played. They are small.
I'm sure they aren't able to materialize because of the low energy.
This had already been proved through BB. What was it like after the dungeon shock?
At the time, we only had 4-star dungeons. Afterwards, the 5-star and 6-star dungeons started forming more frequently. If events accelerate in this manner, it won't be long before 7-star dungeons would start showing up. Before he knew it, Woojin was sucked in by what the professor was saying inside the TV.
The hypothesis he was presenting was precise.
Dungeons with larger amounts of energy was being formed. The number of dungeons increased steadily after the dungeon shock, and similarly, the number of roused on Earth was also increasing steadily.
In the beginning, the highest rank roused was rank C. Now they were in an era where there was a line of rank A roused. If they waited a little bit more, a higher ranked roused might show up.
No, it was inevitable for them to show up. Woojin wasn't sure about everything else, but he was sure about this. Rank A roused were only on par with the 6th circle magicians.
Of course, there were higher ranked beings in existence. So what was the cause of the increased number of roused, and the appearance of the high-ranked dungeons? In what way was the Earth changing? The professor inside the TV was giving a warning. Dungeons are not mines. The bloodstones we plunder may just be the bait they are scattering around.
It felt as if Woojin was hit on the head with a hammer when he heard those words.
Bloodstones had energy in it.
The root of the energy was mana.
The mana concentration. The bloodstones were used to increase the mana concentration on Earth.
This would increase the number of roused, and it would eventually change Earth's environment to be more suitable for the activity of monsters.
What's the name of that professor?
After a moment, the professor's name popped up, and he wrote it down on a memo. His name was James Toppler, and he was from England.
Woojin was immersed in watching the TV when he heard a knock. President. It's Minchan. Come in.
Minchan spoke to Woojin with a troubled face. Ministry of National Defense contacted us.
The Ministry of National Defense? They want to mobilize us already? Yes. He aren't required to participate. We just have to send an explanatory statement.
Miken's job was to make up a believable explanatory statement.
No. We'll go. What happened? It's a dungeon break. This will be the first time he'll be able to see the dungeon break with his eyes. Where is it? It's in Daegu.
It is the Jukjeon station's 3rd exit.
Did Sunghoon get off work? He's still outside. Ready my car. Yes, sir. This would be Alandal's first joint mission with the Ministry of National Defense, and it would start at Daegu. Star. Jaewon's eyelids closed heavily as she looked at the clock, and she was surprised. Hook. PM 10:20.
She went to sleep at around 12, so it basically meant she had slept for a whole day. She hadn't had any alcohol yet. She had slept for a very long time. Naeungan Heiji, who was in the same night shift as her, hadn't woken Jaiwon up.
They must have went to work without her.
Jaiwon didn't have time to wash, so she started running in haste as she put on her hat.
Hook. Hello? Ah, yes.
The dorm's security guard was puzzled when he faced Jaiwon, who had greeted him.
Who is that?
Jaiwon barely arrived on time as she punched her factory's attendance card. She went inside the changing room, and she bowed her head towards her fellow employees.
I'm sorry for being late.
She wasn't late for work.
However, not being late for work wasn't everything.
Everyone had already changed into their clothes, and they were in the midst of making instant coffees. Everyone's gaze was simultaneously focused on Jaiwon.
Ooh. I slept too much.
She hadn't come into work yesterday, yet she was almost late today.
She wouldn't garner much sympathy.
Their gazes made her feel uncomfortable, so she hurriedly changed her clothes.
Jaiwon took off her hat to change into her uniform. My god. Is that really Jaiwon? You, Uni?
Everyone became surprised when they saw her, and Jaiwon lowered her head in embarrassment.
I'm sorry for being late.
After saying those words, Jaiwon put on her work clothes, and she patted herself down to make herself presentable. She was about to put on her work hat in front of the mirror when she noticed it.
Jaiwon lowered the work hat she was about to put on.
She was so surprised that no words came out of her mouth. People weren't surprised at her tardiness. They had been surprised by her face.
Ms. Jaiwon.
You hair.
Uni.
Your face.
At everyone's surprised reaction, Jaiwon looked at herself once more in the mirror.
The scar that had covered half of her face was gone. The skin on her head had been peeled off, so the hideous scars had caused a permanent swelling and distortion. Now the scar was completely gone, and it was covered in luscious hair. The length of her hair was uneven, but she didn't care. Jaiwon touched her face with trembling hands.
My face. My face. Tears fell from Jaiwon's eyes.
It was Woojin. It was the medicine Woojin applied on her. Jaiwon's tears were hindering her eyesight, but she was able to find Woojin's number on her handphone.
She pressed the call button. The call couldn't be connected. Please leave a voicemail.
He picked the wrong time to not answer his phone.
Jaiwon didn't know what to do with the happiness and gratitude that was welling up inside her. Jeek. This is a breaking news. Daegu's Jukjeon Station's third exit is close to a dungeon break.
The evacuation of the locals have been completed, and the roused Woojin has entered the dungeon. The television was hanging on a wall inside the changing room, which doubled as a break room. When she heard the breaking news, Jaiwon's head whipped around towards it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 48, Dungeon Break, 2. Chapter 48, Dungeon Break, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Christopher. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woo Sung-hoon didn't drive his car straight to Daegu.
Woojin was taken to Seoul's Roused Management Bureau. The building next to the Management Bureau was the headquarters for the Special Defense Brigade. They were a branch of the Ministry of National Defense. When Sung-hoon stopped his car in front of the headquarters, a soldier was waiting in the front for them.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I am Lieutenant Chae Hae-sol of the Special Defense Brigade.
Pleased to meet you. My name is Kang Woojin. After greeting Woojin, Chae Hae-sol looked towards Woo Sung-hoon. I will be the one guiding you now. Your companion may return. Go.
Yes, President.
Woojin followed after Chae Hae-sol, and he was guided into the headquarters. The Special Defense Brigade was an army unit, but they didn't seem too stiff.
The passerbys wore military uniforms, but it felt like he had stepped into a normal company.
So, do I have to go greet the general? No.
After handling several administrative businesses, we will leave immediately. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll brief you on the go.
Sure. Whatever. Woojin was led by Lieutenant Chae Hae-sol, and he had to take several tests.
They checked his eyesight, and his blood was drawn. Woojin had to make several demonstrations of his abilities, and he also gave descriptions of his abilities.
Hae-sol smiled as she spoke to Woojin. Mr. Woojin is quite unusual. In what way?
Normally, Roused don't like their blood drawn. They also avoid talking about their own abilities.
Is that so? Wouldn't you have to know what my abilities are to make plans for the joint operation? Wasn't it a standard procedure to find out the Allied forces' power? Haesol laughed. I would like it if all Roused thought like Mr. Woojin. If the Roused cooperated without a fuss, then how great would it be? The army had a very difficult time handling the existences called the Roused. All right. We'll be moving now. I will also guide you to Daegu. Okay. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he saw the official vehicle on standby inside the parking lot. Are we going by car? Yes. We mobilize by car. Isn't there going to be a dungeon break? Aren't we in a hurry? Woojin thought he would be riding a helicopter. However, he was going by car, so he couldn't help but wonder. Haesol laughed as she opened the door to the back seat. To be precise, the dungeon break will happen too in the afternoon. I'll give you the details when we are on the move. Sure. Woojin took his seat and Lieutenant Haesol sat next to him. Let's depart. When the driver started up the car, Haesol started explaining the operation. All the locals have been evacuated 2 days ago. The inspection for the last stragglers will end today. The break will happen tomorrow at 2:11 p.m. The most common monster that will appear are goblins and trolls. Moreover, a few ogres will show up. You already know what will show up. Of course. The 6-star dungeon's break happens when the attempt at clearing a dungeon fails. Woojin understood what had happened. During a dungeon raid, the Roused used the return portal to escape the dungeon once they realized the dungeon was beyond their power. When they escaped, they brought back information about what's in the dungeon. If it is happening tomorrow afternoon, we still have time left. Why aren't we trying to clear it again? What? Haesol was taken aback by Woojin's question. She couldn't help but be puzzled when he asked a question about something that should be common sense. A return portal can be used 3 times to escape a dungeon. On the 4th use, the portal itself won't open. So? Yes. Warang's Vermilion team failed the dungeon's first raid. On the second run, Warang and KH combined to make a team, but they also failed. On the 3rd try, we asked for cooperation from the rank Roused in Korea, but we failed in forming a team. We used a foreign Roused organization to form a team to challenge the dungeon, but they also failed. It is impossible to make another attempt now. Moreover, all 3 teams failed at the entrance of the dungeon. The portal can be made to escape the dungeon, and one had to use the same dungeon portal to re-enter it. It was a type of save point. They were able to step in at where the last team left. However, all 3 teams had failed. It meant the difficulty of this dungeon was unimaginable. If it is that difficult, then wouldn't it be very dangerous? Haesol nodded her head in a solemn manner. Doesn't the terrain have a huge influence on the difficulty of the dungeon? This dungeon was also largely affected by the terrain. Do you have any detailed information on the dungeon? What? The dungeon will break soon. The dungeon break will happen. The battlefield will switch from inside the dungeon to the outside. If the dungeon was the monster's home field, then the land outside the dungeon was the Earthlings' home field. They would receive help from modern technology that couldn't be used inside the dungeon. The humans held a large advantage outside in defeating the monsters. In the beginning, humans hadn't been prepared for the dungeon break. However, there were almost no civilian casualties now. Still, the property damage was immense. The ogres are problematic since they have high resistance. Still, a 12.7mm NATO ammo works on them. Then why did you call me? What? I'm not really sure. When will we arrive there? We'll arrive around 7. You can have some dinner, then you can rest at the hotel. We'll move to the area of operation at 10 in the morning tomorrow. Woojin rubbed his chin. If it's ogres, it might be worth trying. Are the information about the dungeon a secret? It's not. Information about dungeons are usually released to everyone on principle. Even if the Bloodstone companies are deeply involved with wanting to clear the dungeons, foremost, it was a work done to protect cities and nations. Monopolizing of information happened, but it was extremely rare. Can you find some for me? All right. Lieutenant Haesol called somewhere, then she answered Woojin. You'll be able to read it immediately when we arrive there. All right. Thank you. Woojin looked out the window for a while. Then he leaned his seat back and he closed his eyes. It was a luxury car, so it was very comfortable. Moreover, the driver drove the car very smoothly.
When Woojin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, Lieutenant Che Haesol didn't speak to him any further.
Star. We've arrived.
Thank you for your hard work. Woojin's eyes opened almost at the same time as when the car stopped. He looked outside the window, and he saw a very subdued and quiet city.
It reminded him of a ghost city. Where are we?
We are in front of the command and control center. Woojin glanced up, and he saw a sign for a specialty coffee shop.
After we meet the commander, we'll go to the hotel?
Yes, sir. There are other roused dispatched here.
Would you like to greet them? I'll do that. Where is the data? Ah. It'll be delivered here soon. If you are going to give it me, please print it out.
Yes.
We'll do so. Woojin entered the cafe, and the 50th Divisional Commander was waiting for him.
It seemed he was notified Woojin was coming.
The Divisional Commander requested a handshake. I'm the 50th Divisional Commander. I'm Manager Lee Juni. TLN, he's speaking in a dialect. My name is Kong Woojin.
When Woojin copied Lee Junti's accent, his eyebrows twitched.
I'm reassured by the fact you came here.
After you hear my brief overview of the operation, you can go greet the other roused.
Understood.
Contrary to Manager Lee Junti's words, his face indicated that he wasn't too thrilled with the other allies joining up with his troops. The divisional commander left since he showed his face to Woojin, and the other roused scattered around the cafe caught Woojin's eyes. I am the Operation Command Assistant, Major Kim Junyong.
I'll be explaining our operation.
Kim Junyong started explaining about how they will clear the monsters tomorrow. They will set a line centered around the Junjuk station, and they'll lay down a concentrated fire when the monsters come out. Then they'll fortify the second and third lines. The Air Force planes will deal with the flying monsters, and they will also lay down support fire. All the civilians had been given eviction orders, and they had all been evacuated. After the first barricade was destroyed, the roused was in charge of blocking the monster from reaching the second line. When the second line was breached, the roused had the autonomy to hunt the monsters by themselves. We've read the dungeon energy, and I think we will be able to protect the second line. However, we don't have any information on the final monster, so please be ready for the variable.
The dungeon raid finished in the early stages, so they didn't have any information on the final monsters. A more detailed instructions will be delivered tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you.
Then please go greet the other roused. When Woojin turned his head, he saw every roused staring at him. If one discounted the military and guild association, the total number of roused participating in this operation was 480. Amongst them, there were 30 roused who were at least rank B.
And upwards of 20 people that were part of that group was inside the cafe. The rest were resting in the hotel. Korea's 11th rank A roused. There were a lot of people curious about Kong Woojin. Moreover, there was also an acquaintance there. A bobbed-haired beauty walked towards Woojin. Glad to see you. All right. We've seen each other before. Where? Seoul National University's 6th exit.
Woojin's expression indicated she was talking nonsense, so the bobbed-haired beauty introduced herself while frowning.
I'm the team leader of Hwarang Guild's Vermilion team. My name is Lee Yunhui. Surprisingly, Lee Yunhui was the roused representative of the Hwarang Guild. She would be participating in the operation. Okay. Nice to see you.
After a brief greeting, Woojin received the bundle of documents brought to him just in time by Haesol. A rough map of the dungeon, information on the monsters that showed up, and a detailed information of the dungeon was spelled out in the documents.
Thank you.
Yes.
If you need anything else, please talk to me. Your hotel room number is 502.
After receiving the key, Woojin skimmed over the bundle of documents. Then he rolled it up, and he stabbed it into his pocket.
It's worth a shot. Woojin left the cafe.
Lee Yunhui, who had been by his side, clenched her fists as it trembled in anger.
Did he just ignore me?
When Lee Yunhui started to shake, the members of the Vermilion team quickly came over to calm her down.
Please calm down. Kids these days lack self-awareness. He probably thinks he is the best since he is a rank aroused. He. Team leader should be patient.
His high nose won't last long. Lee Yunhui fanned her red face.
Ho-oo.
She took out her phone to find her oppa's number, then she pressed the call button.
Hello? Why did you call in here? Who are you talking about? The fucker who stole the dungeon last time. Ha ha. Mr. Kong Woojin? I want you to observe him. Moreover, I want you to build up some goodwill with him.
I purposefully brought him in to participate in this operation.
What if I don't want to be friendly with him? Ah. Why are you being like this again? Just observe him closely.
Try to see what ability he uses, and how well he controls his power.
See if he has any unusual habits. Who? Why didn't you assign this to someone else?
Warang's Guildmaster Li Sango spoke after he cleared his throat.
I'm not asking you as your appa. I am ordering you as the Warang's Guildmaster. Gather as much information on the roused Woojin. Li Yanhui's brow furrowed when she heard his serious voice. I'm quitting the guild. Keep up the good work, bitch of an appa. You always make me do the annoying assignments. Why are you being like this again, Yanhui? Appa is. Do. She ended the call in a temper. Li Yanhui exited the cafe's entrance with a frown on her face.
Where did he go? Li Yanhui couldn't locate Woojin, so she asked a soldier near her.
Where did Mr. Woojin go?
He said he wants to look around the site, so he went there.
Wasn't the dungeon going to break loose tomorrow anyways? Why would he want to go there? Do you mind if I use one of your vehicles? What? Yes, sir.
We'll prepare one soon. Li Yanhui got on the military-owned vehicle in front of the hotel, then she headed towards Jukjun Station's third exit. There weren't any cars on the road, and she drove by tanks from time to time. When she got closer to the subway station, she saw barricades, tanks, and machine guns placed in buildings. When she arrived at the first line, it was filled with soldiers on guard. After exiting the vehicle at the first line of defense, Li Yanhui walked towards the problematic subway station, which was 4 blocks away. The surrounding high-rise buildings had been demolished for a better line of sight. However, they hadn't cleared the debris, so the surrounding was cluttered with debris. The dungeon entrance had been protected from the effects of the explosions, and Woojin was standing in front of a strangely colored portal.
Hey! What? Li Yanhui's face crumpled at Woojin's answer.
She always heard from others she was rude, but it felt weird meeting someone who was more rude than her.
Why did you come here? Why would I come to a dungeon? I'm here to clear it. Yanhui was surprised by Woojin's words. You are mad. Woojin laughed. He wasn't crazy. This place had a lot of EXP and achievement points.
It was crazy to make the 3 battle lines outside, and it would be crazy for him to share the monsters with the soldiers and the roused.
Li Yanhui realized Woojin wasn't making a joke with his laughter. She approached him. Are you crazy? What can you do by yourself? If you go in, you won't be able to use the portal again. He wasn't going to use it. He won't use the portal to exit the dungeon. He'll break through the barrier using the return stone. Hey! Try thinking logically. Even if the monsters pop out, we can kill all of them if we work with the soldiers. So why do this? Are you thinking about making a noble sacrifice for your line? Hey, wake up. No one will care what you did if you die. What nonsense. He wasn't making a sacrifice for his line. TLN, family line. The monsters will be sacrificed for his benefit. Li Yanhui was surprised when Woojin took a step forward. Are you really crazy? You'll die if you go in. You are being really noisy.
Woojin tilted his head as he looked at Li Yanhui's ghastly face.
A small fry will always live like a small fry.
Woojin took another step, and he was swallowed up by the portal.
The portal emitted a loud light as it pulsed. The portal will disappear in 30 seconds. Wah! You crazy son of a bitch.
Li Yanhui suddenly screamed out loud.
Wah! Batshit crazy bastard. That completely psycho bitch.
She had only met him for a couple of minutes, but he made a very strong impression on her. This was the first time she had met someone like him. Moreover, his sneer at the end filled the inside of Li Yanhui's head.
Think logically, Li Yanhui. Don't be impulsive right now. That crazy son of a bitch.
That bitch should really be killed with a bullet to the head.
Portal will disappear. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. That crazy son of a bitch. Li Yanhui threw her body towards the portal.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 49, Dungeon Break, 3. Chapter 49, Dungeon Break, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter, and last chapter for the day. Thank you Renee for the donation. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Pot.
As soon as Woojin came out of the portal, he became vigilant of his surrounding. The last team to come had hurriedly escaped through the portal while being chased by enemies. There were signs of a struggle, and he saw several corpses of monsters sparsely scattered about the surrounding. Jirik. He glimpsed the goblins between the trees, so Woojin quickly summoned his bone spears.
Shu Wang, Puk. Gaeruk.
The bone spear immediately flew towards the 3 hidden goblins, and it killed all 3 at once. He looked around the surrounding, and he expanded his senses.
However, he couldn't feel any more living beings.
The upper predators must backed off, and the goblins were left as scouts. Most of the corpses in the surrounding was goblins, but there were also 2 trolls. Troll corpses were quite valuable. The fact that the previous groups weren't able to harvest it meant they had been quite hasty in their retreat.
Didn't they say the last team was from Japan?
Woojin tried to take out the printed data from his pocket, but it wasn't there. He searched his other pocket, and his handphone was gone.
Ah. I can't bring stuff from outside. Woojin's clothes didn't disappear since it was made from materials found in the dungeons.
The Roused, who regularly enters the high-rank dungeons, wear clothes made from materials from dungeons by default. No wonder young Minchin had bought several set of clothes, and he had given the clothes to him and Sungu.
Young Minchin was able to take care of even these little details. He thought Minchan was quite talented. Pot.
At that moment, the portal disappeared, and the last light from the portal disappeared.
Then it spat out a person. After coming out from the portal, Li Yunhui started to yell again. Ah! Crazy! I did it again. Woojin's brows furrowed when Li Yunhui showed up. What? What? What do you mean what? I've gone crazy and entered the portal because of you. Why the fuck did you have to lose your mind in front of me? Fuck. If you want to die, then you should just die by yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you have to flip out in front of me? Crazy bitch. Who told her to come in?
She came in here by herself.
After he withdrew his gaze from Li Yunhui, Woojin started walking. Yunhui grabbed Woojin's shoulder. You crazy son of a bitch. Where are you going to go by yourself?
I'll lead from the front.
Since you are a magician, just support me.
Woojin looked down at Yunhui's hand, which was grabbing his shoulder.
It had been a while.
It had been a long time since someone touched his body without his consent. Woojin turned his head to look at Yunhui.
Do you want a beating? Ha! What?
Woojin turned his body, and he looked at Yunhui straight on.
Weak, Jack. Woojin's hand slapped Yunhui's cheek. She didn't even have time to avoid it.
Her cheek glowed red after she was slapped.
She was confused and taken aback only for a moment. She immediately reacted in anger. You son of a bitch. Shang.
Her ring suddenly changed into a sword. She swung it towards Woojin, but he had summoned his steel staff to block her sword.
BBA gok. Woojin's foot flew in, and he kicked her shin. Ah-ak.
Her legs buckled. She screamed as she started to fall to the floor, but her body was lifted into the air faster than she could fall. Woojin grabbed the back of her neck, and he slapped her once more on her cheek.
Bak!
Accompanying a dull sound, she was flung away, and she slammed into the ground.
Eat. You son. Weak. Guong.
Woojin jumped quickly, and he brought down his steel staff. It grazed the end of her nose as it embedded itself in the ground. See what will happen if you say one more word. If it's your wish, I can make you like the headless horseman.
Eee.
Yunhui gritted her teeth, and she growled.
However, she couldn't do anything.
She knew the truth when she saw Woojin's eyes.
He wasn't joking. Ignorant bitch. Motherfucker. How can he beat a woman like this? To her? He did this to her, Li Yunhui?
She had never been hit by man in her life. She had been wounded until the brink of death fighting monsters, but she had never thought she would be assaulted by a human.
I hate bitches like you. Woojin summoned his bone spear.
He grazed her as he stabbed it into the ground. A chill crawled up Yunhui's spine. Stop trying to push your wrong on to others.
Who told her to enter the dungeon?
She came in here on her own volition, so how could it be someone else's fault? She basically came here to snatch his EXP away, and be carried.
You were beaten since you are weak. Don't blame others for not being able to protect you.
Woojin summoned a second bone spear, and he pierced the ground on the opposite side.
Your soul reeks from it being filled with evil thoughts. Woojin stepped back. If you want another beating, then follow me. If you want to live, then stay here obediently. I'll take you out with me when I leave. Ee. Her lips wouldn't open. Li Yunhui bit her lips. She yielded to him. It made her feel so dirty.
Woojin grinned when he saw her growl like a wild animal with a bit in its mouth.
It wasn't as if he couldn't kill her. He just didn't want to add such a bitch to his collection of evil spirits. Chwajajajajak.
The bone spears on either side of her grew teeth, and it grew into a jail made out of bones.
Woojin turned his back on her. Eat? You crazy bastard. What are you going to do by yourself? This is a 6-star dungeon. As if answering her frantic shout, Woojin extended his arm. A considerable amount of magic exited him at once. Pack. The goblin corpses strewn around the surrounding exploded, and a large quantity of skeletons were summoned. Keek. Keh.
A morbidly strange sound came out of the skeletons, and they swayed after Woojin.
Crazy bitch. When did I say I was alone? Ah, Kong Woojin. Your temper has died down a lot.
Bitches like that wouldn't have been able to raise their head in front of him. Whether it was allied warriors, kings, or a priestess, they wouldn't have dared to look up at him.
Ah, that bastard Sungu. He must be relaxing since it is his day off? Ah. Fuck. Somehow that makes me vexed. Somehow Sungu's absence felt large today.
A soul has to be clear and warm for him form an attachment.
Also it made it more fun to order one around.
Woojin led the skeletons towards the forest.
Star.
When a large group moves, they leave tracks of their movement.
If they are in enemy lines, then one should try to erase one's track to the best of one's ability.
It was survival instinct for herbivores to erase the smell and track of their movement by moving carefully.
Carnivores chased after the faint traces with stealthy movements.
They had the hunting instinct.
Kong.
2 trolls stealthily followed the various footprints. The tracks led them to a large cave.
The scent was everywhere.
There was an intruder right in front of their noses.
It was a quarry.
The 2 trolls entered the cave. When they entered the dark cave, they saw a human cooking and eating meat over a campfire. Moreover, red eyes were lined up deep within the darkness of the cave.
Ah. Another one came. Hey guys. Go greet the customers. Waruruk.
The magic spell appeared without any warning. It lit up the cave brightly, and it illuminated the skeleton magicians with red glowing eyes.
Several dozen skeletons were illuminated for only 3 seconds. Waruruk. Poo pung.
The outgoing magic ripped the trolls' limbs apart as they were flung out of the cave.
He had forgotten about it.
He had left tracks, but he was someone who didn't care about such things.
BB. Gather the ingredients. P. You are going to make me do this again? Hurry up and summon Dulcie. Aha. Hurry up and go get it. They are about to die.
BB had materialized in her girl form. She inflated her cheeks as she pouted, then she trotted out of the cave. The little devil started gathering blood in a bottle from the dying trolls.
Ha. It hurts a lot, right?
I'll punish him for you guys in Master's dream.
As the trolls started to lose consciousness, their gazes landed on a human stretching as he stood up. He had a bone grasped in his hand. Ooh.
Since I have a full stomach now, I should start leveling again. He didn't bother to hide his presence as the forest started to be soaked in madness as the upper predator felt the killer's instinct.
Star. Kuwut. Ogre.
They were one branch of a race descended from the giant race.
The inhabitants of the forest ran away just from hearing their booming steps.
They were the apex predator of the forest, and everyone was terrified of coming across them.
Ogre.
There was a loud group chasing after the forest's predators.
Kika.
The skeleton soldiers ran quickly as they faced off against the goblins and kobolds.
Every one of them were cut down.
The skeletons opened a path for Woojin.
He ran with BB hanging on Woojin's head.
Skeleton soldiers in black robes followed after him.
Oh-ha! BB Agak, buck.
He heard a loud noise, and it seemed the advanced unit of skeleton soldiers had encountered an ogre.
As the crowded forest road ended, an ogre could be seen in the wide open space. Ogre.
It was around 4 meters tall. It wore a primitive garb, and it barely covered its sexual organ. It had hard head, and its headbutts were dangerous. They were descended from the giant race, so their 2 fists were deadly weapons in itself. If it grabs a boulder, then the boulder became a catapult. If it grabbed a tree, then the tree became a large club. It was a ferocious predator of the forest.
I've finally found one. It had high EXP and achievement points. This monster also held an incredibly large bloodstone. Cool, huh? The predator let out a savage howl.
The ogre's fear couldn't stop the skeleton soldiers from marching. They were existences that had forgotten about fear. However, the ogre's tyrannical hands had enough strength to demolish the skeleton soldiers. Woojin couldn't match the large cry of the ogre, but he had a way to match its large body.
Hey, Dulcie. At Woojin's shout, his familiar Dulcie showed up. Pot.
A handful of light let out a dim glow like fireflies, and it started to spin dizzily around the surrounding like satellites. The light increased and decreased like the beat of an animal's heart.
The light overflowed with vivaciousness.
The light was absorbed into the ground.
Goo 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 goo.
The ground shook, and a pile of earth rose up. The head showed up first, and when it raised its arms and legs out, it let out a roar.
Goo ah. Bibi jumped towards the head of the clay golem Dulcie. Dulcie Jing. The golem's head was Bibi's favorite location. Crush them. Dulcie Jing. Go. Go. Goo ah. At Woojin's order, Dulcie charged. The golem was taller than the ogre by 1 meter. Kung, kung.
Every time Dulcie took a step, a clump of dirt with weeds and rocks fell off.
Hong, quang. Dulcie's fist struck the ogre's face. However, it was a level 1 golem, so it was very weak. It was impossible for the golem to inflict a critical blow. However, the attack was enough to draw the attention of the ogre entirely on Dulcie. Hurry up!
Woojin jumped on Dulcie's back, and he ran along it. When he leapt, Woojin transformed the warrior's weapon. He held a hammer in his hand.
Gua!
Dulcie's enormous body hugged the ogre, and the ogre let out strange sound.
Then Woojin's hammer dealt a blow to the ogre's head. Gagu!
The ogre swayed from the impact. Woojin landed on the ground, and he rested the hammer on his shoulder.
Then he measured the distance he had to travel.
Hold on to him tightly, Dulcie.
I'm going to hit it one more time. Gua! Master!
Use your strength a little bit more, Ahong.
Blow it away in one blow, Ahong. Ujacha!
He accelerated as he charged, and he used Dulcie's curved back as a jump stand. He added his jump to his momentum, and he jumped much higher than before. Then Woojin's hammer hit the groggy ogre's head again.
Kwajik!
The sound of its skull breaking reverberated, and the ogre's body started to tilt. It had an incredible thick skin, so most sword couldn't penetrate it. It also had a high resistance, so the skeleton magician's magic would have only tickled it. The current skeleton soldiers and magicians weren't effective against the ogre. If he wasn't a dual class, then he would have had a very hard time defeating this monster.
Bibi. Go guard the surrounding with Dulcie. All right. Dulcie Jing. Let's go for a walk, Dot.
Why do you keep calling him Dulcie Jing?
How can you call our cute Dulcie that? Ah, I guess he is Hooksy now. TLN, Dole equals stone, hook equals earth/dirt. I saw it on the TV, Ahong.
If you find something cute, you call it with a jing.
TLN, it's a form of baby talk, usually used by adult female to adult male. It's a form of EGO. Ha! The TV is ruining you.
What did you watch? It was Martian Virus, Ahong.
Master should also watch it, Yong.
I learned a lot about Earthlings through it, Ahong.
I'll watch it with you next time.
Hurry up and go look around the surrounding.
Dulcie Jing. Depart. Kuong, cooing. Woojin started to dismember the ogre's body since he needed it as ingredients for his medicine. It wasn't that hard of job, so Bibi could do it. However, Woojin decided to personally dismember the monster. Ah. I shouldn't have given Sungu the time off.
Woojin complained as he cut the ogre's body into pieces.
Master. Come over here quickly, and see this, Dot. Why?
Woojin put the harvested ingredients into the inventory, then he approached Bibi, who was yelling urgently. When he approached her, the end of the forest could be seen.
Ah.
The forest ended abruptly.
An earthquake fault? Canyon? Cliff? There was a separation. Woojin looked down below. It was an endless cliff.
About 200 meters in front of him, there was an amazingly large cliff rising 300 meters up from where Woojin stood. Woojin looked from side to side, but the canyon was maintained with a uniform distance separating one side to the other. The shape reminded him of a moat built around a castle to stop the advance of an enemy. He kept walking to the side, but there weren't any roads leading across to the other side. The land resembled a donut shape, and there was a large pillar in the middle. There was also a gap of 200 meters. In Woojin's memories, he had heard of a land with a familiar layout. It's the Terriot's Plateau. Woojin's face became serious. It also had another name. The Temple of the Giants. Woojin's gaze went past the very high walls of the canyons to the land beyond it. TLN, I hope the description doesn't confuse you. 300m. 200m Woojin _________________ forest. Endless pit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Terriot's Plateau. Chapter 50, Terriot's Plateau. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. This will probably be the only chapter out today. Thank you for the donation, Renee and Christopher. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Woojin brought a boulder that weighed about the same as him. Try throwing it. Kuo. Dulcie used all his might, but it fell way short of reaching the land across the divide. It was possible to throw 200m across, but it required much more strength to throw something 300m high. Wait a second. Woojin add 9 skill points to the golem summon skill. He upped it to 10. Meditation is used to summon the golem's heart, which creates the body. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Possible medium, dirt, boulder? LV 20 cancel. Magic consumption, 30, needed control 0, minus 99 loyalty, minus 99 trust. Pot. Goo-ah. The light swept over Dulcie several times, and his body started to grow rapidly. His height almost reached 8 meters. Woojin grabbed his neck as he tried to look up at Dulcie. Hey, Dulcie. Let's go eat some boulders. Goo-ah. The dirt making up Dulcie's body fell away. It was like 10 dump trucks pouring dirt at the same time. Woojin jumped away with BB in hand as they avoided the dirt. Oh. He should have gone to the side and done it. Weung. At Woojin's criticism, Dulcie's true body, or the golem's nucleus, trembled. BB touched Dulcie in a sweet manner. Are you sad like a stone? Dulcie Jing. I'll send Master to Dreamland at once. Ujuju, TLN, exaggerated/comical kissing sound. Weung. Woojin frowned as he looked at the rapidly rotating light. What the hell are you guys doing? Ha. The Earthlings played like this for fun. Woojin made a note in his head to see what Martian virus was all about. As he was thinking this, he pointed toward a boulder located off to one side. Dolly. Cut it out, and go eat a boulder. Weeing. The golem's nucleus absorbed the boulder. The boulder shifted and it started to slowly disintegrate. Then it reformed as it rose from the ground. Its height was smaller. It was about 4 meters tall, and its strength couldn't even be compared to the clay golem. Weo Hong. Dulcie threw another boulder. It reached the opposite side, but it fell way short of reaching the top of the cliff. This won't do. If he put the rest of his skill points into the golem summon, will Dulcie have enough power to reach the top? Dulcie's level would naturally rise as they fight alongside each other. It felt like a waste to use all the skill points based on a rash decision. I have to level up anyways. If he reached level 40, then he'll have a way to cross the divide. The forest was large and there were a lot of monsters in it. The only thing worrying him was the dungeon break, so he tried to calculate when it'll happen. The return stone needed to be found in 30 days real time. The amount of time passed in here would be 120 days before the monsters start popping out. One had to secure the return stone before that time. When did I come in here? It was past 7 p.m., but it hadn't been 8 p.m. yet. The dungeon break will happen the next day at 2:11 p.m. So he had around 18 hours? 19 hours. He didn't know the exact time. It was 4 times slower in here, so he should have around 3 days and 4 hours. The margin of error was large.
I'll assume it's 3 days. That was the amount of time he had to obtain the return stone.
He couldn't use 3 days to just jump over a canyon.
The key is to reach level 40. He had to reach it in a day.
Woojin looked at the forest. Dulcie could use boulders as medium to form his body now, so it should be pretty easy to deal with the ogres now. He had to get to level 40 as fast as he could. He'll use his new familiar to get over this canyon. The obtaining of the return stone was his top priority, since he had to block the dungeon break. Woojin had a purpose and a goal now, so he started to move.
Star. Jukjeong Station's dungeon break, first line of defense, third checkpoint. Sergeant Kim. What? The portal disappeared. What bullshit are you spouting? Sergeant Kim had been lying on his side.
He raised his body, then he looked toward the Jukjeong Station's third exit. The portal that had been formed in front of the stairway had disappeared.
When did it disappear? It just disappeared.
A man went in first, then a woman also went in.
Then the portal. Fuck. You keep watching it. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Kim quickly called the signal corpsman over. His report was quickly relayed, and it reached the 50th Divisional Commander's ears soon. The aide visited the hotel room where the divisional commander was staying.
Who entered? It was roused Mr. Kong Woojin and Ms. Lee Yunhui. Divisional Commander Lee Junti frowned.
The two of them had been impudent from the first time he had met them, and both of them had entered the portal side by side.
Is it the young trying to play hero? Lee Junti looked at his aide. What about the media? They don't know yet. There are only soldiers near the area of operation.
However, they will find out soon.
The portal emitted light. Even from afar, one could see it through telescopic lens. If they noticed the oddity and asked questions, then he couldn't hide the incident. Ugh. Lee Junti was worried. How would this incident affect him?
He thought about the various possibilities, and he concluded that the damage he will receive was minimal.
What if they clear the dungeon? I have a hard time seeing it. I guess we have to consider them to be dead.
Then the dungeon break will happen on schedule.
Nothing will change. So the only thing different is losing Warang Guild President Donsing, Lee Yunhui?
Kong Woojin was the guild master of Allendale Guild.
It was formed only couple days ago, so his disappearance didn't bother Lee Junti.
I guess nothing has changed. I want you to crack down on the troops, then get ready for the break tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Understood. When the aide left, Lee Junti took out his handphone to make a call.
Just because he wasn't affected by this, it didn't mean the others would be in the same boat as him.
It's me. Yes. Why is the divisional commander calling me in the night? Impudent bastard.
This bastard was always short on words.
Lee Hyunhui just entered the portal. I'm pretty sure that wasn't part of the plan.
He knew the other's silence was accompanied by a large amount of confusion.
Lee Junti secretly smiled. The reporters will start making a hubbub. What should we do?
I'll call you again after I assess the situation.
Understood. Please suppress the media reports. I'll be heading to Daegu immediately. Lee Junti laughed after he ended the call. This bastard was arrogant, because he rose to the seat of president at a young age.
Lee Junti was amused by the current situation. The guy manipulated the events, and now his Donsing's blood was about to be used as a scapegoat.
Star. Ready my helicopter. Yes, sir.
Lee Sanggo's cold face was rigid. He picked up his handphone, then he called the Lee Yunhui's vice team leader.
Yes, President. You maggots. Where is your team leader? What?
Team leader tailed after Mr. Kong Woojin.
A vein popped out on Lee Sanggo's forehead. You son of a bitch.
I told you to look after her, so that bitch, Yunhui, won't get into trouble.
What?
He didn't know why he was being yelled at, so the vice team leader answered in a dazed voice. This made Lee Sanggo yell louder.
You son of a bitch. They said Yunhui went into the portal right now. I'm currently heading there. Before I get there, find out what happened. Go right now. Yes, President. Ho, okay. Lee Sanggo took deep breaths to suppress his anger.
His face was red, and both his eyes were bloodshot.
His anger didn't show any signs of abating.
At that moment, his handphone started ringing again. Lee Sanggo frowned when he read the name that popped up on the screen.
Why is this old man so good at hearing things? Lee Sang-go pressed the answer button. Yes, Chairman. President Lee. What's happened? It isn't a big incident. What do you mean it isn't a big incident? Your dancing went in. Is she perhaps trying to clear the dungeon? Are you really going to put me in an awkward situation like this? How can that be? The money I invested isn't small either. Yunhui acted on her own. It doesn't represent the stance of Hwarang. Cool. Let's see what happens tomorrow. The dungeon break will happen on schedule. All right.
It is regrettable what happened to your dancing.
I'm sorry for making you worried. Duck.
When the phone call ended, Lee Sang-go's face became red, and it looked as if it would explode.
You son of a bitch. Regret? Did he say regret? His dancing was about to die yet he only felt regret?
Lee Sang-go was about to throw his phone when the phone rang again.
DDI ding dong. DDI ding dong.
When he saw the number, Lee Sang-go laughed loudly.
I guess he is feeling really impatient?
He must have planted many eyes in various places.
The information traveled on an LTE level. The official statement to the media wasn't even sent out yet. So how was he able to know and call him so soon? He must have a lot of people in his pocket.
Of course, these bastards are experts at such dealings.
Lee Sang-go answered the phone. Yes, Congressman Park. Are you trying to play with me? Is Hwarang trying to pull some mischief? We aren't trying to plot any mischief. The dungeon break will happen.
After the city is fully demolished, we have to redevelop that place.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you realize how much of my money is invested in this? My money. Absolutely. Please don't worry about it. Duck.
After the phone call ended, Lee Sang-go didn't have the strength to be mad. He flopped down onto the floor and a dejected laughter leaked out of him.
Ha ha. Ha. Lee Yunhui.
He was merely a rank B, so she was the roused that had to represent the Hwarang Guild instead of him.
If she is gone, then the current Hwarang will disappear.
The Guildmaster Lee Sang-go of the three great guilds of Korea won't exist.
That crazy bitch.
She should have appropriately managed her anger.
Fuck.
He had soothed and humored that rude bitch to come this far, yet she inevitably made an accident.
Moreover, it was a suicide. Even if you are going to suicide, you shouldn't have done it during this big deal.
Lee Sang-go's cold face hardened.
2222222.
From a distance, Lee Sang-go heard the rotor of a helicopter, so he stood up from his seat.
Lee Sang-go's chest wasn't filled with sadness. It was filled with anger instead.
The fact that he lost a rank aroused affected him more than the fact his dancing had died. The wings that would have allowed him to achieve his ambitions was broken.
Hoo.
The relationship between the siblings had festered too much for him to feel sorrow for his dancing.
Star. Ah. I have to pee.
Lee Yunhui looked between the bones, which was as thick as her arm. She looked around her surrounding, but she couldn't see Woojin anywhere. It had already been a while, so he must have covered a lot of distance by now.
That psycho bitch. How can he beat a woman like that? Especially a pretty girl like me? Yunhui released her anger towards Woojin, and she broke off one of bone teeth.
She was a rank of physical ability roused.
Audiobook.
She didn't have any problems escaping a bone prison of this caliber. Her strength was several times higher than a normal person.
Oh.
They said that bitch was a magician, so why is he so fast?
When she thought about Woojin, it automatically brought a surge of nausea.
When she broke the second tooth, a hole big enough for a flexible woman to escape opened up. After she got out, she picked up her fallen sword, then she looked around her surrounding. She quickly pulled her pants down to take care of her business.
Shui.
She looked towards the direction Woojin disappeared to, and she could see several dozen footprints on the ground.
That gangster bitch.
He isn't in the mob yet, he goes around with a posse. She had an illustrious career, but she had never seen a necromancer like him. Still, she had never had the chance to clear a dungoan with other roused. She had always been together with her teammates. When she pulled up her pants, she tilted her head in puzzlement.
Is he really going to clear it himself?
When she thought of Woojin's overflowing confidence, she was sure he could do it. Moreover, when she recalled the glare he gave her at the end, her body automatically shook.
Phew.
Fuck. Her pride had been hurt. The humiliation drove her crazy. She had thought she had moved beyond death. However, the extreme fear she had felt and the desire to live had corrected that notion.
She felt an unbearable humiliation at having such thoughts. Hong. If he wants to kill me, then he can try.
Of course, she had no plan on dying.
It wasn't as if she couldn't clear this dungeon in the first place. She had chosen not to clear it. Her group stayed in the beginning portion of the dungeon, and they hadn't even attempted the dungeon. She had no idea if it was possible to clear this dungeon or not. If they seriously tried to clear this dungeon, they might have still failed. However, Li Yunhui was confident she would have been able to.
If it wasn't for her Appa's order, her Vermilion team would have been able to clear this dungeon.
I'll be the one getting out of here first.
She wasn't confident she could face all the monster, but she was confident she could find the return stone and run away with it. She was a rank-A swordswoman. She was the shadow hunter Li Yunhui. TLN, Li Yunhui and Li Sango are real siblings. Just wanted to clear that up if anyone was confused. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 51, Terriot's Plateau, 2. Chapter 51, Terriot's Plateau, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Froggy. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. On top of a tall tree, a person was hanging off of it. Warururuk.
The forest was burning. The body of flame raged harshly, and acrid smoke filled the air.
This is the first time I've seen someone crazier than me. Li Yunhui admitted it without much difficulty. He was a crazy bastard.
The dungeon break would be happening soon, yet he could leisurely enjoy his hunt inside the dungeon.
Moreover, he set the forest on fire. Kong Woojin was a crazy bastard. She was sure of it. I have to hurry up and find it, so I could get away. Clearing the dungeon wasn't that hard.
At the very least, that was what Li Yunhui had thought. She just had to carry the return stone back to the barrier, then she could exit the dungeon after opening the barrier. There is the matter of the final boss, but Li Yunhui was confident in herself. She wasn't confident that she would be able to face the monsters. She was confident she could steal and run away with the return stone in secret. She was confident in her skill to move covertly. This was why she was called the Shadow Hunter. She traveled away from the fire, then she approached the center of the forest.
Li Yunhui looked at the faraway canyon as she guessed her location. It should be around here.
When the Jukjung Station's third exit was reset and it was measured to be a 6-star dungeon, the first team to attempt this dungeon was none other than Warang's Vermilion team. It was the team led by her. Then on the second try, she was also in the group collaborating with the KH Guild. They investigated the dungeon and they assessed whether clearing the dungeon was profitable or not.
They decided not to clear it.
It was decided the economic value of a dungeon break was higher than clearing this 6-star dungeon.
However, she didn't care about the money or economic factors.
Moreover, this mission hadn't sat right with her.
This might be better for me anyways.
She had always disliked how her Appa did business, so she might be better off this way.
Her Appa Li Sango was leading Warang into a strange direction.
In any case, she wasn't the one who started this.
Kong Woojin had entered the portal first. As it stands, if he dies then there won't be any snag that'll stop the dungeon break.
If Kong Woojin did clear the dungeon, it would be a big problem. She'd prefer to end this herself rather than let Woojin clear the dungeon.
The first try was done by Warang. The second try was done by a combined force of Warang and KH. The third try was attempted by Japan's Hennessy Guild.
If something they couldn't do was done by the newly formed Allendale Guild, they would be put in a difficult position.
The Vermilion's reputation will fall. She had to prevent that. Warang can't go under. Warang was important to Li Yunhui and Li Sango.
The problem was they had different ideas on how they'll make Warang the best guild. After walking a while alongside the cliff, she discovered the covertly hidden rope.
Li Yunhui pulled down at the rope, and the limp rope started to become taut.
They had installed this during the first exploration. There were only 3 monsters across the ravine. When they realized this, they had given up clearing the dungeon. They estimated the amount of artifacts and bloodstones they'll earn from defeating the 3 monsters, and they decided it wouldn't amount to much. The Vermilion team had turned back at that point.
When the rope pulled by Li Yunhui became taut, she tied it off on a tree. Crazy bastard.
The dungeon is going to explode soon, yet he is hunting monsters. Even if they had quickly ran away with the return stone, there might not have been enough time.
Li Yunhui ran atop the rope. Even on the swaying rope, Li Yunhui's body was stable. Star. Waruruk. Fireballs were sent everywhere as the forest burned.
Monsters ranging from small to large were all hunted down as they came out of the forest.
Even the ogres were taken down. Kuung. The bulky body of Dulcie rammed into the ogre like a bulldozer. Guung. Kuo. When the ogre fell, Woojin didn't miss the opportunity. He approached the ogre, and as he let out a shout, he pierced the spear through the ogre's mouth. Woojin didn't hesitate to learn all the skills that had been restricted until he reached level 40. The hot-blooded battle steed continues to gallop even in death. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Magic consumption, 30, needed control 1, minus 99 loyalty, minus 99 trust. Skill, Phantom Gallop, LV10 cancel. Great. Woojin immediately summoned the Phantom Mount. The empty air ripped open as a blurry Phantom Mount jumped out, then its body materialized. It alternated being transparent then turning into a midnight black color. As if it was breathing, the transparency level varied. Hey Xing. Did you miss Nuna? Purorong. The very first one to run towards the Phantom Mount was Bibi. She hugged it around the neck, then she rubbed her face against it. Woojin's familiars were all trapped within the room of seal. If they were to come out after hearing Woojin's voice, he had to level up quickly. Woojin also learned the Necromancer class skills restricted for level 40. The roaming souls are gathered, so it can surround the Overlord. These souls move on their own accord to protect the Overlord. Subordination number 0 out of 10. The Phantom Spear is summoned to attack the enemy. The Phantom Spear will unerringly chase an enemy until the end to attack. Consumed magic, 1.
Phantom Armor, Spirit Armor, and Phantom Spear, Spirit Spear, were high-ranked skills for extorting souls. The Phantom Armor would surround Woojin, and it was useful as a barrier. However, it was also a good source for energy. In times of emergency, he could extort and absorb the spirits to recover his energy. Also, even if there weren't any souls around his surrounding, he could change his subordinate souls in a Spirit Spear to attack. Woojin increased the Spirit Armor level to 10, and it increased the number of spirit he can subordinate into 100. Come evil spirits. Woojin looked around his surrounding to look at the spirits roaming around him. The spirits shuddered, then they started gathering around Woojin. Reek. They all gathered around Woojin. After being subordinated, they revolved around Woojin like satellites. Woojin learned the level 40 warrior class skills. The warrior's weapon could now change its staff form into a spear, a hammer, and a great sword. He learned how to use a great sword, and he also learned a powerful single strike move called Decisive Strike. All right. Let's go. Come here, Dulcie. Kururung. Dulcie shook off the stones composing its body, and he returned to being a small golem's heart. It returned to Woojin's side, and it clung onto him. Woojin got on Xing, and Bibi jumped to sit in front of him. Woojin saw the skeletons filling the surrounding, and he cleared his palate in regret. He couldn't transport them one by one. Papat. Waruru. Woojin retracted his magic, and every one of the skeletons turned into a pile of bones. It was regrettable, but he assumed there would be more monsters beyond the ravine. Go. At Bibi's words, Woojin grinned, then he grabbed Xing's reins. Pururung. Xing let out a bellow as it raised its forelegs. Then he ran straight towards the cliff. Phantom Gallop. Choo-choo-choot. At Woojin's words, a ghostly road formed in front of Xing. The ghostly road formed in front of Xing, and it disappeared after he passed it. This process kept repeating itself. Ah ha ha ha. Let's run, master. Xing ran towards the Temple of the Giants. Star. Phew. Li Yunhui let out a nervous sigh. She wasn't afraid, nor did she get cold feet. The grand scene that had unfolded in front of her eyes was enough to overawe her automatically. The terrain was shaped like a basin. It looked depressed like a crater in a volcano. In the enormous basin, there were huge statues everywhere. It was carved more exquisitely than the Moai statues, and at a glance, there were anywhere between several hundred to several thousand statues. There weren't any buildings here. At the center of the basin, there was a large tower, and the return stone was floating on top of it. It was so far up that normal people wouldn't be able to see it, but the eyesight of the roused had already surpassed the criteria of a normal person. There were 3 monsters circling around the altar. There were only 3 of them. Still, isn't this a little bit much to attempt it by myself? When Li Yunhui arrived at the Temple of the Giants, her feet wouldn't move. That bastard will probably come here eventually, thought. Since he had been confident, he'll probably jump in head first. Li Yunhui hid herself in the shadow of a boulder. I want to see you get fucked over. He dared to hit her. If the opportunity presented itself, she would take her revenge.
If the opportunity didn't come, she didn't care.
She'll just observe how the bastard fares against the monsters, then she'll run away after she snatched the return stone. As she hid in the shadow, Li Yunhui's body assimilated into the surrounding, and she disappeared without a trace.
Star. It was 1 in the afternoon. Warang's guild master Li Sango was at a press conference. In your view, what's the chance Ms. Li Yunhui and Mr. Kong Woojin will survive entering the dungeon? It is slim to none. There is about 1 hour left until the dungeon break. From what I know, Li Yunhui is your biological sister. How are you feeling right now?
Li Sango blared at the reporter who asked the question.
What kind of question is that?
A family member was about to die in front of his eyes, yet he was given such a question. This why they are called trash reporters. Of course, Li Sango felt anger and relief more than he felt any sadness.
There was only 1 hour left.
It basically meant both of them had failed.
The dungeon break will happen as scheduled.
Unlike how he felt inside, Li Sango spoke with sadness showing on his face.
I'm done answering questions.
It looked as if his red eyes were forcefully holding back his tears. His face looked like it was filled with deep sadness and anger. He got up from his seat as he dabbed at the tears welling in his eyes.
Please wait. Warang's president.
The reporters all got up, but the Warang guild members acted as bodyguards while the president exited. After exiting the press conference room, Li Sango turned to the guild member to ask a question. His anguished face, which had been soaked in sadness, had already cooled into a cold mask.
How's the dungeon? It's still the same. Phew. How fortunate. Let's go to the command center.
From early morning yesterday until now, Li Sango had been under an incredible amount of stress. He waited to see if maybe Li Yunhui or Kong Woojin would come out after clearing the dungeon. Li Sango and the guild members got into their cars. They passed the 3rd line, and they head towards the 1st line on an empty road. There were soldiers in front of the commander center, and a group of people were making a fuss outside. When he saw them, Li Sango's face hardened.
What? Why are civilians here? I'll be back after I find out what's going on. It's all right. Let's head there together.
When he approached the group, Li Sango saw 5 people arguing in front of the soldiers.
Did I say we want to go in there?
He is a Landal's guild master.
I just want a detailed explanation on what happened.
It is as the report sent out to media described. Young Minchin spoke respectfully towards the soldiers, but the soldiers kept repeating the same words. Young Minchin, Hong Sunggu, Kim Haman, Wu Songhun, and even Dojuan was there with obstinate expressions frozen on their faces. Even if you speak more words here, it is futile.
It is 13 hours 6 minutes right now. In exactly 5 minutes, we have to forcefully remove anyone still left around here. 1 hour before the dungeon break, any personnel that weren't combat personnel were all evacuated.
Usually, the army was put in a bind when civilians entered the area of operation.
However, they had officially requested the help of Allendale on this operation.
Guildmaster Kong Woojin had come here at their request. The members of Allendale had immediately rushed over here when they heard about the incident. They were barely able to argue their way across the 2nd and 3rd line. However, now that they were at the command center, they weren't able to meet the commander.
What's going on?
At that moment, Li Sango asked with a kind look on his face.
He secretly looked at Du Jaiwan.
Even in such a chaotic situation, her appearance was outstanding enough to momentarily steal his gaze.
We are guild members of Allendale. We heard our president entered the dungeon. I know about you guys, Allendale.
Li Sango's face turned cold. That son of a bitch messed up his plan. Li Sango was also going to lose Li Yunhui because of him.
The dungeon break will happen in 1 hour. Any responsibility or compensation from the damage will be discussed after we repel back the dungeon break. What? Didn't my dancing, Li Yunhui, became collateral damage because of your president's action? Didn't that kind girl sacrifice herself in order to save your president?
Young Minchin was taken aback, but Hong Sunggu yelled out in anger.
Why would it be a sacrifice?
Our Hyungnim will come out soon after he breaks open the barrier, Li Sango's oily eyes glared at Hong Sunggu.
This green rookie dared to. Even after receiving Sunggu's murderous glare, Sunggu didn't back down and he glared back. Ha! How ridiculous. There is no chance Kong Woojin will clear the dungeon, so all of you should go back. In the meantime, I'll be sending my guild's lawyers against you. Their faces turned dark at Lisago's angry scolding. It was at that moment. The soldiers across the first line started making a ruckus. What? What's going on? I'll go find out. The guild member quickly moved towards the command center when Lisango angrily yelled at him. Then the guild member returned with a pale face. The barrier was lifted. Lisango's face hardened, and Sungu yelled out. That's our Hyung Nim. Lisango blared at Sungu as he asked his guild member. Who is it? Who came out? That is. The guild member haltingly gave his answer. Du Jaiwan was standing on one side with a nervous heart, and tears started flowing down from Du Jaiwan's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Terriot's Plateau, 3. Chapter 52, Terriot's Plateau, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Queue is cleared. Thank you for the donation, Eric. I didn't want to leave you guys on a huge cliff, so I've been working non-stop since the last release. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Is this the Temple of the Giants? At Woojin's words, Bibi's mouth dropped open as she took in the sight in front of her eyes. Oolong. I would believe it if someone told me this was a tomb. Chat. Maybe. Woojin swallowed dryly as he looked at the statues ranging from several hundred to several thousand in number. Let's go there first. Woojin returned Xing, then he walked with Bibi. Dulcie, the twitching ball of light, sat on top of Bibi's head. Could these be used to make a golem? The best way to find an answer to a question was to just do it. Woojin pointed with his finger. Dulcie flew towards the statue, then he absorbed himself into it. The statue shifted, and the body started to move. Oh, it's working. Nope. Dulcie was flung out of the statue. Woojin frowned when he saw this. Weeing. A dejected Dulcie was hugged by Bibi. The statue was already being controlled by something else, so Dulcie couldn't use the statue as its own body. Just go eat some dirt. Wee-ung. Dulcie absorbed into the ground, and he raised his body as a cloud of dust swirled around him. When Dulcie used the earth, his power was weaker than when his body was made out of stone, but the size of his body was twice as large. This is going to be a bit annoying. Goon. One by one the giant golems started to wake up. It wasn't as if all the golems had woken up. Only the nearest golems to him started waking up. It seemed this was a trap that will automatically activate when one gets within a certain range of the golems. So only 5 awoke? 5 golems awoke when they sensed Woojin's intrusion. There weren't any corpses or spirits around, so most of his necromancer class skills were useless. However, he didn't care. Is it time to increase my warrior class skills? Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon, then he changed its appearance to a hammer. He was quite used to the heavy weight of the weapon now. Woojin raised his hammer, then he charged the golems. Star. Li Yunhui was surprised. She had hidden her body inside a shadow. They were golems. She had made the right choice in turning back. Would she and her teammates be able to fight such a large number of golems? Maybe if they went in a straight line towards the altar, while defeating the nearby golems, then maybe it would have been possible. However, what if she had seized the return stone, and the worst possible situation had happened? What would her team have done if all the golems attacked them at once? Moreover, there were living giants guarding the altar, so they would have also had to deal with them. As if Kong Woojin was worried about such a scenario, he was killing all the golems first. He didn't head straight towards the altar. He destroyed the golems as he moved toward the center as if he was drawing a snail shell. Wasn't he a necromancer? It seems Kong Woojin had many secrets. It was no wonder the only information known about him was that he was a necromancer. However, once she saw Kong Woojin hunt, she was suspicious as to whether he was really a necromancer. She was the showdown hunter, yet she was suppressed with strength. It didn't make any sense. She had already been a rank aroused for 2 years, yet she was beaten in terms of strength. That bastard skeleton summon must be a smokescreen. I'm sure he is a warrior. Moreover, he probably only advanced his strength. Woojin's appearance fit that image. He wielded a stupidly large hammer, and he bashed the giant golem as the earth golem held it in place. Moreover, he was quite simple. He only used one technique. What? After defeating couple hundred golems, Kong Woojin changed his style. He used his hammer to consciously strike the floor. What the hell? Is he some kind of construction worker?
When Woojin moved further away, she advanced a little bit before she hit her body. Woojin was on an infinite hunting spree, and Li Yanhui crawled low to the ground for a while.
Star. Hoo. Those bastards are getting on my nerve.
He wasn't too far from the altar with the return stone floating on top of it. There were less than 50 giant golems left, but the large giants surrounding the altar didn't even show signs of moving.
With their backs to the return stone, they didn't budge an inch. In the center of their heads, a single eye was rolling around.
It meant they were observing Woojin. Woojin didn't worry about the one-eyed freaks as he took care of the giant golems. It felt like he had spent over a whole day fighting the golems. Currently, the return stone was letting out a bright green light as if it was about to explode. It probably meant it was almost time for the dungeon break. His warrior class skill level had increased drastically. His repetitive movements slightly increased multiple stats, and it was the result of the arduous time he had spent.
Moreover, he had already reached level 49. He had defeated every single golem. Too bad.
If Master could have defeated one more golem, then you would have reached level 50. Then you could have played with your dolls.
I'll just have to defeat them.
Woojin headed towards the Cyclops, who hadn't even moved an inch away from the altar.
Kuung. Behind Woojin, Dulcie formed his body by aggregating the pieces of stone from the giant golems.
As always, Bibi was riding on top of Dulcie's head.
Come down, Bibi. It's going to be dangerous. Understood. Cyclops were dangerous.
They were also one branch of a race descended from the giant race. However, one would be in trouble if one assumed they were comparable to the ogres. Ogres had inherited the ferocious wild nature of the giant race, but the Cyclops had a larger body. Moreover, they had inherited the wisdom of the giant race, who once built a glorious civilization.
I know you.
Woojin stopped in front of the Cyclops.
You know me?
Yes.
The charging titan of destruction.
The Cyclops' gaze rested on the golem Dulcie, then it looked at the small BB next to him.
Witch of hallucination.
The Cyclops' massive eye headed towards Woojin.
Woojin was laughing. I also know about your dark nights. I guess I'm a bit famous? The Cyclops shifted when they heard Woojin's silly joke. How could I not know you? Necromancer of massacre.
The Cyclops moved both its hands.
Terror of the living.
A golden mace was summoned on top of the Cyclops' hand.
King of the dead.
The other Cyclops on the side also summoned their maces. They took one step towards Woojin as they watched him.
Alandal's monarch.
The three Cyclops raised their maces, and they took one more step.
Immortal. Hung. The Cyclops' maces fell towards Woojin, but Dulcie was faster than them as he ran in. Kong. Dulcie stretched his body to block the attack of the Cyclops. Gua Hung.
Various parts of Dulcie's body broke off, and stone dusts flew everywhere. Woojin retreated slightly, then a smile formed at the corner of Woojin's mouth.
Did Tronet also send you guys? You won't be able to block Tronet's main army. Bullshit. The moment you decided to run away, your defeat was determined. Woojin frowned in anger. He hadn't run away. Do you want to die? Your anger is the evidence of your defeat. Woojin transformed his warrior's weapon into a spear. Stop spouting bullshit. Woojin's body shot forward like a missile towards the Cyclops' eye. Okay.
The spear stabbed into the Cyclops' eye, but the Cyclop didn't try to avoid Woojin's strike.
He instead grabbed Woojin out of the air.
Woojin was caught in the Cyclops' hand, but he swirled around in place to escape the Cyclops' grasp.
Kuang.
Woojin dodged the Cyclops' indiscriminate blows, and he continued to attack. Each mace strike was deadly, and Woojin felt like he would rather face 100 ogres. It was quite difficult to face off against 3 Cyclops. This is driving me nuts. He was having a difficult time avoiding each attack, and his occasional attack wasn't stacking any damage on them. It was quite useless. The Cyclops, who was stabbed in the eye, healed instantly from a light emitted by the altar. He could use the decisive strike with his great sword to sever finger or the Achilles tendon, but it was all useless.
Bibi was almost of no help. It was only him and Dulcie.
They were outnumbered, and time was running out.
The unknown power from the altar kept healing the Cyclops, so Woojin would eventually fatigue first.
At that moment, Li Yanhui appeared from a shadow cast by a pile of stone. Then she snatched the return stone on top of the altar. As if it was about to explode, the return stone emitted a bright light. However, when Li Yunhui grabbed it, the light calmed down. At the same time, the light from the altar that was healing the Cyclops stopped flowing out.
Hey, you son of a bitch. You can think of me as a small fry. This small fry is going home now.
It would be great if you just died, you crazy son of a bitch. Woojin smiled when Li Yunhui appeared.
Even trash had its uses in the right circumstance. Hey Dulcie. Buy me some time. Goo.
Woojin immediately exited the battlefield, then he charged towards Li Yunhui.
What are you doing? You crazy son of a bitch.
This was the first time Li Yunhui saw Kong Woojin struggle since he entered this dungeon. He probably had enough, and he was trying to steal the return stone from her. It was probably why he was exposing himself, while he left the three giants behind.
Maybe he meant to escape together with her using the return stone? It didn't seem that way.
The spear in Kong Woojin's hand frightened her.
Don't come over here. Thank you. Kong Woojin struck with his spear. Kaung.
She was barely able to block it, and Li Yunhui's wrists hurt.
What kind of strength? You will be my final EXP. What?
Woojin aimed the spear toward Li Yunhui's heart.
A rank roused Li Yunhui.
With her agile body, she twisted to perform her special attack, cutting the moonlight.
Woojin didn't even try to avoid the attack.
He charged in faster, and he struck with his spear.
See, crazy son of a bitch.
Her eyes were filled with shock. The life energy within her eyes faded quickly. When Woojin pierced her heart with his spear, she had grazed Woojin with her sword.
The attack was insufficient to cut his throat. Humans of blood and bones was much easier to deal with than the golems.
Woojin immediately learned the level 50 restricted skills and one can control a dead corpse.
The corpse can use 50% of its original ability. It can only carry out simple directions. Magic consumption, 1.
The corpses within the caster's 10-meter radius or the corpse in control can be detonated.
The power is increased as more magic is consumed.
Woojin's magic caused Li Yunhui's corpse to suddenly stand up, and only the white of her eyes could be seen. Li Yunhui's corpse ran madly towards the golem. As Woojin ran, he increased his main skill, Corpse Explosion, to level 10. Li Yunhui's body jumped, and the body attached itself to a cyclops head. A large amount of magic exited Woojin, and the corpse exploded.
Gwag!
The explosion blew the cyclops head right off. Then the fallen cyclops got up, and the corpse hugged the other cyclops.
Gwa hug.
It was only 2 attack, but he had used up all of his magic.
The last remaining cyclops tried to retreat, but Dulcie grabbed him.
In a flash, Woojin had approached the cyclops and he was laughing.
You said I ran away? If you guys are confident, then tell everyone to attack me.
Woojin pierced the cyclops' eye with his spears.
Master.
You aren't going to play with your Dalahong? When he looked at Bibi's bright smile, it really drove home the fact that she was a demon.
Woojin suddenly laughed. I'm no different from her.
Woojin wiped the blood flowing down his face.
He used soul extortion to heal his wound. SSS oop. I think I'll have to apply some salve. Yunhui's attack had made a deep cut.
He applied the regeneration salve on his throbbing wound. The scar will be completely gone after a night's rest. Woojin picked up the return stone from the floor, then he quickly gathered the artifacts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.